When Arthur Cole, a modern scholar captivated by the arcane, inadvertently activated the ancient Karmatai Runes, he tore through the fabric of dimensional barriers and plunged into the world of Harry Potter, only to find himself bereft of the crucial pages containing key spells. Armed with the remnants of magical theory and his unique talent for dimensional affinity, he emerged as Hogwarts' most extraordinary student. In his hands, the wand could both emit a flickering luminescence and unleash golden sparks of Karmatai magic. Beneath the starry dome of Ravenclaw, he reconstructed the truths of magic, employing an incantation to decipher the Seraphim's shield, leaving Professor Flitwick in awe. Harnessing wizardly power to tame dimensional energies, binding the mutated Atide spider deep within the Forbidden Forest, and engaging in a battle of wits with Hermione. Granger, who discerned the traces of his raven shadow, yet could not fathom the reflections of a New York sanctum that flickered within the depths of the erased mirror. As Voldemort obtained the fateful page of the Forbidden Notes, the twisted forces of a dark dimension began to corrode the magical realm. Nagini transformed into a multi-eyed serpent, and the curse of crimson energy ensnared all. The walls of Hogwarts began to seep with fractures of space on the night of reckoning. Arthur stood amidst the ruins of the Great Hall, his wand inscribing not any known runes, but rather the seal of Order's Genesis, a fusion of the magical essences from both worlds. Hermione's voice resonated through the battlefield. This time, your wisdom must ignite for all. When the laws of Karmatai dimensions collided with the blood magic of wizards, who would emerge as the true heretic? Chapter 1. The fracture on the parchment. Raindrops tapped against the glass window, refracting the neon lights of the convenience store below into a hazy crimson halo that danced upon Arthur Cole's computer screen. His fingers hovered above the keyboard for 10 seconds, yet the next line of his thesis remained unwritten. Scattered across the open photocopy of the Cagliostro scroll on his desk were a few grains of sugar arranged in the semblance of a fragmented triangular symbol, reminiscent of a blurry photograph from the Reddit occult forum that had captured his attention. "Arthur, your medication," came the voice of his roommate, Shaolin, from behind, as a box of lithium carbonate tablets was carelessly tossed onto the table, the pills rattling in their plastic compartment. Arthur did not turn around, but merely offered a non-committal Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, he sighed with relief and rubbed his temples. At the moment his fingertips brushed against his skin, he froze. There was a faint golden line fading away. "Not again," Arthur murmured, staring at his trembling fingertips. The doctor's diagnosis of migraines accompanied by visual disturbances seemed increasingly inadequate to explain these phenomena. He opened his notebook, densely filled with records of each instance when a lightning pattern had manifested, noting the time, place, and accompanying events. The frequency of entries over the past week had noticeably escalated, but a flash of lightning illuminated a letter from the antiquities shop on Charing Cross Road that lay upon his desk. Arthur's gaze flickered between the letter and the computer screen before he finally closed his notebook, seized his coat, and dashed into the rain. The antiquarian study on Charing Cross exudes a peculiar amalgamation of camphor and mildew. As Arthur pushed the door open, the bell emitted a sharp, grating sound. His gaze was instantly drawn to a charred piece of parchment nestled in the corner of the display window, its edges cracked as if licked by flames, yet faintly shimmering with an indigo luminescence. £50, no haggling, the shopkeeper uttered without looking up, clutching a crumpled copy of the London Evening News. Arthur noticed the brass scale on the counter leaning slightly, untouched by any hand. He retrieved his phone and activated his homemade symbol recognition app. A warning box promptly appeared on the screen. Unknown energy pattern detected, danger level A. This revelation quickened his pulse, identical to the signal he had encountered in the library's rare books section the previous week. As he counted out the last 3 notes, a sharp cracking sound erupted behind him. Arthur turned to see a tin tea canister on the shelf split in two, its cut surface smooth as if sliced by a laser. The shopkeeper finally lifted his gaze, a flicker of something uncanny flashing in his murky eyes. "Youth," he rasped, "some knowledge is best left buried forever." Arthur shoved the parchment into his backpack, feeling an unexpected warmth emanating from it. Upon exiting the shop, the rain had ceased, yet a strange sensation of static electricity lingered in the air, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Once back in his apartment, Arthur immediately spread the parchment across the sink, cautiously using a cotton swab dipped in hydrogen peroxide to clean the charred edges. On his third pass over a particular crack, the swab spontaneously ignited, a blue flame silently leaping forth, searing a clear inscription of the runic letter Ansuz onto the ceramic surface of the sink. Good grief. He recoiled sharply, his back colliding with the washing machine, the rigid spine of the DSM-5 in his pocket jabbing painfully into his lower back. In the mirror, his complexion was alarmingly pale. "Calm down, Cole," He murmured to his reflection, it could either be a collective hallucination or… Before he could finish, golden patterns suddenly manifested on the mirror's surface, resembling some intricate geometric structure unfurling across the glass. Arthur's breath hitched. Turn off the tap. Unless you wish to plunge the entire building into the mirror dimension, a chilling voice echoed in his ear, a metallic object pressed against his temple. He stiffly turned his head, only to find an Asian man in the mirror in unfamiliar presence. The man wore an oddly shaped copper ring on his left hand and held a gilded medieval manuscript in his right. Li Ching, librarian of the temple library, he stated, tapping Arthur's trembling wrist with the book spine. What you hold is the suicide note of a Karmatai apprentice, which perished 3 fools attempting to summon the Vadum winds during the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD. Suddenly, the faucet exploded. Arthur's eyes widened as he watched droplets of water freeze midair, eerily forming a suspended array of runes. The geometric shapes of those defying the laws of physics bore an uncanny resemblance to the visions he had encountered during childhood fevers. In the instant the faucet erupted, Li Qing's previously indifferent expression abruptly froze. His pupils contracted violently, as if he had witnessed something impossible. Arthur noticed the mysterious man's fingers trembling slightly, the runes on the bronze ring emanating a foreboding crimson glow. Impossible. For the first time, a tremor laced Li Qing's voice that he seized Arthur's wrist, pressing it against the reflective surface with such force that it felt as though he might shatter the bones. Arthur's vision was suddenly engulfed by a golden torrent. Deep within his consciousness, he saw a kaleidoscopic vortex spiraling in the temporal lobe of his brain, not an ordinary anomaly, but a nebula-like structure composed of countless minute-dimensional fissures, each flickering with the reflections of different universes, the resonance of the sevenfold dimension. Li Qing's voice held a tremor that Arthur had never before encountered. Since the era of Agamotto, he abruptly released his grip and took a half-step back, as if evading some lethal radiation. The mirror bore 5 distinct fingerprint-like scorch marks, from which wisps of smoke were rising. Arthur collapsed onto the non-slip mat, witnessing Li Qing retrieve a bronze compass from the inner folds of his robe. As the compass neared him, the needle spun wildly before fracturing into 3 segments, each pointing towards directions that did not exist in the void. The last dimensional attuner recorded in the sanctum. Li Qing's voice suddenly became unnaturally dry, was the blind monk Imhotep from 380 BC, who'd melted while attempting to chart the map of the 10th dimension. His gaze swept over Arthur's temple, where tiny golden sparks danced beneath the skin. Your cerebrospinal fluid now flows with the radiation of at least 3 dimensions. A normal person would have long since gone MAD. As Arthur struggled to rise, Li Qing had already resumed his stoic demeanor, though a trace of undeniable agitation lingered in his eyes. Suddenly, he gestured and chanted an incantation, the bronze ring emitting a golden light that enveloped the entire bathroom in a hemispherical, transparent barrier. Listen, Li Qing's voice was low and urgent. Your brain is now akin to a sponge saturated with dimensional energy. If you do not learn to control it, he abruptly pressed his palm against Arthur's forehead, a bone-chilling cold instantly coursing through him. This is what… Arthur's vision abruptly fragmented into countless shards. He simultaneously saw himself trembling in the bathroom, pouring water in the living room, and unrolling a parchment in the bedroom, all images overlapping and flashing, finally crystallizing into a snow-capped temple he had never visited. The violent dizziness compelled him to retch. This is merely the mildest form of dimensional perception loss. Li Qing withdrew his hand, and the droplets outside the barrier suddenly evaporated into indigo steam. Starting tomorrow at dawn, go to the abandoned telephone booth at Charing Cross Station. He tore out a page from the Forbidden Techniques directory and stuffed it into Arthur's pocket. The moment the paper touched the fabric, it transformed into flowing golden threads and vanished. The golden halo on the wall twisted once more, this time emitting a sound reminiscent of a beast's roar. Li Qing swiftly formed a seal, but just before stepping into the halo, turned back to give Arthur one last, complex look. Do not trust anything you see in your dreams, especially if it resembles me. After the bathroom fell into silence, Arthur pressed his head, unable to find tranquility for an extended period. Beneath the moonlight, the incantation on the 7th page of the sheepskin scroll shimmered faintly as the letters twisted and reformed, ultimately transforming into a simple directive. Stand before dawn, draw circles with your hands, envision the silver coin as a portal to the end of the passage. A hastily scrawled line of blood-red text began to materialize slowly. Do not let him know that you can see this line. Chapter 2. The Tricolor Flame. Before dawn, Charing Cross Station was enveloped in a pallid, leaden mist. Arthur stood before an abandoned telephone booth, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of a parchment scroll. The enigmatic blood inscription from the previous night lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. standing before dawn, hands tracing circles, envisioning a portal. He inhaled deeply, slowly raising his hand to draw a complete circle in the air. The glass door of the telephone booth slid open silently, its interior warping and expanding as if pulled by an invisible hand. A familiar dizziness washed over Arthur, and the scene before him rippled like water, ultimately stabilizing into a circular stone chamber. The walls were inscribed with ancient, flowing runes, each symbol pulsating as though imbued with life. 7 bronze oil lamps hung from the ceiling, their flames eerily frozen at the peak of their fervor, casting flickering shadows that danced upon the stone walls. "You have drawn the circle prematurely." Li Qing's voice emerged from the shadows, tinged with a weariness Arthur had never before encountered. The Mentor stepped forth from the shadowy center of the stone chamber, clad not in his customary deep blue robes, but in a coarse brown tunic, the cuffs stained with suspicious dark red splotches. Arthur noticed the surface of the copper ring on his left-hand's ring finger was riddled with fine cracks, glimmering with an unhealthy sheen in the light of the oil lamps. "Is this a mirrored space?" Arthur tentatively reached out to touch the wall. As his fingertips met the cold stone surface, the inscribed runes suddenly ignited with blinding golden light, parting like a startled swarm of serpents and leaving a circular blank space where he had touched. Li Qing's lips twitched slightly, a muscle below his right eye twitching involuntarily. "Indeed, the dimensional affinity physique is quite troublesome," he murmured, his voice laced with resignation and a hint of barely perceptible fear. "The mirrored space is an advanced spell. What you see now is merely the most rudimentary form of dimensional folding." He raised his right hand, making a tearing motion. The walls of the stone chamber abruptly became transparent, revealing the bustling streets of London outside. Arthur was astonished to see several morning joggers passing through their location, their forms appearing ghostly and semi-transparent. An elderly man walking a dog even strode directly through Li Qing's body, oblivious to his presence. "Magic," Li Qing gestured with his hands, forming a sigil. A cube of golden light began to rotate slowly in his palm, each face inscribed with different runes, essentially rewriting the rules of reality. The cube suddenly unfolded, transforming into a flat net before folding into more intricate geometries. Just as a programmer creates a virtual world with code, we reshape reality using runes and incantations. Arthur's pupils dilated slightly. This modern scientific analogy instantaneously elucidated the essence of magic for him, yet it also instilled an inexplicable unease. If reality could be so easily rewritten, how then should one define the notion of truth? The spell system of Karmatai is founded upon 3 principal streams. Li Qing's fingertips traced 3 distinct trails of light in the air, each emitting a faint hum. The first trail materialized in a pure, cerulean hue, its internal structure resembling the most intricate integrated circuits. The wisdom of Hogs represents the logic and structure of the universe. Li Qing deftly manipulates a blue light trace in the air, forming a dodecahedron, with each vertex precisely embodying the golden ratio. This serves as the framework of the spell, dictating the stability of the incantation. Arthur observes that whenever the angles of the light trace deviate, even minutely, the entire structure trembles violently, emitting a harsh, grating sound. The second light trace is a warm, gilded hue, coalescing in Li Qing's palm into the shape of a round shield. Ancient runes reminiscent of Sumerian script flow languidly across the shield's surface, forming a protective covenant. The power of the Emperor of Veshan symbolizes order and guardianship. Li Qing softly intones the incantation as a translucent membrane materializes over the shield, shimmering with countless tiny runes. This is the foundation of the temple mages, a sight to behold when witnessing the sanctuary's protective barrier. His words are abruptly interrupted by the emergence of a third light trace. This dark crimson energy twists and writhes as if alive, its mere presence causing the temperature within the stone chamber to surge. Li Qing's complexion pales instantly, and he swiftly forms a sealing gesture with his left hand. The wrath of Ashtu embodies chaos and destruction. His tone grows grave. This is the most perilous of powers. Suddenly, the dark red energy breaks free from control, lunging towards the stone walls of the chamber like a raging beast. Li Qing's copper ring erupts with blinding golden light, sealing the energy once more at the critical moment. The entire chamber quakes violently, with tiny fragments of stone cascading from the ceiling. Arthur is horrified to discover that the surface of the wall, grazed by the red energy, bears signs of melting. "Do you see?" Li Qing gasps, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Without a proper structure, even the mightiest energy can spiral out of control. He suddenly grasps Arthur's wrist with such force that it nearly crushes the bone. Before Arthur can react, Li Qing presses his palm firmly against the wall. "Feel these runes." His voice lowers. A true mage does not merely memorize spells, but comprehends the essence of energy flow. A sharp pain radiates through Arthur's fingertips, as if countless tiny steel needles are piercing his nerves and embedding themselves into his brain. Yet amid this agony, his consciousness sharpens with unprecedented clarity. The runes etched in stone come alive before his eyes, each composed of myriad golden particles that vibrate and rotate according to cosmic laws, forming an immense network of energy. Today, you need only replicate the most fundamental blue runes. Li Qing releases his wrist, conjuring a brilliant blue light trace at his fingertips. Arthur notices that his mentor's fingers tremble slightly, as if the recent demonstration has drained excessive energy. Pay attention to the angle of my wrist. Li Qing slowly sketches a triangular sigil in the air, a 30-degree turn, no more, no less. Arthur focuses intently on every detail. Li Qing's movements are as precise as a machine, yet the tension in his jawline reveals the immense effort required to achieve such accuracy. The flow of energy must be perfectly symmetrical, otherwise. Li Qing's words trail off, unfinished. Arthur's fingers moved instinctively, his vision unexpectedly fracturing into 3 overlapping dimensions. In the realm of reality, his fingertips precisely mirrored Li Qing's movements, leaving behind a perfect trajectory of blue light in the air. However, in the energy dimension, he was horrified to discover that the red patterns on the back of the parchment were converging towards his fingertips like a shark sensing blood, driven by a frenzied instinct. Even more terrifying was the dimensional aspect, where a fissure in his temporal lobe opened autonomously, resembling a greedy black hole that voraciously consumed the surrounding golden energy. These 3 distinctly different energies intertwined at his fingertips, causing the air to emit a high-frequency tremor, akin to a multitude of glass shards being pressed to their limits simultaneously. The light within the stone chamber warped and distorted, and all shadows began to undulate unnaturally. Stop! Li Qing's warning arrived too late. Arthur had already completed the final stroke. The triangular sigil shimmered in the air for a fleeting second before, suddenly, the blue sigil proliferated and split, replicating wildly like a virus, and within moments, hundreds of miniature triangles formed. These geometric shapes moved rapidly across the ground, weaving an ever-expanding electric net, scorching the surface of the stone tiles in their wake. The gilded energy coalesced into 12 corporeal scimitars, whirling in the air, severing the oil lamps suspended from the ceiling. The burning lamp oil rained down like droplets, yet curiously suspended in midair, forming floating fireballs. Most horrifying of all was the dark red energy, which slithered through the air like a living serpent, tracing a cunning arc directly towards Arthur's temple. He could sense that this energy harbored a primal malevolence. Its intent was not mere destruction, but something far more dreadful. Li Qing's copper ring erupted with dazzling sparks, the cracks on its surface expanding instantaneously, yet it managed to block the crimson light at the critical moment. The collision of the 2 energies produced a shockwave that sent Arthur tumbling to the ground, his ears filled with a sharp ringing, and his vision engulfed in blinding white light. Brief. Li Qing's voice seemed to resonate from a distant place, urging him to envision his skull as a dimensional barrier. Arthur struggled to concentrate, attempting to control his breath as instructed in his basic training. He felt the fissure in his temporal lobe begin to constrict violently, like an eye forced shut. The dissipating energies were forcibly drawn back into his body, yet during this process, a cacophony of whispers surged into his consciousness from the other side of the fissure. An entity with countless eyes was peering into the world through his own, and Arthur sensed its gaze sweeping through his soul as if it were tangible. A sharp slap infused with arcane energy jolted him back to reality. Arthur coughed violently, his mouth filled with the taste of rust. When he finally regained clarity, he discovered that the training ground had transformed into a desolate ruin. Li Qing's right sleeve had completely turned to charcoal, revealing 3 scorch marks on his forearm, emitting wisps of smoke. Even more alarming, Arthur noticed that his hands were covered in golden fissures, the veins beneath his skin faintly visible, flowing not with blood, but with some form of golden energy. In a fit of fury, Li Qing tore away the charred fabric from his sleeve, his voice hoarse and inhuman. The last time such an event occurred, half of the library at the New York sanctuary was lost. He staggered before Arthur, the cracks on the bronze ring sprawling across its surface, appearing as though it might shatter at any moment. Li Qing suddenly grasped Arthur's chin, compelling him to gaze upon an ancient rune that emerged upon the bronze ring. This rune bore no resemblance to any symbol Arthur had ever encountered. It seemed to morph continuously, presenting a new visage with each blink. From this moment forth, Li Qing's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, declaring that the binding incantation must be recited before casting a spell. As Li Qing uttered the first syllable, a searing pain pierced through Arthur's temple and into his mind. The syllables struck him like tangible ice shards, relentlessly driving into the depths of his consciousness. Amidst this agonizing baptism, Arthur hazily perceived a spectral figure of a woman adorned with a high crown, a remnant of Master Gu Yi, materializing behind Li Qing. She merely gestured with her fingertip, and the dark crimson energy surging within Arthur suddenly subdued, akin to a tamed young beast. Master Gu Yi? Arthur struggled to articulate the words. The apparition offered no response, but cast a complex gaze before dissipating like morning mist. Li Qing abruptly released his grip, causing Arthur to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Recite the energy binding 14 laws 20 times, Li Qing commanded, tossing a leather-bound notebook towards him. Upon catching it, Arthur noted the cover was alarmingly hot. As he opened the pages, they were filled with densely written binding clauses in blood ink, each letter seemingly branded into the paper. When the morning light finally pierced through the fog, Arthur was expelled from the telephone booth. He steadied himself, suddenly noticing a blue rune had appeared in his palm, pulsing as if it were alive. More alarming was the sight of this rune voraciously consuming the surrounding morning light. Each ray of sunshine distorted and drawn into the tiny symbol as he stood beneath the sun. Chapter 3. Dimensional Geometry. The morning light had not yet entirely dispelled the night, and Charing Cross Station was shrouded in a murky fog. Arthur stood before the abandoned telephone booth, a familiar warmth radiating from his right palm, the blue rune having embedded itself like a branding iron since its manifestation the previous day. Growing increasingly heated as the training time approached, he lowered his gaze to his palm, noting that the golden filaments at the edges of the rune had spread further than the day before, forming a web-like pattern beneath his skin. Taking a deep breath, Arthur inhaled the cool mist into his lungs. He raised his slightly trembling right hand, tracing a perfect circle on the foggy glass of the telephone booth. The friction of his fingertip against the glass produced a faint hissing sound, and the path he drew left behind a fleeting trail of blue light. The interior of the booth began to warp, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. Arthur felt a familiar dizziness wash over him. The scenery before him rippled like water, ultimately stabilizing into a circular library. Countless glowing manuscripts floated along the walls, not motionless, but rotating slowly along established orbits like planets. At the center of the floor, a triple-nested Vimalakirti formation glowed softly with golden light, illuminating slightly upon his entrance, as though welcoming his arrival. "You are 3 minutes and 17 seconds late." Li Qing's voice emanated from the center of the formation. He cradled a tome bound in metal, its spine adorned with emeralds that glimmered with an eerie green light in the dim surroundings, resembling the eyes of some creature. "I beg your pardon, master." Arthur instinctively touched his still warm palm. The runes had been particularly active that morning. Li Qing did not raise his gaze, but merely gestured with a flick of his fingers. A copper rune emerged from the pages, hovering before Arthur. This rune exhibited a complex 20-face structure, each facet inscribed with distinct runes, rotating slowly at a steady pace. Lesson 1 of Basic Dimensional Geometry. Li Qing finally lifted his eyes, and Arthur noticed the blood vessels in his sclera were intricately laced with fine red lines. The principle of spatial folding. He withdrew a piece of yellowed parchment from the inner pocket of his robe and gently laid it in the center of the magical array. The paper appeared ordinary. Yet as Li Qing's fingertips brushed its surface, a golden thread emerged, woven from countless minute runes, each character rotating at varying frequencies. The spells of Karmatai are not mere frivolous incantations. Li Qing's tone was imbued with an unprecedented gravity, grounded in precise calculations of spatial structure. He pointed to the golden thread. The most fundamental magic often begins with the simplest of actions, folding a piece of paper. Arthur crouched down, his entire focus on the golden line. As his perspective shifted, he was astonished to discover that the runes were not arranged flatly, but formed a three-dimensional structure, akin to a spiral in the microscopic realm. "Try folding it." Li Qing stepped back slightly. Arthur extended his right hand, pinching the ends of the parchment between his thumb and forefinger. Just as he was about to fold it, the rune in his palm pulsated violently, a surge of warmth coursing through his veins and into his fingertips. He instinctively completed the folding motion. Suddenly, the entire library tilted at a 15-degree angle. The ancient tomes on the shelves rattled uneasily, and several hefty volumes broke free from their confines, crashing heavily to the floor. Arthur stumbled backward, only to feel his left hand uncontrollably pressing down toward the ground, his fingertips exuding a blue luminescence that burrowed into the crevices of the stone tiles like roots, swiftly stabilizing the surrounding space. Not a bad reaction. A flicker of an emotion Arthur had never seen before passed through Li Qing's eyes. A complex blend of surprise and concern, yet he noted, folding is not achieved through brute force. He bent down to retrieve the parchment, and Arthur noticed his mentor's fingers trembling slightly. Li Qing carefully unfolded the parchment once more, his movements deliberate and slow, as if dismantling a bomb. His fingertips traced 3 intersecting arcs across the paper's surface, pausing momentarily after each to allow the golden thread to regain its stability. Spatial folding requires precise calculations of curvature. He indicated the intricate patterns already formed on the paper, emphasizing that each turn must adhere to dimensional tension, otherwise. Before he could finish, the parchment abruptly folded itself, manifesting a perfect tetrahedron in midair. This geometric figure hovered aloft, each edge shimmering with a different hue, blue, gold, and red, alternating in a captivating dance. Arthur stared at the geometric form, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense dizziness as his vision bizarrely split into dual images. In the realm of reality, he beheld a static paper model, yet on the energetic plane, it manifested as a dynamic network woven from countless golden threads, each node pulsating with a breath-like rhythm, transmitting surges of energy to one another. What unsettled him further was the fissure in his temporal lobe, where the third eye, present since childhood, now greedily absorbed this information, akin to a parched traveler encountering an oasis. Now, it is your turn, Li Qing proffered a fresh sheet of parchment. The moment Arthur grasped the paper, he noticed a recent burn mark on his mentor's wrist, resembling the rune etched in his palm. This revelation tightened his chest. Yet Li Qing had already turned towards the bookshelf, leaving behind a silent silhouette. The initial attempt culminated in disaster. As Arthur's fingertips grazed the paper's surface, the blue runes erupted in blinding radiance. The golden lines upon the paper twisted and split like an enraged serpent, intertwining and tearing apart. The library tilted once more, this time reaching a perilous 30-degree angle. Ancient tomes cascaded from the shelves like an avalanche. Most alarming was a tome titled The Secret of Profound Sounds, which, during its descent, opened of its own accord, unleashing a swarm of black incantations from its pages. Uncontrollably, Arthur's right hand rose, the blue light weaving itself into a net, deftly intercepting each errant character. The motion was so fluid, as if his body instinctively understood how to navigate the crisis better than his consciousness. Li Qing's copper ring sparked, stabilizing the precarious space. He hurried over and seized Arthur's wrist with a grip that bordered on painful. Your body is absorbing knowledge. His voice was low, almost a whisper. But magic cannot be mastered solely by instinct. Arthur observed his mentor's pupils dilate slightly, reflecting the eerie glow of the runes on his palm. After a brief moment to regain his composure, Arthur commenced his second attempt. This time, he compelled himself to slow down, his fingertips brushing the paper's surface as delicately as a feather. The golden threads began to take shape beneath his touch, no longer fracturing, but rather extending steadily. At the moment the paper was folded, the space trembled lightly before regaining its equilibrium. A small tetrahedron now floated in the palm of his hand, perfectly replicating Li Qing's demonstration. Progress was swift. Li Qing's tone remained flat. Yet Arthur keenly noted a brief flicker of light from his copper ring, a rare manifestation of emotional fluctuation, though the true test was yet to commence. With a wave of his hand, the tetrahedron suddenly unfurled, and the paper reverted to its original form. However, the golden lines had reconfigured into a more intricate polyhedral model, boasting 12 faces, each engraved with distinct runes. Continue tomorrow. Li Qing closed the tome, the emerald spine emitting a soft sigh. Your assignment is to observe this model and identify its energy nodes. Upon returning to his dilapidated apartment, night had fallen. Arthur's right hand still tingled faintly, as though persistently stimulated by a subtle current. He carefully placed the model given by Li Qing on his desk and, under the dim light of the gas lamp, scrutinized it closely. Unbeknownst to him, his vision began to fragment once more. On a tangible level, it was merely a static geometric figure made of paper, yet, on the energetic plane, he perceived a vast network woven from golden threads, with certain nodes flickering ominously in red, akin to warning lights. When he inadvertently touched one of these crimson points, the paper spontaneously ignited, revealing in the blue flames a line of cryptic symbols resembling ancient script. Beware the deception of space. Once the flames extinguished, the paper remained unscathed. But those characters were indelibly etched into Arthur's retina. Even with his eyes closed, he could vividly see those symbols shimmering in the darkness, reminiscent of constellations in the night sky, whispering secrets unknown to mankind. Outside the window, a raven perched upon the fire escape, its beak clutching a fragment of emerald green paper. As Arthur approached the window, the bird suddenly opened its beak, letting the fragment flutter down. He reached out to catch it, only to hear a distant voice that sounded like Li Qing, or perhaps like Ancient One. Or maybe it was merely a figment of his imagination. The first law of dimensional geometry: every fold leaves a trace. Chapter 4. The Birth of Dimensions. The morning mist enveloped the banks of the Thames like a delicate veil, the silhouette of the Tower Bridge appearing faintly through the haze. Arthur stood at the stone railing by the river, his right palm raised upward. The blue rune gently flowed in the dawn's soft light, as tranquil as living water, a stark contrast to the restless mark from 7 days prior. He slowly lifted his left hand, his fingertips tracing a graceful arc through the morning fog. This gesture had been repeated countless times over the past week, evolving from a clumsy and rigid movement to one now as fluid as flowing water. Golden ripples emerged in the air, akin to pebbles tossed into a still lake. Space unfolded before him gently, resembling a tome of arcane knowledge deftly turned by a skilled mage, each page revealing different dimensional mysteries. The morning bell of Karmatai had just struck 7, its resonant chime echoing through the mountains. The training ground still bore the fragrance of night dew, with each blade of grass adorned with glistening droplets. Li Qing had long awaited in the center of the Wushan Emperor S formation, donning a pristine white training attire that stood out in the morning light. The angle was adjusted by precisely 3 degrees. Li Qing's voice remained as calm as still water. Yet the familiarity of their companionship had allowed Arthur to detect subtle notes of approval within that tranquility, with the energy ripple decay rate reduced by 15. Arthur's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the training scenes of the past week, memories flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. On the first day, he stood in the same position, yet he could not attain even the most rudimentary sense of energy. The magical veins that were crystal clear to his mentor appeared to him as a mere hazy glow. On the third morning, after countless failures, he finally discerned the subtle differences among 3 types of energy: the deep blue of the wisdom of Hogwarts, the gilded power of Wushan Emperor akin to the rising sun, and the dark red fury of Aeshutu, resembling molten lava. On the 5th day at midnight, after enduring the 12th failure, he successfully achieved spatial folding for the first time. In that instant, it was as if the universe whispered secrets of the dimensions into his ear. As dawn broke on the 7th day, he had effortlessly mastered the fundamental structures of magic, as natural as breathing. Today marked the assessment of all foundational subjects. With a graceful wave of his wide sleeves, Li Qing summoned 7 distinct copper mirrors from the void, suspended in a circular formation above the training ground. Each mirror reflected a different magical dimension. Some distorted the fabric of space, others mirrored the pure flow of energy, while a few revealed incomprehensible geometric structures. Arthur inhaled deeply and stepped into the center of the array of mirrors. Closing his eyes, he allowed his consciousness to delve into that unique realm of perception. A special ability cultivated over the past week, energy perception. He whispered softly, his fingertips igniting with a pure blue light. As he extended his arms, he precisely identified the most concentrated nodes of energy within each mirror. 7 days prior, these energy flows had appeared to him as a blurred halo. Now, he could discern the trajectory of each energy path with clarity, even perceiving the subtle fluctuations in their frequencies. With a graceful twist of his wrist, the positions of the 7 copper mirrors automatically formed a complete 3-dimensional model in his mind. There was no need for deliberate calculation. He instinctively understood the relative positions of each spatial node and the optimal angles for folding. This ability had seamlessly integrated into his intuition. Energy manipulation ensued as 3 streams of light erupted from his palms, like disciplined soldiers, precisely targeting the designated reception points of each mirror. Initially, these energies had disrupted and collided with one another during training, but now they harmoniously coexisted, intertwining into a flawless network of energy. Li Qing maintained a silent observation, his slightly rising chest revealing the rhythm of his focused breathing. It was only after Arthur completed his final action that he imperceptibly nodded. The advantages of his dimensional affinity were beginning to manifest. He retrieved a celadone teacup from his sleeve and handed it to Arthur, remarking on his learning speed being 3 times that of an ordinary apprentice. The tea shimmered with a rare emerald hue, exuding a refreshing mint fragrance. Arthur took a small sip. The cool liquid slid down his throat, accompanied by a peculiar tingling sensation. He understood this to be a calming agent specially crafted by the Karmatai to assist him in regulating his overly active dimensional perception. Your primary challenge is no longer learning, but control, Li Qing said, lightly tapping Arthur's temple, where an almost imperceptible golden point of light was slowly rotating. The vortex of energy here was spinning at 40% slower than it had 7 days prior, a promising sign. They proceeded to a dedicated meditation room, its floor engraved with ancient buffering runes and its walls adorned with specialized tapestries designed to absorb excess energy. Arthur seated himself cross-legged on the central cushion, commencing today's regulation training. First, he synchronized his breath with the oscillations of energy, ensuring each inhalation perfectly matched the ebb and flow within him. Next came the resonance between thought and dimensional tremors, requiring him to concentrate his drifting consciousness on a specific frequency. Finally, he aimed to balance emotion with the flow of magic, the most challenging aspect, for any subtle emotional shift could lead to a loss of control over the energy. He recalled that during the initial stages of this training, the excruciating headaches often hindered his perseverance. However, he has now acquired the ability to navigate through this ocean of energy with remarkable ease, steering his vessel of self-awareness steadily forward. Excellent. Li Qing's voice resonated from a distant realm. Remember this sensation. It shall serve as your benchmark for future spellcasting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Qing led Arthur to the highest terrace of the sanctum. From this vantage point, the entirety of London unfolded beneath them. The city, shrouded in twilight, blossomed with lights, while the traffic flowed like golden rivers through the streets, creating a dynamic tapestry. The foundational course concluded here. Li Qing's copper ring glimmered softly in the dusky light, its intricate patterns seemingly narrating ancient tales. Starting tomorrow, you will learn practical protective spells. Arthur gazed down at his palm, where blue runes flickered quietly, akin to slumbering stars in the night sky. 7 days prior, this enigmatic mark had been his greatest source of distress. Now, it had seamlessly integrated into his being, as indispensable as breath itself. The night breeze caressed the terrace, carrying the distant chimes of St. Paul's Cathedral. Arthur inhaled the cool air deeply, feeling the steady flow of magical energy within him. He understood that today's culmination was not an end, but the true commencement of his magical journey. Within that vast ocean of magic, countless mysteries awaited his exploration. Chapter 5, Dimensional Rift. The western corridor of the folded space basked in the golden glow of dusk, stained glass windows refracting the sunset into myriad sparkling dots, casting unpredictable patterns upon the ancient stone columns. Arthur sat on the third stone step. Splayed open before him was the notebook titled Dimensional Spell Learning, which Li Qing had just entrusted to him. The leather cover bore signs of wear, yet the silver inlays along the edges continued to glisten, reflecting a sharp brilliance in the sunlight. Take note of the revised version of the binding spell on page 37. Li Qing's voice echoed from the far end of the corridor, his footsteps resonating in the vastness. Arthur looked up to see his mentor clad in a somewhat worn deep gray turtleneck sweater. The frayed cuffs and a few inconspicuous mins lent a touch of warmth to the otherwise austere demeanor of the mage. "Is this your handwriting, master?" Arthur inquired, flipping to the specified page, where the margins were densely filled with annotations. The handwriting was nearly meticulous, yet the trembling strokes at the ends of certain letters betrayed the author's fatigue. Li Qing seated himself beside Arthur, and he inhaled the familiar scent of pine, a signature aroma of his mentor's study, mingled with a hint of the astringency of black tea and the mustiness of parchment. "When I was an apprentice," Li Qing's tone softened, his fingers unconsciously caressing the copper ring on his left hand, "I often struggled with controlling energy surges." His voice trailed off abruptly. Arthur heard a sharp buzzing, reminiscent of an alarm. Before he could react, a tremendous force thrust him aside, and his back collided heavily against the stone column. In the space where he had been sitting, 3 obsidian pillars erupted from the ground, their tips flickering with ominous, ethereal light. That is not any known mineral. Arthur was horrified to discover that viscous shadows flowed across the surface of these crystals, writhing as if they were alive. Even more terrifying was the fact that when he attempted to avert his gaze, his eyes felt as though they were ensnared by an invisible force. Countless minute vortices within the crystal spun ceaselessly, each one devouring his attention and draining his consciousness. A dimensional parasite? Li Qing's copper ring erupted in blinding golden light, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were midday. Under the brilliance, Arthur beheld an even more dreadful sight. All the shadows were writhing abnormally, surging like boiling tar. A black viscous substance seeped through the cracks of the stone floor, emitting a bizarre odor reminiscent of rust mixed with decaying honey. Even the dust in the air solidified into eerie geometric shapes. "Run, to the temple." Li Qing seized Arthur by the scruff of his neck and hurled him into the depths of the corridor. Stumbling back a few steps, Arthur suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. He looked down to see his blood nearly congealed. His own shadow was slowly rising from the ground, its pitch-black hands gripping his ankle like iron pincers. Even more terrifying, the blue runes on his palm began to spin in reverse, like a malfunctioning pump frantically siphoning his life force. Arthur could distinctly sense a frigid presence coursing upstream through his veins. It felt as though countless tiny ice needles were traversing his body, causing muscle spasms and his bones to creak under the unbearable strain. His vision began to blur, and a strange buzzing filled his ears, as if millions of insects were fluttering within his skull. "Arthur, look at me." Li Qing's voice pierced through his fading consciousness. With great effort, Arthur raised his head to see his mentor standing at the center of the Vashandi array, hands forming a complex seal he had never witnessed before. Even more alarming, the copper ring that had accompanied Li Qing for 20 years was melting, liquid gold threads creeping up his arm. Wherever those golden threads traveled, the skin cracked open, revealing a flowing radiance beneath, not blood, but the manifestation of pure energy. "Remember the Hoggies breathing method?" Li Qing's voice rang clear amidst the energy storm, 3 short breaths and 1 long, "just as I taught you." The golden light erupted like a tidal wave, momentarily driving back the darkness. Arthur saw Li Qing suspended in midair, transformed into a vessel of pure light. The radiance seeping from his skin's fissures intertwined in the air, forming chains, each flowing with ancient runes. Arthur recognized them as the highest binding spell of the Karmatai, the light shackles of Vashandi, a forbidden technique that demanded the caster's life as its price. Suddenly, a black crystal as thick as a human arm shot up from the ground, piercing Li Qing's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Arthur watched as his mentor slowly lowered his head, bloodied fingers gently brushing over the now misshapen copper ring. Golden liquid light gushed forth from the wound, yet it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it coalesced into countless tiny runes in the air. Li Qing's lips moved, but his voice could not penetrate the raging energy field. Through their months of companionship, Arthur recognized that silent plea: survive. No. The blue rune erupted explosively in Arthur's palm. An energy storm detonated around him, uprooting the stone pillars of the entire corridor. Just as the uncontrollable energy threatened to consume the remnants of Li Qing, emerald sparks blossomed in the void. The figure of the Ancient One appeared like a phantom. She pressed one hand against Arthur's forehead, while the other formed a sevenfold magical seal. Arthur noticed the hem of the sorcerer's yellow robe carbonizing at a visible rate, and the exposed skin of her arms bore cracks akin to those on Li Qing. Even more alarming was the blue light that ignited at the center of the Ancient One's forehead, mirroring the rune in Arthur's palm. Listen, child. The Ancient One's voice resonated directly in his mind, imbued with an unprecedented weariness. Conventional teleportation will be tracked by them. I can only cast you into the dimensional maelstrom. This is the sole method to escape the dimensional parasites. And you? Arthur struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and inhuman. The Ancient One offered no reply. Suddenly, she pressed both hands against Arthur's chest, and emerald energy cascaded down like a waterfall. Arthur felt himself being dismantled, not in a physical sense, but as if some fundamental essence of his being was being peeled away layer by layer. He saw his fingers becoming transparent, allowing him to observe his bones and veins with clarity. He witnessed points of light in his blood scattering like stars in a galaxy, each point a fragment of memory. He perceived his consciousness stretching into countless threads, each connecting to different possibilities. The final image was of the Ancient One turning to face the dark ocean, her yellow robe billowing in the void like a battle standard. In the far distance, Li Qing's light lock continued to flicker defiantly amidst the black tide, akin to an undying lighthouse in a storm. Arthur beheld the last words formed by his mentor's lips: survive. The excruciating pain of dimensional transit ultimately consumed all. Arthur felt himself hurled into a mad kaleidoscope, with fragments of innumerable worlds whizzing past him. Some fragments revealed Gothic castle spires, banners adorned with griffins fluttering atop their towers. Others showcased a steel forest of a futuristic metropolis, aircraft weaving between glass facades, while others were merely pure chaotic colors, transcending human visual comprehension. In this transcendent passage through time and space, Arthur's consciousness was elongated and compressed. At one moment, he felt as though he had drifted for centuries. The next, it seemed as if not even a second had elapsed. His body was disassembled into fundamental particles, yet retained a complete sense of perception. This contradictory state was enough to drive an ordinary person mad, but the training from Karmatai allowed him to maintain a sliver of clarity. In the fleeting instant before he lost consciousness entirely, Arthur vaguely perceived the blue rune in his palm extending countless filaments, like tendrils probing into the surrounding dimensional chaos. These luminous threads seemed to possess their own consciousness. They scanned, assessed, and sifted, ultimately ensnaring a time and space radiating warmth. The last vision Arthur beheld was a burning Victorian residence, and a small figure standing amid the ruins, his 11-year-old self. Chapter 6. Rebirth from the Ashes. A torrential downpour fell, as the sky over suburban London appeared to be torn open, revealing a gaping wound. A pale lightning bolt split the night sky, momentarily illuminating a collapsing Victorian residence. 11-year-old Arthur Cole awoke amidst the ruins, icy rain trickling down his dark hair and seeping into his collar, thoroughly drenching his thin nightgown. He attempted to prop himself up, only to be astonished to find his palms unusually tender. The once vibrant blue rune on his palm had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. Yet it shimmered with a more solid radiance in the rain-soaked night. Merlin above. There's a child here. A hurried voice pierced the curtain of rain. Arthur looked up to see a wizard in a bowler hat splashing through the puddles towards him. The wizard's gray-white hair was drenched, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his hooked nose, their lenses speckled with raindrops. Following him were two wizards clad in deep green uniforms, one of whom wielded a wand emitting a bright light, creating a small dry area amidst the downpour. I am Oswald Phipps from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. As the wizard crouched down, Arthur caught a strong scent of parchment and ink mingled with some herbal essence. With a swift motion, his wand traced a complex diagnostic spell, its tip bursting forth with pearlescent light. Child, can you tell me your name? Arthur opened his mouth, but suddenly erupted into a violent cough, a burst of blue sparks escaping his lips. Phipps stumbled back, quickly drawing a protective circle with his wand. Arthur noticed a bronze badge pinned to his chest, intricately engraved with the Ministry of Magic scales, now glowing with an unnatural red hue. Level 3 magical surge confirmed. The tall wizard produced a brass instrument, the needle swinging wildly, nearly bursting from the dial, with energy readings reaching 17 Seco, far beyond the normal maximum of 3 Seco for a surge. Arthur's gaze drifted past them to the ruins of the house. Among the broken oak beams, a charred family photograph lay half buried in the mud. the faces of the smiling adults unfamiliar to him. Fragmented memories surged into his mind. The original owner of this body, also named Arthur Cole, had indeed lost his foster parents in the magical surge of the previous night. Even more bizarre, those fragmented memories contained images not of this world, Karmai's sanctum, Li Qing's solemn visage, and the cataclysm that tore through dimensions. No, Li Qing's final image flickered in his memory, the word run echoing in his ears. A whimper, akin to that of a young beast, escaped Arthur's throat as the blue rune in his palm suddenly grew hot, causing the surrounding rain to evaporate into wisps of white mist. He felt two forces clashing violently within him, the magical system of Karmatai and the magic of this world tearing at one another, each collision striking his insides as if under heavy assault. "Calm down quickly," Phipps shouted. A beam of red light shot from behind, plunging Arthur's world into darkness. In the final moment before consciousness faded, he saw his tears fall to the ground, freezing the puddles into delicate ice flowers. Strangely, the ice crystals faintly shimmered with golden runes, the very essence of Karmaitai's foundational protective spells. The children's ward of St. Mungo's hospital was suffused with sunlight and the delicate fragrance of white flowers. Arthur awoke on a soft down pillow, discovering himself reclined upon a four-poster bed adorned with dark green drapes. He slowly raised his right hand, noticing that the blue runes still lingered, albeit shrouded beneath a layer of silver film, as if sealed away. "Ah, you are awake," a female therapist with gold-rimmed glasses approached briskly. Her name tag reading Melian Strouch. "How do you feel, dear?" "Still, all right," Arthur replied tentatively, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Strouch waved her wand, unleashing a series of diagnostic spells in rapid succession. A typical aftermath of magical surges, she adjusted her glasses, pointing to the silver membrane enveloping Arthur's palm. "This is a magical stabilization charm, designed to help balance the chaotic magical energies within you." Yet, Arthur was acutely aware that the truth was far more complex. Beneath that silver film, the blue rune was methodically absorbing the magical energy of this world, akin to a desert soaking in rain. What troubled him further was the unsettling sensation that, as night fell, unseen eyes lurked from some dimensional rift, the feeling of being hunted rendering him sleepless. The door to the ward creaked open gently, and a tall man clad in a purple robe entered, silver strands intertwined with his black hair. His countenance as grave as if sculpted from marble, each step exuding undeniable authority. "Arthur Cole." His voice was deep and official. "I am Pierce Sinkness from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Arthur noted the exquisite silver badge pinned to Sinkness' chest, emblazoned with the emblem of the Ministry of Magic, a wand entwined with a skull. As Sinkness settled at the foot of the bed, the serpentine patterns on the badge appeared to writhe with an unsettling life of their own. Regarding last week's incident, Sinkness retrieved a scroll of parchment from his crocodile skin briefcase, which bore a copper clasp inscribed with 3 letters. "There are several questions that need clarification." His quill floated effortlessly above the parchment, the ink dripping to form orderly script. Arthur keenly observed that the writing did not entirely adhere to the quill's movements, revealing subtle deviations in certain areas. "Do you recall what transpired?" Sinkness' tone softened abruptly, yet his gaze remained as piercing as an eagle's. Arthur lowered his head, allowing his tousled hair to obscure his eyes. "I only remember the blue flames." He feigned a child's tremor in his voice, and then, "My parents vanished." This fabrication twisted his stomach in knots. Yet the fragmented memories indeed indicated that the parents of this body had perished in that calamity. The quill paused momentarily in midair, a small ink blot blooming on the parchment. Sinkness adjusted his posture. Magical surges typically do not cause such precise destruction. He spoke meaningfully. "Our detection spells reveal that the scene bears traces of an anomalous magical signature, neither resembling conventional wizardry nor attributable to any known magical creature." Arthur felt a faint tremor from the rune in his palm beneath the film. He feigned a cough, seizing the opportunity to conceal his hand beneath the blanket, while compelling himself to recall the breathing technique taught by Li Qing to steady his emotions. "Given your unique circumstances," Sinkness withdrew the parchment, his tone abruptly shifting to a formal cadence. "The Ministry of Magic has resolved to assign you a guardian. Hogwarts has made an exceptional concession to permit your enrollment." He unfurled another document, the gilded Hogwarts crest shimmering under the sunlight. Arthur discerned the title, "Special Enrollment Permit, Guardian Program for Individuals with Unstable Magic. Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour will be responsible for your case." As Sinkness rose, his purple robes rustled softly, "And tomorrow an Auror will escort you to Diagon Alley for essential supplies. Considering your particular situation, all items will be financed through special allocations from the Ministry of Magic." As Sinkness departed, the sound of his boots echoed rhythmically against the floor, reminiscent of a Morse code. Outside, a gray owl glided across the clear sky, clutching a brown envelope in its talons, soaring northward. Arthur gazed out the window, faintly perceiving the white dome of Gringotts Bank in the distance. He gently traced the runes on his palm, sensing the delicate balance of the mystical energies of Karmatai in this world. In this unfamiliar magical realm, he must swiftly master the means to control these powers not only for survival, but also to one day return to Karmatai and fulfill the unfinished mission of Li Qing. Chapter 7. The Shadow of the Guardian and the Fear of Whispers. Arthur jolted upright from the hard cot, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking through his inexpensive cotton pajamas. Tears mingled with perspiration as they streamed down his face. The runes on his palm pulsated restlessly in the dim room, the silver magical stabilizing membrane covering them akin to a chilling bandage. Outside, raindrops hammered against the glass, their sound monotonous and oppressive. The room was austere yet tidy, furnished with a bed, a table and chairs, and an empty bookshelf. The door was tightly shut, an inconspicuous, dull emerald set into the handle. Rainwater trickled down the invisible barrier along the windowsill. This was not a prison, yet it exuded an intangible sense of confinement. He was merely an 11-year-old boy, orphaned by the uncontrolled magic that had claimed his family, utterly alone. The Ministry of Magic's protection was logical, yet for him, it became a source of immense pressure and solitude. Without a mentor or companions, he was surrounded only by cold walls and silent surveillance. Arthur curled up in the corner of the bed, hugging his knees and burying his face within them. The runes on his palm burned hotly, dragging him back to that hellish twilight. As the memory subsided, Arthur trembled, silent tears cascading down. He instinctively rubbed the base of his left ring finger, feeling it empty. He bore no ring. In Karmatai, he was merely a theoretical apprentice who had barely touched the threshold. The only knowledge he truly possessed was that which Li Qing had emphasized in his final moments, the Hogwarts breathing technique. The only life-saving skill he had practiced, 3 short breaths and 1 long, utilized to stabilize the core under energetic shock or mental pressure, delaying collapse. This was his sole weapon. Basic dimensional perception, a passive enhancement of his innate talent, though active concentration could slightly expand its range and clarity, a double-edged sword. The light of the Vishanti remained solely at the theoretical meditation level, devoid of actual spellcasting capability. The enhanced binding curse. On page 37 of my notes, Li Qing's annotations linger in my mind, yet I have never attempted to construct it, lacking any practical experience. The essence of despair lies in the absence of a suspended, rendering the establishment of a stable spell structure impossible. There exists only theory, devoid of practice. The sole technique I can actively employ is the breathing method. I feel akin to an infant clutching a legendary martial arts manual, able to comprehend the words but unable to wield a fist. The struggle to survive, purchased at the cost of my mentor's life, is extraordinarily arduous in this unfamiliar world. My only reliance is upon myself. There was a polite knock on the door, followed by Rufus Scrimgeour entering, bearing a cup of warm milk and a slice of buttered bread. His towering figure exuded a sense of pressure, yet his expression remained one of bureaucratic seriousness. "How do you feel, Mr. Cole?" he inquired, setting down the tray, his sharp gaze scanning Arthur's swollen eyes and still trembling body. Devoid of malice. "The report from St. Mungo's indicates that your magical energy, or rather your energy system, is exceedingly unique and unstable, akin to a precision instrument lacking a stabilizing gyroscope." He pulled up a chair, maintaining a respectful distance. "The Ministry is aware that you have endured a harrowing trauma. Our duty is to ensure that such incidents do not reoccur on the streets of London while safeguarding you from further harm." He gestured towards the emerald doorknob and the outside. "Some basic monitoring is a necessary precaution. They are silent and will not disturb you, only alerting us in the event of severe fluctuations in energy. This is for the safety of all, including yourself. Please understand." He handed Arthur a piece of parchment. "This is your temporary guardianship agreement. Until you can demonstrate stable control over yourself, I shall be responsible. You will need to cooperate with regular magical assessments, and any outings must be accompanied by me or a designated individual. After the commencement of the Hogwarts term, Headmaster Dumbledore will assume primary guardianship responsibilities." The terms were clear, the wording official, imbued with undeniable authority. After Scrimgeour's departure, Arthur's fear did not dissipate. The dark aura emanating from Nocturne Alley continued to prick his nerves like needles, evoking the most terrifying memories. He needed to ascertain what that was. This unknown thread instilled a greater dread within him than the Ministry itself. He forced himself to calm down and settled into a cross-legged position. Initiate, basic dimensional perception. His affinity for dimensionality cautiously extended his mental tendrils outward. Safe house, a heavy, lethargic magical barrier, protective spell. London's ley lines, vast, chaotic, filled with historical noise in the flow of magical energy. Direction of Nocturne Alley, found it. That sharp, foul darkness, mingled with the sense of rust and decaying honey. Merely the sensation of contact caused his stomach to churn, the runes on his palms burning with a maddening intensity. A parasitic entity from another dimension. Li Qing's exclamation echoed in his ears like a thunderclap. The black crystal, writhing shadows, the chilling sensation of life ebbing away. Traumatic memories inundated him like a tidal wave. The edge of losing control and his only weapon, an overwhelming fear and visceral revulsion, nearly drove him to scream. The two energies within him clashed violently due to intense emotions and external stimuli. His veins felt as though they were being torn apart. He felt on the brink of another outburst. Initiate, Hogwarts breathing method. Hiss, 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 3 short breaths followed by 1 long. Arthur clung desperately to this solitary lifeline, concentrating all his willpower on his breathing cycles. With each breath, he endeavored to forcibly suppress the surging energy and fear within him. It was effective, yet profoundly arduous, akin to grasping a piece of driftwood amidst a tempestuous sea. His complexion was ashen, his body trembled like chaff, beads of sweat cascaded down his face, and his nails dug deeply into his palms, utilizing the pain to aid his focus. No energy could escape. His breathing technique barely maintained him on the precipice of internal collapse. The feeling of isolation had never been so intense. Mentor, where are you? Although Arthur managed to restrain the tumultuous energy through his breathing, preventing any destruction, the violent internal conflict and intense concentration still triggered a response from the safety house's monitoring magic. The emerald beneath the doorknob flickered 3 times in urgent red light before settling into calmness. There was no piercing alarm, but it was sufficient to attract attention. The door soon swung open, and Scringe returned, his wand not raised but held firmly in hand, his sharp gaze sweeping the room before finally locking onto Arthur, who was curled on the floor, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, and with crescent-shaped blood marks on his palms from his own grasp. Mr. Cole, what has happened? His voice bore a blend of scrutiny and professional concern. Arthur lifted his head, his face devoid of color, pupils dilated with fear, tears mingling with sweat as they streamed down. He pointed towards the direction of Upside Alley, his voice hoarse and fragmented, filled with the quaking of a child confronting unfathomable dread. There's something over there. It's dark and malevolent. It feels like that day, referring to the incident prior to the magical outburst. It's watching me. I feel so unwell it hurts. His feelings were entirely genuine, vaguely alluding to the dark energy of Upside Alley, cleverly linking it to the official explanation of the magical outburst. He needed no performance. His state was the most compelling evidence of a child tormented to the brink of collapse by incomprehensible memories and perceptions of horror. Scringe furrowed his brow and hastened to the window, the tip of his wand illuminating with a probing white light as he carefully sensed the direction of Upside Alley. He could indeed detect a faint, almost imperceptible wave of darkness, a common background noise from dark magical artifacts and gatherings of dark wizards. Yet it was far less intense and peculiar than Arthur's reaction indicated. Scringe's conclusion: the child exhibited an unusual sensitivity to dark magical energy, which itself might be one of the catalysts for his unstable magical powers, and this could easily trigger post-traumatic stress responses. Surveillance was essential, but perhaps greater attention should be paid to his psychological state. Upside Alley was undeniably a perilous locale. Scringe's tone softened slightly as he sheathed his wand. Approaching Arthur without making contact, he once again cast a calming charm, gentler and imbued with a cooling sensation, replacing the rigid binding spell. A silvery film thickened slightly, bestowing a minty coolness that effectively soothed the tumultuous energy within Arthur. Try to rest for a while, child. Do not dwell on those distressing things. Scringe's voice remained serious. Your primary task is to learn to control yourself and find tranquility. Hogwarts will assist you. As he departed, he left a small vial of dreamless sleep potion, gentle variant, at the door. Take a sip if needed. The sound of rain seemed to diminish somewhat. Arthur leaned wearily against the edge of the bed, the after effects of his breathing technique offering a fleeting tranquility, yet his body and mind felt utterly drained. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The runes etched in his palm quieted under the soothing incantation. Yet the shimmering silver membrane and the emerald beneath the doorknob incessantly reminded him of his dire circumstances. Li Qing's final words echoed in the stillness: survive. But in this cold watchfulness and shrouded dread, how could he possibly endure with his battered 11-year-old frame and the scant breath of life he possessed? Outside, London lay cloaked in rain and mist, resembling a colossal and foreign prison. Hogwarts, the legendary school of magic, loomed as either the last flicker of hope or yet another thorn-laden cage. He closed his eyes, wearily repeating the life-saving rhythm of his breath. Hissing, hissing, exhale. Chapter 8. Whispers in the silence and the echo of breath. Arthur's gaze fixated on the bottle of dreamless sleep potion left by Scringe at the doorway. The translucent liquid shimmered with an enticing blue glow in the dim light. The temptation of escape was overwhelming. If only he could imbibe it, perhaps the blood-soaked memories, the voyeuristic dread of the alley, and the internal agony might momentarily recede. Survive. Li Qing's voice resonated in the stillness, not as encouragement, but as a heavy admonition. Arthur's fingers curled inwards, Could evasion truly lead to survival? Ancient One had cast him into chaos. Li Qing had sacrificed his life not for Arthur to sink into the false tranquility offered by potions. He needed clarity, comprehension, and at least a sliver of control. Ultimately, he pushed the potion bottle away. Confronting his fears with lucidity was the only rebellion he could muster at that moment. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, and Arthur succumbed to a heavy slumber upon the hard cot. Yet sleep was no liberation. Fragments of dreams emerged, no longer complete corridors but distorted visions. Li Qing's gray sweater sleeve transformed into writhing black worms. The neatly pinned notes morphed into a vortex that devoured his attention. The dark aura of the alley crystallized into icy claws that constricted his throat. Most terrifying of all, the blue runes in his palm began to spin in reverse, and the familiar sensation of life ebbing away surged back. Hissing, exhale. Even in dreams, the ingrained Hogwarts breathing technique instinctively activated. The rhythm of 3 short breaths followed by one long flickered like a feeble lantern, defiantly shimmering amidst the tempest of nightmares. Each exhale momentarily pushed back the encroaching darkness and chill, granting him a fleeting breath of respite. In his slumber, Arthur's brow furrowed, his body twitched slightly. Sweat once more dampening his hair, yet he did not awaken, did not scream, nor unleash chaotic magic. The breathing technique became his subconscious's final bastion, barely maintaining his consciousness from spiraling into complete oblivion. In the latter part of the night, bolstered by the breathing technique, Arthur's dreams began to stabilize, ushering him into a state of semi-consciousness. At that moment, his passive perception as a dimensional affinity entity surged uncontrollably. The barriers of the safe house transformed. No longer mere stagnant stone walls, he could hear the subtle rustle of magical runes in operation, akin to the scratch of an old record. The ley lines of London. Chaotic flows of magic coalesced into countless indistinct whispers, intermingled with historical sighs, fragments of joy, and piercing cries of anguish, forming a disquieting backdrop of noise. Gazing into the void, the chilling, insatiable gaze re-emerged, even more vivid than before. It was not a direct stare, but rather akin to an immense, intangible presence, stirring the dark currents as it moved slowly through the depths of the ocean, rendering the entire atmosphere thick and oppressive. The runes in Arthur's palm pulsed faintly beneath his skin, emanating a warmth perceptible only to him, as if issuing a warning or perhaps responding to the unseen force. This passive perception was inescapable, akin to being forced to listen to a chaotic radio transmission. Arthur felt a splitting headache, his mind being torn asunder. He suppressed the discomfort and concentrated all his willpower, once again initiating the Hog's breathing technique. This time, it was not merely to stabilize his physical energy, but also to seek a semblance of mental equilibrium. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He endeavored to focus his consciousness on the rhythm of his breath, envisioning each inhalation carrying away a fragment of noise, each exhalation solidifying his resolve. The effect was limited, yet akin to covering one's ears amidst the clamor of a bustling marketplace, providing a fleeting moment of clarity. A sliver of cool moonlight struggled to pierce through the clouds and the scrying wards, cascading upon Arthur's open palm. The silver membrane at the center of his hand shimmered under the moon's glow. In this rare moment, when the interference of passive perception waned, perhaps due to some latent energy within the moonlight temporarily neutralizing part of the chaos, Arthur resolved to take the risk of delving deeper into introspection. He closed his eyes and, amidst the fragile tranquility maintained by the breathing technique, cautiously turned his gaze inward. The vision, no longer a blurred sense of conflict, but rather a vivid tableau, a chaotic ocean. The silver-white energy, emblematic of the world's magical force, surged like a viscous tide, brimming with primal, untamed vitality. Amidst this tumultuous flow, the blue energy representing the power of the Karmatai was akin to slender yet remarkably condensed strands of oil, clearly structured. The two were distinctly separate, repelling one another. The manifestation of this repulsion, the silver tide relentlessly crashed against the blue strands, each collision igniting silent, ephemeral sparks of annihilation. These sparks were the very source of the tearing pain Arthur felt. While the blue strands maintained a stable structure, they resembled rootless duckweed, struggling to preserve their form amidst the raging tide, incapable of expanding or controlling the surrounding environment. The revelation, this was the root of his agony. The two types of energy, fundamentally distinct, could not merge. Forced to coexist, they resulted only in endless friction and depletion. What he needed was not to impose control or fusion, but rather isolation, guidance, or perhaps to discover a balance that allowed them to coexist without interference. Was the stable core taught by Li Qing the key to establishing such a balance? Recalling Li Qing's annotations on the modified binding spell from page 37 of his notes, though he had never practiced it, Arthur conceived a daring idea. Could he, on a spiritual level, simulate the simplest, most fundamental circuit of Karmatai energy, such as a miniature foundational rune structure to stabilize his own energy, without invoking actual energy. Merely as a mental model to guide and soothe the chaos within, he concentrated, carefully outlining the most basic triangular stability rune, a simplified version of the Karmatai symbol, within his consciousness. The process proved exceedingly arduous, akin to constructing a castle from sand amidst a tempest. A momentary lapse in concentration caused the intricate lines of the rune to blur and dissipate. Even worse, when he endeavored to bring this mental rune closer to the silver-blue ocean within him, an intense feeling of repulsion immediately surged back, resulting in a sharp sting in his mind and a sudden collapse of his inner visualization. Although the attempt was unsuccessful, it was not devoid of merit. The failure allowed Arthur to vaguely grasp two crucial insights. First, the construction of pure mental constructs is indeed possible, but it demands an unimaginable level of focus. Second, the mental rune he had created seemed to exhibit an exceedingly faint attraction to the blue energy strands while exhibiting a strong repulsion towards the silver tides. If he could devise a method to ensure the mental rune only acted upon the blue energy. Outside, the sky transitioned from deep black to a dull gray. The rain had ceased, yet the clouds loomed low. Arthur wearily opened his eyes. The night's struggles had drained his spirit, but within the depths of his gaze, there flickered a glimmer of newfound clarity, albeit faint. He comprehended the essence of the internal conflict and had identified a theoretical direction for exploration, the circuit of mental construction runes. As he attempted to rise, the emerald gem beneath the doorknob flickered ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, before dulling once more. There was no red light, merely a transient wave of energy. Arthur's heart sank. Scrilinge's monitoring magic had detected the exceedingly faint pulse of his mental energy during his attempt at rune construction. Though it did not trigger an alarm, as the energy level was too low, it signified that his every action, even those in the realm of mental exploration, was not entirely concealed. An invisible net still enveloped him. The raven perched on the opposite eave seemed to tilt its head in the dim light of dawn, its crimson eyes turning towards his window. Arthur leaned against the frigid wall, gazing at the leaden sky outside. The fatigue of his body and the strain on his mind nearly overwhelmed him. Yet the final words from Li Qing and the resolve of Gu Yi as he was thrust into the turmoil remained etched deep within his soul. Survive. These two simple words now bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. They were not merely a blessing, but a solemn vow demanding that he expend every ounce of strength, every thought, and every breath to fulfill it. The cost was a conscious confrontation with fear, the endurance of pain, the solitary exploration under the shadow of surveillance, and the coexistence with the two conflicting forces within him. He took a deep breath, disregarding the raven's gaze from the eaves and the chill of the emerald beneath the doorknob, and recommenced the vital, solitary practice. The rhythm of hissing breaths echoed in the silent room, faint yet resilient, akin to the stubborn sparks that refused to extinguish in the dark wilderness. A new day dawned, and within the confines of the Ministry of Magic's safe house, under the shadow of dimensional scrutiny, an 11-year-old visitor from another realm commenced the most fundamental struggle for survival. Chapter 9. The Confusion of Ollivander and the Low Murmurs of Wands, Epic Expanded Edition. Diagon Alley was enveloped in a viscous, gray drizzle. The rain fell not in torrents, but like cold spider silk, silently entwining the ancient cobblestone streets, rendering the vibrant magical wares in the shop windows into indistinct splotches of color. The air was imbued with the dampness of stone slabs, the cloying scent of confections, an elusive hint of dragon dung, and an intangible, restless whisper of magic. For Arthur, possessing a dimensional affinity, this was not merely an ordinary commercial street, but a surging cauldron of energy, fraught with unknown perils. He was enveloped in an oversized second-hand black cloak, a standard issue from the Ministry of Magic, its coarse fabric exuding a faint aroma of camphor. He trailed closely behind the imposing shadow cast by Kingsley Shacklebolt, resembling a frightened young creature. Kingsley's strides were measured with precision, each raindrop cascading off his dark green or uniform, sliding away without leaving a trace. His demeanor was serene, yet his profound eyes functioned like the most sophisticated radar, scanning every crevice around him, while an invisible web of perception enveloped the silent, unstable child beside him. Arthur's nerves were stretched to their limits. The nightmare from the previous night in the safe house, the exhaustion of introspection, and the perpetual friction within him between the silvery tide of magic and the azure stream of Vistani power felt like countless red-hot needles pulsating through his veins. Stepping into this street brimming with magical energy felt akin to plunging into a vast resonating chamber. Various energy fluctuations, excited, greedy, curious, and sinister, assaulted his fragile sensory barriers like invisible sound waves, inducing waves of dizziness and nausea. He could only bite down hard on the inside of his lip, letting the pain keep him alert, while internally reciting the life-saving Hogwarts breathing technique. Hissing and breathing, each breath akin to a laborious trek through a viscous quagmire. Struggling to keep his body upright, his complexion pale as freshly painted walls. His destination, Ollivander's wand shop. The small, dust-laden window appeared particularly unremarkable against the dreary rain. Inside, a solitary, faded wand lay displayed, its label long blurred. Yet Arthur understood that beyond this threshold lay the pivotal first step into this unfamiliar magical realm, potentially the most perilous one. This was not merely a selection of a tool for spellcasting, but rather an open trial of the chaotic energies within him. With a creak, he pushed open the heavy oak door. The copper bell hanging above emitted a long, somewhat muffled chime, as if awakening a slumbering soul from millennia past. A unique essence enveloped them instantly, not merely the scent of dust, but the rich aroma of countless ancient woods, steeped in the passage of time, intermingled with the subtle remnants of extraordinary magical creatures, perhaps the charred essence of dragon heartstrings, the faint glow of unicorn hair, or the searing embers of phoenix feathers, alongside the scent of parchment rolls, and some ineffable dust belonging to the very essence of possibility itself. This aroma was dense and complex, reverberating with echoes of history. The interior was dimly lit, relying solely on a few brass gas lamps, thickly coated in dust, suspended from the ceiling. The light struggled to penetrate the floating particles, forming slanted beams. As far as the eye could see, towering shelves reached up to the ceiling, labyrinthine in their arrangement, densely packed with thousands of elongated boxes. These boxes, crafted from a variety of materials and exhibiting a spectrum of hues, range from pristine and gleaming to those marred by the ravages of time and the telltale signs of insect infestation. They stand in silence, reminiscent of countless soldiers awaiting the call to arms, or perhaps a Babel tower constructed from the very essence of choice. The air is thick with a low, almost imperceptible hum, as if each dormant wand emits its own unique frequency. Good afternoon. A voice, soft and ethereal, seems to drift from the depths of dust. Mr. Ollivander emerges like an ancient specter from behind a stack of nearly collapsed wand boxes. His silver hair and beard billow like clouds, accentuating the prominence of his large, pale silver eyes. These orbs are not merely human. They resemble two cold moons, piercing through the dim light, settling with uncanny precision upon Arthur's left hand, which he had tightly clenched beneath his sleeve, harboring the seething runes within. Mr. Shackle, Ollivander nods slightly, yet his gaze remains fixed on Arthur and Mr. Cole. Mr. Phipps from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes has informed me of your predicament. A tragic surge of magical energy, with readings alarmingly high. His voice is faint, yet imbued with an odd penetrative quality, each word resonating against Arthur's taut nerves. Unconventional circumstances call for an unconventional match. The corners of his mouth seem to curve upwards, though it is not a smile, but rather the pure curiosity and excitement of a scholar confronted with a profoundly intricate and challenging enigma. Without further pleasantries, the ritual commences in earnest. Ollivander moves with the precision of a skilled surgeon and the finesse of an adept tuner, his motions fluid and rhythmic. His slender fingers deftly leap across the shelves, extracting a long box of light wood grain. Hawthorn, unicorn hair core, 9¼ inches, pliable. He opens the box and retrieves a slender, elegant wand adorned with spiral patterns, presenting it to Arthur with a voice that echoes like an ancient ballad. Hawthorn is often chosen by those sensitive of heart, exceptionally gifted, yet perhaps drawn to darkness. The unicorn hair is the most loyal, yet can be the most challenging to wield. Give it a try, my child. No need to exert force, simply feel it gently. Arthur inhales deeply, as if preparing to touch a searing iron. He extends his trembling hand, fingertips cautiously grazing the smooth, cool surface of the wand. A tempest within. The moment of contact ignites like a spark plunging into boiling oil. The already surging silver tide of magic erupts as if a boulder had been cast into it, churning violently and roaring to life. Meanwhile, the dormant blue oil line, representing the power of the Vicentis, recoils like a startled serpent, tightening to an extreme, unleashing an unprecedented, cold, and pure repulsion. Two entirely distinct energies clash violently within his narrow veins, compressing and grinding against one another. Pain surges through him like electricity, and Arthur lets out a muffled groan. The world fading to black as he teeters on the brink of collapse. An external phenomenon. The wand in Arthur's grasp quakes with fervor, emitting a high-pitched, buzzing sound, akin to a dying swarm of bees. The tip of the wand first emitted a chaotic plume of dense gray smoke, reeking of acrid sulfur and charred feathers. Following that, with a soft pop, all vibrations and smoke ceased abruptly. The wand was rendered utterly inert. Dim and devoid of luster, it appeared to have transformed into an ordinary stick. Simultaneously, a fleeting, ominous blue light briefly flickered from the position of Arthur's tightly clenched left fist, momentarily penetrating the thick fabric of his cloak before vanishing. Kingsley's pupils constricted instantly, and one hand stealthily moved to rest upon the wand at his waist. However, Ollivander stepped forward with fervor, his silver moon-like eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance as he leaned closer to Arthur's hand. Rejection. Such intense, fundamental rejection. Unbelievable. This is not merely the aftermath of magical energies spiraling out of control, it is conflict. Are two utterly disparate forces within you annihilating each other? His voice resonated with astonishment and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Far from being disheartened, Ollivander grew even more exhilarated, like a hound catching the scent of blood. He swiftly turned, retrieving a dark box from a higher shelf, intricately engraved with coarse scale patterns. Oak, dragon heartstring core, 13 inches, unyielding. His speech quickened. Oak symbolizes strength and protection, indomitable. The dragon heartstring is powerful and rebellious. It may withstand your fluctuations. He presented a robust, weighty wand, exuding a primal roughness. As Arthur's hand approached the wand, the oak shaft became searing hot, as if freshly withdrawn from a furnace. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, feeling as if he were grasping a glowing iron rod. Instinctively, he attempted to wield it. The air rippled. The wand tip struggled to emit a few scattered, dark red sparks, reminiscent of molten lava. Even more astonishing was the violent distortion of the air surrounding the sparks, folding in on itself. Light bent, creating a bizarre visual distortion of the shelves and wand boxes. As though viewed through the hazy lens of intense flames, it felt as if those tiny sparks possessed the terrifying heat capable of incinerating space. An invisible wave of heat surged forth, laden with the scent of sulfur and destruction. By Merlin's beard, Kingsley exclaimed in shock, instinctively drawing his wand halfway. Yet Ollivander remained transfixed by the warped point in space, his eyes filled with pure obsession, spatial instability. Localized spatial distortion caused by energy levels overflowing? How could this possibly manifest in a child? Arthur felt as though his arm had been seared by an invisible brand, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to hold onto the scorching wand any longer. With a clang, the heavy oak wand slipped from his grasp, rolling twice on the floor, its tip emitting thin wisps of blue smoke and releasing a burnt odor. Ollivander hurriedly retrieved it, examining the wand's body with concern, discovering a slight, barely perceptible scorch mark on the sturdy oak surface, as though singed by intense heat. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave. The fervor in Ollivander's expression waned, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He silently rummaged through the towering stacks of wand boxes with heightened caution. Ultimately, he withdrew a slender box that exuded a faint, delicate fragrance. Its hue was soft milky white. Willow, Vila hair core, 10 inches, exceedingly pliable. Ollivander's voice had become significantly deeper, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of concern. The willow wood, often chosen by healers and seers, embodied a gentle yet formidable essence. The hair of the Vila, beautiful and capricious, harbored potent allure and the forces of nature. Could it perhaps overcome rigidity with its softness? The wand he offered was slender and graceful, akin to a willow branch, exuding an ethereal aura. Arthur, almost despairing, reached out his hand. As his fingertips grazed the smooth, cool surface of the willow wand, a mournful cry emanated from it. The wand did not grow hot, nor did it emit smoke. It simply quaked violently, and at a high frequency in Arthur's grasp. Then it released a sound so piercing and mournful, reminiscent of metal scraping violently against glass, akin to the final lament of a dying creature. This sound pierced the soul, compelling both Kingsley and Ollivander to cover their ears in anguish. The impact on the spirit was profound. Arthur perceived that this lament was not merely a physical sound, but an assault on his very psyche. It felt as though countless icy needles were stabbing into his brain. His vision darkened, his head throbbed with excruciating pain, and the fingers gripping the wand instantaneously went numb. The slender, elegant willow wand seemed to possess a life of its own, infused with immense terror, and it forcefully broke free from his paralyzed hand. Like a flash of white lightning, it struck the distant wall with a resounding crash, leaving behind a charred mark, emitting wisps of smoke, before it fell lifelessly to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the shop, save for the lingering echoes of that heart-wrenching cry reverberating through the dust-laden air. Ollivander hastened over, cautiously retrieving the willow wand. It remained unbroken, yet its once lustrous sheen had vanished entirely, rendering it dull and lifeless, while the precious Vila hair core appeared to have withered. Ollivander gazed at the dim wand in his hand, then lifted his eyes to Arthur, whose pallor suggested he was on the brink of collapse. For the first time, genuine confusion and a tinge of reverent fear filled his silvery eyes. "Is it resisting you? Not out of fear, but perhaps in fear of something within you?" he murmured, his voice hoarse. Despair washed over Arthur like a cold tide. Each attempt brought forth greater agony and more terrifying consequences. He scarcely dared to look at Kingsley's expression. Ollivander remained silent for a protracted period, pacing among the towering stacks of wand boxes, his fingers unconsciously gliding over them, as if to soothe a frightened creature. Ultimately, he halted in the shop's darkest recess, in an inconspicuous corner thick with dust. There lay a plain, deep brown wooden box, devoid of adornment, its lid cloaked in dust nearly obscuring its existence. This is one of my grandfather's collectibles. The material is quite special and ancient. Ollivander's voice carried an unprecedented uncertainty tinged with wistful reminiscence. He blew away the thick dust and carefully opened the box. Inside rested a wand, crafted from English oak. Its form was not straight, but bore a natural curvature reminiscent of an ancient branch, its surface adorned with deep, rugged grooves akin to the marks of time. Colored in a rich, subdued brown, as though it had absorbed the essence of centuries-old forests. It appeared weighty, archaic, and perhaps even somewhat unwieldy. Ollivander gently extracted it, his movements imbued with a reverent solemnity. The British oak, emblematic of unparalleled strength, unyielding guardianship, and remarkable receptivity to disparate forces, served as the world tree connecting heaven and earth in ancient druidic lore. He paused, his gaze intricate, for the core of the wand was exceptionally unique. Encased in moonstone, it bore the feather of a snidget. Moonstone, a stabilizing force for the mind, harmonizes conflicts and symbolizes the bridge between intuition and the subconscious. The snidget feather bestows an affinity for spatial leaps, yet remains exceedingly fragile and sensitive, typically requiring the gentlest of woods for support. The practice of encasing this in moonstone was unprecedented, a bold and nearly mad experiment by my grandfather. It had never found a master, or perhaps no master had ever awakened it. He slowly extended the ancient, weighty oak wand towards Arthur, devoid of encouragement or prophecy. Only a profound inquiry remained. Give it a try, my child. This is the final attempt. Arthur's heart plummeted. Past agonies had rendered him nearly hopeless regarding this last chance. With a resolve akin to facing death, he extended his cold, trembling hand, fingertips brushing against the rough, frigid surface of the oak wand. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him. No violent heat, no bone-chilling cold, no jarring vibrations. At the moment of contact, a peculiar coolness emerged, warm and gentle, akin to touching the ancient stones of a riverbed. This refreshing aura did not emanate from the oak itself, but rather from the depths of the wand's core. Within him, change stirred. The tumultuous silver-white tide continued to churn, yet upon colliding with the barriers of his veins, it encountered an exceptionally supple and resilient cushion, dispersing the impact artfully. Absorbing part of it, although still painful, it was no longer a searing agony. More crucially, the ever-tense blue oil line, when caressed by this cool, embracing, and uniquely spatial affinity, trembled ever so slightly. It was not rejection, but rather akin to a slumbering string being delicately touched by a gentle breeze, producing a barely perceptible resonance that only Arthur could sense. The feeling of repulsion had diminished unprecedentedly. Arthur widened his eyes in disbelief, instinctively tightening his grip on the wand. The oak's body conveyed a sense of steady, substantial support, as if he were holding a segment of ancient roots, deeply embedded in the earth. Ollivander's guidance echoed in his mind. It has responded? The master's silver eyes fixed intently on Arthur's hand clasping the wand, as well as the fleeting, subtle shift of emotion on Arthur's face, a mixture of pain and astonishment. Do not think of casting spells, my child, that is still too early for you. Now, feel it. Convey your spirit, your existence, your pain and desires with a tranquil intention, like droplets merging into the sea. Let it recognize you. Let it comprehend the tempest within you. Arthur inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of blood and the raging storm in his heart. He ceased contemplating any incantations, instead concentrating all his will, casting aside fear and returning to his most primal state. He closed his eyes, silently shouting within, conveying the tumultuous pain within him. Akin to the violent clash of oil and water, the struggle between the silver tide and the blue oil line, conveying the profound sorrow for the mentor's sacrifice and the deep gratitude for Gu Yi's assistance. Expressing the terror of dimensional peering and the aversion to the oppressive darkness of the alley, articulating the bewilderment in this alien world and an overwhelming desire to survive. Ultimately, at the pinnacle of mental concentration, he instinctively sketched once more the triangular stability rune, an elemental symbol of the Wyshandi, seemingly the last beacon of hope within the depths of his soul. The wand responded with a miraculous hum. A deep resonance emanated from the oak wand, becoming increasingly clear and robust. Following this, a miracle unfolded, a natural resonance. The air around the wand's tip did not ignite with the glow of a spell, yet moved without wind. Dust, as if stirred by an invisible hand, formed a small, slowly rotating vortex in the dim beam of light. At the heart of this vortex, several minuscule fragments of withered leaves, perhaps accumulated over the years, defied the laws of gravity and gracefully hovered, swirling around the wand's tip in a slow and elegant dance. This was not magic, but a pure resonance born of the wand's inherent natural power, its affinity with the space of the oak ball, and Arthur's intense mental waves. The Wyshandy's mark emerged. Within the profound and rugged natural grooves of the oak, the moonstone encased in the wand's core emanated a deep, pure blue, the same essence as the runes in Arthur's palm. This azure glow did not illuminate. Rather, it appeared as if a miniature, stable blue rune had been ignited within the wand, mirroring the triangular stability symbol Arthur envisioned in his spirit. It flickered faintly like a breath, akin to an otherworldly star glimpsed in the shadowy shop. A harmonious hum emerged. From the deep oak's resonance, a faint yet remarkably clear and pure note, akin to the gentle plucking of a crystal string by the most delicate fingers, interwove itself. This sound was ethereal, sacred, as if it were the harmonious utterance of the cosmos, directly soothing Arthur's soul, tormented by conflict. This was the profound resonance and harmony born from the moonstone within the wand and the power of Wyshandy. Oh, Merlin's long socks. Ollivander gasped in near disbelief. As though turned to stone, he staggered back, colliding with a shelf, causing a tremor among the wand boxes. His silver moon-like eyes widened to their utmost, filled with an unprecedented shock, ecstasy, and a near-pilgrimage reverence. He fixed his gaze upon the fleeting yet profoundly real azure rune upon the wand, listening to the ethereal harmony. His voice trembling uncontrollably. Resonance. A pure, resonance. It responds to your soul. It understands your suffering. That blue light, that mark, that sound, it builds a bridge. A bridge harmonizing the otherworldly power deep within your soul and the wand itself. It actively harmonizes. It serves as a vessel, embracing your chaos. The ultimate harmony you seek. My grandfather of the moonstone and oak is within reach. He spoke in a frenzy, as if witnessing the ultimate essence of wand-making artistry. The faint halo of light finally extinguished. The hum of the wand and the fleeting glimpse of its azure resonance faded into silence. The shop returned to its dimness and stillness, with only dust particles gently drifting in the beams of light. Arthur gripped the heavy oak wand, his arm trembling not from the painful repulsion, though it lingered, but from an ineffable sense of connection. This wand seemed to have transformed into a clumsy, weighty, yet profoundly real new organ, extending from his body. A faint but distinct warmth, neither magical force nor the power of the Visander, but rather a unique, harmonious energy intrinsic to the wand itself, flowed from the shaft into his palm, offering an odd comfort. Indeed, this is it. Ollivander's voice rang with unwavering authority and palpable excitement. He strode back to the counter, his gaze akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure, though this exhilaration was soon overshadowed by a deep-seated concern. Remarkable, truly remarkable. English oak, 14 inches, with a core of a feather from a ballasbird enveloped in moonstone. The strength and inclusivity of oak. The spatial affinity and leaping potential of the ballasbird, and the stabilizing essence of moonstone, all combined in a perfect miracle. It has chosen you, my child. It has chosen to bridge the two divine forces. He employed an exceedingly solemn word, that conflict within you. He cautiously accepted the wand, not to inspect it, but as one would gently caress a lover's cheek, his aged fingers meticulously tracing the wand's surface, particularly the seams where the blue light had once glimmered. But, my child, he lifted his gaze, his silvery eyes locking onto Arthur's with an unprecedented gravity, even tinged with a hint of pleading. You must comprehend. This wand, this bridge, in your hands, bears a burden far beyond its design limits, far beyond what an ordinary wand can fathom. He raised the wand, bringing it closer to the dim light. Arthur and Kingsley followed his lead. Deep within the rugged, natural grain of the oak, near the translucent points of the moonstone, there appeared to be an almost imperceptible light-colored line, finer than a hair, a barely detectable sign of material fatigue, perhaps caused by immense internal stress, rather than a simple crack. Do you hear it? Ollivander's voice resonated with a sense of compassion, its tone low. It was not the roar of power, but rather the groan of enduring pain, akin to a string pulled to its limits, on the brink of snapping. Each time you wield it, each instance of your internal forces clashing fiercely, you wear down its life, straining this fragile bridge. He solemnly returned the wand to Arthur, his expression complex. Overuse, or encountering a more violent surge of energy, could lead to its fracture, irreparably, utterly broken. Please, cherish it. This warning was as weighty as a mountain. Kingsley bore witness to the entire breathtaking process, standing like a silent statue. From the initial catastrophic repulsion, the horrifying spectacle of spatial distortion, the mournful wail of the willow wand, to the harmonious miracle revealed by the oak wand and the emanating Visander blue light, every detail was indelibly etched into his memory. The words spoken by Ollivander, two worlds, divine conflict, bridge, heavy burden, fracture, stirred a tempest within him. He silently etched every detail of the wand, the materials, dimensions, and Ollivander's shocking warning, into his memory. This child was far more complex and perilous than the unstable magical abilities reported. After paying 7 galleons, Arthur carefully cradled the weighty British oak wand. this fragile and precious bridge, as if it were a delicate infant. Exiting the dust-laden sanctuary of Ollivander, he stepped back into the cold, damp atmosphere of Knockturn Alley and felt no relief. Instead, he bore an invisible, even heavier cross upon his shoulders. The wand was no longer a mere cold instrument, but a blend of responsibility, hope, and fear. It was the sole conduit connecting him to the magical framework of this world, a feeble substitute for the suspended fate, yet simultaneously a treasure that could perish in his hands at any moment. Ollivander's ominous warning, that it was groaning, on the verge of breaking, echoed in his ears like a death knell. He gazed down at the ancient oak wand in his arms, unconsciously rubbing his fingers along its coarse texture, sensing the immense pressure hidden beneath the barely perceptible fatigue lines. "How do you feel, Mr. Cole?" Kingsley's deep voice broke the silence, raindrops pattering against his broad shoulders. His gaze fell upon Arthur's arm, tightly clutching the wand, filled with inquiry. "Mr. Ollivander seems to consider this wand quite special. He called it a bridge?" His seemingly casual question struck directly at the heart of the matter. A chill ran through Arthur. His fingers, gripping the wand, turned pale. He forced himself to meet Kingsley's gaze, his voice hoarse from fatigue and tension. "Well, when I hold it, the pain inside me isn't as intense." He lied again, substituting the burden with sturdiness. He could not reveal the wand's fragility. It was his only hope and his greatest vulnerability. The cold raindrops on his face could not extinguish the heaviness and turmoil within. The next destination was the leaky cauldron, a sea of knowledge. Yet at this moment, cradling the weighty oak wand, feeling that fragile connection and hidden burden, he found the future more obscured than the rain-soaked fog of London. The opposing forces within him seemed temporarily subdued under the wand's harmonization, like a beast calmed. But Arthur knew they had not vanished. They were merely gathering strength. And his only bridge was a slender thread, groaning amidst the tempest. He inhaled deeply, the cold air mingling with the scent of rain flooding his lungs, reigniting the breathing technique that had become a part of his very existence. Hissing breaths. Each step upon the slick cobblestones felt like treading on the thin ice of fate as he followed the silent Kingsley towards the sea of books, toward a future even more unfathomable. Chapter 10. The Dusty Fragments. Stepping away from the dust and wonders of Ollivander's shop and into the expanse of the leaky cauldron, the space opened up instantaneously. Within the bookstore, enchanted with a seamless, stretching charm, the towering bookshelves resembled the colossal trees of an enchanted forest, reaching up to the intricately carved dome above. Under the gentle glow of crystal chandeliers, countless tomes stood in orderly array, their gilded spines shimmering with the brilliance of knowledge, mingling with the complex aromas of aged paper, fresh ink, and leather. However, for Arthur, this sanctuary of wisdom felt more akin to a chaotic energy vortex. Each book, imbued with magic, especially the ancient or powerful tomes, served as faint signal sources, emanating unique waves of energy. These intangible mental noises, gentle yet sharp, obscure, and even slightly chilling, wove together into a net that relentlessly assaulted his already fragile perception of dimensions, inducing waves of dizziness and headaches. Akin to being ensconced amidst a cacophony of noisy radio stations, he clutched tightly to the heavy English oak wand in his arms, its subtle, continuous warmth, a harmonious energy of moonstone and core of the golden snidget, acting as a thin filter, scarcely alleviating some of the most jarring disturbances. He activated the Hogwarts breathing technique once more, constructing a fragile dam on a mental level, striving to maintain a facade of calm. Though his tightly pressed lips and furrowed brow betrayed his discomfort, Kingsley was intimately familiar with the layout of the bookstore. His tall figure moved through the narrow aisles with a vigilant posture. He retrieved the Hogwarts book list, reciting the titles in a steady voice while scanning the shelf labels with precision, all the while keeping Arthur in his peripheral vision. Arthur, like a silent specter, trailed behind Kingsley, mechanically accepting one new textbook after another. Standard spells, beginner, history of magic, theory of magic, 1,000 wonderful herbs and fungi, magical potions and elixirs. Dark forces, a guide to self-defense, beginner's guide to transfiguration. The scent of ink could not dispel the fog of confusion within him. The oak wand sensed its master's turmoil, emitting a faint, low hum akin to a weary sigh. As Kingsley meticulously checked the list, confirming the last few titles, Arthur's gaze inadvertently swept across a shadowy corner deep within the bookstore, cluttered with discarded volumes. The tattered books resembled forgotten skeletons, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Yet, at the edge of this heap of refuse, a single battered tome, buried at the bottom and revealing merely a small portion of its dark brown cover, ignited a sudden warmth in Arthur's palm. The oak wand quivered violently, the moonstone-encased core within it flickering with a faint, ethereal blue glow. This luminescence was perceptible only to him, yet it felt like an invisible needle, piercing towards that battered book. This sensation starkly contrasted with the filthy darkness of the alleyway. It was ancient and silent, yet it resonated with a faint, bone-chilling echo, as if responding to some information recorded deep within his runes. His heart skipped a beat. Li Qing's warning reverberated in his mind. Beware of anomalous energy. But what secrets lay within that book? Seizing the moment while Kingsley's back was turned, busy confirming a version of magical creatures and where to find them with the clerk, Arthur felt an irresistible pull, as if magnetized, silently inching toward that dim corner. He crouched down, holding his breath, his fingers trembling imperceptibly as he brushed aside the layers of dust and a few tattered divination books, finally revealing the tome that stirred his heart. It was an exceedingly worn notebook, or rather, the remnants of one. The dark brown cover was severely damaged, its edges frayed. Lacking any title, the source of the intense reaction from Arthur and his wand was not the book itself, but rather a fragment of yellowed parchment wedged between the cover and the front page, partially exposed. Arthur cautiously extracted the fragment. The edges of the parchment were jagged, clearly torn away with rough force. It bore no text, only an intricate geometric sigil drawn in deep blue ink, reminiscent of indigo. The structure of that design nearly caused Arthur's heart to cease its beating, although the details were exponentially more complex, with lines that appeared ancient and exotic. The fundamental triangular stability and the basic principles of energy flow bore a remarkable, essential similarity to the foundational protective runes in his mind, the theoretical precursor of the Seraphim Shield, alongside the core configuration of the improved binding spell highlighted by Li Qing on page 37 of his Dimensional Spell Studies notes. It was akin to recognizing the patterns of different branches on the same grand tree, stemming from a common origin, yet growing in their own unique ways. What chilled his blood even further was the shape of the torn edges of this fragment, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the edges of a page torn from his own Dimensional Spell Studies notebook around the vicinity of 2325. This fragment was likely a piece of the missing page from his notes. At that moment, the oak wand in his arms quivered violently once more, rapid, sharp, filled with a sense of foreboding. Simultaneously, the moonstone core within the wand flickered with a deep blue light. Arthur abruptly raised his head, realizing that Kingsley had concluded his conversation and was now scanning the bookstore with a keen gaze, about to pinpoint his location. He could even hear the steady footsteps of an orer drawing nearer. There was no time to ponder. Arthur made a swift decision. He tightly clenched the precious rune fragment in his palm and concealed it within the ample sleeve of his cloak. Then, he hastily shoved the battered blank notebook back to the bottom of the pile of discarded books and grabbed the two thickest tomes, clearing the mist to see the future and the complete guide to medieval broom maintenance, to cover it up, feigning the act of searching for something. As he stood up, brushing the dust from his knees, Kingsley had already approached him, treasure hunting in the pile of old books. "Mr. Cole?" The orer's voice was gentle, yet his sharp gaze swept over the heap of antiquated texts and Arthur's somewhat flustered expression. "Nothing much," Arthur replied, striving to infuse his voice with the disappointment of a child who had stumbled upon mere rubbish, just some useless old tomes and a guide on how to maintain brooms. He raised the broom maintenance book in his hand. The wand in his grasp, under his deliberate restraint, had quieted its warning tremors and blue glow, returning to its heavy, warm feel, though Arthur sensed a hint of fatigue emanating from within. Meanwhile, the fragment clenched tightly in his sleeve felt like a searing iron, burning against his palm. Kingsley cast a profound glance at Arthur, then briefly surveyed the pile of old books, opting not to inquire further. The textbooks were complete. It was time for us to depart. He gestured for Arthur to follow. At the checkout, Arthur felt his heart leap into his throat. Kingsley settled the cost of the new textbooks with a galleon from the Ministry of Magic. Arthur requested that all the books be placed into a large, sturdy canvas bag, carefully inserting the treasured oak wand into the specially designed pocket on the outside of the bag. He clutched the bag tightly, his left hand concealing the fragment, subconsciously pressing against it as if to shield something hidden. As he exited flourish and blots with the weighty bag, Arthur's spirits were heavier than lead. He bore not only the burden of new textbooks and a fragile wand, but also harbored a searing secret within his sleeve, the remnants of his notes. The foul air from Nocturne Alley seemed to mock him silently, as it likely indicated the direction of other lost pages. Kingsley's silent silhouette stood like a formidable barrier, akin to a heavy chain. The drizzle intensified once more. Clutching the heavy bag, Arthur found each step an arduous endeavor. The fatigue of his body, the depletion of his spirit, the friction of energy within, the weight of the wand, and the shock and fear emanating from the heated fragment in his sleeve engulfed him like a chilling tide. The fragment pressed against his skin. The cold lines of the runes seemingly whispered unspoken truths. It confirmed the reality that the pages of his notes had been torn away and scattered. The ancient and potent shared runes on the fragment hinted at something deeply rooted within the magical system of this world, something that resonated with the power of Karmatai. What did this imply? Who had torn the notes? Where were the other pages? Did the dark aura of Nocturne Alley have any connection to this? The wand nestled within the bag emitted a continuous, low hum, no longer a warning but rather a soothing whisper, gently countering the tumultuous waves within him. The stabilizing force of moonstone flowed through the bag, aiding him in maintaining his last shred of clarity. He activated the Hogwarts breathing technique once more, this time with a slower and deeper rhythm. Each exhalation seemed to expel the heavy secret and icy fear from within. The final lip movements of Minter Lichine grew clearer amidst the sound of rain. Survive, survive, not merely to exist in this unfamiliar world, but to reclaim the knowledge entrusted by his Minter, safeguard its integrity, and unravel the mysteries it had inadvertently stirred in this realm. The shadows of Nocturne Alley loomed like a sword suspended overhead. He tightened his grip on the bag, feeling the wand's faint support and the fragment's burning heat. Stumbling behind Kingsley, vanishing into the misty rain and the raucous end of Diagon Alley. Ahead, the path lay shrouded in ominous clouds. Chapter 11. The conclusion of Diagon Alley. The fine rain wove through the air, saturating the cobblestones of Diagon Alley in varying shades of gray. Arthur held tightly to the heavy canvas bag. The rough yet warm texture of the oak wand pressed through the pocket against his cold palm, becoming the sole anchor amidst the tumult of energy surrounding him. The imposing figure of Kingsley Shacklebolt stood like a silent lighthouse, guiding the way ahead with each step taken with deliberate steadiness and vigilance. His keen gaze scanning every possible corner for lurking dangers or prying eyes. They had just emerged from the labyrinth of knowledge at the leaky cauldron, or rather, what for Arthur was the chaotic eye of a storm of energy. Burdened not only by the weight of new textbooks, but also by the parchment fragment searing his nerves hidden within his sleeve. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Kingsley's voice cut through the sound of rain with remarkable clarity. There was no room for doubt. Next came the potion ingredients and cauldrons, and finally, the owls. Move swiftly, Mr. Cole. The rain is becoming increasingly torrential. As they pushed open the glass door of the robe shop, a mingling scent of fresh fabric, magical potions, and countless subtle magical vibrations enveloped them. The shop was more crowded than the leaky cauldron, with chattering young witches and wizards flitting about like a flock of excited sparrows, their parents wearing expressions of either indulgence or resignation. Various colored magical fabrics hung from the walls, each radiating its unique ripples of energy. The deep purple velvet exuded a sense of tranquil weight, while the vivid red silk shimmered with a lively brilliance. And the self-flying measuring tapes and sewing kits buzzed like unstable nodes of energy, emitting sharp, fragmented mental noise. For Arthur, this was undoubtedly another form of torment. The energy shock from the bookstore was an overload of information on a mental level, while this place subjected him to a dual torment of physical sensation and mental perception. The cold metallic touch of the measuring tape coiled around his neck, arms, and waist, each movement producing a jarring hiss that pierced his mind. The cacophony of excited young witches and wizards, the murmurs of their parents, and the rustling of fabric, all sounds were amplified to an unbearable degree by his heightened senses, coalescing into a dizzying torrent. Worse still, the faint waves emitted by the magical fabrics felt like countless little hands incessantly scratching at his already fragile sense of dimensional perception. He gripped the strap of his book bag tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The oak wand nestled in his arms seemed to sense its owner's distress, emanating a warmth more intense than usual, striving to filter out the most piercing of energy clamor. Arthur forced himself to practice the Hogwarts breathing technique, hissing with every breath, attempting to erect a mental dam with each inhale while expelling the chaotic energy with each exhale. Yet, his complexion still paled visibly. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his lips pressed into a tight line, and his brow furrowed deeply. Relax, dear, Madame Malkin assured. Plump, which with a warm smile, noticed Arthur's rigidity and pallor. It's only natural to feel a bit anxious on your first visit. Rest assured, my measuring tape is quite obedient. She waved her wand, and the measuring tape's movements appeared to soften somewhat. Kingsley stood a short distance away, his sharp gaze lingering on Arthur's pale face for a moment before sweeping across the store, ultimately concluding that the child's instinctive tension was merely a response to an unfamiliar environment. He nodded slightly, signaling Arthur to endure. Time passed slowly in this crucible of discomfort. When Arthur finally donned the pristine black Hogwarts robe, imbued with a faint scent of camphor, he felt as if he had just emerged from an invisible battle, utterly drained. The robe itself seemed to possess a gentle protective charm, which slightly mitigated the impact of the external energy field, granting him a moment of respite. Next came the apothecary and cauldron shop. In stark contrast to the clamor of the robe shop, this place exuded a serene atmosphere, yet the air was thick with a more intricate and primal energy. The cauldron shop was relatively straightforward. Kingsley simply selected a standard pewter cauldron for Arthur to hold. The cold metallic touch of the cauldron, combined with the stable earthy energy it harbored, instilled in him an oddly comforting sense of tranquility. The apothecary, however, was an entirely different spectacle. Various glass jars, wooden boxes, and leather pouches adorned the shelves, exuding a rich and eclectic aroma. The sharp, pungent scent of hedgehog quills carried a subtle, piercing energy, while dried nettles emanated a dry, prickly vitality interlaced with a faint, earthy resonance. The snake fangs exuded a chilling aura, as if imbued with a slight curse. Each ingredient seemed to be a unique source of energy, proclaiming its existence to Arthur's keen perception. When Kingsley handed over the list and asked the shopkeeper to prepare a basic potion ingredient kit, Arthur could not help but interject. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. "Sir, may I select the dried nettles myself? That bundle's edges appear a bit dark, and the energy, well, it seems rather stale." He pointed to a bundle in the corner, its leaf edges slightly brown. The shopkeeper, a tall, slender young man, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh? Quite the discerning eye you have, young lad. Indeed, that bundle has been sitting for a while. Its potency would certainly diminish." He regarded Arthur with approval before turning to retrieve a fresher, vibrant green bundle from the depths of the shelf. Kingsley's gaze fell upon Arthur once more, now imbued with a deeper scrutiny. A mere 11-year-old, possessing such acute awareness of the freshness of potion ingredients? This seemed to transcend mere nervousness. Arthur's heart raced, realizing he may have inadvertently revealed his peculiarities once more. He lowered his head, feigning interest in the glass jar containing billywig stings. Striving to make his voice sound like mere casual criticism, "I've read that potions brewed from fresh ingredients yield superior effects." Kingsley did not press further, merely acknowledging with a non-committal murmur, though his probing gaze remained fixed on Arthur. Sweat beaded on Arthur's brow as he reminded himself to exercise greater caution. He accepted the fresh, dried nettles, radiating vibrant life energy, along with a pouch containing foundational materials like hedgehog quills, snake fangs, and unicorn horn powder, carefully placing them into his book bag. Each material he touched allowed him to distinctly sense its unique energetic qualities, which led him to exhibit an almost professional focus in his selection, starkly contrasting with the naive curiosity typical of ordinary children. Kingsley silently observed all of this. Their final destination was the Elop's Owl Emporium. As soon as the door swung open, the cacophony of various bird calls, flapping wings, and the intense life energy emanating from these creatures enveloped him. The snowy owl, the horned owl, and the barn owl, of various sizes and plumage, either stood proudly or lounged lazily. The air was suffused with the essence of feathers, grains, and a faint avian aroma. Kingsley surveyed the surroundings. "Choose one, Mr. Cole." Hogwarts students typically required an owl for correspondence. Arthur's gaze flitted over the majestic owls, yet his heart remained largely unmoved. He longed only to conclude this protracted day and return to the relative safety of his room to explore the searing secret nestled within his sleeve. However, as he meandered through a slightly dim corner, a gray shadow descended silently. A somewhat tousled gray owl landed steadily on his shoulder, its feathers not particularly sleek. It did not emit the usual loud hoots like others. Instead, it tilted its round head and regarded Arthur with its large amber eyes. Then, it performed an action that startled Arthur. It lowered its head slightly and gently pecked at the exterior of the book bag he clutched tightly to his chest, precisely at the spot where magical theory resided. In that fleeting moment, the runes etched into his palm, snug against his skin within his sleeve, and the fragment of parchment nestled within the book stirred faintly, as if in response to the owl's touch. The oak wand cradled in his embrace resonated with a subtle, gentle wave of energy. Arthur was momentarily frozen. He turned his head to meet the calm, seemingly all-seeing gaze of the gray owl. Lacking flamboyant feathers and haughty demeanor, it exuded a unique, understated steadiness, as if it were destined to be in that very place. "It seems to take a liking to you," remarked the shopkeeper, observing the unassuming gray owl, a wise breed, known for its quiet temperament, not prone to raucousness. "Quiet," Arthur murmured, repeating the word, for that was precisely what he needed at that moment. He extended a finger to gently caress the owl's feathers. It did not shy away but instead emitted a low, comforting purr from its throat. A peculiar sense of connection blossomed within Arthur, transcending mere pet selection, resembling a faint resonance rooted in energy or destiny. "That one." Arthur made his choice, his voice infused with an unrecognized conviction. "I shall name it Gray Shadow." Kingsley expressed no dissent and promptly settled the payment. Gray Shadow quietly hopped onto the top of the book bag, which Arthur had intentionally cleared a spot for, folding its wings like a gray sculpture. Burdened by the weighty book bag, now additionally laden with a cauldron and potion ingredients, and braving the drizzle, Arthur trudged heavily behind Kingsley toward the direction of the leaky cauldron. The stench emanating from Nocturne Alley, reminiscent of a decaying swamp, seemed unyielding even in the rain, growing thicker and chillier, as if countless unseen eyes lurked in the darkness. Mocking. With each breath, it felt as though he inhaled the oppressive weight of that darkness into his very lungs. The oak wand continuously emanated a gentle warmth, striving to uphold a modest, relatively clear mental sanctuary for him. Yet, Arthur could sense the weight emanating from within the wand. as if it too was expending tremendous energy in this silent confrontation. At last, the crooked sign of the Broken Cauldron pub came into view. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, and A.M. lang of butterbeer, roasted sausages, tobacco, and the familiar sense of wizardly essence enveloped him, though equally eclectic. It lacked the sharp magical shocks found in Diagon Alley. Old Tom was polishing glasses behind the bar, while a few wizards conversed in hushed tones in a corner. An air of antiquated, somewhat desolate security permeated the space. Kingsley strode directly upstairs. "Your room is at the end of the second floor." His voice left no room for doubt. "I have placed basic protective and silencing charms. I will have Old Tom bring up dinner. Remember, Mr. Cole, remain in your room. Refrain from wandering, and do not open the door for anyone." He opened the door, gesturing for Arthur to enter. The room was small, furnished simply yet adequately clean, a single bed, a small wooden table, a chair, and an old wardrobe. The window faced the pub's backyard, now obscured by heavy dark curtains. A faint scent of dust lingered in the air. Arthur nearly stumbled inside, dropping the hefty book bag that had nearly drained all his strength onto the small table with a thud. He reverently retrieved the oak wand from his pocket, carefully placing it beside the stiff pillow. He could distinctly feel the profound fatigue radiating from the wand, its core's gentle glow, harmonized from moonstone and the core of a ball-and-socket bird, seemed to have dimmed considerably, as if it had expended too much energy amidst the tumultuous encounters at Leaky Cauldron and along the way. "Rest well." Kingsley stood at the door, his tall figure nearly blocking the entire frame, his gaze sweeping the room once more before settling on Arthur's pale, weary face. His tone remained steady, yet carried an unmistakable warning. "There are matters to attend to tomorrow. Heed my words, don't cause trouble." With that, he gently closed the door behind him. Arthur distinctly heard the click of the lock and the sound of Kingsley's footsteps receding outside. In an instant, he was alone in the room. An absolute silence enveloped him, broken only by the faint sound of raindrops pattering against the cobblestones outside and the heavy thrum of his own heartbeat. Leaning against the cold door, Arthur slowly sank to the floor, gasping for breath. The fatigue of his body overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, while the mental exhaustion sent sharp pangs of pain through his head. The energy that perpetually stirred within him, akin to countless grains of sand grinding against one another due to his dimensional affinity, had become increasingly pronounced and bothersome with the day's relentless toll. Yet, amidst all this weariness and discomfort, a more intense, searing emotion surged forth: fear, accompanied by an insatiable curiosity ignited by that very fear. His gaze, drawn like a magnet, was fixated on the bulging canvas book bag resting on the small wooden table, as if it harbored a venomous serpent or concealed the sole antidote that could save him. In his sleeve, the fragment of parchment, adhering closely to his skin, emanated a silent searing heat, akin to a silent brand seared deep within his soul. Chapter 12. The Searing Secrets Beneath the Veil of Night. The stillness of the room was palpable, as if it could absorb the soft patter of rain outside and the muffled murmurs from the depths of the nearby tavern. Arthur leaned against the cold wooden door, slumped upon the floor, his body feeling disassembled, every muscle silently protesting the burdens of the day and the relentless tension. The toll on his spirit was even more profound, a headache akin to countless fine needles stirring within his skull, while the energy within, ever present due to dimensional affinity, became increasingly sensitive and impossible to ignore, akin to countless tiny grains of sand grinding against his veins and nerve endings. Yet, all his fatigue and pain were overshadowed by a more intense, sharper emotion: fear, coiling around his heart like a cold serpent, simultaneously ignited by an almost instinctual, uncontrollable curiosity that set his very soul trembling. His gaze, as if tethered by invisible chains, was fixed upon the canvas book bag resting upon the small wooden table at the center of the room. Within it lay a secret potent enough to upend his understanding. The fragment of parchment in his sleeve continued to radiate a soundless heat, not of physical temperature, but an energy imprint that pierced the soul, a searing question, a heavy curse. Or perhaps the only possible redemption. Kingsley's footsteps had long faded at the end of the corridor. Arthur held his breath, straining to listen for a while longer, confirming that aside from his own heavy heartbeat and the monotonous rain outside, there was no other sound. He leaned against the door frame, struggling to rise, his legs still weak. Approaching the table with a nearly reverential caution, he gently untied the bag's strap. The mingled scents of ink, fresh paper, herbs, and metal wafted forth. He first cautiously retrieved the hefty British oak wand, placing it solemnly beside the rigid pillow. The wand, too, seemed exhausted. The warmth it conveyed was faint and slow, like a weary companion succumbing to deep slumber. The moonstone at its core flickered dimly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Then, he held his breath, extracting from the depths of the bag the thickest textbook, Theory of Magic. The pages were pristine, imbued with the distinctive scent of the printing press. Yet, Arthur's focus was not on it. His trembling fingers carefully turned the cover, and between the title page and the first page of text, he found the yellowed, torn fragment of parchment lying quietly within, under the dim light. The intricately complex geometric runes, inscribed with deep blue ink, exuded an ineffable aura of antiquity and chill. Arthur's heart raced wildly within his chest, each beat striking against his ribs. He extended a fingertip, almost hesitantly brushing against the uneven inked lines. Cold. A chill that seemed capable of freezing the very soul surged through his fingertip, reaching straight to his heart. Simultaneously, a faint yet strikingly clear energy fluctuation, imbued with a potent directional force, pierced through his consciousness like a chilling needle, unambiguously directed towards the rear of the Broken Cauldron pub, specifically towards the tainted atmosphere of the upside-down alley. Arthur gasped, instinctively retracting his hand, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He subconsciously glanced at the wand beside him, which seemed to awaken in response to the sudden surge of energy, quivering ever so slightly. Its core radiating a dim azure glow reminiscent of a weary star, flickering briefly before fading into obscurity, as if issuing a silent warning. Fear washed over him like a frigid tide, threatening to engulf him. The final admonition from Mentor Li Qing echoed sharply in his mind. Beware of anomalous energies. Beware of the gaze. This fragment, this cold summons directing him towards the upside-down alley, undoubtedly signaled immense peril. Yet another, more shocking thought cleaved through the fog of dread like a thunderclap, leaving him chilled to the bone, as if his very blood had congealed. He fixated intently on the fragment. The jagged edges bore a striking resemblance to the torn remnants of a missing page, around 2325, from his own dimensional spell studies notebook. Aligning perfectly, this was indeed a piece of his notes. Knowledge he had brought from Karmatai. It was inconceivable. Arthur's lips moved soundlessly, his throat parched, and unable to produce sound. How could this be? He had only traversed here for a mere few days. How could this paper, this fragment from his private notes, surface amidst the dusty, forgotten tomes at the Lihuan bookstore? He abruptly brought the fragment beneath the dim light, his fingertips trembling violently with excitement and trepidation. This time, he scrutinized it more closely. It was no longer merely a pattern of runes, but the very paper itself. Material, parchment, indeed. However, his own notes were crafted from the modern sheepskin parchment uniformly distributed by Karmatai, resilient and possessing a light yellow hue. In contrast, the piece in his grasp bore a deep yellow-brown tint, with certain areas exhibiting caramel-like dark spots, its texture rough and brittle, imbued with the weight of time. This antiquity could not have formed in just a few days. It resembled an artifact that had lain in a shadowy corner for years. Ink, deep blue indigo. Yes, it was the magical ink he used. Yet, the ink in his notebook was vibrant and rich in color. The blue on the fragment, however, appeared as if steeped in time, subdued and restrained, with certain areas blurred due to the paper's wear, exuding an ineffable sense of antiquity. This was certainly not freshly inscribed ink. Torn edges, jagged, coarse, still dusted with fine particles from the old book pile at Lihuan bookstore. This where seemed more akin to a rough tear, left to languish in a dark, damp environment for an extensive period before acquiring such marks. Every detail struck Arthur's heart like a cold hammer, driving home the absurd yet singularly logical conclusion. This fragment from his dimensional spell studies notes had arrived in this world before he did. Perhaps days earlier? Weeks? Even months? It drifts in this unfamiliar realm of magic, torn and abandoned amidst a pile of old tomes, silently awaiting the arrival of its master or the discovery by some unknown entity. The chill brought by this realization penetrates deeper than the atmosphere of the upside-down alley. What does this signify? Has the power to tear apart his notes transcended boundaries? Or was the manuscript fragmented during its tumultuous journey through the currents of time? Its shards scattered across various epochs? Where are the other remnants? Have they fallen into the hands of dangerous individuals reminiscent of those lurking in the upside-down alley? Particularly the knowledge inscribed within his notes concerning the manipulation of dimensional energies, which even delves into certain forbidden domains. A profound terror gripped his heart like a frigid hand, nearly suffocating him. He felt akin to a speck of dust cast into a colossal whirlpool, utterly powerless to control his fate. With even the knowledge he possessed potentially serving as a catalyst for calamity, he compelled himself to shift his gaze from the age of the parchment, refocusing on the cold and intricate runes themselves. Fear must be suppressed, otherwise he would shatter in the next moment. He needed to comprehend, to understand why this fragment had materialized here, and more importantly, to grasp its intrinsic significance. This was the only lifeline he could cling to at present. Taking a deep breath, Arthur once again activated the hog's breathing technique, this time with a slower, more profound rhythm, attempting to construct a mental dam amidst the tumultuous waves. He summoned all the theoretical foundations laid in Karmatai, immersing his entire being in the analysis of the runes before him. The core structure was undeniably correct. That stable triangular configuration, the foundational flow of energy circuits, bore an astonishing, fundamental homogeneity with the theoretical framework of Seraphim's shield. The most basic protective rune nestled within his mind from Karmatai. Like branches sprouting from the trunk of the same tree of knowledge, their roots were the same. Yet the disparities were immense. Karmatai's standard protective rune pursued simplicity, efficiency, and direct invocation of dimensional energy to forge barriers. In contrast, the rune before him was excessively intricate. Countless redundant geometric lines intertwined, forming numerous nodes and circuits that he could not immediately comprehend, imbued with an ancient and alien essence. It resembled a vast and sophisticated energy converter and stabilizer, as if it were forcibly transforming some primal and chaotic force into a stable energy source for specific spells. This particular spell, Arthur's pupils dilated abruptly. His gaze penetrated through the superfluous ancient lines, locking onto a deliberately reinforced and subtly modified substructure near the core of the rune. That structure was all too familiar to him, though the details were slightly distorted due to the influence of ancient variants. The core logic of energy circulation and the intent to construct a stable barrier aligned perfectly with the prototype of Seraphim's shield, basic protective field, recorded in his notes, which he had yet to practice. What was inscribed on this fragment was not Karmatai's standard curriculum, but rather an ancient and complex variant application based on Karmatai's core protective theory, the prototype of Seraphim's shield. Its primary function was to anchor willpower and transform dimensional energy, providing a stable and controllable energy source for that protective spell. The Seraphim shield stabilizes the protective force field of the mind, erecting an energy barrier. A thought, as swift as lightning, pierced the darkness of Arthur's chaotic mind, inducing a wave of intense dizziness accompanied by a tumultuous blend of ecstatic joy and paralyzing fear. If this nascent rune of the Seraphim shield functions by harnessing stabilized energy to construct a protective barrier, safeguarding the caster from external threats, could it not conversely employ this very barrier to stabilize the core energies within the caster? Could the rune structure itself serve as a key, an anchor, a framework of restraint, forcibly tethering and containing the turbulent energy within him, perpetually on the brink of eruption due to his dimensional affinity, and ever under the watchful gaze of dimensional fiends? This protective spell, a fragment of the lost knowledge from his earlier notes that had drifted into this realm, might indeed be his sole hope of mastering this perilous vessel he inhabits, preventing energy from spiraling out of control. Is it his lifeline in this unfamiliar magical world? This notion is audacious and fraught with peril, yet it shines like a solitary lighthouse amidst the abyss, exuding a fatal allure. Arthur's breath grew labored. His fingers tightened around the fragment until his knuckles turned white, his nails nearly embedding themselves into the resilient parchment. The palm rune concealed within his sleeve became searingly hot, resonating in a disquieting, heart-stirring harmony with the cold runes on the fragment. He yearned to act immediately, to channel his mental energy into binding the boiling energy within him using the frigid power of the runes. Even the slightest restraint would signify hope. Yet, the haunting gaze of Mentor Li Qing and his silent plea to survive echoed in his mind, as chilling as a bucket of ice water poured over his head. The distant, insidious sense of filth and scrutiny emanating from the alleyway jolted him back to reality. No, absolutely not. This is not the tranquil chamber of Karmatai. There are no protective mentors, no suspended aids, no secure magical array. This is the broken cauldron, where an auror from the Ministry of Magic is merely a room away. Perhaps even eavesdropping. The energy within him was already teetering on the edge. Any reckless attempt could lead not to control, but to premature detonation. Not to mention the unknown energy fluctuations that activating this ancient rune might provoke, akin to igniting a beacon in the darkness, announcing his presence and abnormalities to all that lurks in the shadows. Arthur forced himself to adopt a deeper, more languid form of Hogarth breathing, striving to quell the impulse that threatened to overwhelm his reason. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, splattering onto the table, leaving a small, darkened circle. Cautiously, he slid the searing page, imbued with the hope of survival, yet fraught with peril, back into the depths of the thick tome on magical theory. Then, with trembling fingers, he gathered a thread of mental energy, faint enough to be nearly negligible, the only power he dared to wield at present, and carefully directed it towards the book. The transformation concealed, he silently recited the fundamental theory of object metamorphosis from Karmatai, aiming to subtly swell the pages of the book clasping the fragments, merging them with the other pages. His mental energy flowed like a trickling stream, laboriously seeping through. Under his intent, the pages arched ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. The outcome was far from satisfactory, failing to achieve perfect concealment, yet it no longer presented as an obvious bulge. This faint deformation nearly exhausted the meager strength he had just summoned, causing his vision to dim. Having completed this endeavor, Arthur collapsed onto the cold, hard floor, utterly drained, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. He turned his head, his gaze falling upon the weary oak wand beside him. its core emanating a faint and steady azure glow, offering a silent, weary solace. He tightly shut his eyes, the intricate, chilling patterns of runes and the name of the seraphim shield etched in his consciousness like an indelible mark, searing his fatigued nerves with a blend of fervent hope and icy dread. Survival was imperative, not only to reclaim the lost heritage, but also to unravel the monumental enigma triggered by the prematurely arrived remnants of notes. The key to survival lay concealed within the thick tome of magical theory, akin to a silent bomb waiting to detonate. Or perhaps the sole beacon of hope illuminating the path through darkness. Chapter 13. The initial spark of magic. The frigid floor absorbed the last remnants of Arthur's body heat through his thin garments, yet he felt no chill. His physical exhaustion weighed down upon him like heavy lead, while his mind vibrated like a taut string, caught between the immense hope brought by the seraphim shield and the abyssal fear elicited by the earlier note's premonition. The wand's faint yet constant warmth served as his sole anchor, barely sustaining his precarious sanity. Outside, the rain in London seemed endless, pounding against the cobblestones and echoing within his chaotic thoughts. He was unaware of how long he had lain on the ground until a gentle, tentative knock sounded at the door. "Mr. Cole?" came Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, steady voice from beyond the threshold, not harsh but tinged with a hint of routine inquiry. "Dinner." Arthur's heart raced, nearly propelling him upright, his movements awkward from stiffness. He instinctively glanced at the tome of magical theory, its pages subtly bulging with deadly secrets. Though it appeared inconspicuous, he inhaled deeply, striving to render his voice merely weary and hoarse. "Please, come in." The lock clicked softly, and Kingsley entered, bearing a wooden tray that held a simple dinner, a sandwich filled with ham and cheese, accompanied by a steaming cup of pumpkin juice. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, akin to a precise radar, finally resting on Arthur, who had just risen from the floor, pallid and disheveled. "How do you feel?" Kingsley placed the tray upon the small wooden table, his demeanor unwavering, devoid of any discernible emotion. For those encountering the magical realm for the first time, the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley could be quite overwhelming. Arthur lowered his gaze, deliberately avoiding the piercing scrutiny of Kingsley's eyes. His voice laced with feigned frailty. "I am quite fatigued, sir. My head aches. The noise in those places feels rather chaotic." His words were a blend of truth and pretense. The surge of energy in the air had indeed left him mentally exhausted. Kingsley nodded, seemingly unperturbed by this explanation. Young wizards, whose magic has only just awakened, often possess a heightened sensitivity to their surroundings, rendering them more susceptible to the magical fluctuations present, particularly in a location such as Diagon Alley. He approached the window, symbolically inspecting the tightly drawn curtains and the protective spells in place, a customary practice. Rest and adaptation, he reasoned, were the most effective remedies. His tone had softened considerably, resembling more that of a seasoned guardian presenting an objective truth rather than one bearing the skepticism of an interrogator. Arthur perceptively noted this shift. It appeared that his prior display of pallor, anxiety, and fastidiousness regarding potion ingredients, as well as his fright at the chaotic energy of the alley, had been rationally attributed within Kingsley's, or perhaps the Ministry's, evaluative framework to the state of a child whose magic was newly awakened and whose perceptions were unusually acute. What they seemed to guard against was not a nefarious interloper from another realm, but rather a highly precarious child whose unstable magic and overloaded perceptions could potentially result in a magical outburst, or even more dire consequences, such as becoming a squib. This realization allowed Arthur's taut nerves to relax, albeit slightly. Surveillance persisted, yet its nature appeared to have shifted from that of pursuing a suspect to safeguarding a patient. This afforded him a modicum of breathing room and the opportunity to explore. "Thank you for the dinner, Mr. Shacklebolt," Arthur murmured, taking the sandwich and biting into it. The taste lost on him. "Do take care to rest," Kingsley advised, lingering only briefly. His gaze lingered on Arthur's fatigued visage, assessing him with a professional scrutiny. "Should your discomfort intensify, do not hesitate to call upon me. I reside next door." With that, he decisively turned and departed, the door locking behind him. The room returned to its serene silence, save for the monotonous sound of Arthur chewing his food. The warmth from the meal provided a slight reprieve from the chill of the floor, yet it could not alleviate the turmoil within his heart. The nascent concept of the seraphim shield flickered in his mind like a fervent flame, eclipsing his dread of the alley-esque chaos and his puzzlement over the riddle of his notes. He must endeavor to try, not to recklessly activate that ancient rune, but at the very least to ascertain whether there existed a connection between the foundational magical energies of this world and the dimensional energy theories he had studied. Understanding his surroundings was imperative to comprehending his own dilemmas, and it would also facilitate finding a safe entry point to ultimately control the energy coursing within him. His objective crystallized, to refine his perception of the energy application of the Karmatai spells, which theoretically possessed the least energy fluctuation. This was neither an act of offense nor defense. It was merely an attempt to listen more acutely to the flow of energy within the environment, akin to tuning a radio for clarity. However, he dared not attempt this within the confines of the room. The space here is confined, and Kingsley resides next door. Any unusual energy fluctuations may be detected by this seasoned auror. His gaze drifts toward the rear yard of the leaky cauldron, a secluded corner cluttered with debris. As night deepens, the rain diminishes to a fine mist. The clamorous atmosphere of the pub below gradually subsides. Arthur presses against the door, holding his breath, keenly attuned to the sounds outside. No noise emanates from Kingsley's room, and the corridor lies in a profound silence. Now is the moment. He cautiously opens the door, his movements as stealthy as a cat. The corridor is deserted, illuminated only by the flickering shadows cast by a dim oil lamp on the wall. He tiptoes to the side door leading to the backyard, gently creating a narrow opening before slipping outside. The cold rain immediately brushes against his cheek, carrying the earthy scents of the night. The yard is modest in size, cluttered with dilapidated wooden barrels, empty bottles, and discarded furniture, all shrouded in the shadows of the pub's main building and the adjacent high walls, where the light is dim. The magical fluctuations here are far weaker than those in Diagon Alley, with only remnants of protective charms and faint traces of fermenting energy emanating from the depths of the cellar. Arthur finds a relatively dry corner, shielded by two large barrels, resting against the cold brick wall. He activates the Hogwarts breathing technique once more, striving to calm his racing heart, which is quickened due to anxiety. He requires absolute concentration. Closing his eyes, he plunges his consciousness deep within. The foundational perceptual techniques of Karmatai flow through his mind, dispelling distractions, turning inward, his thoughts extending like invisible tendrils, delicately reaching out to capture the intangible flow of energy strings that traverse the space. He does not summon even a fragment of his dimensional affinity. Instead, he relies solely on pure mental intent, cautiously probing with his perceptive tendrils. Initially, all seems to proceed smoothly. He senses the thin water elemental energy embedded in the damp air, feels the steady earth-based vibrations emanating from the ground beneath his feet, and even captures the distant, indistinct remnants of magic wafting from the direction of Diagon Alley, akin to background noise. Is this the magic of the world? It feels more like an inert, undifferentiated, primordial energy wafting through the environment, starkly contrasting with the vibrant and distinctly attributed dimensional energy he is familiar with. However, just as he attempts to focus his perception and analyze the faint yet stable structure of the protective charm energy in the yard, an unexpected transformation occurs. His inherent dimensional affinity within him awakens as if stirred by a faint electric current, akin to a beast roused from slumber. It does not actively respond to Arthur's intent, but instead resonates uncontrollably and violently with the surrounding inert, pervasive magical essence. Like a drop of scorching oil plunging into cold water, an immediate and intense reaction ensues. The perceptive tendrils, initially guided by Arthur's subtle intent, are suddenly amplified by this uncontrollable resonance. The once gentle, inert environmental magic in the yard and beyond surges forth, as if a stone has been cast into a tranquil lake, unleashing towering waves. Countless subtle streams of energy, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, transformed into sharp needles of information, surging uncontrollably into Arthur's perception. The volume of information exploded instantaneously. The life pulse of moss nestled within the crevices of bricks, the fermentation aroma lingering in a wooden barrel, the antiquated protective runes embedded deep within the walls, and even the steadfast yet jarring magical fluctuations emanating from Kingsley in the adjacent room. All of it, regardless of magnitude or significance, crashed upon his fragile sensory barrier like a tsunami. Ugh! Arthur stifled a groan, as though struck by an invisible hammer upon his skull. A searing pain erupted from his temple, radiating throughout his entire brain. Stars danced before his eyes, darkness enveloped him, and his body faltered uncontrollably, crashing heavily against the cold wall, producing a dull thud. Simultaneously, the palm runes pressed against his skin flared with an intensity akin to a red-hot branding iron. The fragment of parchment nestled within magical theory sent a sudden, chilling tremor through him. Meanwhile, the oak wand, which he had set beside his pillow and expected to rest, erupted with unprecedented vigor, pulsating violently and emanating a blinding, azure luminescence that only he could perceive. The core of the wand, encased in moonstone, seemed to emit a piercing alarm. This chaotic resonance of energy and intense mental shock ignited a signal flare in the stillness of the night. The side door of the backyard was thrust open almost instantly. Kingsley Shacklebolt's imposing figure appeared at the threshold like a specter, wand in hand, its tip flickering with latent energy. His keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, instantly locked onto Arthur, who was curled in the corner, pale as parchment, clutching his head in agony, and the empty floor before him. "Mr. Cole." Kingsley's voice was low and urgent, laced with palpable alarm. "What has happened?" The excruciating headache plunged Arthur into darkness, his thoughts nearly stagnant. The foul air of the alley seemed to creep back, taunting him. Fear gripped him, yet his remaining reason screamed, "Conceal it." In a flash, he noticed in the corner's shadow a plump magical rat, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light, perhaps a failed transformation of some wizard's pet from the pub. Startled by the sudden commotion, darting out from a pile of empty bottles and scurrying towards Arthur's feet in a panic. "Old rat! Big rat!" Arthur nearly shrieked, his voice distorted by pain and terror. Like a frightened child, he instinctively raised his hand, fingers splayed, awkwardly waving in the direction of the fleeing magical rat, mimicking the incantation he imagined. His body trembling slightly from fear and headache. It almost leapt onto my face. Those red eyes. How terrifying. His performance was exaggerated and clumsy, his complexion pale, eyes wide with fright, movements utterly chaotic. He resembled not a wizard even grasping the most rudimentary spells, but rather a terrified muggle child, utterly at a loss. Kingsley's wand swiftly pointed at the fleeing mouse, and a silent binding spell, perhaps, was precisely unleashed. In a flash of light, the plump creature was instantly immobilized, its body frozen in place while its crimson eyes flickered with panic. However, the Auror's gaze did not immediately stray from Arthur. His sharp eyes swept over the pale, terrified visage of Arthur, the trembling hands, the cold sweat beating at his temples, and the instinctive posture he adopted, shielding himself. After a moment's scrutiny, he detected a faint, ephemeral, and chaotic surge of magical energy lingering in the air, mingling with the ripples of magic emanating from Arthur, who was evidently in a state of fright and weakness, creating an indistinct blend that was difficult to discern. Kingsley's brow furrowed deeply. Was this a child startled into a magical upheaval by a mere mouse? The explanation seemed plausible, particularly for one who had only just awakened their powers, possessing an unusually keen perception and exhibiting signs of acute tension. His previous behavior corroborated this notion. Yet, deep within the Auror's intuition, there lingered an unsettling dissonance. The fleeting surge of magic appeared to be more complex than mere fright. He approached the bound mouse, using his wand to examine it, confirming it to be a mere magical creature, or perhaps an unsuccessful transfiguration, without any trace of dark magic. He meticulously scrutinized the corner where Arthur stood and the surrounding area, finding no signs of other anomalous creatures or magical artifacts. "Just a mouse, Mr. Cole." Kingsley's tone softened slightly as he retracted his wand, though the scrutiny in his gaze remained. He extended his hand to steady Arthur's still trembling arm, remarking, "It seems your perception is indeed overly acute. Even a mouse can provoke such a vigorous reaction. You must learn to master your fear. Otherwise," at Hogwarts he left the sentence hanging. Yet the unspoken implication was abundantly clear. It could lead to considerable trouble. Arthur straightened himself, bolstered by Kingsley's support, yet he kept his head bowed, concealing the lingering tremors of fright and a deeper-seated terror in his eyes. He felt the strength in Kingsley's grasp, a protective assurance that felt both undeniable and akin to an invisible shackle. "I am sorry, Mr. Shacklebolt," Arthur stammered, his voice quaking with residual fear. "I was just startled. My head hurts." "Return to your room," Kingsley commanded with a tone of caring authority. "Drink the pumpkin juice and rest well. Tomorrow, I shall have old Tom prepare some soothing herbal tea for you. Remember to control your emotions, Mr. Cole. Excessive emotional fluctuations are detrimental to your current state." He cast a pointed look at Arthur, emphasizing his words, particularly in the evening, warning him not to venture into such dark corners alone. Under Kingsley's silent escort, Arthur wobbled back to the cramped room. The door clicked shut behind him, locking him in. He leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to the floor, not from fatigue this time, but from the overwhelming sense of survival and a deeper feeling of helplessness. The oak wand by his side seemed to have exhausted its last vestiges of power. Its ethereal blue glow had completely faded, its warmth barely perceptible, leaving behind only an oppressive fatigue. In that fleeting moment of loss of control, it became abundantly clear to him that his constitution posed the gravest risk. Any minuscule, exploratory endeavor could incite a cataclysmic upheaval, resonating with the arcane forces of this world in unforeseen ways. The key to harnessing the Seraphim Shield's energy grew increasingly paramount, yet simultaneously distant and perilous. Outside the window, the gentle rain persisted, and the darkness seemed to thicken, enveloping him tightly. The icy sensation of being watched from the direction of the overturned alley became even more pronounced due to the recent turmoil in the backyard. Chapter 14. The Esoteric Script and Deepening Analysis on Parchment. Kingsley Shackle's broad hand, imbued with undeniable strength, half-supported and half-bridled the nearly spent Arthur back into the cramped room. The door closed heavily behind them, the sound of the lock echoing in the silence, serving as a temporary pause to the absurd and dangerous farce that had unfolded in the backyard. Arthur leaned against the cold door, sliding down to the floor, gasping for breath, each inhalation trembling with the aftershocks of survival. Cold sweat soaked his back, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. The remnants of a headache lurked ominously within his skull. But what haunted him far more was the terrifying resonance between his uncontrolled dimensional affinity and the pervasive magic in the environment, akin to a dam bursting, drowning him in a torrent of information. The oak wand lay quietly by his bedside, its core's faint azure glow having dimmed entirely. The warmth it once conveyed now nearly extinguished, leaving behind a profound, near-exhaustive weariness. It resembled a guardian who had exerted every ounce of strength in a tempest, now succumbing to a deep slumber. Kingsley's last admonition, laced with commanding concern, reverberated in his ears. Control your fear, Mr. Cole. Excessive emotional fluctuations are detrimental to your current state. Especially at night, do not venture alone into such shadowy corners. The sharp scrutiny behind those piercing eyes felt like a sword suspended overhead. Arthur closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing heart and tumultuous thoughts. Fear? No. The essence of that chaotic moment in the backyard was not fear, but rather the damned, uncontrollable resonance between his body and the elemental magic of this world. The glimmer of hope brought by the prototype of the seraphim shield appeared to sway precariously in the tempest of that recent upheaval. He needed to comprehend. He needed to analyze. He needed to discover a means to master that resonance. And the sole clue lay within the cold, ancient fragment of runes nestled within the theory of magic. Yet Kingsley's warning echoed in his mind. Vigilance had not waned. He felt akin to a beast trapped in a transparent cage, possessing claws, yet finding no outlet for their application. In the ensuing 2 days, Arthur found himself nearly confined by Kingsley within the room. Meals were delivered punctually by old Tom, and occasionally Kingsley would bring them himself, briefly inquiring about his condition, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room and his pallid countenance. The Auror seemed to attribute Arthur's peculiarities to the extreme instability and heightened sensitivity that accompanied the awakening of his magical abilities, focusing on preventing a recurrence of magical upheaval triggered by fright or emotional turmoil. This protective confinement only intensified Arthur's agitation. He felt compelled to take action. Passively waiting would only allow time to slip away in vain, while the chilling, sordid aura emanating from the direction of Tumbledown Alley lingered like a parasite, becoming increasingly pronounced in the stillness of the night, as if that fragment of runes was silently and persistently calling out for its lost counterpart. With each encounter of that frigid tremor, Arthur's heart sank further, for the remaining pages were likely hidden away in some filthy corner deep within Tumbledown Alley. Trapped within these confines, the only elements he could command freely were time and the books he possessed. The textbooks from Hogwarts became his sole refuge and instrument. The following day, Kingsley delivered a new parchment and a bottle of ink. Hogwarts required the first-year students to review history of magic and articulate their thoughts on the medieval witch burnings. You may begin your preparations, Mr. Cole. This will aid in calming your mind. Calm his mind. Arthur chuckled bitterly. It was utterly ironic. Yet, gazing at the smooth parchment and the inky blackness, a bold and perilously audacious notion flickered to life, like a firefly in the dark, fragile yet tenacious. Double writing. On the surface, he was obliged to complete this assignment with the decorum befitting a genuine 11-year-old first year. Kingsley might scrutinize it, and even Dumbledore could lay eyes upon it. He unfurled the parchment and grasped the newly acquired quill, its tip slightly rigid, dipping it into the inky abyss. As the tip made contact with the paper, it produced a soft rustling sound. My thoughts on the medieval witch burnings. Arthur endeavored to render his handwriting innocent and neat, reminiscent of a child just embarking on the realm of magic, grappling with the nuances of history. I believe this to be a very dreadful and erroneous affair. Many who perished were likely innocent commoners, or, as the books suggest, unfortunate souls whose powers had awakened yet remained unmanageable, like the mute ones. Muggles, driven by fear of what they do not understand, inflict harm upon others, which is truly cruel. Superficially, he recorded these age-appropriate reflections, imbued with a touch of naivety and compassion. The handwriting appeared somewhat clumsy, the sentences straightforward. However, on a mental plane, Arthur orchestrated a masterful duality, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. He subtly employed the minute motions of his wrist and fingers during the writing process as a ruse, infusing a thread of exceedingly faint, distilled mental energy into the quill's tip. With each stroke, each turn, amidst the interstices of those letters, within the blank margins of the parchment, and even exploiting the curvature of the letters themselves, he inscribed his true thoughts with nearly imperceptible marks, visible only under magnification, rune geometric analysis. In the lower right corner of the word fear, he inscribed with imperceptible fine lines an angle of the ancient rune's core, triangular stability structure, within the elongated tail of the word error. He recorded a conjecture regarding a redundant node of an energy circuit. Energy observation, at the top edge of the parchment. He marked with pinprick dots the subtle frequency variations of several common magical fluctuations perceived within the leaky cauldron, the fermenting energy of the cellar, the residuals of a wall protection spell, and even the faint emanations of a protective charm from a wizard downstairs. The concept of energy guidance for potion materials, within the intricate strokes of the character for silence. An exceedingly subtle depiction emerges, a conceptual sketch enveloped in the theoretical framework of the Karmatai Seraphim shield, which pertains to energy guidance and constraint. Alongside the stinging energy of dried nettle, the Seraphim shield's prototype unfolds at the bottom of the blank section of the parchment, where almost imperceptible ink, melding with the paper's texture, repeatedly explores how to utilize the anchoring function of the runic substructure to construct critical nodes for an energy constraint framework within the body. This endeavor demands an unimaginable degree of mental concentration and precise control of finger muscles. He must constantly juggle his focus, a portion of his consciousness maintaining the superficial fluidity of the text, while another part remains intensely focused. Akin to a master sculptor delicately manipulating a faint thread of psychic energy to inscribe a code that only he can decipher. Sweat unconsciously dampens his temples, each stroke akin to the delicate unraveling of mental fortitude, yielding a subtle yet continuous drain. It is as if he is traversing a tightrope between sheer cliffs. A moment's lapse could lead to a loss of control over his psychic power or an overly broad stroke, risking exposure. Time slips away amidst the rustling of the quill. The light outside transitions from bright to dim. Arthur is utterly immersed in this perilous duality, forgetting fatigue and fear, consumed solely by a thirst for knowledge and an obsession with unraveling his predicament. Just as he is wholly focused on intricately depicting a crucial connection for an energy transformation node within the distorted flames of the character for Burn, a low, disquieting growl emanates from the shadow on his shoulder. It had been quietly dozing atop his satchel, but suddenly it lifts its head, feathers slightly ruffled, its amber eyes fixated intently on the direction of Upside Down Alley. A suppressed, warning growl escapes its throat. Arthur's pen falters. He nearly punctures the parchment with an inky blot. He immediately gathers his composure, forcing himself to finish inscribing the character for Burn, though his heart races. The shadow's reaction is alarmingly intense. Has it sensed a more potent dark aura deep within Upside Down Alley? Or has the call of the runic fragment grown so strong that even the shadow can perceive it distinctly? Upside Down Alley. Bogenbach. This name swirls in his mind like an incantation. He can wait no longer. Passive research will never reach the core. He must venture forth, even if only to the periphery. An audacious and perilous plan takes shape in his mind. He needs to orchestrate an incident, one that will allow him to approach the archway of Upside Down Alley briefly without arousing suspicion. An opportunity arises on the afternoon of the third day. Kingsley seems to need to step out to attend to some matters at the Ministry of Magic and reminds Arthur once more to remain in his room before departing. The bar's lobby buzzes with a bit more liveliness than usual, as a few wizards from afar engage in jovial conversation, their voices a cacophony. Old Tom busies himself behind the bar. Arthur patiently awaits. When he sees Old Tom turn to fetch drinks from the cellar, leaving the bar temporarily unattended, he knows the moment has arrived. He takes a deep breath, discreetly clutching a shiny silver sickle in his palm. He approached the side corridor near the archway leading to the backyard and the Upside Down Alley, feigning distraction by the clamor of the lobby, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the arch that beckoned danger. Now was the moment. His hand slipped, and the silver sickle slipped from his grasp. Tracing an exquisitely calculated arc, an application of his faint energy perception of the object's trajectory, clattering across the cobblestone floor, rolling precisely towards the archway of the Upside Down Alley. Oh dear! Arthur emitted a perfectly timed exclamation, tinged with youthful frustration, and immediately dashed after it. My money. His objective was clear. Seize the opportunity to retrieve the coin and draw closer to the archway. His hurried strides were imbued with a child's urgency. His eyes fixed intently on the rolling coin, while his heart thundered within his chest. Closer. Nearer. The rough stone edge of the arch loomed ominously. An innoxious blend of mildew, dust, and deeper, more repugnant filth assaulted his senses. The chilling call became acutely pronounced. The runic fragments nestled against his skin trembled violently, as if yearning to break free from their confines. The oak wand cradled in his arms emitted a low, resounding hum of resistance. Just as the coin was on the precipice of rolling into the denser shadows of the archway, Arthur suddenly threw himself to the ground, reaching out to grasp it. His body nearly sprawled across the threshold of the archway. This was the moment. He concentrated all his willpower, akin to a taut bowstring. He directed the faintest, most refined thread of mental energy, like an invisible probe, tightly adhering to the icy essence of the runic fragments. Then, he hurled this mental probe deep into the recesses of the Upside Down Alley, particularly towards the direction of the Bogenbach antique shop. Feedback surged back in an instant. Cold, filthy, greedy. It surged forth like the mire from the depths of a decaying swamp, laden with a cacophony of dark magical curses and despairing wails. This was the very essence of the Upside Down Alley. Yet, amidst this filthy quagmire, a faint, yet eerily discernible energy fluctuation, as clear as ice, was precisely captured by his mental probe. This fluctuation resonated with the runic essence on the fragments in his hand. Cold, ancient, embodying the same qualities of energy transformation and anchoring. The position pointed towards the Bogenbach antique shop. Found it. It truly exists. Before the thrill of elation could fully blossom, a far more massive, chilling consciousness, akin to a monstrous beast from the abyss, seemed to stir at the touch of this faint detection. It bore a sense of offended rage and pure curiosity, sweeping through the archway area like an invisible, icy tendril, locking onto the source of Arthur's still lingering mental energy. Ugh! Arthur felt as if struck, his soul frozen in an instant. A primal fear surged within him. His face turned ashen, like that of a corpse. The oak wand in his grasp erupted with unprecedented intensity, vibrating violently and emanating a blindingly bright azure light, obscured by his satchel. He barely had time to retrieve the silver sickle lying nearby, instinctively recoiling in terror, nearly losing his footing. Just as he was about to tumble to the ground, a powerful hand seized his arm with such force that it felt as though his bones might shatter. Arthur looked up in terror, meeting Kingsley's icy, sharp gaze that pierced like a blade. The Auror had returned, standing behind him like an iron tower, his expression inscrutable, exuding a tense stillness akin to the calm before a storm. Mr. Cole, Kingsley's voice was deep and foreboding, each word striking the ground like icy droplets. I believe you owe us an explanation as to why you appear as though you've just escaped the kiss of a Dementor, and why you found yourself at the entrance of Nocturne Alley. His eyes swept over the solitary silver sickles on the ground before returning to Arthur's pale, fear-stricken face. The scrutiny and doubt in his gaze were as tangible as the biting cold, freezing Arthur in place. Kingsley's iron grip tightened around Arthur's upper arm, the force so great that it felt as though his bones were groaning under the pressure. The towering Auror overshadowed him entirely, trapping him beneath the shadow of the archway of Nocturne Alley, which reeked of filth. In those hawk-like eyes, there was no warmth, only a penetrating scrutiny that locked onto Arthur's terror-stricken visage, as pale as parchment. Mr. Cole, Kingsley's voice echoed like a dirge from a tomb, each syllable striking Arthur's heart like a frost-laden nail. I want you to explain why you look as if you've narrowly escaped a Dementor's kiss. His cold gaze flicked to the solitary, dimly glimmering silver sickle on the ground, then back to Arthur's pupils, which had constricted in sheer terror. What were you doing at the entrance of Nocturne Alley? The air felt as though it had solidified. The foul, icy essence emanating from the depths of Nocturne Alley coiled around him like a living entity, contrasting sharply with the heavy, oppressive aura of protection radiating from Kingsley. Akin to a rock-solid fortress, almost crushing Arthur beneath its weight. The oak wand nestled in his satchel vibrated violently, emitting a blinding blue light, though obscured by fabric. Yet the overwhelming surge of energy sent shockwaves through him. The wand no longer felt warm, but rather searing hot, like a branding iron warning him of impending danger. Explain. You must explain now. A colossal wave of fear surged over him, threatening to overwhelm his sanity. Yet the rigorous mental training from Karmatai kicked in. The more dire the situation, the calmer one must remain. The instinct for survival and the obsessive need to retrieve his notes instantaneously overshadowed his primal fear. A framework of truth-laden deception crystallized in the blink of an eye. I lost my money. Arthur's voice trembled violently, a quivering edge of panic betraying him. The reaction befitting a frightened child. He attempted to struggle, but Kingsley's grip was unyielding, as if forged from steel. The sickle. It rolled away. He pointed at the coin on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably with a mix of dread and Kingsley's relentless hold. And then, Kingsley's voice was devoid of any wavering, his gaze as incisive as a surgical blade, seemingly intent on slicing through Arthur's every layer of pretense. A mere coin rolling into Nocturne Alley could instill such fear in you? More severe than the last incident with that rat? He deliberately referenced the previous episode in the backyard, linking the two frights to exert psychological pressure. No, it's not about money. Arthur vehemently shook his head, tears welling in his eyes, half an act, half a genuine physiological response. He extended his unrestrained left hand and pressed it tightly against his ears, curling his body as if to ward off an invisible assault. Yes, it's the sound. Such a terrifying sound. And the feeling. His voice was imbued with authentic pain and fear. Sound. Feeling? Kingsley's brows furrowed, his grip loosening slightly, yet his gaze sharpened further. Clarify. It was when I bent down to pick up the money. Arthur's voice trembled, punctuated by sobs, as he endeavored to articulate his genuine sensations. Suddenly, inside the archway, there were so many people screaming, wailing, voices filled with anguish and despair. Just like the books say, those tormented by dark curses. And there was a cold draft, so cold and foul, as if I had fallen into an icy pit, reeking of muck. It surged into my mind all at once. What he described was precisely the imagery conjured by his mental probe, the vile energies from the depths of Nocturne Alley manifesting remnants of dark magic curses, echoes of desperate wails, and the chilling stench of corruption. As he spoke, his body trembled even more violently, his gaze unfocused, saturated with unrelenting terror. I think I saw countless black shadows moving, reaching for me. He deliberately mimicked the symptoms of being affected by a Dementor, though he had never truly encountered one, expressing the near-death sensation of having his mind swept by a malevolent consciousness akin to an abyss, through a child's imagination. I am so afraid. My head hurts. It feels like it's going to explode. Arthur's voice edged on the brink of collapse, and he suddenly lifted his head, tears streaming down his pale cheeks. His eyes filled with helplessness and genuine anguish, the headache being a residual effect of his mental strain. Mr. Shacklebolt, is there a Dementor in there? Am I going to die? Kingsley fell silent. He fixed his piercing gaze on Arthur's eyes, seeking any trace of artifice. The fear etched on the boy's face was palpably genuine. His trembling body, ashen complexion, dilated pupils, and desperate cries all perfectly illustrated the response of a remarkably perceptive young wizard, caught unawares and subjected to the overwhelming onslaught of potent, negative magical energies and filth emanating from the depths of Nocturne Alley. He recalled Arthur's prior sensitive displays, his pallor and discomfort in Diagon Alley, the unsettling sensation amidst the piles of old books in the shop, the loss of control over his magic due to the fright from the enchanted rat, and the healer Stroud's concerns regarding his magical stability. All clues seemed to converge on a singular conclusion. This child possessed an extraordinarily rare and perilous supersensitivity, acutely attuned to negative magical energies and susceptible to their impact, while his own magic remained in a state of extreme instability, akin to a walking human detector and an unstable bomb. This explanation is far more reasonable than that of an 11-year-old child, whose insidious curiosity drives him to explore the perilous Nocturne Alley. It aligns perfectly with the Ministry of Magic's current assessment of Cole as a high-risk individual requiring special supervision. Kingsley finally relaxed his grip, yet he did not withdraw. He remained a formidable barrier before Arthur, shielding the boy from the ominous archway. Lowering himself to meet Arthur's gaze, his voice, although still deep, lost some of its interrogative chill, infused instead with a weighty gravity and a sense of warning. "Listen, Mr. Cole," Kingsley stated, locking his eyes onto Arthur's tear-filled ones. "Nocturne Alley is not a place you should ever approach. It is steeped in dark magic, filled with malevolent artifacts, and a darkness and filth beyond your imagination. The screams, the cold, the stench you perceive are all too real, remnants of countless sins and suffering. Your sensitivity is excessive. It is not a gift, but a profound danger." He extended his hand, not to grasp, but with an undeniable protective intent, lifting Arthur from the cold ground. It was not a Dementor, yet its peril was no less severe. Remember this lesson. Control your curiosity, and even more so, your fear. Excessive fear will amplify your perceptions, making you more susceptible to those dark entities. Do you understand? Arthur bowed his head, his body still trembling slightly, and responded in a voice thick with nasality. "I understand, Mr. Shackle. I will never dare again. It's so terrifying." Seizing the opportunity, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, concealing the fleeting tension of his planned success and the lingering palpitations in his chest. "Excellent." Kingsley rose, his towering figure once again imposing, yet this time it radiated a protective aura. He bent down to pick up the dust-covered silver sickle from the ground and placed it back into Arthur's cold palm. "Hold on to your money. Now, return to your room. You are not to step outside without my permission." His tone bore the weight of an authoritative command. Arthur clenched the coin, still imbued with the chill of Nocturne Alley, as if it were a piece of red-hot coal. He nodded obediently, his steps unsteady as he followed Kingsley back to his small prison-like chamber, resembling a truly frightened child retreating step by step. The door closed behind him, locking shut. Arthur leaned against the door, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his back anew. He had succeeded. He had managed to deceive them for the time being. Yet, the price was a more stringent confinement. He opened his palm, the silver sickle resting quietly within, still cold. However, what set his heart racing was Kingsley's seemingly casual remark as he helped him up, his gaze inadvertently brushing over that stack of old books, the pile from Leadenhall Bookstore. The items within that stack often conceal unknown dangers and secrets. Kingsley's voice was calm and unperturbed, as if merely offering a casual observation. "Next time you encounter something that unsettles you, like the antiques in the Borgin and Burke's window, remember to keep your distance. Curiosity can be deadly, Mr. Cole." Borgin and Burke's. The name thundered in Arthur's mind. How could Kingsley possibly know? Was he testing him? Was it merely a casual warning, citing Borgin and Burke's as the most notorious establishment of Nocturne Alley? In that instant, Arthur's heart sank to the depths of despair. The earlier relief evaporated, replaced by a more profound chill. Kingsley's eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving all truths, appeared far more terrifying than the darkness of Nocturne Alley itself. He trudged heavily to the table, clutching magical theory tightly to his chest, feeling the cold fragments of the book's pages. The tainted atmosphere of Nocturne Alley seemed to seep through the walls, silently mocking him. Chapter 16. The Wand's Recuperation and the Glimmer of Potions. Kingsley's warning regarding Borgin and Burks coiled around Arthur's mind like a venomous serpent, instilling an enduring chill and doubt. The days of confinement grew increasingly oppressive, the cramped room resembling a gilded cage. Each piercing glance from Kingsley during meal deliveries or routine inspections made Arthur feel as though his secrets were utterly exposed in the other's gaze. The icy allure from the direction of Nocturne Alley did not wane due to his confinement. Rather, it became clearer in the stillness of the night. The rune fragments pressed against his sleeve continued to pulse with a shared resonance, reminding him that the lost remnants of his notes lay in the filthy window or storeroom of Borgin and Burks. He forced himself to calm, burying the surging fear and restlessness deep within the rhythm of the Hogwarts breathing technique. A facade of normalcy had to be maintained. He obediently remained in his room, dedicating most of his time to diligently studying Hogwarts textbooks, particularly the weighty magical theory. Only in the dead of night, after confirming that Kingsley's room was silent, did he dare to carefully extract the rune fragments wedged between the pages of the book. Utilizing the faint light filtering through the window, he meticulously traced the cold, intricate lines with his gaze, repeatedly envisioning the potential of the Seraphim Shield's prototype as an energy anchor within himself. With each iteration, his understanding of the ancient structure deepened, yet the desire to experiment surged uncontrollably, like wild grass, restrained by the rationality that the moment was not yet ripe and the environment far too perilous. Days later, Kingsley once again opened the door, his demeanor more solemn than usual. "Mr. Cole, the letter of admission from Hogwarts along with the detailed fee schedule has arrived." He placed an envelope emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest upon the table. The tuition, textbook fees, robes, and other basic expenses would be temporarily covered by a special education fund from the Ministry of Magic, intended for students with exceptional circumstances. His words were carefully chosen, clearly alluding to Arthur's precarious case of magical volatility. However, certain personal items, such as additional quills, ink, parchment rolls, as well as cauldrons and basic materials for potions class, would require you to bear some cost yourself. The ministry has advanced you a small scholarship. He produced a small pouch containing a modest sum of galleons and sickles, placing it beside the envelope. Arthur silently accepted the pouch, feeling the cold metal against his skin. Being of Muggle descent and utterly alone, he was entirely reliant on the Ministry of Magic's guardianship and support. This predicament intensified his yearning for power, an ardent desire to escape this passive control. Additionally, Kingsley's gaze fell upon the still dull oak wand resting by the pillow. "Your wand has been in poor condition since its return from Diagon Alley. Mr. Ollivander once mentioned that the internal harmonizing force of the wand demands considerable energy." He stepped closer, his keen gaze scrutinizing the wand, which now exhibited a diminished capacity to filter external magical fluctuations. He referred to Arthur's noticeably pale discomfort in the bar's lobby. A tightness gripped Arthur's heart, prompting him to instinctively draw the wand closer to his pillow. Could it merely be fatigued? He ventured hesitantly, tinged with a child's concern for a companion. "The wand, a wizard's partner, also requires rest." Kingsley's voice carried a rare, almost gentle admonition, particularly for one like yours, crafted from unique materials, with a core of exceptionally rare harmonizing properties. Excessive stimulation and burden might render its internal equilibrium fragile. He cast a deep glance at Arthur, as if implying especially with an unstable master like you, endeavor to nurture it with tranquil thoughts, aiding it in regaining its internal stability, akin to caring for an injured friend. Do you understand? Arthur nodded earnestly. Kingsley's guidance inadvertently illuminated the deeper connection he shared with the wand. This wand was not merely an instrument for casting spells. It was his sole barrier and ally amidst the tempest of energy. Once Kingsley departed, Arthur immediately grasped the weighty oak wand. Its touch remained smooth, yet the warmth felt faint and sluggish. He could distinctly sense the internal harmony of the moonstone and the core of the spherical bird, once seamlessly intertwined, now akin to a parched stream, flowing sluggishly and dimly. He settled cross-legged on the bed, laying the wand across his knees, placing his hands gently on either end, and closed his eyes. He activated the Hogwarts breathing technique, descending into a profound state of tranquility. He cast aside distractions, no longer contemplating the cold summons from Nocturne Alley, the perils of Borgin and Burks, nor the restless energy within him. He concentrated all his thoughts, transforming them into a pure and serene warmth, not invoking dimensional forces, but drawing from the depths of his own spirit a stable willpower. He envisioned this warmth as a gentle spring, flowing slowly and softly into the wand. The aim was the weary moonstone and spherical bird core nestled deep within. There were no harsh commands, only tender comfort and steadfast support, assisting them in rediscovering their harmonious balance and soothing the wounds inflicted by excessive consumption. This process was exceedingly gradual and mentally taxing. Arthur felt his concentrated thoughts seep into the wand's wooden grain like a trickling stream, coursing toward its heart. Initially, the wand passively accepted this, akin to slumbering. Gradually, as the peaceful thoughts continued to flow, the sluggish energy within the wand seemed to stir, responding with a faint warmth. That sensation resembled a weary companion sensing support. Releasing a soft sigh, Arthur's heart leapt with joy, prompting him to focus even more intently on sustaining the flow of his thoughts. Sweat beaded at his brow, the toll on his mental energy bringing a slight fatigue, yet he could distinctly feel the energy within the wand gradually revitalizing. The pale blue glow of the moonstone deep within its core appearing to brighten ever so slightly. As he became immersed in this dialogue with his wand, his gaze swept across the pages of A Thousand Marvelous Herbs and Fungi. The book meticulously detailed the magical properties of plants such as moonlight grass, mandrake, and sneezewort, documenting how the timing of their harvest, during a full moon or new moon, affects their potency. A thought ignited like a spark. The descriptions of the magical properties of potion ingredients, such as the peak potency of moonlight grass when harvested under moonlight and the essence of mandrake's cries, corresponded perfectly with the unique energy fluctuations he sensed emanating from these materials, the invigorating sting of nettles and the chilling curse of serpent fangs. This was no mere coincidence. The energy theory of Karmatai centers on the precise perception and guidance of energy. The process of potion brewing is fundamentally the fusion, transformation, and guidance of the magical energies contained within various ingredients, in a specific order and manner, ultimately yielding potions with particular magical effects. Could Karmatai's principles of energy perception and guidance be utilized to optimize this brewing process? For instance, could he perceive the internal energy's active state more acutely upon introducing ingredients? Could he direct the energy flow more smoothly during the stirring process through intent? Could he adjust the temperature based on the intensity of the energy reactions during heat control? This notion sent Arthur's heart racing. Potions. This could prove to be a brilliant and safe entry point. He need not risk awakening his perilous affinity for dimensions or activate that ancient and enigmatic rune. He merely needed to leverage his keen perception, considered by Kingsley as an extraordinary talent, to practice his understanding of energy manipulation within the entirely rule-bound framework of potion brewing. This would not only enhance his potion-making skills, essential for survival at Hogwarts, but also safely train his control over energy, laying the groundwork for ultimately mastering the turbulent energies within him. He might even discover a gentler method to stabilize the nascent form of the seraphim shield. A new light ignited in Arthur's eyes. He glanced at the pile of potion ingredients in the corner and then at his wand, which was slowly regaining vitality in his lap, filled with unprecedented anticipation. The wand's recuperation and the glimmer of potion mastery seemed to illuminate a new, safe beacon along the dark path ahead. Chapter 17. Countdown to Enrollment. The gradual recovery of his wand and the fresh insights from potion making served as a faint glow in the dark tunnel, slightly dispelling the shadows lingering over Arthur's heart. Yet, the cold call of Nocturne Alley and the specter of Borgin and Burks never strayed far. The fragments of runes in his sleeve still pulsing silently in the depths of the night. Although Kingsley's watchful gaze had shifted from extreme vigilance to a more protective oversight, it remained omnipresent, like an invisible web. The date of enrollment drew ever closer. Once again, Kingsley brought forth the formal notification from Hogwarts, along with an extensive list of required items. This was the final batch of supplies that you would need to procure yourself, Mr. Cole. Additional stationery, spare potion ingredients, and he glanced at the list, a pet cage. Should Grey Shadow require one, the scholarship should suffice to cover the expenses. He placed the list upon the table, his gaze sweeping across the parchment on which Arthur was diligently inscribing his preparatory assignment for History of Magic. Meanwhile, Kingsley's voice carried a hint of formality as he conveyed the matter regarding your situation. A succinct assessment report had been dispatched via your owl, Grey Shadow, to Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. The report noted your exceptional sensitivity to mental perceptions and the necessity for ongoing observation of your magical stability, recommending that the school provide appropriate attention and guidance. He paused momentarily, adding that this was standard procedure instituted for your safety within the school. Arthur's fingers, clutching the quill, momentarily stiffened, the tip leaving a small blot of ink upon the parchment. The report had been sent to Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this century. His peculiarities would be laid bare before those penetrating eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through all. The pressure escalated instantly. I understand, Mr. Shacklebolt, Arthur replied softly, striving to conceal the tension in his voice. He knew he had to exercise greater caution, both in the leaky cauldron and as he approached the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. The pressure also birthed a heightened sense of motivation. Under Kingsley's watchful gaze, Arthur's dual writing skills were compelled to reach new heights. On the surface, he continued to pen his reflections on the medieval witch trials, his handwriting striving to remain neat. I believe those judges were far too arbitrary. They had no comprehension of magic and resorted to fire as a solution. Many unfortunate souls may have simply been afflicted with strange ailments, or, as the book suggests, were the silent ones, unable to control their own powers. On a mental level, he wielded his finely honed mental energy. The quill dancing with sculptural precision along the lines and edges of the paper, breakthrough in runes analysis, beside the sharp stroke of the judge's verdict. He meticulously annotated the energy convergence principles of the ancient runes core anchoring nodes with fine lines. Seraphim shield configuration, at the crease of the parchment's bottom. He sketched a key framework diagram, almost merging with the paper's texture, depicting the construction of a three-dimensional energy constraint grid within the body using substructural runes. Potion energy guidance simulation. Within the intricate strokes of the character for silent ones, he subtly illustrated the mental flow directing the energy of the nettle sting, wrapped in intent. Origin's mark of Nocturne Alley. In a discreet corner at the edge of the scroll, he inscribed an almost imperceptible ink, next to which lay an even smaller letter representing Borgin and Burks. This intense distraction and mental manipulation left Arthur feeling mentally exhausted after each completed segment. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, the results were remarkable. Continuous deductions and clandestine notations led him to a critical breakthrough in his research on that fragment of a rune. Through countless geometric configurations and energy flow simulations recorded in his secret notes, combined with the protective theories of Karmatai and the core principle emphasized in theory of magic regarding will-driven magic, Arthur finally confirmed the core function of the ancient rune, the anchoring of will magic and the conversion of dimensional energy. It resembles a precisely intricate conversion interface, capable of transforming the chaotic willpower of a wizard or their inherent magical energy into a stable and controllable source of energy that closely aligns with dimensional energy. This elucidates its complex structure, which, despite its origins in the protective runes of Karmatai, engages in the fundamental work of energy conversion. What truly quickens his heartbeat, however, is the nascent substructure of the enhanced and modified Seraphim shield, which utilizes this transformed stable energy to construct a formidable protective barrier. To him, this structure could serve as both an anchor and a blueprint for restraining the tumultuous energies within him. Should he successfully activate it and channel that stable power back into himself, he could initially don the reins to tame the beast lurking within. The ecstasy brought forth by this realization nearly overwhelmed his composure. Hope had never felt so clear and within reach. As the date of enrollment drew near, Kingsley seemed to spend more time away, possibly tending to transitional matters. The oppressive atmosphere in the room had not dissipated. Rather, it grew heavier with the impending uncertainty. Arthur understood that at Hogwarts, beneath the watchful eyes of Dumbledore and numerous professors, the chances of successfully activating the runes and controlling the energy would become increasingly bleak, with risks magnifying correspondingly. He had to complete a preliminary attempt before departing from the leaky cauldron. One late night, after confirming that Kingsley's room was eerily silent, Arthur did not delve into his usual rune studies. Instead, he unfurled a pristine sheet of white parchment. He did not dip his quill in ink. He intended to write a letter, one that would never reach its intended recipient. The tip of his quill hovered above the paper, and Arthur's emotions mirrored the somber night outside. Tumultuous and ever-churning. He transcribed all his fears since his arrival, the bewilderment of the unknown world, the tremors evoked by the gaze of the dimensional demon, and the despair concerning the energy within him that could erupt at any moment. He wrote of the chilling glimpse he had caught at Lehan bookstore, the frigid fragments of runes from a bygone note, and the shock and hope they inspired. He documented the foul stench of Nocturne Alley, the resonant call of the Bogenbach, and the inscrutable warning reflected in Kingsley's eyes. He chronicled the rest of his wand, the flickering light brought forth by potion making, and the concept of the Seraphim shield prototype. Akin to a beacon, he inscribed his resolve to survive, reclaim the lost legacy, unravel the enigma of his premature journey, and master his own powers. Even if the path ahead was fraught with thorns, even if hope flickered like a candle in the wind, there were no salutations, no signatures, only the deepest confessions and the most steadfast vows. The act of writing became a ritual for organizing his chaotic thoughts, a farewell to weakness and uncertainty. Upon completing the final word, Arthur set down his quill, quietly gazing at the ink-stained parchment. It bore all his secrets, fears, and hopes, heavy as if burdened by 1,000 weights. Then, without hesitation, he reached for the newly purchased box of matches on the table. With a swift motion, the orange flame flickered in the darkness, illuminating his eyes that no longer held confusion or fear, but rather a resolute brilliance akin to a desperate resolve. He brought a corner of the letter close to the flame, and the fire's tongue greedily licked the edge of the parchment, swiftly spreading, devouring the ink, consuming those unspeakable secrets and the weighty past. The paper curled, charred, and turned to ashes, akin to the weakness and hesitation he must cast aside. The flickering flames danced in his pupils, illuminating a face that, though still pale and youthful, bore the resolute contours of determination. To survive, to reclaim his strength, and to unravel the enigma, he must forge ahead alone, shouldering all secrets, stepping into the unknown magical castle. As the fire dimmed, the last remnants of ash drifted down. A faint scent of charred remnants lingered in the room, accompanied by a deeper silence. Outside, the night was inky black. The distant whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed faintly in the rain-drenched night. Chapter 18. Departure on a rainy night, a desperate anchor. The burnt scent had long dissipated from the room of the leaky cauldron, leaving only the cold air and a heavy silence. The ashes were swept into the fireplace, merging with the letter burned the previous night into nothingness. Arthur stood by the window, lifting a corner of the heavy curtain to gaze upon the grey morning of London. The fine rain persistently tapped against the cobblestone streets, enveloping the world in a hazy mist. Today marked the journey to Hogwarts. His luggage, a somewhat worn second-hand suitcase, courtesy of Kingsley, had been prepared with a non-detectable extension charm. Inside, the Hogwarts textbooks, a fresh robe, a potion kit, and some basic personal items were neatly arranged. The core secret, a copy of Magical Theory clutched with runic fragments. The oak wand, restored with a semblance of vitality yet still weary, and a scroll of parchment containing miniature notes were securely held in his canvas book bag. At his shoulder, a shadow stood quietly, its amber eyes vigilantly scanning the outside, instinctively wary of the direction towards Knockturn Alley. Kingsley Shacklebolt entered, his tall figure exuding an invisible aura of authority. He lifted the suitcase, his gaze sweeping over Arthur and the book bag in his arms, finally resting on Arthur's calm, yet slightly pale visage. "Are you ready?" Kingsley's voice remained steady as ever, devoid of emotion. "Yes, Mr. Shacklebolt," Arthur replied softly. No further pleasantries were exchanged. Kingsley unfurled a large black umbrella, signaling Arthur to follow. The two moved silently through the leaky cauldron's hall, still infused with the remnants of last night's revelry. A few early rising wizards cast curious or scrutinizing glances, quickly averting their eyes under Kingsley's sharp gaze. Pushing open the creaking wooden door of the pub, the damp, cold air mingled with rain rushed in. Kingsley opted against using flue powder or apparition, clearly untrusting of Arthur's condition, and instead summoned an old muggle taxi. The black vehicle appeared particularly somber amidst the rain. King's Cross Station, Kingsley instructed the driver succinctly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. He opened the rear door, gesturing for Arthur to enter first, before stowing the suitcase in the trunk and seating himself beside Arthur. The cramped interior was saturated with a laying of leather, dust, and cheap perfume. The engine rumbled dully as the taxi gradually merged into the wet morning traffic of London. The windshield wipers monotonously swung back and forth, producing a rhythmic scraping sound. Outside the window, the grey edifices, indistinct passers-by, and flickering headlights retreat swiftly through the curtain of rain, forming a strange and frigid backdrop. Arthur clutched the book bag close to his chest, the oak wand emanating a faint yet resolute warmth through the canvas, becoming the sole source of comfort in this stifling space. He sensed that Kingsley, although not looking at him, was acutely alert, like a crouching cheetah poised to respond to any sudden upheaval. This silent vigilance was far more suffocating than the atmosphere within the leaky cauldron. He closed his eyes and initiated the Hog's breathing technique, immersing his entire being into the final rehearsal of the Seraphine Shield's prototype configuration. It was imperative to establish a preliminary anchor before reaching Hogwarts. Otherwise, amidst the watchful eyes of Dumbledore and numerous formidable wizards within that ancient magical castle, the chances would dwindle and the risks would escalate exponentially. The core function of the runes was anchoring and transformation. His objective was not to construct an external shield, but to utilize this very structure as a key, inserting it into the heart of his internal tempest, forcibly locking down its tumultuous source. The plan replayed in his mind, using fragments of runes as a medium, infusing pure mental energy, devoid of personal dimensional energy, simulating the activation intent of the Seraphine Shield's prototype, but targeting the core region of the internal energy tumult, constructing a three-dimensional constraint grid formed of stable rune energy. The risks were tremendous. Should there be a misstep in guiding the mental energy, or if the rune energy spiraled out of control, it could lead not to restraint, but to detonation. Yet, he had no alternative. The Hogwarts Express was the last opportunity. The taxi wove through the rain, the passage of time seemingly stretching. Arthur's breath, in rhythm with the Hog's breathing technique, grew long and profound, while the storm within him brewed silently. He repeatedly simulated the flow of mental energy, the activation nodes of the runes, and the construction forms of the energy grid, each detail etched into his mind like a brand. Outside the car window, the grand dome of King's Cross Station gradually emerged through the mist of rain. Chapter 19, Platform 9 3/4, behind the curtain. The taxi halted at the bustling entrance of King's Cross Station. The rain showed no signs of relenting, and the throngs of people surged beneath their umbrellas, the steam locomotive exhaling its dense smoke into the damp air. The cacophony of voices, the blaring whistles, and the rolling sound of luggage wheels merged into a colossal wave of noise, assaulting Arthur's sensitive senses. The oak wand nestled in his arms immediately radiated a soothing warmth, endeavoring to filter out the most jarring clamor, assisting him in steadying his mind. Kingsley paid the fare, lifted the suitcase, and gestured for Arthur to follow. His tall figure cut through the crowded throng like the bow of a ship cleaving through waves, carving a path amidst the bustling crowd. Arthur clutched his book bag tightly, his head bowed, resembling a timid child trailing behind a guardian, yet his gaze was keenly surveying the surroundings, absorbing the diverse and hurried muggles. Alongside the occasional hurried figures imbued with a magical aura, most likely wizarding families bidding farewell. They traversed the vast central hall, weaving around sturdy supporting columns. Kingsley's footsteps came to a halt before an apparently ordinary brick wall situated between platforms 9 and 10. This is the place. His voice, though not loud, cut through the surrounding clamor with clarity. He turned slightly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Arthur. Remember what I have said, Mr. Cole. Stay vigilant. Focus on your studies, and restrain your curiosity. Hogwarts is safe, but be prudent. His eyes swept meaningfully across the book bag that Arthur clutched tightly, as if he could penetrate the canvas and glimpse the secrets concealed within. I will watch you as you enter the station. An invisible pressure descended upon Arthur like a tangible weight. He nodded vigorously, his heart racing in his chest, not from anxiety, but from the impending, all-or-nothing endeavor. Go. Walk straight ahead, do not hesitate. Kingsley stepped aside. Arthur took a deep breath, the cold air laced with the scent of coal filling his lungs. He no longer hesitated. Pushing an imaginary luggage cart, as Kingsley carried the suitcase, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the solid wall before him, and he surged forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as his body was about to collide with the frigid brick wall, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, akin to passing through a cool veil of water. The space seemed to undergo a slight distortion and folding, and the scene before him shifted instantaneously. The cacophony of the mundane was left behind, replaced by an entirely different, enchantingly vibrant tumult. The blood-red Hogwarts Express belched forth billowing white steam, resembling a colossal fire dragon coiled beside the platform. The platform buzzed with excitement. Young wizards in new black robes bidding fervent farewells to their families, owls cooing in their cages, toads hopping in baskets, and brightly colored kittens weaving through the throngs. The essence of various magical creatures, the pulsations of enchanted items, and the magical aura radiating from the wizards coalesced into a torrent of energy far more grand, intricate, and vibrant than that of Diagon Alley, rushing towards Arthur. Hiss! Arthur instantly activated the Hogwarts breathing technique, clutching his book bag tightly to his chest. The oak wand within the bag worked tirelessly, enveloping him in a gentle warmth akin to a cocoon, striving to mitigate the sharpest onslaught of energy. Even so, he felt as though he had been thrust into a massive, swirling vortex of energy, his complexion inevitably paling, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. He quickly scanned the platform, his eyes gliding over the exuberant Weasley family with their red hair, Hermione Granger, who was earnestly exchanging words with her parents, and Draco Malfoy, surrounded by an entourage. Exuding an air of arrogance, he deliberately avoided any gaze that might lead to interaction, dragging his feet. Kingsley had set the suitcase beside him. His head bowed as he hurried toward the rear of the train, where the crowd was sparser. He could feel Kingsley's gaze, as tangible as a probing needle, piercing through the platform's clamor, firmly locking onto his back until he stepped onto the train's platform. Only then did that gaze slowly withdraw. The ministry's watchful oversight had reached a pause, yet the scrutiny of Hogwarts was about to commence. Arthur swiftly navigated the narrow aisle, disregarding the laughter and merriment echoing from the compartments along the way. At last, in a secluded compartment towards the rear of the train, he discovered an empty space. With a decisive thud, he swiftly pulled the sliding door shut and locked it behind him. In a frantic motion, he drew down the dark curtain of the window with every ounce of strength he could muster. The confined area was instantly enveloped in dimness, illuminated solely by a small halo of warm light cast from the overhead lamp, alongside the blurred, rain-smeared scenery retreating rapidly outside. His heart thundered within his chest like a war drum. Sweat cascaded down his brow. Time was of the essence. The train could depart at any moment, and other students could burst in unannounced. He collapsed into the window-side seat, placing his bag on the opposite chair, his hands trembling slightly from anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to quell the tumultuous rhythm of his heartbeat, re-establishing the cadence of the Hogwarts breathing technique. His gaze sharpened, becoming as focused as a razor's edge. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked open his bag and retrieved the heavy oak wand, laying it across his knees, his final safeguard and a bastion of support. Next, He meticulously extracted the substantial tome entitled The Theory of Magic, peeling back its cover to reveal a yellowed, cold fragment of parchment nestled between the pages. The runes appeared even more profound and ancient under the dim light, emanating a silent chill. Arthur extended his hands, hovering above the fragment of runes, palms facing downward to avoid any direct contact. He closed his eyes, the rhythm of the Hogwarts breathing technique becoming slower and deeper, each breath seemingly purging the distractions from the depths of his soul. His mind became intensely concentrated. He directed all his thoughts into a pure, distilled stream of intent, without invoking any dangerous dimensional affinities. The objective, the nascent structural form of the seraphim shield within the fragment. The intent, to construct an internal binding energy anchoring framework. Guide, infuse, that pure stream of mental energy, like an invisible probe, cautiously brushed against the cold lines of the runes on the fragment. Buzz. The moment his mental energy made contact with the runes, the ancient lines seemed to awaken. A chilling, bone-deep energy surged through the connection, rushing upward with ferocity. The fragment erupted in a fleeting, yet strikingly clear, azure glow. Arthur felt his thread of mental energy consumed and transformed, as if it were a droplet cast into an unfathomable icy abyss. A flow of cold, ancient energy, imbued with an inexplicable sense of stability, was guided by his will, not to emanate outward to form a shield, but rather to surge inward toward the turbulent core of his own energy. An unimaginable agony erupted instantaneously. It felt as if a piece of frigid ice had been cast into a boiling cauldron of oil. The extreme clash of ice and fire detonated within his energy core. The wild surge of energy instinctively sought to rebel, to tear apart this unwelcome intruder. The frigid energy of the runes, however, imbued with unmatched stabilizing will, forcibly constructed an intricate three-dimensional web of geometric lines, aiming to bind, compress, and anchor the tumultuous energy. The excruciating pain caused Arthur to see stars, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Cold sweat cascading like a waterfall, instantly soaking his robe. He gritted his teeth, his gums nearly oozing blood, suppressing the anguished cries that threatened to escape. The oak wand resting on his knee trembled violently, a blinding azure light erupting from its core. A warm and resolute force surged into his body, fortifying his faltering spirit while striving to reconcile the fierce clash of ice and fire. His mental strength was rapidly depleting, his will engaged in a desperate struggle against the raging energy. Each breath felt like a dance upon the edge of a blade. The fragments of runes continued to emit a chilling energy, incessantly infusing the arduous formation of the binding grid. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps only seconds had passed, or maybe an eternity. At last, with the aid of the oak wand's harmonizing power, the cold yet stable runic energy successfully constructed an exceedingly fragile, albeit real, three-dimensional anchoring point at the heart of the energy storm. Although the energy confined within still thrashed like a caged beast, roaring and scraping in defiance, for the first time, its chaotic onslaught was forcibly restrained within a relatively stable framework. The relentless urge to break free and rend everything apart was shackled by an invisible bond. Success. A preliminary anchoring. In the moment the spell concluded, Arthur felt as though all his bones had been extracted, his body collapsing onto the seat, gasping for breath. His chest heaving violently, each inhale accompanied by searing pain. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his forehead damp with sweat clinging to his skin. A faint trace of blood, even seeping from the corner of his mouth, a backlash of mental strain. The azure glow of the rune fragments had long since vanished, returning to a cold silence. The oak wand on his knee dimmed, its tremors ceased, only imparting a profound weariness and a glimmer of faint solace. He had succeeded. With this fragment of a past note, he had preliminarily tamed the beast within. Though far from perfect control, the intangible grid was as fragile as a spider's silk. Yet it was no longer an imminent explosive device. He had earned his ticket to Hogwarts. A weak yet hopeful smile finally graced Arthur's pallid face. Just then, a loud bang. The compartment door was rudely yanked open. Chapter 20. The Express Carriage, Fragile Barriers, and the Unknown Journey. The compartment door swung open violently, crashing against the frame with a jarring sound. The flicker of weakness in Arthur's smile froze instantly, as if encased in ice. A wave of terror caused his heart to momentarily halt. Instinctively, he summoned his last ounce of strength, swiftly sweeping the oak wand into the voluminous sleeve of his robe while leaning forward to shield the open Theory of Magic book and the recently quelled rune fragments displayed on the opposite seat. The sudden movement jostled the still unsettled energy and mental wounds within him, unleashing a wave of tearing pain that elicited a muffled groan, his pallor deepening. 3 figures stood at the threshold. At the forefront stood a boy with a pale complexion, a sharply defined chin, and meticulously styled golden hair. He donned a pristine, finely crafted black Hogwarts robe, his expression adorned with an inherent arrogance and a palpable displeasure at being disturbed. This was none other than Draco Malfoy. Trailing behind him were two towering, somewhat clumsy lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, who blocked the doorway like two imposing mountains of flesh. "I thought I had found an empty compartment," Draco drawled, his slate blue eyes critically scanning the dim, cramped space before settling on Arthur, who was slumped in his seat, pallid and drenched in cold sweat. His demeanor a picture of disarray. A flicker of unabashed disdain and curiosity crossed Draco's gaze as he assessed the situation. Who was this? A sickly wretch? Or perhaps someone terrified by a Dementor? It was evident that Draco had noted Arthur's dire state. Arthur, suppressing the waves of pain from his restrained energy and the weight of his exhaustion, lifted his head, striving to project an expression of hollow fatigue, tinged with the bewilderment of having been startled. "I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit unwell," he managed to rasp, his voice hoarse and feeble. "Feeling unwell? Then get to the hospital wing. Don't occupy the compartment," Crabbe bellowed, stepping forward menacingly. Goyle echoed in a gruff voice, "Exactly. Get lost." Draco made no attempt to rein in his cronies. Instead, he crossed his arms, watching Arthur's embarrassment with keen interest, as though he were witnessing an amusing spectacle. His gaze swept over the tome, Theories of Magic, which Arthur had placed protectively in front of him, and a smirk crept across his lips. Theories of Magic? Tackling such a hefty book before the term even begins? A mudblood will always be a mudblood, thinking that sheer rote learning will suffice. Before Draco could finish his derisive remarks, Arthur's heart plummeted. It was not the sting of Draco's insult that affected him, but rather the faint, mischievous aura of magic radiating from Draco. He sensed a subtle movement from the hand he had placed behind him. An invisible, feeble force, likely a prank spell, suddenly shot towards the book bag sprawled across the seat, seemingly intent on toppling it or causing its contents to scatter. Oh no! There were precious scrolls containing his meticulously recorded notes within that bag. In that critical moment, a hum reverberated. Arthur's body, positioned defensively before the book bag, felt no impact. Yet, he distinctly sensed a faint ripple emanating from the ancient, cold energy barrier that had briefly receded, activated by fragments of runes. As though a tiny stone had disturbed the stillness of a placid pond, sending forth nearly imperceptible ripples. As the feeble jinx approached the book bag, it met the intangible shield and dissipated silently, like a drop of water vanishing into the vast ocean, leaving no physical disturbance. Not even stirring a speck of dust from the bag. Draco's sardonic expression faltered slightly, a hint of disbelief flickering in his slate blue eyes. He had clearly cast a spell. Though merely a minor prank, it should have been sufficient to embarrass this sickly boy by causing his belongings to scatter. Why had there been no reaction? Had it failed? Or was there something peculiar about this wretch? Arthur's heart surged with tumultuous excitement. Had he succeeded? Did that hastily constructed, feeble barrier truly prove effective? Did it fend off this malevolent curse? Although it wielded but a trifling power, it nonetheless attested to the viability of the rune. He suppressed the shock welling within, maintaining an expression of anguish and bewilderment, as if utterly oblivious to the undercurrents that had just transpired. Draco furrowed his brow, casting suspicious glances at Arthur once more. The latter's frail demeanor, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, hardly suggested the capability to silently dispel his spell. Ultimately, he attributed it to a possible miscasting on his part. After all, it was merely a trifle, or perhaps interference from the carriage's magical protections. He disdainfully curled his lip. Humph, a stench of sweat and potion. How unfortunate. Let us depart. He was disinclined to linger with a useless wretch, turning away with his two henchmen, strutting out with an air of arrogance, and slamming the compartment door shut. The instant the door closed, Arthur's taut body relaxed dramatically, allowing him to slump back into his seat, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. That brief confrontation had drained him more than activating the rune. Ignoring his physical weakness, he immediately glanced at his satchel. The satchel lay quietly on the seat, showing no signs of disturbance. He carefully withdrew the scroll of parchment inscribed with miniature notes, unfolding a corner revealing the intricate, cryptic script only he could comprehend, intact and unharmed. A tumult of elation and dread surged through his nerves. The barrier. It truly functioned. Though exceedingly weak, perhaps only capable of repelling the most basic magical detection or minor curses, it marked a successful beginning. It safeguarded his secret. At that moment, a tremor reverberated beneath him. A resounding, elongated whistle pierced the clamor of the platform as the Hogwarts Express commenced its departure, wheels clattering rhythmically over the tracks. The rain-soaked scenery outside began to swiftly recede, the platform of King's Cross gradually fading into the misty drizzle. Arthur slumped in his seat, gazing at the unremarkable satchel and the now-cold fragments of the rune, his heart devoid of joy, filled instead with deeper doubts and burdens. The initial anchoring had succeeded. The fragile barrier had indeed manifested, yet the cost was immense, leaving his body and spirit feeling utterly drained. Draco's taunts served as a stark reminder that Hogwarts was no sanctuary. The unknown journey had already commenced. Hogwarts, that fabled castle, was it a refuge or a greater crucible? Would the secrets he bore, his newly stabilized constitution, and the frail barrier he had just erected be sufficient to protect him within the true realm of magic? The shadows of Knockturn Alley, the shared essence of Borgin and Burks, and the enigma of the lost fragments of notes continued to haunt him. The scenery outside rushed backward through the rain, akin to the unpredictable future that lay ahead. The train ventured into the depths of the fog, heading toward a magical world brimming with infinite possibilities and formidable challenges. Arthur clutched his satchel tightly, feeling the subtle yet constant warmth of the wand, and wearily closed his eyes. To survive, to unravel the mystery, to master power, this arduous journey had merely entered its most critical phase. Chapter 21, The Sorting Ceremony. The night fog enveloped Hogsmeade Station, and Arthur Cole stood at the end of the line of first-year students, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough texture of his wand. The feel of British oak provided him with a modicum of comfort, but the surging waves of magical energy around him pierced his senses like countless fine needles. Hagrid's towering figure appeared particularly imposing in the glow of his lantern, his booming voice cutting through the darkness. First years. This way. The surface of the Black Lake shimmered with an ethereal light under the moon. As Arthur stepped into the small boat, the water before him distorted into peculiar patterns. Some ancient and colossal entity lay dormant at the lake's bottom, its breath stirring the tides of magical energy. He promptly shut his eyes, pressing his wand to his forehead, feeling a faint anchoring sensation from the core of his wand, composed of a phoenix feather. "Are you all right?" inquired a red-haired boy with concern. Arthur recognized him as one of the Weasley children he had met on the train. Just a bit seasick, Arthur managed a strained smile. Upon opening his eyes again, the outline of Hogwarts Castle was already distinct, and not merely an outline. Within his dimensional perception, the entire castle resembled a living entity woven from countless flowing runes and magical veins, an ancient and potent magical field that nearly threatened to crush his insignificant existence. Professor McGonagall awaited the new students at the grand oak doors, her emerald green robes shimmering faintly in the torchlight. Before the sorting ceremony commenced, her gaze swept over each anxious face. "Mr. Potter needs to visit the hospital wing for a brief examination." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Arthur saw the frail boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead flush red as he was led away by Percy Weasley. He noted that Harry Potter's magical aura was unusually pure, yet marred by a trace of cold, dark magic residue. The doors to the great hall slowly creaked open. Floating candles illuminated the starry ceiling, casting a dazzling glow, while the silverware on the 4 house tables flickered with warm light. The first years collectively held their breath. But Arthur's attention was wholly captured by the tattered sorting hat on the high platform, which appeared to him as a concentrated embodiment of will, radiating waves of scrutinizing energy. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. With each new student's assignment to their house, a throbbing pain began to pulse at Arthur's temples. He had to distract himself to suppress the restless energy within. The nascent form of the Seraphim shield trembled amidst the castle's formidable magical field. Hermione Granger. As soon as the hat brushed against her curls, it proclaimed, "Gryffindor." The girl, who had been so chatty on the train, let out a sigh of relief and rushed to the cheering red table. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. The hat barely touched his platinum hair before rendering its decision. Draco strode towards the Slytherin table with an air of arrogance, flanked closely by 2 followers. When Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor, the round-faced boy dashed off, still wearing the hat, eliciting peals of laughter. Arthur noticed that his magical aura was as fragmented as a torn spider's web, yet it possessed remarkable resilience. Arthur Cole. The whispers in the hall suddenly became distinctly audible. It was indeed the one who caused a magical upheaval at the Leaky Cauldron. Rumor has it that the Ministry of Magic dispatched an Auror specifically to monitor him. Arthur walked towards the high stool with an expressionless demeanor. As the sorting hat obscured his vision, the world abruptly fell silent. "Oh, how peculiar." A deep voice resonated directly within his mind. A torn soul bearing knowledge from another realm. "Where shall I place you?" Arthur held his breath. "Ravenclaw. Without a doubt, your thirst for truth is so intense," the hat mused. "But wait. There is also a profound yearning for stability. Perhaps Hufflepuff's warmth could ease your fears?" "Hufflepuff?" Arthur recalled the kind smile of Tom, the Leaky Cauldron's proprietor. "But can evasion truly resolve one's dilemmas?" "How intriguing." The hat's voice took on a playful tone. "I see you are willing to pay any price to protect yourself. Slytherin will teach you how to survive in darkness." Arthur's fingertips grew slightly cold. He indeed required survival skills, yet Slytherin's ambition would only intensify his perilous circumstances. Even Gryffindor. The hat's tone deepened. "Is not every day spent battling the storm within you the purest form of courage?" Images of the 4 houses whirled in Arthur's mind. Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's tranquility, Slytherin's cunning, and Gryffindor's valor. Ultimately, He closed his eyes and provided his answer in his heart. He needed understanding, for only through understanding could he gain mastery. Splendid. The Sorting Hat seemed to chuckle. Then, Ravenclaw? Polite applause resonated from the blue and silver table, yet Arthur keenly caught whispers among several upperclassmen. I hope he doesn't blow up the dormitory at midnight. I heard his magic is like a ticking time bomb. He silently proceeded to the far end of the long table. Noting the gaze from the faculty table, Professor Flitwick's curious stare, Professor McGonagall's serious scrutiny, and Dumbledore's contemplative blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. The warning report from the ministry had evidently captured the headmaster's attention. When Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. The red and gold table nearly lifted the roof off, as the Weasley twins shouted, "We've got Potter." Arthur observed a genuine smile bloom on Harry's face. That pure joy stirred something within him. Now, Dumbledore rose, his silvery beard shimmering in the candlelight. Before we indulge in our feast, let us sing the school song. Severus Snape's expression at the faculty table resembled one who had swallowed a lemon. With a subtle wave of the headmaster's wand, lines of golden lyrics materialized before everyone. Arthur was astonished to discover that the magical aura of the lyrics changed color according to the singer's personality. Gryffindor's was fiery red, Hufflepuff's a sunlit gold, and Slytherin's a deep emerald green. As he softly hummed along, the words before him shimmered with an unusual blue-violet glow, reminiscent of the energy field of the Shield of Seraphim. After the song concluded in an array of absurd tones, Dumbledore blinked and declared, "The feast has begun." Instantly, golden platters brimmed with delectable dishes. Arthur cautiously selected some easily digestible food, his stomach still aching subtly from the suppression of magic. "I am Penelope Clearwater." The head girl of Ravenclaw, the dark-haired girl beside him, introduced herself warmly, deliberately avoiding the term isolation. Arthur nodded in gratitude. Catching a glimpse of Professor Snape leaning in to whisper something to Dumbledore, the headmaster's thoughtful gaze sweeping over the Ravenclaw table. At that moment, his wand trembled slightly within his sleeve, as if sensing a powerful dark force awakening somewhere within the castle. Arthur abruptly looked up, inadvertently locking eyes with the back of Professor Quirrell's head, where something beneath the purple scarf seemed to be watching him. "Are you unwell?" Penelope inquired with concern. Arthur then realized that his fork had been out of shape. "I'm just a bit tired," he replied with a forced smile, discreetly concealing the distorted silverware in his sleeve. The feast continued, filled with laughter and cheer, but Arthur found no pleasure in the food. He understood that this castle held not only treasures of knowledge, but also unknown dangers. And the first night was just beginning. Chapter 22, The Tower's Solitary Room. After the banquet concluded, the new Ravenclaw students followed their head girl Penelope through the flickering corridors. Arthur Cole trailed at the back of the line, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on his wand. The castle's stone walls appeared far from static. Subtle currents of magical energy flowed through the ancient stones, pulsating rhythmically like veins. With each step, his dimensional perception captured more details, the ripples of magic emanating from moving portraits, protective spells affixed within suits of armor, and even the ancient magical mechanisms slumbering deep within the walls. "Watch your step." Penelope raised her lantern, illuminating the spiraling stone staircase. "Ravenclaw Tower has 302 steps, but you will soon grow accustomed to this morning exercise." She winked at the first years, her gaze lingering on Arthur for a brief moment, offering encouragement rather than scrutiny. The ascent proved exceptionally arduous for Arthur. With each step, the castle's magical field resonated subtly with the dimensional energy within him, requiring his full concentration to maintain the nascent form of the Seraphim shield and prevent an energy overflow. By the time the group finally halted before the renowned Bronze Eagle door, his back was already drenched in sweat. "What is that which never ceases?" The knocker emitted a low hum. "Knowledge." A freckled boy answered eagerly. The knocker fell silent. "Time." Another girl hesitated. Still, the knocker remained mute. Arthur gazed into the profound eye sockets of the Bronze Eagle, suddenly recalling the inscription on the dome of the Karmatai Library. "It is the thirst for truth." A brilliant blue light illuminated the space, and the stone door slid open silently. Penelope nodded approvingly, a perfect Ravenclaw response. As he stepped into the common room, Arthur nearly held his breath. The grand circular dome was adorned with a dynamic star map, soft cushions and low tables scattered across the deep blue carpet, while tranquil blue flames danced in the fireplace. A few upperclassmen looked up from their books, casting polite, yet distant glances at the newcomers. In this tranquil sanctuary, there were neither hushed whispers nor scrutinizing gazes. Only the gentle rustle of pages turning and the soft scratch of a quill on parchment. For the first time, Arthur's taut nerves truly relaxed. The boys' dormitory lay to the right, and Penelope gestured toward an archway, but Mr. Cole and Professor McGonagall had arranged for you to stay in the old study on the eastern side of the tower. It was more serene and spacious, conducive to focused study. She handed over a brass key, her tone as casual as if discussing the breakfast menu for the following day. The room was more comfortable than he had anticipated, with a four-poster bed draped in deep blue curtains, a large oak desk facing the window, which framed the edge of the forbidden forest and distant mountains. On the bedside table rested a small vial of soothing potion, accompanied by a delicate note from Madame Pomfrey, 2 drops before bed, wishing you sweet dreams. Arthur set down his luggage and suddenly noticed a copy of Fundamentals of Charm Theory on the shelf, its spine adorned with a note suggesting a preview of Chapter 1, Initials of Professor Flitwick. This subtle gesture warmed his heart. Outside, the setting sun painted the treetops of the forbidden forest in golden hues, while the distant lake shimmered with reflected light. In that moment, he allowed himself to temporarily cast aside all vigilance and simply embrace the role of a novice in the magical realm. He approached the window, gazing at the encroaching twilight over the forbidden forest. In the distance, a few thestrals glided between the treetops, their silhouettes barely discernible in the dusk. The castle lights flickered on one by one, mirrored in the lake below, resembling scattered stars. Seated at the desk, Arthur retrieved some parchment and a quill, beginning to document the day's experiences. He pinned the tranquility of Ravenclaw Tower, noted the inquiries posed by the bronze knocker, and described the figures absorbed in their reading in the common room. The quill whispered across the paper, the ink spreading with a long-forgotten sense of peace. Finally, he took out the two-way notebook given to him by Kingsley, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately inscribed just, "Hogwarts is wonderful." Adjusting, closing the notebook, Arthur changed into his pajamas and let 2 drops of the soothing potion fall onto his tongue. The potion tasted like a blend of mint and lavender, cool with a hint of sweetness. He lay back on the bed, listening to the distant chimes of the castle bells and the occasional whispers of passing ghosts in the corridor. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery spot on the floor. As he gazed at the light, his thoughts gradually quieted. The dimensional energy within him, usually restless, became docile and serene under the ancient magic of the castle. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. There were no nightmares, no fears of uncontrolled energy, only a peaceful darkness. In his dreams, he found himself standing in the center of a grand library, surrounded by shelves brimming with ancient tomes. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. In the distance, someone softly recited spells, their voice gentle yet firm, akin to that of a mentor or a friend. Arthur knew that the morrow would bring new challenges, charms, transfiguration, potions, each class a potential revelation of his secrets, each incantation a possible catalyst for disaster. Yet at this moment, on this tranquil night, he allowed himself to momentarily forget those worries, simply existing as an ordinary student, immersed in the enchanting atmosphere of Hogwarts. Outside, an owl glided through the moonlight, its wings slicing through the night sky, vanishing into the shadows of the forbidden forest. As the castle bells tolled midnight, Arthur's breathing gradually steadied, sinking into a dreamless slumber. Chapter 23, The Dilemma of Charms Class. When the morning light streamed through the arched windows on the eastern side of the tower, Arthur Cole was already awake. He lay in bed, quietly attuning to the vibrant pulse of magic that filled Hogwarts mornings, more alive yet strangely reassuring than the night. The vial of soothing potion on his bedside table was empty, but he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, a long-lost sense of alertness flooded his mind, sharpening his thoughts. He donned a pristine school robe, his fingers brushing over the blue and silver Ravenclaw crest on his chest. On his desk lay Professor Flitwick's recommended reading, Fundamentals of Charm Theory, the parchment densely covered with notes. Arthur picked up his wand, hesitated momentarily, then returned it to the concealed pocket in his sleeve. The first class of the day was charms, and the dimensional energy within him remained a ticking time bomb. The Ravenclaw common room was already bustling with early risers. A few seventh years huddled by the fireplace, quietly discussing advanced spells, while first-year students nervously flipped through their schedules. Arthur quietly navigated through the crowd. The question posed by the bronze knocker today was, what increases the more it is shared? Knowledge. Arthur answered instinctively. The door swung open in response. Charms classroom. Professor Flitwick's classroom was located on the 3rd floor of the castle, sunlight streaming through the high windows, illuminating the colorful feathers floating in midair. First-year students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were gradually taking their seats, and Arthur chose a spot towards the back. His gaze swept across the room. Hermione Granger sat in the front row, rapidly flipping through a copy of Essential Spells. Several Hufflepuff students nervously fidgeted with their brand-new wands, and in the corner, Neville Longbottom appeared to have misplaced his standard spells, beginner book. Welcome to Charms class. A high-pitched voice called from below the podium. Professor Flitwick stood precariously atop a stack of thick books, barely reaching the edge of the lectern. Today we shall learn the Lumos spell. With a flick of his wand, a bright light burst forth from the tip of Flitwick's wand. Arthur squinted, within his dimensional perception. This simple spell revealed a complex beauty. Magic flowed like fine threads from the wand's core, weaving an intricate net of light in the air. Now, please attempt to give your wrist a gentle flick and pronounce Lumos. The classroom immediately resonated with the chorus of incantations. Arthur took a deep breath and slowly drew forth his wand. Deliberately emptying his thoughts, he endeavored to emulate the gentle control Flitwick had demonstrated. The wand remained still. Arthur frowned, slightly increasing his magical output. Suddenly, the wand's tip erupted in a dazzling burst of blue-white sparks, startling his seatmate, Susan Bones, into a gasp. The sparks did not extinguish. Rather, they twisted in the air like living beings, gradually forming a bizarre runic shape resembling a simplified version of the Shield of Seraphim. Merlin, oh! Professor Flitwick nimbly leaped down from the podium. Mr. Cole, are you unharmed? Arthur hastily waved his wand in an attempt to dispel the sparks, only for the runes to unexpectedly swell and transform into a translucent blue barrier that enveloped his entire desk. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Silence! Silence! Flitwick commanded, waving his wand, shattering the barrier. An exceptionally unique spellcasting effect, Mr. Cole. Perhaps we could discuss this privately after class? Arthur nodded stiffly, his ears burning. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Hermione observing him with a blend of curiosity and academic fervor. On the second attempt, let us slow our pace. Professor Flitwick demonstrated a more fundamental gesture. Imagine your magical energy as a gentle stream rather than a torrent. Arthur closed his eyes, striving to harness the flow of energy using the technique of the Seraphim Shield. This time, the tip of his wand finally emitted a faint blue light. Much cooler than the standard illumination charm, yet at least stable. Splendid. Flitwick clapped his hands. Everyone look. Mr. Cole has discovered a method that suits him. In the subsequent exercises, Arthur's light maintained an unnatural blue hue, but at least it no longer triggered any mishaps. When Hermione successfully caused her wand tip to burst forth with sunlight-like brilliance, he noted the unique rhythm of her magical flow, precise, efficient, and almost machine-like in its perfection. How did you achieve that? Hermione intercepted him after the class bell rang. That barrier wasn't a standard protective charm, was it? Arthur tightened his grip on his wand. It was merely an accident of uncontrolled magic. Really? Hermione squinted, because I've read about something similar in ancient protective magic. Miss Granger. Professor Flitwick's voice rescued him. Could you assist me in organizing these feathers? Mr. Cole, please stay behind for some after-class tutoring. In the now empty classroom, Professor Flitwick gestured for Arthur to take a seat. I have taught for 40 years, the diminutive professor said softly, and I have never encountered magical traits quite like yours. Arthur's heart raced. Not a criticism, not a criticism. Flitwick quickly waved his hand. It is simply that your magic seems to possess a will of its own. Tell me, what do you feel when you cast spells? Arthur carefully chose his words. It feels like trying to drink coffee with a fire hose. Flitwick chuckled heartily. A brilliant metaphor. He then hopped off his chair and retrieved an old book from the shelf. Perhaps we should consider a different approach. The Theory of Magical Constraints, my notes from student days. Wednesday afternoon, my office. How does that sound? Arthur accepted the book, opening the cover to find it inscribed in fine handwriting, for those who cast spells differently from the ordinary. Returning to the tower, Arthur sat by the window in the evening, the book from Flitwick spread open on his lap. The setting sun bathed the forbidden forest in golden hues, and in the distance, the tentacles of giant squids occasionally surfaced on the lake. The theories within the book illuminated his understanding. Not all wizards are suited to standard spellcasting methods. Some require customized conduits for their magical energy. He endeavored to apply a technique from the book, envisioning the wand as a funnel of energy rather than a mere conduit. As he pronounced the incantation, the luminous point, though still blue, exhibited a remarkable stability in brightness. Suddenly, the bidirectional notebook atop the bedside table radiated warmth. Arthur opened it, and Kingsley's handwriting materialized. How are you adapting? What resources do you require? After a moment's reflection, Arthur penned his response. I need advanced magical control and moonstone powder. The course presents challenges, yet it remains within my grasp. Closing the notebook, he gazed out at the starry sky. The failure in his charm lesson no longer instilled a dread of Flitwick's scrutiny. Hermione's curiosity and even that tailored notebook enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of belonging. Tomorrow heralded Transfiguration class, a domain presided over by Professor McGonagall. Arthur retrieved the beginner's guide to Transfiguration, his fingers gliding over the illustrations on the pages. Regardless of the challenges that awaited him, at least tonight, he could immerse himself peacefully in the ocean of knowledge, embodying a humble, wisdom-seeking student. Outside, the lights of Hogwarts extinguished one by one, save for the persistent glow of Ravenclaw Tower's window, resembling a steadfast star in the night sky. Chapter 24. The Challenge of Transfiguration. Morning mist enveloped the castle as Arthur Cole ascended the stone steps towards the Transfiguration classroom, his wand gently swaying in his sleeve with each step. The previous night's reading ignited within him both anticipation and trepidation regarding Professor McGonagall's lessons. The intricate theoretical diagrams in the beginner's guide resonated splendidly with the principles of spatial reconstruction he had encountered in Karmatai. As he approached the classroom door, The stone beast statue suddenly came to life, its hoarse voice intoning change and constancy, which is true. Arthur halted, realizing this was Ravenclaw's welcoming ritual. Both are true, he replied, for transfiguration is a transient change governed by the laws of constancy. The stone beast, satisfied, cleared the path. Inside the classroom, Professor McGonagall had transformed into a tabby cat, perched upon the lectern, her emerald eyes keenly surveying the students as they entered. As Arthur passed, the cat's ears twitched before she reverted to her human form. Mr. Cole, she adjusted her square glasses. I noticed you have prepared for Chapter 7? Arthur was taken aback, not expecting the professor to recall each student's reading progress. Yes, Professor. The section on the nature of material transformation is particularly thought-provoking. McGonagall's lips curled slightly upwards, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now, everyone, return to your seats. Today we shall learn to transfigure a match into a needle. Arthur grasped the match, perceiving within the dimensional awareness that the wooden fibers and sulfur head exhibited distinctly different energy structures. According to the textbook, he was to visualize the form of the needle forcefully overlaying the original object. Yet, the training from Karmatai reminded him that any material transformation must adhere to the principle of energy conservation. Remember, Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the classroom. Transfiguration is not mere disguise. It is a fundamental reshaping of essence. Your will must be unwavering. Arthur inhaled deeply, and with a gentle flick of his wand, the dimensional energy surged restlessly. The matchstick did not transform into a needle. Instead, it contorted into a grotesque amalgamation of metal and wood. At its apex, it suddenly emitted tiny sparks of sulfur, startling Terry Boot, who tumbled from his chair. Stop! With a wave of Professor McGonagall's wand, the distorted creation dissipated into wisps of blue smoke. Mr. Cole, your magical output. She squinted. Are you attempting to reconstruct the essence of matter? Arthur's heart skipped a beat. I was merely contemplating the conservation of energy conversion. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. Hermione's quill hovered mid-air, ink dripping onto parchment, spreading like a dark bloom. Professor McGonagall's expression grew intricate. The laws of transfiguration concerning conservation are only introduced in the 6th year. Where did you? She abruptly halted, turning towards the lectern, leaving him to ponder after class. As his classmates fumbled through their practice, Arthur discerned his predicament. Transfiguration at Hogwarts relied on the wizard's will to forcibly rewrite reality, whereas the Karmatai spells adhered to the natural laws of dimensions. The two approaches were akin to describing the same phenomenon in disparate languages. Yet the grammatical differences led to confusion in expression. He endeavored to adjust his perspective, envisioning Professor McGonagall's will as an overlay operating within established principles. On his third attempt, the matchstick finally responded, albeit transforming into a metal rod adorned with wood grain. A significant advancement. Unbeknownst to him, McGonagall had stood behind him, and with a gentle tap of her wand against his temple, a novel conduit of magic surged into his consciousness, precise as a surgeon's scalpel in its distribution of energy. Arthur looked up, astonished, to see a flicker of understanding in the professor's eyes. Wednesday afternoon in my office. Now, continue practicing. In the empty classroom, McGonagall conjured a tea set. You possess an extraordinary energy within you, my child. Arthur grasped the teacup tightly, the steam blurring his vision. I have been striving to control it. It is evident, she remarked, sipping her tea. However, the transfiguration curriculum at Hogwarts may not be suited for you. Starting tomorrow, you will use the second set of incantations. The ancient Celtic transfiguration, which emphasizes the intrinsic balance of materials. She slid a leather-bound notebook towards him, the frontispiece inscribed, to the unconventional thinker. Professor, Arthur's throat tightened. Why? Because I have encountered similar cases before. McGonagall gazed out the window, recalling how Albus, in his youth, would often transform teacups into fire-breathing monstrosities. Her expression softened. Great transfigurers often begin with unorthodox thoughts. In the tower, Arthur diligently studied McGonagall's notes. The ancient Celtic incantations focused on guidance rather than conquest, astonishingly aligning with the principles of Karmatai. As he applied this new methodology, the matchstick finally morphed into a barely recognizable, crooked needle, yet undeniably metallic. Suddenly, the two-way notebook vibrated, revealing Kingsley's handwriting. Moonstone powder has been dispatched. Additionally, maintain a low profile. Just as Arthur was about to respond, a shadow darted past the window. He instinctively looked up to see a figure at the edge of the forbidden forest, wrapped in a purple scarf. Was it Professor Quirrell? Yet the individual's gait appeared unnaturally rigid, as if manipulated by an unseen force. The quill bled ink across the page. Ultimately, Arthur inscribed, all is well. Additionally, does Professor Quirrell often venture into the forbidden forest at night? Closing the notebook, he gazed at the transformed needle. The amalgamation of two magical systems proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated, yet it brimmed with promise. Tomorrow's potion class would serve as a new battleground. And Severus Snape would be far less lenient than Flitwick or McGonagall. The night breeze caressed the window pane, ushering a beam of moonlight to illuminate the open pages of his notes. Arthur suddenly noticed Minerva's small handwriting in the margin. True transfiguration begins with the acceptance of one's essence. Outside, the shadows of the forbidden forest danced, as if whispering an ancient secret. Chapter 25, A Turning Point in Potion Class. As the morning light streamed through the high windows of the Ravenclaw common room, Arthur was already seated by the window, poring over Professor McGonagall's notes. The transformed needle rested beside his inkpot, glinting with a peculiar metallic sheen under the sunlight, neither pure silver nor steel, its surface faintly adorned with delicate blue patterns. A few early rising upperclassmen passed by, their gazes lingering momentarily on the unconventional needle before politely averting their eyes. Cole. Penelope's voice floated from behind him, a timetable in her hand. Remember to grab some fresh white roots from the greenhouse before potion class. Professor Sprout has set some aside for Ravenclaw. She caught sight of the needle on the table, her brows slightly arching. Professor McGonagall's special guidance? Arthur nodded, carefully stowing the needle in his pocket. The morning common room was quiet and inviting, filled only with the soft scratch of quills on parchment and the occasional rustle of turning pages. The morning's bronze door knocker posed the question, what constitutes the most dangerous book? When Arthur answered the one that had yet to be read, a seventh-year student nearby nodded in appreciative agreement. The breakfast hour in the Great Hall was markedly more boisterous than that of Ravenclaw Tower. Arthur settled at the far end of the long table with his bowl of oatmeal, noticing Snape scanning the room with a brooding gaze from the staff table. As that penetrating gaze swept over the Ravenclaw table, Arthur feigned concentration while spreading blueberry jam on his bread. Yet he could still feel the weight of scrutiny, as if it were palpable. Heard Snape is teaching the forgetfulness potion today, Terry Boot whispered, while Susan Bones recounted how, during the last session with Hufflepuff, someone's cauldron had erupted in a cloud of pink smoke. Arthur's spoon halted midair. The forgetfulness potion required precise control over the dissolution rate of moonstone powder, a detail that filled him with trepidation, as dimensional energy could easily disrupt such delicate operations. The corridor leading to the dungeon was cold and damp, the torchlight casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls. Arthur trailed at the back of the line, his fingers unconsciously stroking the wand hidden within his sleeve. The door to the potion classroom stood ajar, emitting an odd lang of scents, dried pufferfish eyes, pickled African tree snake skin, and some pungent chemical concoction. Come in. Snape's voice suddenly pierced through the shadows like a cold blade slicing through the air. Today we shall concoct the standard forgetfulness potion. The recipe is on the blackboard. Any deviation will result in catastrophic consequences. Arthur chose the most secluded cauldron station. As his fingers brushed against the pufferfish eyes, his dimensional perception instinctively unfurled, revealing that even within those seemingly lifeless cells, remnants of magical properties associated with memory storage lingered. Unlike the forced rewriting of transfiguration, potion-making resembles a harmonious combination that guides the inherent properties of materials, an approach that unexpectedly aligns with the principles of energy manipulation in Karmatai. He mentally recited the steps as he turned clockwise 3 times and counterclockwise once, subtly adjusting the heat with his mental focus. When he introduced the powdered moonstone, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing the dimensional energy to gently coax the materials into reaction. The liquid in the crucible gradually transformed into a textbook-perfect pearlescent hue, though a peculiar blue luminescence floated atop, reminiscent of an effect he had inadvertently created in a remedy for scabies. What is this? Severus Snape's voice suddenly echoed in his ear, the dark robes stirring a chill in the air. I requested the standard formula, not your personal modification. Arthur steadied his breath. Professor, I followed the steps precisely. It could be a variance in the batch of moonstone powder. A lie. Snape leaned closer, his hawk-like nose nearly touching the surface of the potion. Are you consciously manipulating the magical properties at the molecular level? His voice dropped to a whisper only Arthur could discern. A dull explosion resounded from Neville Longbottom's cauldron at the far end of the classroom, but at that moment, Arthur could hear only the frantic beating of his own heart. I merely noted the temperature fluctuations, he cautiously replied. Snape straightened, his dark eyes inscrutable. Bottle it. Stay after class. When the last student exited the classroom, Snape waved his wand to lock the door and turned to retrieve Arthur's potion. Approximately 28 more potent than the standard version, he remarked unexpectedly, with a duration extended by 35. Arthur looked up in surprise, meeting those fathomless black eyes. Do not appear so astonished, Cole, Snape said, pulling a heavily worn notebook from his desk drawer, titled The Energetic Properties of Potion Ingredients. Every Thursday evening at 7, my office. He paused momentarily, of course. If you prefer to continue flailing about your cauldron like a troll. Arthur accepted the book, its front page scrawled with the words, for those whose eyes see the truth. Suddenly, Snape conjured a silver dissection knife. Let us see if your understanding of dragon liver's texture is as unique as your grasp of moonstone. As the afternoon sun bathed the shores of the Black Lake, Arthur sat beneath a beech tree, poring over the book given to him by Snape. The surface of the distant lake shimmered, occasionally disturbed by the tendrils of a giant squid. He endeavored to analyze the energy structure of a fallen leaf using the methods from the book, discovering that plants shared similar layers of magical properties with potion ingredients. "There you are," came Terry's voice from behind. "Hermione Granger is looking for you in the library. She wishes to discuss a book on ancient protection charms." He glanced curiously at the book in Arthur's hands. "Merlin's beard, is that Snape's private notes?" Arthur closed the book. "Just reference material." "Well," Terry shrugged. "By the way, Penelope mentioned there's an astronomy observation event in the common room tonight. Should we bring a telescope?" Arthur shook his head. "I might need to visit the library." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Arthur returned to Ravenclaw Tower. The common room has been adorned with astronomical observation equipment, and several upperclassmen are fine-tuning a brass telescope. He quietly navigates around the bustling crowd, returning to his room, where he discovers a parcel on his bedside containing moonstone powder and a copy of Advanced Magical Control, accompanied by a note that reads, "Stay vigilant." Quirrell has been frequently entering the Forbidden Forest. Outside the window, the clouds above the Forbidden Forest are painted a deep crimson by the sunset. Arthur retrieves his bidirectional notebook and, after a moment's hesitation, writes, "Breakthrough in Potions class." Snape provided additional guidance. Before the ink has dried, the distant chime of the dinner bell resonates. Arthur neatly arranges several books on his bedside. Flitwick's Theory of Control, McGonagall's Transfiguration Notes, Snape's Potions textbook, and a borrowed volume titled The Ancient Origins of Runic Language. These fragments will ultimately coalesce into a complete picture, but for now, he requires time to digest today's revelations. As night fully descends, Arthur stands by the arched window, gazing at the flickering green light emanating from the Forbidden Forest. The unexpected breakthrough in potions, Snape's unusual favor, and Quirrell's suspicious movements all suggest that beneath the tranquil surface of Hogwarts, turbulent currents are at play. He draws the curtains, lights the oil lamp, and begins to study Snape's notes. The starlight outside cut off, leaving only the soft rustle of pages turning echoing in the quiet tower room. Chapter 26, The Surprises of Flying Class. The afternoon sunlight bathes the great hall's stained glass windows in a flowing golden hue as Arthur takes a seat at the Ravenclaw long table with his tray. The shepherd's pie today exudes an enticing aroma, yet he barely manages a few bites, the impending flying class weighing heavily on his heart. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he has consistently avoided any high-intensity magical activities that could trigger an energy surge, and riding a broomstick evidently falls into this category. It is said that this batch of Clean Sweep 7s is an outdated model discarded by the Ministry of Magic. Terry Boots spears a piece of roasted potato, remarking, "My uncle says the stability charm on the handle has worn down significantly." The Flying Broom Maintenance Manual states clearly on page 39 that the Clean Sweep series requires a coat of handle oil once a month. Arthur's gaze sweeps across the lively hall. At the Gryffindor table, Harry Potter is being playfully coerced by the Weasley twins into adding fizzing whiz-bees to his pumpkin juice. In the Hufflepuff area, Susan Bones is demonstrating to Neville how to secure a toad cage. Meanwhile, at the head of the Ravenclaw table, Penelope is orchestrating a salt shaker to perform a jig with her wand, eliciting light laughter from those nearby. "Cole." Penelope suddenly turns to him, stating, "Remember 3 points for flying class. Knees tight, body tilted 15 degrees forward," and with a gentle tap of her wand on Arthur's sleeve, she adds, "I've sewn a cushioning rune into your sleeve. Squeeze it in case of emergency." Arthur, surprised, feels the subtle raised texture within the lining of his sleeve. "Thank you, Prefect." "No need for thanks." She winks. "Ravenclaw lost the Quidditch Cup to Gryffindor last year, so we're counting on you first years to redeem us." As he exits the Great Hall, a paper crane suddenly collides into Arthur's embrace. Unfolding, it reveals neatly penned words, 2 p.m., entrance to the restricted section of the library. Upon discovering the Celtic Flight rune illustration, Arthur felt an uncanny connection to the shield spell from his charms class. He slipped the note into the recess of his Transfiguration textbook, the rough texture of the parchment lingering on his fingertips. Hermione's keen observational skills had linked the chaotic prototype of the Seraphim shield from last week's charms lesson to ancient flight magic. The flying lesson took place on a sun-warmed grassy slope, where 20 old Nimbus 2000 brooms were lined up in 2 neat rows. Madame Hooch's sharp golden eyes scanned the first-year students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, her silver hair billowing in the wind, hovering her right hand above the brooms. Her raspy voice commanded with undeniable authority, "Up." The brooms responded lazily, Arthur's broom flipping over with reluctance. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to release the restraint on his inner energy. The broom sprang up instantly, colliding into his palm. As his fingers made contact with the wooden handle, his dimensional perception unfurled automatically. The magical circuits within the broom glimmered like a radiant spider's web, particularly the stability rune at the bottom of the grip, which resonated faintly with the cushioning charms sewn by Penelope. Now, listen for my whistle and push off the ground. A sharp scream tore through the air. A Hufflepuff boy, Zacharias Smith, found his broom bolting skyward as if possessed by a giant, clinging desperately to the handle while his legs flailed in the air. Smith, steady the broom, Madam Hooch bellowed. The broom, however, spun wildly and dove straight toward the Ravenclaw line. Terry and Anthony yelped and dove away as the out-of-control broom whizzed past them. Arthur noticed Smith's fingers slipping from the handle, while Madam Hooch frantically unclipped her whistle, preparing to intervene. Time was running out. Arthur pushed off the ground with all his might. As the broom soared 3 feet into the air, the dimensional energy within him collided violently with the flight magic system. The wooden handle trembled violently in his grasp, emitting a creaking sound on the verge of disintegration, yet it bizarrely hovered in midair. Gritting his teeth, Arthur guided the energy flow with the finesse of potion manipulation. The broom transformed into a streak of blue and white light, racing towards Smith. Cole, get down. Madam Hooch's warning was swallowed by the wind. In the instant the two brooms collided midair, Arthur reached out and grasped the tail of Smith's broom. The dimensional energy surged into the two magical objects like a flood breaking through a dam. And the world around Arthur suddenly slowed. He vividly observed the two sets of magical circuits forcibly merging, the stability rune erupting in a sun-like brilliance. Smith's broom obediently descended, safely returning the screaming boy to the grass. However, at that moment, Arthur's broom went completely berserk. It propelled him upward at a terrifying speed. The castle towers shrinking rapidly beneath him. The gale tore at his robes, squeezing the air from his lungs. At the edge of the clouds, the broom abruptly halted, then began a free fall. The wind shrieked in his ears. Remarkably calm amidst the descent, Arthur gripped the broom handle tightly, channeling all his mental energy into Penelope's cushioning charm. The prototype of the Seraphim shield unfurled automatically, forming a pale blue energy field around him. Suddenly, the broom handle revealed unfamiliar runes, precisely the Celtic flight runes Hermione had mentioned in her note. As the blue light surged, the speed of descent dramatically decreased. 10 feet above the ground, the broom finally regained control, allowing him to land steadily. The lawn lay in a profound silence. Mrs. Hooch rushed forward. Seizing the broom with a pallid expression, Ravenclaw loses 20 points. For your reckless behavior. She abruptly fell silent, fixated on the searing new runes etched into the broomstick. By Merlin's beard, he saved me. Zacharias cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. Hermione squeezed through the crowd, cradling a copy of the Flying Broomstick Incident Compendium. This is absurd. The emergency stop spell for the shooting star cannot produce such visual effects. She suddenly realized her faux pas and clamped her hand over her mouth. After examining both brooms, Mrs. Hooch bore an expression as complex as if she had swallowed a thorny creature. Class is dismissed. Everyone returned to the castle immediately. She intercepted Arthur alone, instructing him to see Professor McGonagall after dinner. Now, to the hospital wing. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey administered a generous dose of calming potion to Arthur, ordering him to rest. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a lattice of light upon the sheets, the air thick with the scent of antiseptic and boiled bandages. Arthur stared at the ceiling, unconsciously rubbing the buffer charm hidden in his sleeve, sensing the resonance of energy and magical artifacts, hinting at some deeper potential. It seems our airborne student is recovering quite well. Dumbledore appeared silently at the foot of the bed, holding the rampaging broom. The charred runes glimmered faintly in the sunlight. A modern variant of the Celtic flight rune, the headmaster mused softly. The last time I encountered such vibrant runes was in Newt Scamander's suitcase. Arthur's breath hitched abruptly. Relax, Dumbledore said, leaning the broom against the bedside table. Mrs. Hooch had cast 7 stabilizing charms upon it. Yet, behind his half-moon glasses, his blue eyes sparkled with mischief. If you wish to experiment with ancient magic again, I suggest you converse with Professor Flitwick first. He was quite the seeker in Ravenclaw during his youth. After Dumbledore departed, Arthur realized his palms were clammy with sweat. The waning light of the sunset painted the window frames a vivid orange as he pulled a note from his Transfiguration textbook. The hour had long since passed 2 o'clock, and their library rendezvous had been unexpectedly disrupted. Footsteps approached, and the curtain of the hospital wing was abruptly drawn back. Madame Pomfrey says you fell from 300 feet? Hermione stood at the bedside, clutching 3 hefty tomes, with illustrations of Celtic flight runes prominently atop the pile. This defies all laws of physics. Unless, she lowered her voice suddenly, you employed some variant of an ancient levitation charm? Arthur gazed at the familiar outlines of runes on the book cover and finally spoke. Do you believe magical artifacts can possess self-awareness? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. The study of personification in magical artifacts. Children. Madame Pomfrey reappeared with a potion bottle, signaling that visiting hours were over. Miss Granger, your friend requires rest. Reluctantly, Hermione rose, suddenly slipping a folded parchment into Arthur's palm. After breakfast tomorrow, astronomy tower. The curtain closed once more. Arthur unfolded the note, revealing a dense array of runes. On the left side was a newly manifested symbol on the broomstick handle, while the right side displayed the ancient Celtic symbol from the illustration, marked in red ink with a note, 79 similarity. The bell for dinner echoed throughout the castle. Arthur gazed out the window, catching a glimpse of the nightmare circling above the forbidden forest, partially shrouded in twilight. Today's perilous encounters unexpectedly confirmed two truths. Dimensional energy could resonate deeply with magical artifacts, and someone within Hogwarts was observing these incidents. When Madame Pomfrey delivered dinner, a package had appeared on the bedside table, containing a pair of dragonhide gloves, lined with intricately embroidered cushioning runes. The accompanying note bore no signature, merely depicting a simple sketch of an owl clutching a quill. Arthur donned the gloves. The runes aligned perfectly with the patterns on his sleeves, and the flow of energy within him became remarkably smooth. As night deepened, the lights of the hospital wing gradually extinguished. In the darkness, Arthur opened his palm, envisioning the runes swirling within his grasp. The sensation of falling during flight still resonated deep within his bones, yet a new possibility had quietly arrived, accompanied by that beam of blue light. Chapter 27. The Ripples of Magical History. While morning dew still clung to the tips of the grass, Arthur was already seated by the window in the Ravenclaw common room. He carefully slipped on the dragonhide gloves. The cushioning runes perfectly meshed with the patterns on his sleeves, rendering the energy flow within him unusually docile. The previous night's experience in the hospital wing felt like a bizarre dream, an out-of-control broom, the emerging Celtic runes, Dumbledore's cryptic admonition, and the densely packed notes Hermione had thrust into his hands. Professor Binns' class was scheduled for the morning, and Penelope was flipping through the timetable, reminding him to bring ample parchment. His voice was the best lullaby. She pointed to several upperclassmen yawning. Someone had set a record last year by sleeping through 7 consecutive classes. Arthur stuffed the History of Magic textbook into his bag, and as his fingertips brushed the spine, he suddenly sensed a faint resonance, not emanating from the book, but from a deeper, ancient pulse within the castle. In the History of Magic classroom, the lecture hall was as chilly as a cellar. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students huddled together on the benches, their breath visible in the cold air. When Professor Binns floated directly through the blackboard, a few first-years gasped in shock. The ghostly professor appeared in a translucent pearl gray hue, his robe's edges billowing like smoke. The fundamental cause of the Goblin Rebellion, he droned, his voice dry as the wind rustling through withered leaves, lay in the controversy surrounding the interest rates of the Gringotts currency exchange system. Arthur's quill hovered above the parchment. In his dimensional perception, Professor Binns was not merely a simple spirit. His existence was woven from countless intricate magical runes, with a continuously rotating silver vortex at its core, resembling a miniature space-time tunnel. As Binns drifted past him, the runes in Arthur's sleeves suddenly warmed slightly. Thus, in the goblin negotiations of 1612, Hermione sat in the front row, scribbling furiously, her curls nearly dipping into the ink. Meanwhile, Neville's head bobbed incessantly like a chick pecking at grain, with Trevor the Toad emitting muffled croaks from his pocket. Professor Binns abruptly halted at Arthur's desk. This student seems particularly interested in goblin finance. The gaze of the entire class converged instantaneously. It was only then that Arthur realized, in a subconscious act, he had filled the parchment with variants of the Seraphim Shield's runes. Driven by a mere curiosity about ancient contract magic, he suddenly had a spark of ingenuity. A flicker of light flashed momentarily in Binns' hollow eye sockets. Perhaps a mere illusion. The binding force of the fairy contract stemmed from bloodline runes, fundamentally distinct from the contemporary magical framework. He glided toward the podium, an icy chill enveloping him as he passed through the lectern, promising to elaborate in the next class. Arthur's cuff runes continued to radiate warmth. When Binns traversed the wall once more, Arthur distinctly observed a golden rune flickering within the ghostly form, reminiscent of the Celtic flight rune he had encountered on the broomstick handle the previous night. During the recess, Hermione intercepted him in the corridor. She eagerly flipped through ancient magical contracts and noted the similarity in energy circuits to the barriers in their charms class. She pointed to a blurry illustration in the book, depicting a complex symbol formed by a triple helix. Arthur's breath caught in his throat. This was indeed the core structure of the Seraphim Shield. Regrettably, the book contained only illustrations, prompting Hermione to close it in frustration, lamenting that the specific principles could only be found in the restricted section as the Lost Art of Runes. Suddenly lowering her voice, she confided, "Madame Pants has been watching me closely lately. Perhaps we could reverse engineer through practice?" Arthur suggested tentatively, like the stability rune for flying broomsticks. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. The runes on the broomstick handle are motion-oriented, but if you could analyze them in reverse. She was abruptly interrupted as Ron collided with her, causing her to stumble. "Hey, sorry." Ron exclaimed, dragging Harry toward the Transfiguration classroom. "McGonagall is going to quiz us on turning matches into needles." Hermione hurriedly bid farewell and dashed after them. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Arthur traced the triple helix with his fingertips within his sleeve. The bloodline runes, the Celtic flight rune, the seraphim shield. These scattered fragments seemed to be interconnected by an invisible thread. After dinner, Arthur studied the illustrations of fairy runes in the appendix of History of Magic in the Tower Study. Outside, the forbidden forest was cloaked in deep purple twilight, and the distant neighing of the knight's steeds echoed faintly. A knock resounded. Helena Ravenclaw, the ghostly gray lady, glided through the door, her translucent robes shimmering with a cold luminescence in the moonlight. "Young seeker," her voice resonated with an echoing timbre. "Is Rowena's study still comfortable?" Arthur quickly rose. "Are you referring to this place?" The gray lady floated toward the bookshelf, her pale fingers brushing against the vacant shelves. "This used to be filled with my mother's astrological manuscripts and rune tablets." Suddenly, she turned, her gaze piercing like ice. "You carry a familiar essence. A magical resonance that does not belong to this era." Arthur's seraphim shield flickered to life in response. The gray lady's form began to waver. "The exiled power of dimensions," she spoke with an unusual compassion. "My mother also attempted to tame it, until..." The ghostly figure abruptly faded, her voice lingering in the air. "Beware the cost of knowledge." In the late hours, the library was illuminated only by a few solitary lamps. Arthur navigated the shelves bordering the restricted section, feeling Madame Pant's sharp gaze trailing him like a shadow. He ultimately discovered his target. The long dusty Celtic runes and natural resonance, classified under the ancient magical system. As he turned the yellowed pages, his breath momentarily halted. The illustration on page 37 depicted precisely the flight rune that had manifested on the broomstick. The annotation below read, "This rune is not man-made. It is a condensation of natural magic, revealing itself when encountering pure foreign forces." Suddenly, the deductions on the parchment became lucid. The shield of seraphim, otherworldly energy, activates natural magic, Celtic flight rune. Originating from the same source as the fairy bloodline rune, crystallization of natural magic. The dimensional energy within him acted as a catalyst, capable of awakening the ancient powers dormant within magical artifacts. The closing time had arrived. Mrs. Pants's voice thundered from behind. Arthur hurriedly transcribed the crucial passages. As he departed, he spotted Hermione lingering among the distant bookshelves, cradling fundamentals of rune analysis, evidently still troubled by the discoveries of the day. Moonlight streamed through the arched windows, cascading onto the desk. Arthur retrieved the metal rod from his failed transfiguration class, the one adorned with wood grain, and pressed his fingertip against its surface. Holding his breath and concentrating, he ceased to suppress the energy, instead guiding a thread of dimensional force into it. The metal rod suddenly revealed intricate silver patterns. They autonomously reorganized, gradually forming a flight rune reminiscent of a broomstick handle. When Arthur withdrew his finger, the rune slowly faded away. He drew forth his wand and tapped. This time, the orb of light stabilized at the tip of the wand, no longer a blinding blue-white, but a gentle hue of moonlight. Even more wondrously, the surface of the orb faintly shimmered with the ethereal images of Celtic runes. The dimensional energy and magical system had finally found their resonance. The bidirectional notebook on the bedside table unexpectedly warmed. Kingsley's handwriting materialized. "Chilo trespassed into the forbidden forest last night and was expelled by the centaurs. Stay vigilant." Arthur gazed out at the pitch-black, forbidden forest. Voldemort's minions were on the move, while he, in the shadowy nights of Hogwarts, had finally kindled the first light that belonged solely to him. Chapter 27. The New Melody of Herbology Class. The morning light flowed through the stone windows of Ravenclaw Tower, casting shimmering golden patterns upon the oak floor. Arthur opened his eyes in the four-poster bed, his fingertips unconsciously sketching the seraphim rune on the plush carpet. After a night of meditation, the energy within him flowed like a tamed stream, docilely circulating along the dimensional meridians. The moment he donned the dragon leather gloves, the runes lining the interior resonated with his skin, producing a nearly inaudible harmonious hum. Pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, the corridor was infused with the aroma of roasted sausages. At the corner of the spiral staircase, two fiery red heads were stuffing hissing, smoking firework boxes into the ears of the stone beast. "Weasley, wake up, sugar." George Weasley, his robe splattered with pink foam, handed a jumping bean to a yawning Hufflepuff, proclaiming it to be for Professor Binns's class. "I guarantee your eyelids will never droop." After chewing the bean, the student suddenly widened his eyes, grabbing a quill and frantically scribbling in the air. Amid the twins' uproarious laughter, Arthur picked up a parchment package that had rolled to his feet, containing 5 nebulous swirl candies. The packaging adorned with a crooked broom, survival commemorative special, float for 10 seconds. Broom accident survivor medal. The glass dome of the second greenhouse hung with droplets of rainbow water. Professor Sprout, clad in mud-streaked dragon-hide boots, distributed rabbit fur earmuffs to the students. Mandrakes are delicate musicians. Their cries can shatter quartz. Arthur's sapling rhythmically tapped against the ceramic pot with its roots. As the thick earmuffs muffled sound waves, the dimensional vista became clearer. Each plant's lament transformed into golden ripples, while the emerald magic within the soil surged like a hidden river. Suddenly, Neville's sapling broke free from its constraints, its roots darting towards the toxic tendrils like a centipede. Merlin's woolen socks. Professor Sprout's exclamation was stifled by the earmuffs. Hermione's binding spell barely grazed the leaves as the little creature lunged at the snake venom vine. Instinctively, Arthur pressed his left palm down, and the shield of Seraphim formed an invisible force field to support the fleeing creature. Everyone saw the mandrake hover 3 inches above the toxic vine before gently descending back into Neville's trembling pot. A masterful, silent levitation. Professor Sprout lifted her earmuff, mud splattering across her smile. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Mr. Cole, you should consider herbology. Neville's ears turned crimson. Thank you. But it loathes the scent of my dragon dung fertilizer. Arthur glanced down, his dragon hide gloves resonating with the natural magic of the mandrake's roots, emitting a web-like blue glow. After class, Arthur remained to repot the toxic tendrils. Professor Sprout handed him a silver trowel. Children who learn to listen to plants can always hear the secret language of the magical world. She gently traced the spiral patterns of the mandrake's roots with her fingertip. Do these natural circuits not resemble the fairy steps in moonlight? Arthur's dimensional perception delved microscopically. Those patterns were indeed a natural energy matrix, astonishingly congruent with the topology of the shield of Seraphim. As he infused a thread of dimensional energy into the roots, the entire plant suddenly unfurled its leaves, veins illuminating with ethereal blue paths, the tips of the leaves crystallizing into miniature Seraphim runes. A miracle of nature. Professor Sprout's hands trembled slightly as she cradled the ceramic pot. It is composing a new melody with your energy. In the beams of light streaming through the stained glass, the floating runes danced like stardust. Arthur suddenly realized the spells of Karmatai and natural magic were but different parts of the same song. Before Transfiguration class, the stone corridor buzzed with the fervor of a carnival. The Gemini stall was surrounded by a throng, honest feather quills. Fred inscribed the gentlest words of Professor McGonagall, the quill filling in as her cat-eye brooch dimmed. Color-changing gnome hairpins. George affixed a hairpin to Padma's braid, the ends transforming into peacock blue, while Peeves hung upside down from the chandelier, practicing his cat calls. Hermione suddenly emerged from the crowd, brandishing a piece of blue-dyed parchment. Look at the residual energy from your shield. The ink shimmered faintly, echoing the patterns of the mandrake's roots. Before she could finish her sentence, Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a garlic-scented scarf, squeezed through. Arthur sidestepped into the shadow of the dripping beast, as if avoiding the spiny tendrils. The chill wind of the astronomical tower rustled the star charts. Hermione stomped her feet, bundled in a thick scarf. Beginning herbology says plant energy can be directed. Suddenly, Arthur spread his palm, and a withered leaf floated in his hand, its veins glowing with ethereal blue paths, coalescing into swirling seraphim runes. Wandless levitation. Hermione's telescope crashed onto her foot. Standard spells say this is horizontal. It is not a spell, it is resonance. The withered leaf drifted down. The language that plants have taught me. A sudden uproar erupted from below. Peering down, Arthur observed the swamp created by the twins engulfing the courtyard stone bench, while Ferk chased a rubber duck through the mire. Professor McGonagall's furious shout startled the nesting snitch. Amidst the evening chimes, Hermione abruptly grasped Arthur's sleeve. Tomorrow is the greenhouse open day. Professor Sprout will showcase the moonlight flowers. Her eyes sparkled with the nascent stars, pulsating with pure curiosity. Chapter 28. The Trial of Dark Arts Defense. The stone walls of the underground classroom were permeated with cold droplets, as torches cast flickering shadows. Arthur sat on the last row of stone benches, the runes within his dragon-hide gloves slightly warming, suppressing the restless energy in the dark ambience. Professor Quirrell, wrapped in a heavy scarf, huddled behind the podium. Today, we shall practice the fundamentals of defensive spells. His wand trembled like a brittle twig in the wind. Hands and wrists quaking, Arthur focused intently on the tip of the wand. In his dimensional vision, the magical structure of the iron armor charm resembled rusted chains, its nodes clogged and fractured. He recalled the smooth natural circuit of the mandrake, his fingers sketching a refined path upon his knee. Quirrell demonstrated the charm as he opened the iron cage. When the slimy water creature lunged towards the front row, Lavender shrieked and waved her wand. Iron armor. The thin silver shield shattered upon command. In the instant the creature's claws reached for the girl's face, Arthur's wand lightly tapped, merging with the plant circuit to conjure the seraphim shield, which unfurled with a soft blue luminescence, precisely intercepting the claws. As the Grindylow collided with the barrier, the shield manifested leaf vein patterns of deep azure, dispersing the impact into ripples. Ancient magic? Quirrell stuttered, his voice oddly halting. "The transformation taught by Professor Flitwick last week." Arthur replied calmly. Sparkles, akin to stardust, drifted onto Hermione's parchment, where she meticulously annotated the energy trajectories in 3 colors. After class, Professor Flitwick intercepted Arthur before the water beast, an impressive transformation of the barrier. The diminutive headmaster stood on tiptoe to pat his shoulder. But the energy circuit resonated with the rhythm of a Celtic ballad. "I've seen the runes in the illustrations of History of Magic," Arthur replied cautiously. A mischievous glint flickered in Flitwick's eyes. "Perhaps it is time to broaden your reading?" He conjured a copy of Defensive Arts and Medieval Ballads and slipped it into Arthur's bag, noting that the 3rd chapter on the Thorn Shield deserved savoring. At the staircase's corner, 2 red heads suddenly emerged. George thrust a walnut box into Arthur's hands. "Shield Master. An upgraded swamp escape kit." Inside lay a bronze compass, its needle a root tendril of the mandrake, spinning clockwise towards trouble as Fred winked, indicating the approaching figure of Professor Quirrell at the corridor's end. The compass needle began to whirl frantically. The midnight infirmary was thick with the pungent scent of essence of bones. With a slight expenditure of magic, Madame Pomfrey administered a potion. "No touching your wand before bedtime." Arthur gazed at the ceiling's herbal star chart, the mandrake's tendrils intertwining with Celtic runes in his mind. As his fingertips brushed against the bandage, a thread of blue light instinctively wove itself into a miniature barrier, cradling the cup above his palm. Magic materialized. Madame Pomfrey snatched the cup away. "Another misstep, and you'll be drinking the water of life and death." As moonlight streamed through the high window, Arthur opened the book Flitwick had given him. The illustration of the thorn shield on page 47 bears an uncanny resemblance to the leaf vein barrier. As he traced the diagram with his finger, the skin beneath the bandages grew slightly warm. The collection of medieval ballads states that the thorn shield must be accompanied by melodic chants. Hermione, wrapped in a thick cloak, hummed the melody. Arthur gently tapped his wand against the night sky, and the vine-like barrier suddenly unfurled, its surface shimmering with glowing leaf vein patterns. When the cold wind swept through, the light curtain emitted a sound akin to wind chimes. Sound waves reinforcing the barrier? Hermione's parchment was whisked away by the breeze, a phenomenon unaccounted for in any theory. The swamp, conjured by the twins, roiled below. Arthur dissipated the barrier, and a withered leaf drifted into his palm. The leaf veins glowed with blue light, merging into his wand, which burst forth with a luminous moonflower at its tip. The transformation of life energy. Hermione's quill tumbled from the tower. A silver-green beam ascended towards the forbidden forest, yet at that moment, she was fervently recording the correlation between the leaf vein patterns and the nodes of the iron armor charm. Upon returning to the tower, the mandrake in the ceramic pot on the windowsill had sprouted new leaves adorned with silver veins. A note from Weasley was tied to the leaf stem. "The living compass enjoys being watered with the school song. Please hum it." Arthur softly hummed the tune of their alma mater. Suddenly, the seedling quivered, its roots spreading across the table into a glowing rune array. The bookshelf's intermediate transfiguration flipped its pages on its own, stopping at the chapter on life transformation, where the illustration of the vine shield mirrored the barrier from the previous night. Moonlight cascaded through the leaf veins, casting swirling protective runes upon the stone walls. As Arthur pressed his palm against the roots, the ancient pulse of Hogwarts resonated through them, as if the castle was breathing in harmony with the nascent protective force. Among the crevices of the floor, a tender green sprout quietly emerged. Chapter 29, The Rhythm of the Wand. The moonlight from the hospital wing seemed still to linger at his fingertips, imbued with the warmth of the thorn shield and the ancient resonance of the ballad, alongside the lingering sharpness from Madame Pomfrey's bone regrowth potion that sent shivers down his spine. Yet at that moment, Arthur Cole stood alone on a secluded terrace of a forgotten tower in Hogwarts Castle, the morning breeze carrying the crispness unique to the Scottish Highlands, ruffling his dark hair. He inhaled deeply, the frigid air piercing his lungs, attempting to suppress the turbulent dimensional energy within him, akin to a deep sea awakened. The brief experiment with Hermione the previous night had opened a floodgate. The thorn shield and the nascent seraphim shield intertwined in his mind. The life rhythm depicted in Professor Flitwick's defensive arts in medieval ballads clashed violently with the cold, precise runic structures found in the remnants of the Karmatai notes, merging within the crucible of his thoughts. However, this fusion brought not only power but a deeper unrest. He could distinctly hear, as the magic stirred, the chaotic, ravenous gazes from the other side of the dimension becoming clearer, like cold tendrils brushing against the edges of his soul. It must be controlled, truly controlled, Arthur murmured to himself, his fingers tightening around the wand that had accompanied him through it all. English oak, moonstone handle, and the core of a phoenix tail feather. This was his most crucial medium, a key anchor to suppress the raging energy within and attempt to integrate into the magical framework of this world. He slowly raised his wand, discarding all ornate gestures and incantations, pouring all his focus into the wand's body. Consciousness, akin to a delicate probe, cautiously grazes the gentle, somewhat timid essence of the magical core within the wand, reminiscent of the elusive tail feathers of a mythical bird. Simultaneously, he summons the ethereal yet resilient energy web derived from otherworldly knowledge, which forms the foundational framework of the Seraphim shield, endeavoring to synchronize it with the wand's intrinsic magical circuit. The objective is the most fundamental incantation, the levitation charm. A faint hum resonates as the wand's tip emits a minuscule tremor, while the staff itself experiences a subtle resistance. Within the dimensional vista, the magical structure representing the levitation charm unfurls like a nascent spider's web, yet is immediately disrupted by the tumultuous surge of dimension energy surging within him. Imbued with the essence of a star-studded abyss, the azure energy flows like a tempestuous stallion, striving to break free from the confines of the Seraphim shield framework, brazenly colliding with the delicate threads of the magical system belonging to this realm as guided by the wand. A sudden crack, a fist-sized fragment of stone before Arthur jolts upward, barely an inch off the ground, only to lose all momentum and crash back down, sending a small cloud of dust into the air, a quintessential manifestation of magical instability. Arthur furrows his brow, undeterred by the setback. He steadies his breath, tightening the framework of the Seraphim shield as if fitting a more precise bridle onto the restless stallion. He recalls Professor Flivvy's emphasis on the necessity of a supple wrist and the importance of mental guidance over brute strength, striving to make his will a bridge connecting the two streams of energy rather than a barrier of opposition. The wand taps again, and this time, the sensation of resistance diminishes slightly. The fragment of stone quivers beneath the wand's tip, hovering about a foot off the ground. However, the scene within the dimensional vista is anything but tranquil. The silver threads of magical energy, representing the levitation charm, barely coalesce, ensnared and permeated by tendrils of ethereal blue dimension energy, akin to silver strands steeped in azure ink. The space surrounding the fragment distorts imperceptibly, reminiscent of rippling water, suggesting that it does not merely float in the air, but rather hovers within an unstable bubble. Such an anomaly would go unnoticed by the ordinary eye, but to a master like Flivvy or McGonagall, it would undoubtedly appear exceedingly peculiar. Arthur maintains this precarious balance for approximately 5 seconds, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He must simultaneously uphold the internal suppression of the Seraphim shield, accurately project the levitation charm's energy, and remain vigilant against the insidious whispers of dimensional deities. The mental strain of this trifecta far exceeds what most can fathom. A subtle tremor passes through his wrist. Poof! The suspended stone vanishes instantaneously, not falling, but as if erased by an invisible eraser, leaving behind a fleeting distortion the size of a ping-pong ball, which is quickly filled by the surrounding air. Producing a faint explosive sound, Arthur lets out a muffled groan, feeling a disarray of energy surge within him, causing even the framework of the Seraphim shield to shudder slightly. This is the nature of spatial annihilation. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, his expression grave. This is one of the most perilous consequences of dimensional energy spiraling out of control within the realm of fundamental incantations, though fortunately, the scope is minimal. He swiftly surveys his surroundings, ensuring no one has noticed, before exhaling in relief. If practicing basic spells is fraught with such danger, the path toward mastering higher dimensional sorcery appears daunting indeed. He shifts his focus, attempting a simpler incantation, the Lumos charm. The structure of this spell is relatively simple and stable. The tip of the wand emanates a steady white light, gently dispelling the shadows of the terrace. Has it succeeded? Just as Arthur began to relax, he immediately sensed something amiss. The light was not of a pure white hue. At the core of the luminous orb, a delicate, ethereal thread of deep azure light danced as if alive, reminiscent of a blue tungsten filament entwined within an incandescent bulb, exuding a cold and profound aura that seemed alien to this world. Furthermore, the range of illumination appeared deeper than that of a typical luminescent spell, the edges of the shadows exhibiting an unnaturally sharp cut, as though the light itself bore a subtle spatial attribute. Unable to fully extricate himself from this predicament, Arthur reluctantly extinguished the wand. The dimensional energy within him was akin to an indelible undertone, inevitably seeping into any magic he wielded, imparting an uncommon quality, sometimes a dangerous distortion, at other times an unexpected enhancement, but always a latent source of exposure. In the Transfiguration classroom, sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the golden dust dancing in the air. Professor McGonagall meticulously elucidated the nuances of transforming a matchstick into a needle, emphasizing the precision of intent and shape-shifting and the understanding of the material's intrinsic structure. Arthur sat by the window, a simple matchstick before him. He focused his mind, clearing away distractions, concentrating solely on the wand and the matchstick itself. This time, he endeavored to apply the mental framework of the Seraphim shield to the magical output conduit, as if constructing a delicate channel to filter the spontaneous interference of dimensional energy from the rushing river of energy. He enunciated the incantation clearly and steadily, the wand's movements precise as if guided by a ruler. The magic surging forth from the wand manifested in a rare, pristine silver white in his dimensional vision, with scarcely any trace of the deep azure infiltration. A flicker of joy surged within him. The matchstick responded to his will. Instead of transforming into a silver needle, it underwent a slight distortion and elongation, metamorphosing into a needle that shimmered with a faint metallic luster, its surface adorned with exquisitely symmetrical leaf-like veins. It resembled an artistic amalgamation of nature and metal, sharp at the tip, the needle's body flowing with a rhythm of life and resilience. Professor McGonagall appeared beside Arthur's desk, as if by teleportation. Adjusting her square glasses, her keen gaze scrutinized the peculiar needle on the table. She refrained from immediate judgment, instead picking it up, her fingers feeling the material, neither metal nor wood, possessing a warm texture and unusual elasticity, along with the organically formed leaf vein patterns. A remarkably unique transfiguration effect, Mr. Arthur. McGonagall's voice remained as serious as ever, yet Arthur discerned a fleeting spark of pure academic curiosity behind her lenses. The core of shape-shifting had been achieved, and the material's properties had fundamentally altered, acquiring the hardness and sheen of metal. However, she paused, her fingertip lightly tracing the leaf vein pattern. This decorative evolution of the internal structure, along with the organic resilience embedded within the material, deviated from the anticipated outcome of standard transfiguration. It was not a mistake. She regarded Arthur with an evaluative gaze, as if sensing a strong personal style imprint, or perhaps some unknown talent's natural infusion into the magic. She did not delve deeper, yet Arthur's heart had already begun to race. Personal style? Innate talent? These were merely the faintest remnants of dimensional energy characteristics filtered through the framework of Seraphim's shield. If fully unleashed, a most intriguing variant, Mr. Cole. Professor McGonagall finally placed the needle back on the table, her tone reverting to its customary strictness as she urged the students to continue their practice, aiming for precise control over form and material, eliminating unnecessary personal embellishments. She turned towards the next table, but Arthur understood that he had already been marked as an object of observation by this master of transfiguration, renowned for her meticulousness. The classroom for afternoon spellcasting was significantly brighter. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, enthusiastically elucidating the advanced applications of the levitation charm, demonstrating how it could facilitate more complex trajectories of movement for objects. Arthur steadied his mind and attempted once more. This time, he exercised greater caution in controlling the framework of Seraphim's shield and the guidance of his wand. A feather before him, under the influence of his incantation, steadily ascended into the air and began to trace a perfect circular trajectory. Success. The feather's path was stable, devoid of spatial distortions, and it exhibited no peculiar blue luminescence or alterations in properties. A flicker of joy ignited within Arthur, prompting him to relax his control slightly. Just as the feather completed its third circle, an unexpected anomaly occurred. The space surrounding the feather, without warning, shimmered with an exceedingly subtle distortion, akin to the rising of high-temperature steam. The range of distortion was minimal, confined to mere inches around the feather, yet it was unmistakably evident. Strangely, the feather itself appeared unaffected, continuing its stable circular motion, but within the distorted space, its image momentarily flickered with a ghostly double vision, reminiscent of a poor signal. Professor Flitwick's head abruptly turned towards Arthur, his diminutive frame nearly peering over the books. His wise little eyes widened, fixated on the fleeting ripples in the space surrounding the feather. His expression was not one of reproach, but rather a blend of profound astonishment and the exhilaration akin to discovering a new continent. Mr. Cole. Flitwick's voice rose an octave, brimming with unabashed curiosity. Was that a visual mirage caused by a momentary overload of energy guidance, or an exceedingly rare resonance disturbance within the spatial medium? Merlin's beard. I have only encountered vague descriptions of such microscopic spatial effects in a few exceedingly obscure ancient energy manuscripts. How did you achieve this? Do it once more. Please. Do it again. He was so animated that his little mustache quivered, entirely forgetting the progress of the class. The gaze of the entire classroom converged upon Arthur, filled with wonder and inquiry. Arthur felt a tingle at the nape of his neck. He abruptly ceased the levitation charm, allowing the feather to float gently down. Striving to maintain his composure, he explained, "Apologies, Professor. It seems my magical output was somewhat unstable, causing a misfire." He vaguely deflected the inquiry with a common excuse regarding magical control issues. The excitement on Professor Flitwick's face slightly waned, replaced by a hint of regret. Yet the curiosity in his eyes remained undiminished. He nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, and regarded Arthur with a meaningful gaze. Mastery of magical control indeed demands relentless refinement. Mr. Cole, especially with certain unique energy characteristics, extraordinary command is paramount. Should you have any inquiries regarding, well, the stability of your magic after class, feel free to discuss it with me anytime. He deliberately emphasized the words unique and stability, the implications unmistakably clear. After concluding a long day of lessons, Arthur returned to the Ravenclaw Tower, his body weighed down with fatigue. The energy within him, under continuous suppression and cautious guidance, had grown increasingly restless, akin to a beast confined by unyielding restraints. The common room was warm and bustling, yet he yearned for the tranquility of his dormitory. Upon entering, a pristine white owl with keen eyes fluttered onto his windowsill, bearing a standard envelope emblazoned with the Ministry of Magic's crest. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Arthur's heart tightened slightly as he swiftly untied the letter. The parchment was the Ministry's customary pale yellow sheepskin, the handwriting steady and commanding. Mr. Cole, routine check-in. Is life at Hogwarts proceeding smoothly? The monitoring period for the risk of magical surges has yet to conclude. I hope all remains stable in the near future, free from any unusual energy fluctuations. Should you experience any discomfort or exceptional circumstances, please do not hesitate to contact St. Mungo's or inform me directly. There is no need for pressure. Health and safety are paramount. Yours sincerely, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Auror Office, Ministry of Magic. The letter was concise, its tone calm, even imbued with a paternal concern. There were no questions, no tests, merely a straightforward inquiry and reminder of routine protocol. Compared to the sharp observations filled with academic curiosity from Flitwick and McGonagall, this distant yet official care from the Ministry imposed an invisible, institutional pressure upon Arthur. The Ministry had not forgotten him. The label of risk from magical surges still clung to him. Seating himself at his desk, he spread the letter open and dipped his quill into the ink. Dear Mr. Shacklebolt, your letter has been received. Thank you for your concern. Life at Hogwarts is proceeding smoothly, and my studies are progressing as scheduled. My magical state has remained relatively stable, without any severe fluctuations or discomfort. I shall continue to adhere to medical advice and proceed with caution. Should any situation arise, I will report promptly. Sincerely, Arthur Cole. His words were cautious, the information minimal, only underscoring stability and absence of discomfort. After meticulously reviewing it multiple times to ensure no phrasing could provoke unwarranted attention, he sealed the letter with magic and entrusted it to the waiting owl perched on the windowsill. As he watched it blend into the twilight, Arthur leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Addressing the Ministry's concern was equally draining. On the windowsill, the mandrake seedling gifted by the Weasley twins unfurled its distinctive new leaves, marked by silver veins, in the fading light of the sunset. Arthur's gaze settled on the leaves, and the peculiar sensation of resonating with the castle's pulse from the previous night seemed to linger at his fingertips. He extended a finger, hesitating briefly, before ultimately just brushing the cool edge of the ceramic pot. At the very moment the fingertips departed from the ceramic basin, the largest leaf of the mandala grass, adorned with distinct silver veins, inexplicably curled upwards ever so slightly, akin to a sensitive mimosa responding to touch, silently gesturing towards an unseen direction. Chapter 30. Dimensions and Potions. The air within the potions classroom perpetually stagnated, infused with an indescribable emlaying of scents, the dampness of ancient grime, the bitterness of desiccated herbal residues, and the pungent vapors currently emanating from dozens of brass cauldrons, an intense aroma produced by the violent reaction of crushed liquid grass catalyzed with moonstone powder. The lighting was dim, with only the flickering shadows cast by torches nestled within the wall's recesses, rendering Professor Snape's dark-cloaked figure as a colossal bat flitting across the wall. Time it precisely. Snape's cold, slippery voice reverberated beneath the low ceiling, akin to a serpent slithering through crevices. Stir clockwise 7 times, then counterclockwise 3.5. Each rotation must maintain a constant speed, akin to the shadow of a sundial. Any deviation would prompt his abrupt pivot, his robes swirling, his gaze, sharp as a needle encased in ice, piercing towards a flustered Hufflepuff, ready to transform what should have been a crystalline blue elixir into a noxious sludge capable of causing grievous harm. The student trembled, causing a sizable, ominous bubble to rise from the dark green liquid in the cauldron, suffused with the scent of sulfur. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Snape's mouth as he silently moved toward the next fortunate soul. Arthur sat behind his own cauldron, positioned at the rear, on the edge of the shadows. He endeavored to shield himself from the oppressive aura emanating from Snape and the chaotic energy fields swirling within the classroom. The scarlet foam bubbling in Neville's cauldron radiated an explosive panic. The aroma of expensive spices wafting from Malfoy's corner carried with it an air of haughty magical resonance. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself in the perception of dimensions. In an instant, the scene before him shed the veils of smoke and color. Within his cauldron, the viscous liquid no longer simmered with green smoke. Instead, he beheld countless minuscule, vividly colored specks colliding, separating, and recombining within the boiling energy broth. The pale green essence of liquid grass pulsed with energy akin to myriad tiny, disordered luminescent creatures. As he sprinkled a small spoonful of moonstone powder, delicate as silver sand, a hum resonated. In the dimensional vision, the powder resembled ice crystals cast into a boiling pot of oil. Each particle erupted with an exceptionally stable, nearly solidified silver-blue halo. They were not at rest. Rather, they spun rapidly at a peculiar, almost absolute frequency, forcibly expanding minuscule domains with sharply defined and stable boundaries amidst the chaotic flow of energetic particles. It was as though, on a tumultuous battlefield, unassailable miniature fortresses sprang up in an instant. This was the spatial stability conferred by moonstone powder, providing an anchoring point for the chaotic energy structure. Arthur understood intuitively, his fingers pinching the finely ground powder of the sneeze wort beside him. In dimensional vision, the powder of this toxic plant revealed a starkly different tableau, countless fragmented, deep purple energy shards, edged with sharp serrations. As they were cast into the cauldron, the moment of contact with the boiling potion, these violet shards dissolved instantaneously, transforming into countless rapidly expanding ripples of deep purple, imbued with a potent sense of purification and repulsion. These ripples swept through the viscous liquid, forcibly dispersing, neutralizing, and obliterating the chaotic, impurity-laden gray-green specks, leaving only the purest, most vibrant core of emerald energy. This was a wave of purification, a process of eliminating impurities and refining the essence. Snape's instructions required clockwise stirring for 7 circles at this juncture. Arthur grasped the silver, stirring rod with precision. However, a significant portion of his focus was dedicated to guiding his nascent mental anchoring network, akin to the most delicate of probes. Carefully delving into the boiling cauldron, not to stir the potion, but to attempt to touch the minuscule stabilizing field constructed by the moonstone powder. He did not seek to disrupt the potion's reaction, but rather to find a resonance of harmonious frequency. His willpower acted as an invisible hand, gently brushing against the rapidly spinning silver-blue specks, mimicking their unique, steadfast rotational rhythm. Simultaneously, he endeavored to guide the restless dimensional energy flowing within him, constraining it within the framework of the seraphim shield, to emulate the stability of the moonstone field and the purifying and repelling characteristics of the sneezewort's wave. Attempting to fine-tune his overly vast and chaotic energy flow, this was an exceedingly bold and intricate external experiment. Utilizing the natural energetic properties of the potion ingredients as a reference and practice ground to hone his control over internal energy. The effects were remarkable, yet fraught with peril. When he successfully allowed a small surge of dimensional energy to briefly replicate the stable frequency of the moonstone field, an indescribable sense of relief coursed through his mental core, and the inner turmoil seemed to momentarily subside. However, in the next instant, when he attempted to simulate the purifying wave of sneezewort to organize another surge of energy, that dimensional energy erupted violently, akin to an enraged beast, crashing against the framework of the seraphim shield. The sharp pain in his mind caused his wrist to jerk uncontrollably, nearly spilling the potion from the cauldron. "Control your hand, Mr. Cole." Snape's frigid voice pierced the air, as if whispering against the nape of his neck. Arthur jolted, abruptly raising his gaze to find Snape, having appeared silently at his workstation, scrutinizing the unusually clear, nearly perfect turquoise potion in his cauldron, as well as his slightly trembling wrist. "Or perhaps your frail nerves cannot even master a stirring rod." Snape's tone dripped with disdain. Yet Arthur keenly detected a faint glimmer of curiosity in his penetrating gaze, reminiscent of a serpent discovering an intriguing prey. He had perceived the anomaly in the magical fluctuations triggered by Arthur's momentary mental turmoil. "My apologies, Professor. The steam is rather hot." Arthur averted his eyes, swiftly regaining his composure and forcefully suppressing the tumultuous energy within him. A week later, the topic of the potion class was the preparation of a basic invigorating potion. This was a relatively simple yet practical concoction, designed to combat drowsiness and elevate one's spirits. Standard formula: essence of sleeping beans, requires precise cutting to release active substances. Standard ingredients: dried billywig stinger powder, crushed mint leaves, distilled water, and slow simmering. Arthur and Hermione were assigned to the same group. Hermione meticulously handled the sleeping beans, using a silver knife to deftly slice the pods, ensuring that each drop of juice was full and effective. Her workstation was as immaculate as an operating theater, with each step precisely aligned with the textbook descriptions. Arthur was responsible for grinding the billywig stinger powder. In dimensional vision, these dried, spiky granules displayed a vibrant, unstable orange-yellow luminescence, exuding an invigorating essence. The standard stimulant formula utilized the compelling awakening properties of the sleeping bean essence, a deep blue energy flow imbued with an imperative command, as the foundation, harmonizing the stimulating nature of the stinger powder, the orange, flickering luminescence, and the refreshing clarity of the mint leaves, the soft green ripples, to mitigate side effects and achieve a gentle uplift. A thought quietly took root in Arthur's mind. Given that the potion ingredients inherently possessed such clear energy attributes, could one introduce a slight external variable while adhering to the fundamental reaction principles? For instance, could the powerful spatial stability of moonstone powder optimize or even enhance the potion's stability? This notion was remarkably audacious, fraught with unknown risks. A failure could result in the potion being rendered useless, or worse, trigger an explosion or produce unpredictable toxicity. Nevertheless, the potions class appeared to be the only relatively safe environment for conducting such inter-system energy interaction experiments at present. He glanced at Hermione, who was intently focused on slicing the sleeping beans, and resolved to proceed. Seizing the moment when Hermione bent down to attend to the pods, Arthur discreetly flicked his finger against the edge of the mortar. A grain of moonstone powder, smaller than a salt crystal and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, silently mingled with the heap of orange-yellow billywig stinger powder under the guise of the grinding motion. His actions were as swift as lightning, unnoticed even by Hermione, who was close by. In dimensional vision, that minuscule grain of moonstone powder fell into the vibrant orange luminescence, instantaneously expanding a faint silver-blue stabilizing field. This field functioned as an invisible vessel, confining the previously restless and potentially conflicting orange light points into a more stable and orderly state. Next came the simmering. Hermione strictly followed the steps, sequentially adding the prepared sleeping bean essence, the powder, which included that grain of moonstone, and the crushed mint leaves into the crucible filled with distilled water. Arthur's heart raced as he fully engaged his dimensional perception, intently locking onto the energy fluctuations within the crucible. The boiling commenced. The deep blue energy flow from the sleeping beans violently collided with the orange-yellow stimulating energy. According to the standard reaction, precise control of heat and stirring were required at this moment to facilitate their fusion. However, this time, at the heart of the intense energy conflict, the faint silver-blue stabilizing field began to exert its influence. It did not prevent the collision. Rather, it resembled a miniature gravitational core, constraining the tumultuous energy of the violent conflict within a more confined and ordered range, significantly reducing the energy wasted in futile clashes. The process of blending deep blue and orange became remarkably smooth. As Hermione added the final sprig of mint, the soothing ripples of pale green radiated outward, transforming the concoction in the cauldron from the standard murky, bubbling yellow-green energizer into an exceptionally clear liquid, akin to a fine emerald in its molten state. It gently released tiny bubbles, exuding a remarkably pure aroma. The invigorating coolness of mint was intertwined with an unusual, faintly fragrant essence that instilled a sense of tranquility, entirely devoid of the pungent spiciness typical of ordinary energizers. "Oh, Merlin!" Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment at the evidently overstrong potion in her cauldron. Instinctively glancing at Arthur, he quickly and imperceptibly shook his head, his eyes urging her to remain silent. Yet, this extraordinary perfection shone like a lighthouse in the night. Snape's seemingly omnipresent figure silently loomed near their workstation once more. His sharp, hooked nose twitched slightly as he inhaled deeply the distinctive fragrance of the potion, his cold gaze slicing through the crystalline green liquid like a scalpel. He did not immediately reprimand them. Instead, he delicately lifted a droplet of the potion with his wand, meticulously observing the unusually viscous and elastic thread it formed, before pinching it between his fingers to feel the extraordinary texture and the vibrant magic it contained, far exceeding that of a standard energizer. A rather surprising variant. "Miss Granger, Mr. Cole," Snape's voice resonated, low and deliberate, each word wrapped in a layer of frost. "The potency is at least 15 times that of a standard energizer, with an exceptionally high purity and an unusually stable magical activity. One might even claim it is overly stable." His inscrutable black eyes scanned between the two, finally fixing upon Arthur's face, laden with unmasked scrutiny and a hint of icy inquiry. Was it the flawless technique? The precise control of timing down to the millisecond? Or had he elongated the process, his gaze penetrating flesh to reach the soul, revealing some unknown, unique gift applied to the materials themselves? Or was it merely a fortunate, unreplicable mishap? He did not await a response, as if he had already determined the answer. With a flick of his wand, he accurately siphoned off a considerable portion of the potion into a crystal vial. Exceeding expectations, he coldly dropped a score, stashing the vial into the pocket of his black robes. Before turning to leave, he uttered a final whisper, akin to the hiss of a serpent, which clearly pierced Arthur's ears. "Remember, the essence of potion-making lies in precision and rules. Excessive talent can sometimes yield unforeseen side effects." A chill sweat trickled down Arthur's back. Snape had taken the potion sample. He would undoubtedly analyze the source of its remarkable stability. Would the moonstone powder evade scrutiny? In the depths of night, the embers of the common room's fire flickered to a dark red glow. Arthur sat alone in the shadowy corner, surrounded by his potions textbook and several sheets of parchment filled with intricate energy structure diagrams, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The warning from Snape and the analysis of the potion that had been taken from him weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to two enormous stones. A faint sound of footsteps approached. Hermione, clutching a hefty tome capable of inflicting fatal harm titled Advanced Potion Materials, Energy Properties Analysis, silently settled into the armchair beside him. She refrained from inquiring about the peculiar invigorating potion, instead turning to a specific page and indicating a complex three-dimensional diagram depicting the energy resonance frequency of Moonstone. Her voice, subdued yet imbued with profound insight, conveyed a deep understanding. The constraint effect of a stable field is theoretically feasible, particularly when harmonizing two intensely conflicting energy properties. However, the introduction point must be exceedingly precise, and the dosage must be controlled at trace levels. Otherwise, the stable field itself may become a new source of conflict. Hermione fluidly recited a series of intricate parameters regarding the resonance frequency of Moonstone powder. Arthur suddenly lifted his gaze towards her. Hermione's eyes, clear and resolute, bore no trace of reproach, only pure understanding and a fervor for exploration. "How did you discern this?" he asked, his voice slightly hoarse. "Your grinding motion was 0.3 seconds faster than usual, and there was an almost imperceptible, unnatural tremor in your wrist." Hermione adjusted her glasses, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Moreover, the energy spectrum of the finished potion exhibited an exceedingly faint, yet undeniably non-standard blue shift peak in the ultraviolet range, precisely aligning with the fundamental energy characteristics of Moonstone. She gestured towards a sketch Arthur had drawn on parchment concerning the Moonstone field. Linking it to his recent research inclination in ancient runic energy applications, she used the vague terminology Arthur had employed while explaining dimensional spells, thus forming a clear logical chain. A warm surge welled up within Arthur, his taut nerves easing slightly. Hermione's brilliance and acceptance served as his most treasured support on this solitary path of discovery. Side effects. Professor Snape had alluded to them. What impact might this stable field have on the user? He voiced his greatest concern. In the short term, there are virtually no negative effects, Hermione replied, flipping through the pages and pointing to a segment discussing that enhanced stability implies longer lasting and smoother efficacy, with the fatigue following the mental boost being considerably less pronounced. However, she paused, indicating a subtle, dashed line on the diagram representing spatial attributes. This artificially introduced faint spatial anchoring effect may yield intriguing marginal effects. She picked up an empty crystal vial from the table, remnants of the invigorating potion they had brewed earlier lingering within. For instance, she gently shook the vial. The few droplets of emerald-hued liquid, as they traversed the vial's interior, did not leave the usual meandering trails of common liquids, but instead resembled tiny, elastic mercury beads, briefly pausing and rolling against the walls of the vial as if enveloped in an invisible membrane, resisting gravity. Even in the course of their movement, the light surrounding the liquid produced an exceedingly subtle, visually distorted effect akin to the shimmering of heated air. "Spatial tension?" Arthur blurted out, his dimensional vision distinctly capturing the anomalously stable, slightly enhanced spatial structure surrounding those droplets. Indeed, Hermione's eyes sparkled in the dim light. A remarkably faint localized spatial stabilization effect. This may well be the reason Professor Snape felt an excessive sense of stability. Although harmless to the human body, this characteristic, she set down the bottle, her expression turning grave, could lead the potion to exhibit unpredictable inertness or explosive activity under certain extreme conditions, such as potent magical fields or regions of spatial instability. More importantly, it left behind a unique energy signature. If Professor Snape were to analyze it with a high-precision magical spectrometer, her unfinished thought was clear. He would likely uncover faint spatial stability properties that do not belong to any known potion ingredients. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from the windowsill. It was the mandrake gifted by the Weasley twins. A new leaf, without any breeze, was slowly yet resolutely pointing toward the forbidden forest. The silver veins on the leaf glimmered with a delicate sheen, reminiscent of mercury, under the cold moonlight filtering through the high windows. Beside it, a rudimentary living compass, crafted from the mandrake's roots, had its coiled tendrils quivering slightly, directing towards the same shadowy depths of the forbidden forest as that leaf. Chapter 31, Shadows of Nocturne Alley. The bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley during the Christmas holidays was alive with festive cheer, snowflakes falling and taking on fantastical hues from the colorful lights in shop windows. Arthur Cole, wrapped in a deep gray second-hand travel cloak with its hood drawn low, stood alone at the edge of the crowd outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He feigned interest in the frosty Snowy Kiss ice creams displayed in the window, yet his icy gaze pierced through the throng. Firmly locking onto the inconspicuous entrance leading from Diagon Alley to Nocturne Alley, a narrow, foreboding archway half obscured by a large rubbish bin and discarded wooden barrels. The merriment was for others. Within him, the nascent form of the seraphim shield trembled not from the cold, but from an instinctive aversion to the palpable darkness that permeated the area beyond the archway. Nocturne Alley, as perceived through his dimensional awareness, resembled a massive, festering sore exuding a putrid stench, thick, filthy, and brimming with malice. Timing was of the essence. He patiently awaited the opportune moment, like a stone seamlessly merging with the background. Finally, a group of brightly dressed, boisterous tourists surged toward the Quidditch shop, their swirling movement momentarily obscuring the archway. Arthur seized the moment, like a shadow slipping through water. He silently glided from the crowd, vanishing into the archway concealed by the rubbish bin. The warm, sweet air was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and an overwhelming odor of mildew. The light dimmed abruptly, as if stepping into the belly of a great beast. The narrow streets of Nocturne Alley were suffocated by lean, slanting wooden buildings that seemed ready to topple at any moment. Dirty, compacted snow accumulated in the corners, forming grim gray clumps. There were no festive lights, only iron cages hanging at the entrances of various shops, containing glowing beetles that emitted a ghostly green light, or bizarre biological organs floating eerily in murky liquid within glass jars. Foot traffic was sparse. Each figure, cloaked in dark garments that concealed their faces, hurried past with wary steps, intentionally avoiding one another, as an air of mistrust and danger hung thickly in the atmosphere. Arthur lowered the brim of his hat and raised the collar of his cloak to obscure the lower half of his face. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the intense discomfort brought on by his dimensional affinity. Every inch of the decaying wooden planks, every greasy stone slab, was permeated with the residual energy of dark magic, manifesting as countless distortions and entanglements in his dimensional vision, radiating malevolent shades of dark red and deep green, akin to myriad dying serpents writhing and hissing. The whispers of various dark artifacts pierced his consciousness like tangible ice shards, attempting to invade his mind. The resentment of cursed scrolls, the avarice of dark magical implements, and the frenzied murmurs of sealed malevolence. He compelled himself to condense his perception into an invisible thread, akin to the most precise probe, scanning and filtering through the chaotic energy field. His sole objective was to identify the energy fluctuations belonging to him, a fragment of notes originating from Karmatai, characterized by a rhythm that was cold, precise, and utterly incompatible with any magical system of this world, reminiscent of the interlocking operation of finely tuned gears. A newly arrived Egyptian cursed scroll promised efficacy for merely 10 gallons, and an ancient crone, wrapped in tattered blankets, emerged seemingly from the shadows of the corner, abruptly blocking Arthur's path. Her withered claws reached for his cloak, exuding a potent aura of magic that reeked of decay, coalescing into viscous gray-green tendrils in his dimensional vision, intent on ensnaring him with its profound mental corruption. Arthur did not falter in his stride, nor did he turn his head. The wrist concealed beneath his cloak subtly shifted, and his wand silently slipped into his palm. He uttered no incantation, nor employed any standard banishment spell. Instead, he deftly channeled a trace of highly purified and restrained dimensional energy, derived from the framework of Seraphim's shield, to the tip of his wand, and with an almost imperceptible flick of his wrist outward, he released it. Buzz! A sound akin to a string snapping resonated faintly in the air. The crone's outstretched claws recoiled as if struck by an invisible current, her murky eyes wide with sheer horror, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. A raspy sound escaped her throat. The ancient guardian's mark? No, it should not be here. Like a cockroach startled by light, she staggered backward and vanished into a darker alley, leaving behind a palpable sense of unease. Arthur frowned slightly. Her reaction was rather excessive. His previous actions simply simulated a repulsive force using pure, protective otherworldly energy, dispelling her mental tendrils without exhibiting any aggression or discernible spell characteristics. This overturned alley was more sinister than he had anticipated. Suppressing his discomfort, he quickened his pace. As he delved deeper into the heart of the overturned alley, the unique, gear-like pulsations of energy became increasingly distinct, guiding him like a lighthouse in the darkness towards a singular direction. Ultimately, he halted before a shop with a crooked sign, seemingly on the verge of collapse, the Bogenbach Dark Magic Store. The display case lay thickly coated with dust, showcasing an array of macabre items: a bloodstained noose, seemingly still twitching, a bone flute fashioned from human phalanges, its hollow eye sockets gleaming with a sinister red light, and a silver hand mirror embedded with countless murky eyeballs. In the furthest recess of the display, in an unremarkable corner, beneath a jumble of clutter, lay several rusted spyglasses, a few rolls of soiled parchment, and several vials with indistinct labels. Arthur's dimensional perception sharply honed in on the target. That tattered piece of parchment lay casually pressed beneath a brass weight, verdigris coating its surface. Its energetic fluctuations were cleverly masked by the surrounding chaotic aura of dark artifacts and the protective magical array of the display case. Yet to Arthur's eyes, it shone like a sapphire in the night. Bojan evidently failed to recognize its true value, dismissing it as merely an odd antique of unknown origin, carelessly discarded among the detritus. The copper bell above the shop door emitted a rasping sound akin to the gasps of the dying. Inside was even more sinister than outside, with dim lighting and an air thick with a blend of ancient dust and the pungent scent of embalming fluid. Behind the counter, a stooped figure slowly lifted his eyelids. Mr. Bojan. He was bald and shiny, his skin loose and sallow, and his eyes resembled two raisins steeped in inferior vinegar, murky yet shrewd. His voice dripped with a disquieting smoothness, oozing with an unsettling thickness. What special services could Bojan offer to esteemed guests? His gaze, like two frigid hooks, swept back and forth over Arthur's indistinctly disguised visage and his humble cloak. Arthur deliberately infused his voice with a hint of awkwardness and hesitation, his eyes scanning the shop's shelves aimlessly, feigning fright at the ominous objects. I wish to peruse any intriguing antiques you may have, perhaps old maps or unintelligible blueprints. He intentionally employed vague terminology to lower the other's vigilance. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Bojan's eyes, a customer that seemed devoid of profit. Yet his professional greed compelled him to rub his bony fingers together. Indeed, there are antique blueprints over here. He leisurely turned, gesturing towards a corner piled with junk, trinkets of dubious provenance at low prices. Arthur feigned curiosity as he strolled over, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. His dimensional perception firmly locked onto the target nestled beneath the clutter in the display case. This was the opportunity. Bojan's attention appeared to be captivated by a customer clad in a purple robe, emanating an air of affluence, who had just entered, prompting him to approach. Now was the moment. Arthur swiftly maneuvered closer to the display case, turning his back to the counter. He pretended to be engrossed in a dusty skull ornament, while his left hand discreetly retrieved an inconspicuous black sphere from the inner pocket of his cloak. This was a high-grade smoke bomb he had purchased at a steep price from a dark magic defense shop in Diagon Alley, reputed to instantaneously create a dense cloud with mental interference effects. He took a deep breath, gripping his wand tightly, his objective clear, the cluttered corner of the display case. He needed to create an accident, allowing that fragment of parchment to unexpectedly flutter out, rather than casting a spell directly on it, which might trigger protective measures or alarms. He selected a precariously perched glass bottle from atop a chaotic heap of debris, filled with some viscous black liquid. Yugadam Leviosa. He endeavored to stabilize his magical output, casting the most rudimentary levitation spell with the intention of lifting the bottle. It was one of his most proficient incantations. Within the dimensional perception, the silver threads of magical energy representing the levitation spell struggled to penetrate the fragile protective layer of the display case, predominantly physical in nature. As they entwined around the bottle wobbled slightly, rising a few inches above the cluttered pile. Just then, an unforeseen incident occurred. The dimensional energy within Arthur surged restlessly under the strain of concentration and spellcasting, uncontrollably pulsating, and a wisp of ethereal blue energy instantaneously infiltrated the magical force of his levitation spell. Crack! Sizzle! Instead of rising smoothly, the glass bottle abruptly tipped in midair, shattering at the neck. The viscous, foul-smelling black liquid gushed forth like oil, splattering onto the debris below. To make matters worse, the shattered glass and the spilled liquid activated an inconspicuous protective alarm rune within the display case. A shrill, grating alarm echoed, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Simultaneously, amidst the drenched pile of debris, several scrolls of parchment became saturated with the noxious liquid, and a few rusty trinkets were sent flying by the impact. Chaos. Perfect chaos. This was precisely what Arthur desired. As the alarm blared and Bojan turned in anger, the purple-robed customer instinctively recoiling, Arthur, with a discreet flick of his wand aimed at the chaotic display, precisely directed it towards a fragment of parchment that had been splashed with the black goo and was sliding from the heap. It flew silently. This time, the target was clear, and amidst the clamor of alarms and confusion, the magical fluctuation was exceedingly difficult to detect. Whoosh! The yellowed parchment, tainted by the repugnant black liquid, shifted direction as if guided by an invisible line, landing with a soft thud, like refuse blown by the wind, right into the shadow at Arthur's feet. He seized the opportunity to cough while bending over, masking his action, swiftly using the tip of his shoe to slide the fragment into the inner hem of his voluminous cloak, simultaneously tapping his wand lightly against the cloak's interior, casting a simple waterproofing and stain-repelling charm to isolate the repulsive liquid. Damn it! Who did this? My goods! Bojan shrieked piercingly, brandishing his wand in a futile attempt to rectify the disarray and the blaring alarm. The purple-robed customer recoiled in disgust, covering his nose. Arthur feigned panic. Pointing at the shattered bottle, which continued to drip the black liquid. It just exploded on its own. How terrifying. What is this black stuff? His voice trembled, perfectly portraying a mere customer distressed by an unexpected incident. Bojan, in a furious frenzy, paid no heed to whether a soiled scrap of parchment had appeared at the feet of the frightened pauper. He glared menacingly at Arthur. Get out. Cursed thing. I never want to see you again. He busied himself with addressing the alarm and cleaning up the mess, clearly believing this to be merely a mishap caused by a defective cursed item, the loss amounting to nothing more than a few worthless trinkets. Arthur, as if granted a reprieve, immediately turned in a state of panic, stumbling through the doors of Boggins and Bork, swiftly merging into the sparse crowd of Nocturne Alley. His heart raced, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He had succeeded. In the chaos, while Boggins remained utterly oblivious to the value of that tattered parchment, he had accomplished his goal. He dared not linger, nor did he have the courage to examine the fragment. Instead, he instinctively navigated the labyrinthine shadows, evading the surrounding menacing energies, desperate to escape this cursed place. Every shadow in Nocturne Alley seemed to harbor ill intent, and the old witch's bizarre reaction still haunted his thoughts. At last, he discovered another inconspicuous exit leading to Diagon Alley, marked by an archway piled high with empty barrels exuding the stench of cheap liquor. Without hesitation, he slipped through. The familiar air of Diagon Alley, infused with sweet spices and the clamor of bustling crowds, filled his lungs, and the bright lights momentarily dazzled him. Leaning against the cold brick wall, he exhaled a long, silent breath, the overwhelming sensation of survival washing over him. The frigid air tingled against his flushed cheeks, heated from anxiety. He quickly sought refuge in a secluded corner, a narrow gap between two shops piled high with snow. Ensuring he was unobserved, he tremblingly retrieved the page of parchment from the depths of his cloak, carefully extracting the black-stained, foul-smelling sheepskin. The paper was yellowed and fragile, its edges irregularly jagged, clearly torn from something with great force. He disregarded the nauseating odor and gently wiped away much of the grime with a clean spot on the inside of his sleeve. As the stains faded, familiar runes emerged. It was the script of Karmatai. At its center was an intricate geometric pattern composed of 7 concentric circles and countless intersecting lines, the very foundation of the spell model known as the Form of Akin. Beside it, a small annotation read, "The mirror of will projection, the curtain of reality and illusion, requires the soul as an anchor." Arthur's fingers brushed lightly over the cold runes, and an unusual resonance pulsed from his fingertips, causing the dimensional energy within him to stir slightly. He had succeeded. Against tremendous odds, he had finally reclaimed a fragment of his knowledge. This page, detailing the illusion spell, would be the key to countering the tumultuous energies within him and concealing his secrets. He swiftly reconcealed the fragment, ensuring its safety. The shadows of Nocturne Alley seemed to linger behind him, yet at that moment, his heart brimmed with unprecedented hope and motivation. He gazed up towards Hogwarts, no longer hesitating, before turning to merge into the throng of Diagon Alley, embarking on his journey home. Next, it would be time to unravel the mysteries inscribed upon that page. Chapter 32, The Whispers of New Runes. Hogwarts, Gryffindor Tower, late at night. The fire in the common room had long since extinguished, leaving only the dim glow of embers radiating faint warmth. The clamor subsided, leaving only the howling cold wind beating against the ancient stone walls of the castle. Arthur Cole leaned against the frigid stone, curled up in the innermost corner of his 4-poster bed, the heavy curtains drawn tightly, creating a secluded space illuminated solely by the flickering light of his wand's tip. The parchment retrieved from the overturned alley of Bogenbach now lay unfurled upon his lap. The repugnant black viscous substance had been meticulously cleaned, revealing its true nature, yellowed, fragile, with jagged edges, as if it had been violently torn from some precious tome. Under the steady white light of the wand, the cold, otherworldly runic lines appeared strikingly vivid. At the center was the intricate geometric design of the foundational spell model known as the Form of Akin, composed of 7 concentric circles and countless intersecting lines. Unlike the seraphim shield, which intuitively conveyed a sense of protective structure, it resembled a shattered mirror, forcibly reassembled, with each fragment pointing in disparate directions. Imbued with notions of illusion and deceit, the reflection of will, the veil of reality and illusion, required the soul as an anchor. Arthur murmured the accompanying annotations, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the chilling lines. The dimensional energy within him seemed to sense the summons, stirring restlessly, akin to pebbles cast into a deep pool. The framework of the seraphim shield flickered softly, instinctively restraining this agitation. He began to experiment. No wand was waved, no incantation chanted. The essence of the Form of Akin lay in the projection of will and the shaping of energy, a task far more intricate and challenging than constructing a robust defensive barrier. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire being into the realm of the mind, envisioning a clear self-projection, composed purely of will. Then, he cautiously guided a thread of dimensional energy, as delicate as the finest silver filament, attempting to mold it into the shell of that will projection, following the fragmented mirror-like structure of the runes on the parchment. The first attempt failed. The moment the energy line made contact with the runic structure, it recoiled abruptly, like a startled fish, triggering a sharp backlash on the mental plane. In the dimension of vision, the self-projection he sought to shape distorted and dissipated, dissolving into a meaningless haze of blue light. Arthur furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming at his temples. This was significantly more challenging than the Seraphim Shield. The Seraphim Shield felt akin to constructing a dam within, guiding energy to form a solid structure, whereas the form of Akin demanded he intricately mold the energy, akin to sculpting clay, into a deceptive shell capable of embodying will, and project it outward to a specific location. This required an unimaginable concentration and meticulous control of energy. A single misstep could lead to a backlash or yield an obviously false and clumsy illusion. He refocused his mind. This time he slowed his pace, as if dancing upon a razor's edge. The will projection coalesced once more, the strands of energy becoming finer, gentler, carefully winding and intertwining along the runic path. Gradually, in the air before him, approximately a foot from his fingertips, an extremely vague, translucent outline began to emerge, barely discernible as a human form. It swayed like a reflection in water, its edges indistinct, akin to melting wax. Had he succeeded, albeit slightly? A flicker of hope ignited within Arthur. Yet maintaining this intricate shaping was immensely taxing. He sensed his mental energy draining away like a flood released from a dam. And the pressure to sustain the framework of the Seraphim Shield intensified sharply, as he endeavored to stabilize the nebulous outline, imbuing it with more of his own details, such as hair color and the contour of a robe. An unsettling hum reverberated from the depths of his mind, a sharp cacophony akin to countless shards of glass scraping against one another. The dimensional vista was instantaneously tainted. The familiar sights of his dormitory vanished, supplanted by a distorted, fragmented, and bizarre illusion. The warped night sky transformed the ceiling into a swirling expanse of dark purple, adorned with strange vortices, where innumerable enormous eyes, lacking eyelids, and possessing cold, vertical pupils, unfurled from the depths of the whirlpool, gazing at him with indifferent scrutiny. Whispers echoed with an array of incomprehensible, blasphemous syllables, detonating within his consciousness like frigid worms burrowing into his brain. They were not words, but rather a pure form of mental pollution. In the shadowy corners of the dormitory, the once familiar outlines of furniture writhed and elongated, morphing into twisted, shadowy monstrosities adorned with tentacles and jagged teeth. Lacking physical form, they radiated a suffocating malice. Slowly encroaching upon his bed, Arthur let out a muffled groan, his mind quaking violently. The form he strained to maintain, an echo of Icon, collapsed instantaneously, the indistinct illusion shattering like a soap bubble. The Seraphim Shield erupted with a brilliant blue light on a mental plane, repelling the psychic assault from the dimensions beyond. He abruptly opened his eyes. The dormitory remained unchanged, the embers of the fire casting a faint glow in the darkness. Yet, cold sweat drenched his back. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his temples throbbed. The whispers of the demon had intensified, particularly as he sought to master new, more intricate dimensional spells. They lurked like sharks sensing blood, eagerly intruding upon any attempt to wield dimensional power. Leaning against the frigid stone wall, he gasped for breath, fatigue flooding over him like a tidal wave. Merely conjuring a hazy outline of himself for less than 5 seconds had nearly depleted his mental reserves, leading to an even more potent dimensional pollution. The chasm between this and practical applications, such as creating a clear doppelganger to confound an enemy's gaze, or materializing realistic objects, was immeasurable. In the ensuing nights, Arthur became addicted, attempting again and again within the confines of the small space separated by curtains. While his roommate snored peacefully, failure became the norm. Sometimes, the energy manipulation faltered, distorting the illusion into an odd blue orb of light that then dissipated. At other times, the projection of will was unstable, causing the illusion to manifest in incorrect locations, such as floating on the ceiling or half embedded in the wall. More often than not, the duration was too brief, or the details too nebulous for even him to recognize. Each attempt was accompanied by significant mental drain and an escalating risk of turmoil within his energy. With every failure, the whispers of the demon grew clearer and more oppressive. The eyes embedded in the depths of the starry void seemed to draw nearer, and the writhing outlines in the shadows became increasingly detailed, revealing glistening scales slick with mucus and breaths that exuded a scent of sulfur. He refrained from attempting to conjure illusions of objects, for that required a more intricate manipulation of structure. The risks of failure and backlash would only amplify. Instead, he concentrated on the stability of his own silhouette illusion. Fatigue and frustration bore down on him like a heavy stone upon his heart. During daytime classes, he often found his mind wandering, while Professor Flitwick elucidated complex spells. He repeatedly sketched the runic structure of the Akin form in his mind. As Professor McGonagall demonstrated the intricacies of transfiguration, he pondered how to project his will with greater precision. His dark circles deepened, prompting even Hermione to inquire, with concern, whether he was unwell. He merely mumbled about a recent bout of insomnia, stemming from his engagement with some esoteric theoretical texts. Hermione, clearly skeptical, noticed his weary demeanor and refrained from pressing further, quietly pushing her potions notes towards him, which highlighted the recipe for a stimulant and several herbal properties conducive to focus. On Christmas morning, Hogwarts was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, presenting a rare tranquility. The common room overflowed with packages, and the air was imbued with the sense of pine, confections, and parchment. Arthur received several gifts: a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, vivid red, adorned with a large emblem; a book titled The Origins of Medieval Magical Defense Theory from Hermione, inscribed with wishes for successful research; and a plain, unmarked, elongated wooden box. He retreated to his dormitory, seeking to escape the clamor. Upon opening the unadorned box, he discovered a foot-long mandrake root, its natural silver patterns glistening. The root had been meticulously treated, devoid of its lethal shriek, instead emanating a gentle, pure wave of life energy. Alongside it lay a note, written in an exuberant hand: "Shield partner, I hear you're recently interested in will projection? Try practicing with this. A living mandrake root is a natural resonance amplifier. Clockwise rotation enhances projection stability. Counterclockwise, well, the consequences are yours to bear. Merry Christmas." The Weasley twins. A warm surge filled Arthur's heart, swiftly followed by a wave of vigilance. How did they know he needed to practice will projection? Had they discovered his late-night sessions in the room of requirement? Or had they astutely observed the unusual drain on his mental faculties? Regardless, this gift arrived at a most opportune moment. In the late hours, when the dormitory once again succumbed to slumber, Arthur drew the curtains tightly and carefully placed the silver-patterned mandrake root on the floor before him. It radiated a soft glow of life, resembling a steady beacon within his dimensional vision. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored once more to manifest the Akin form. This time, he refrained from hastily shaping the energy. Instead, he directed a portion of his will, akin to gentle tendrils, to cautiously reach towards the mandrake root. A hum resonated. The root acted as a precise receiver, capturing Arthur's scattered, uncontrollable fluctuations of will, refining, amplifying, and feeding back an extraordinarily stable and pure guiding signal. It served as an anchor, solidifying the foundation of his mental projection. Arthur felt a stirring within, promptly channeling dimensional energy to begin shaping it in accordance with the rune structure of the Akin form. This time, the process unfolded with far greater ease. His willpower had a clear guiding direction, rendering the energy shaping significantly more stable. Before him, not far from the roots of the mandrake, a translucent silhouette of Arthur swiftly coalesced. Although still somewhat indistinct, it was clearer than any previous attempts. One could faintly discern his dark hair, the outline of his Hogwarts robe, and even the focused expression upon his face. Maintain. Arthur concentrated all his mental faculties. Sweat trickled down his temples. The whispers of the dark god arrived as expected. The shattered starry sky and distorted shadows once again attempted to invade his vision. However, this time, the blue light of the seraphim shield was more stable, and the pure life resonance emanating from the mandrake roots acted as a warm barrier, effectively diminishing the impact of those blasphemous whispers, allowing him to barely hold on to his sanity. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. That indistinct silhouette hovered steadily, and with the slightest nuance of Arthur's thought, it could even execute a painfully slow nod, akin to a marionette. 20 seconds. Arthur felt his mental strength nearing depletion. A sharp pain piercing his temples. He decisively severed the flow of energy. Poof! The illusion dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Arthur collapsed onto his bed, his chest heaving violently, his entire being feeling utterly drained. Yet this time, amidst the fatigue, surged an unprecedented excitement. He had succeeded, although it was merely a vague, stiffly moving silhouette, and the duration was lamentably brief. It was indeed a successful application of the Akin form. With the resonance of the mandrake roots, he had finally grasped the fundamentals of this illusion spell. He picked up the warm root, the silver veins upon it seeming to shine even brighter. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a glow upon the cold floor of the dormitory, illuminating the glimmer in his eyes. A preliminary mastery, merely the beginning. The journey to create an illusion capable of confounding enemies, to conjure realistic objects, was still a long and arduous one. The threats of the dark god's whispers lingered like a shadow. Yet at this moment, grasping the root imbued with life resonance, feeling the nascent illusion energy tamed within him, Arthur's heart brimmed with hope. The whispers of the new rune were no longer incomprehensible noise, but a decipherable note on the path to power. Chapter 33, The Trial of the Classroom. After the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts Castle seemed thoroughly permeated by the chill of winter. The stone walls of the corridors felt icy to the touch, and the breath he exhaled instantly condensed into white mist. Arthur Cole tightened his robe, unconsciously rubbing the page of the Akin form that he had hidden close to his body. The cold sensation of the rune pressed through the fabric, akin to a protective talisman against his chest, and also a heavy burden of responsibility. With the resonance of the mandrake roots, he had initially tamed the embryonic form of the illusion spell, but this was merely the beginning. How to safely integrate this dangerous power from another realm into the daily life of Hogwarts, and how to conceal the edges that did not belong to this world before the gazes of many, became his new challenge. The classroom for the defense against dark arts was, as always, cold and damp, suffused with an odd aroma of garlic and decaying books. Professor Chilo, swathed in his signature heavy purple scarf, had nearly buried his entire head within its folds, leaving only his nervously blinking eyes visible. He stammered through the explanation of the standard gestures and incantations for the shield charm, his voice echoing feebly in the expansive classroom. The wrist must be steady. The incantation must be clear. Chilo's wand trembled like reeds in the wind, demonstrating a shield charm so thin it resembled a soap bubble, flickering in the air before dissipating. Arthur sat in the back row, his gaze seemingly fixed on Chilo, yet his mind delved deep into dimensional perception. In his eyes, beneath that heavy scarf, a cold, viscous mass of dark red energy, filled with loathing, coiled like a parasite, emanating an intensely uncomfortable aura, the remnant essence of Voldemort. This formidable dark power swept through the classroom like an invisible probe, subtly scanning its surroundings, particularly honing in on him. Arthur discreetly fortified the mental framework of the seraphic shield, creating an imperceptible filter to contain and encapsulate the pure dimensional energy waves within him. Now, the students were to practice in pairs, Chilo's voice quivering. Arthur's partner was Simon Finnegan, an enthusiastic but somewhat unstable spellcaster from Gryffindor. Simon eagerly waved his wand. Shield charm. A crooked, dim silver barrier barely unfurled before him. It was Arthur's turn. Instead of immediately uttering the incantation, he quickly constructed his thoughts internally. The pure structure of the shield charm appeared in his dimensional vision as a rusty, fragile chain, its nodes clogged. He needed a stronger defense without revealing any anomalies. He recalled Professor Flitwick's mention of the variant applications of the shield charm and the thorny shield concept from defensive techniques in medieval ballads, guiding energy with intention to form a more flexible and adaptive defense. Shield charm. Arthur pronounced the incantation clearly and steadily, his wrist movement precise. Yet, at the moment of magical output, he subtly infused the localized defensive concept of the seraphic shield, that exquisite structure which transformed impact into ripples of energy, akin to how leaf veins channel water into the circuitry of the standard incantation. Buzz. A silvery curtain of light instantly unfurled before Arthur. It was far denser than Simon's barrier, its surface no longer smooth but adorned with exceedingly fine, almost imperceptible energy patterns resembling ancient vines. These patterns were vividly visible in his dimensional perception, radiating a resilient aura of protection. Simon's errant projectile of red light hurtled toward him. Bang! The red light collided with the silvery curtain. There was no violent explosion. The curtain yielded slightly inward, like resilient silk, while the vine-like patterns around the point of impact flared up, swiftly dispersing the wild magical force, transforming it into faint, nearly invisible ripples of energy that spread outward. The curtain merely quivered slightly before regaining its stability. Wow! Simon exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Arthur, your shield charm is truly robust. How did you achieve that? Professor Flivy spoke last week about the wrist technique, emphasizing the importance of practice and the need for flexibility in wrist movements. Arthur calmly replied, swiftly retracting the barrier. He sensed that Chilo's gaze lingered on him for a fleeting moment, the eyes beneath the scarf shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. The lurking dark red energy seemingly fluctuating with a hint of curiosity and subtle vigilance. A shiver ran through Arthur, prompting him to tighten the framework of the seraphim shield, while simultaneously ensuring that his magical aura appeared more conventional. The atmosphere in the Transfiguration class was markedly different. Professor McGonagall's classroom was bright, tidy, and meticulous, suffused with an air of rigorous academia. The essence of transmutation lies in a profound understanding of the intrinsic structure of matter, coupled with the precise reshaping of that structure through sheer willpower. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, akin to the sound of silverware clinking. The transformation of a matchstick into a needle not merely altering its appearance, but fundamentally changing its material properties. Any excess energy dissipating or structural deviation signified a lack of control. Before Arthur lay an ordinary matchstick, he focused intently, directing the tip of his wand at it. This time, his aim was not to showcase his skills, but to execute the standard transfiguration as flawlessly as possible, suppressing any idiosyncratic additions that dimensional energy might impart. Pure, silvery threads of magical energy erupted from the wand's tip, and within his dimensional vision, the ethereal blue representing dimensional energy was firmly contained by the seraphim shield's framework. With scarcely any leakage, the matchstick responded, swiftly elongating, hardening, and tapering, its surface acquiring a metallic sheen as it transformed into a standard silver needle. Success! Arthur felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, in the final moment of transformation, perhaps due to a slight lapse in concentration, an extremely faint trace of dimensional energy slipped through, quietly infiltrating the core of the silver needle. Within Arthur's dimensional vision, he perceived an exceedingly subtle alteration in the internal structure of the needle. Within the pure metallic silver core, delicate energy patterns akin to leaf veins seamlessly integrated, bestowing it with an ineffable, slight resilience and a rhythm of life beyond that of ordinary metal. This change was so minuscule that it eluded the naked eye. The silver needle appeared flawless. Yet, Professor McGonagall materialized beside Arthur's desk, as if by teleportation. She adjusted her square glasses, her keen gaze probing like a needle, meticulously examining the seemingly perfect silver needle resting on the desk. She refrained from immediate judgment, instead extending a finger clad in dragonhide gloves to delicately pick it up. Arthur's heart leapt to his throat. Professor McGonagall's fingers subtly twisted the needle, sensing its cold metallic texture. It was as though her fingertips could perceive the most minute vibrations of matter. Suddenly, her gaze behind the lenses sharpened slightly, as if she had captured something elusive. A remarkably unique transfiguration effect, Mr. Cole, she remarked, her tone as serious as ever, betraying neither joy nor anger. She elevated the silver needle to her eyes, scrutinizing it in the light streaming through the window. The core of the transformation had been achieved, and the material properties had undergone a fundamental change, with hardness, luster, and thermal conductivity conforming to the characteristics of a standard silver needle. However, she paused, her fingertip lightly grazing a particular spot on the needle's body. Arthur was acutely aware that this was precisely the place where the delicate energy patterns of dimensions intertwined. The inherent harmony of this structure, or perhaps a certain ineffable sense of rhythm, diverged subtly from the absolute precision and material purity sought by standard transfiguration. McGonagall's gaze shifted to Arthur, scrutinizing him as if attempting to penetrate his exterior to glimpse the core of magical energy within. This was not a misjudgment, she emphasized, but rather an imprint of a strong personal style, or perhaps an innate, enigmatic talent that naturally infused the essence of magic. Personal style? Innate talent? Arthur understood that this was merely a faint influence stemming from the dimensional energy characteristics he had inadvertently revealed. He compelled himself to remain composed. Meeting Professor McGonagall's gaze, perhaps there is a slight misunderstanding regarding the resilience of materials, Professor. I shall continue to practice, striving for greater precision in transformation. He adeptly employed the theoretical terminology of transfiguration in his explanation. Professor McGonagall regarded him with intensity, refraining from probing further, and simply returned the silver needle to the table, pursuing precision. Mr. Cole, the power of magic demands precise mastery. Any individuality holds value only under the premise of absolute control. As she turned to the next table, Arthur realized that he had been marked as a subject of special observation in the eyes of this notoriously exacting transfiguration master. The confrontation in the corridor was sudden and unexpected. As students streamed towards the auditorium for lunch, Arthur and Hermione were engrossed in a discussion about their potions essay. Abruptly, a malevolent spell shot forth from the side, its crimson light aimed directly at Hermione's back. Watch out! Arthur's dimensional perception detected the magical disturbance before his eyes did. He instinctively sought to cast the shield charm, only to instantly recognize the inappropriateness of the situation. In a moment of clarity, he yanked Hermione aside while simultaneously twisting his wrist. His wand swiftly aligned, and the incantation was uttered in an instant. Armor protection. This time, he refrained from employing any dimensional techniques, relying solely on the rigorous control he had cultivated over conventional spells during this period. A standard, solid silvery barrier materialized instantaneously before them. Bang! The malevolent red light collided fiercely with the barrier, erupting into a shower of sparks. The shield trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, yet it ultimately held firm, steadfastly absorbing the blow. The force of the impact fluttered the edges of Arthur and Hermione's robes. Malfoy. Once steady, Hermione glared furiously at the source of the curse. Draco Malfoy stood nearby with Crabbe and Goyle, a sinister smirk adorning his face. His wand still aimed in their direction. Oh, quick on the draw, aren't we, Cole? Malfoy drawled, mockingly applauding. Seems like spending time with Granger has sharpened your reflexes, or perhaps you've finally found your rhythm. Lucky you. Had this been last semester, Arthur might have found himself in a position of clumsy evasion, or relying on his dimensional affinity to withstand the attack. Yet at this moment, he held his wand steadily, maintaining that shield, cracked yet resolute, his gaze icy as he confronted Malfoy. Luck? Perhaps. However, ambushing from behind certainly aligns with some individual's customary style. His voice was low but resonated clearly through the quiet corridor, drawing the attention of surrounding students. Malfoy's forced smile froze, his expression darkening. Crabbe and Goyle shifted forward, eager for confrontation. Enough, Draco! A stern voice rang out. It was Percy Weasley, rushing toward them, his badge as head boy gleaming on his chest. No spellcasting in the corridor. 5 points from Gryffindor. Next time, it's detention. He glared fiercely at Malfoy. With a huff, Malfoy stowed his wand, casting a venomous glance at Arthur, and departed with his 2 minions in tow. Only then did Arthur lower the barrier, concealing his wand within the folds of his robes. Hermione gazed at him with concern. Are you all right? That shield charm was quite timely and executed perfectly. She had keenly observed Arthur's progress. I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head as he felt the steady flow of magic within him. The shield charm, reliant solely on the magical framework, had demanded considerable energy. Yet the process had been stable, free from any dimensional fluctuations or whispers of dark forces. He was no longer the passive weakling reliant on unique traits or knowledge from other realms. He was evolving, establishing his footing in this magical world with remarkable speed, albeit still within the realm of prodigy. However, just as he turned to leave, he sensed a flicker at the edge of his dimensional awareness, a figure wrapped in a purple scarf darting through the shadows at the end of the corridor. Quirrell, or rather the icy gaze that accompanied him, seemed to linger nearby. A faint yet distinct wave of probing and vigilant magic slithered through Arthur's perception like a cold serpent's tongue, vanishing in an instant. Voldemort, or Quirrell, evidently harbored a deeper interest in his unique magical signature. The trials of the classroom were far from over, and the watchful eyes in the shadows remained ever present. Chapter 34, Turbulence Beneath Calm. The snow blanketing Hogwarts castle melted under the early spring sun, droplets of water condensing on the cold stone walls, trickling down ancient patterns, their rhythmic patter echoing in the morning corridors. Arthur Cole stood before the arched window of Gryffindor Tower, allowing the brisk morning breeze to caress his face. He opened his palm, gazing intently at its center. The tempestuous sea of dimensional energy within him, once chaotic and tumultuous, was now channeled into a relatively tranquil undercurrent. Confined within the mental framework constructed by the Seraphim shield, his focus delved into his core, where he could distinctly perceive a faint blue, intangible barrier, akin to the most intricate dam and sluice gate system, steadily directing and restraining the energy. This sense of control was unimaginable to him just months prior, when he had been ensnared in the fear of energy surges. He drew his wand, lacking a specific target, merely allowing his thoughts to stir. Lumos. The tip of his wand ignited with a stable and gentle white orb of light, pure and devoid of any hint of eerie blue impurities. The glow evenly illuminated the carved mane of the lion on the window frame. Nox. The orb extinguished promptly, cleanly. Wingardium Leviosa. An empty ink bottle on the windowsill floated gracefully, tracing smooth circular trajectories in the air with the slightest movement of his wrist, showing no signs of spatial distortion or annihilation. The basic spells of Year 13 were no longer perilous challenges. They flowed from him as naturally and steadily as breathing. Such progress is not achieved overnight. It is the result of countless nights spent in fervent practice behind the curtains, of meticulously contemplating the intricacies of Flitwick's teachings, and of accumulating subtle insights derived from the analysis of potion energies. To others, he may merely appear to embody the rapid advancement expected of a Ravenclaw prodigy. He gazed down at the silvery tendrils of the mandrake root beside his pillow. With focused intent, he silently extended his mental prowess. In the corner of the dormitory, a vague, translucent silhouette of Arthur gradually materialized, lingering for approximately 15 seconds before dissipating like mist after a simple wave of his hand. The illusion of the Eakin's form remained crude, fleeting, and highly taxing, with each attempt inviting the watchful whispers of dimensional deities. Yet, at least it was no longer an unattainable symbol, but rather a tool he had begun to grasp. The grand arched windows of the library filtered the afternoon sunlight into warm beams, with tiny particles of dust floating in the air. Arthur and Hermione occupied a long table by the window, cluttered with hefty tomes and parchment inscribed with intricate symbols. Hermione's quill danced rapidly across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound as she sought theoretical support for Professor McGonagall's paper on the energy depletion of advanced transfiguration. Before Arthur lay the book on defensive magic in medieval ballads, discreetly provided by Professor Flitwick, alongside a scroll of sketches he had created to elucidate the mapping of the Seraphim shield rune to the energy nodes of protective spells. He endeavored to encapsulate the defensive concept of the thorn shield described in the ballads, one that guided by will and resonated with life force, into terms of spell theory that Hermione could comprehend. Thus, according to this model, Arthur delicately pointed the tip of his quill at a simplified rune diagram he had drawn. If, At the critical nodes of the standard ironclad charms magical circuit, one were to introduce a structure resembling an energy buffer layer. Akin to placing energy-dissipating structures in a tumultuous river, could it not be possible to reduce the instantaneous load on the magical circuit during powerful impacts, thereby enhancing the stability of the barrier? He consciously avoided terms such as dimensional energy and rune structure, opting instead for concepts from textbooks like magical circuits and energy buffers. Hermione paused her writing, lifting her gaze and adjusting her glasses. The sharpness and focus of her eyes behind the lenses were penetrating. She did not glance at the obviously exotic and overly intricate rune sketch Arthur had drawn, but looked directly into his eyes, as if she could see through the carefully constructed shell of language he had built. Arthur, her voice was gentle, imbued with a calm understanding. The ancient defensive theories you've been studying, along with your modified effects from spell class, do the principles they embody relate to the source of your previous instability in magic? The library was hushed, her words barely audible to the two of them. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. Hermione's astuteness surpassed his expectations. She had already discerned that he harbored a secret, one intertwined with formidable power and its cost. He did not respond immediately, his fingers unconsciously brushing the rough edge of the parchment. To confess? To reveal the astonishing truths about Karmatai and the dimensional deities? The risks were too great, not only for himself, but potentially also for Hermione, entailing unpredictable dangers. A silence spread between the two, with only the sun slowly traversing the pages. Eventually, Hermione let out a gentle sigh, not of disappointment, but of understanding. She picked up the quill and swiftly inscribed a few lines in the blank margin of Arthur's runic sketch, on the structure of advanced charms and energy dissipation, page 217. Discussing the stress distribution of magical nodes. Foundations of ancient runes and protective enchantments, page 89. An analysis of the energy conduction properties of the Ilhaz rune, for reference only. Its structure bears a faint resemblance to certain lines in your sketch. Upon finishing, she pushed the parchment back toward Arthur, her gaze clear and resolute. I understand you have your reasons for not speaking, Arthur. I can sense that this power is unique and perilous. I can see you've been striving to control it. Her voice lowered further. These books may aid you in finding pathways of explanation within orthodox theories, or at least offer directions for concealment. But please promise me, if it becomes uncontrollable again, or if you require assistance, do not bear it alone. I am neither Professor Flitwick nor Headmaster Dumbledore, but I am your friend. There were no probing questions, no pressure, only unreserved trust and implicit yet steadfast support. A warm current instantly dispelled the hesitation and weight within Arthur's heart. He gazed at Hermione's elegant handwriting on the parchment. It was not merely a list of titles and page numbers, but a profound bond of friendship. Thank you, Hermione. Arthur's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his gaze was utterly sincere, I promise you. He folded the parchment, burying this trust and concern deep within his heart. A sentiment transcending friendship, ineffable and profound, quietly flourished amidst their shared secrecy and the resonance of academic discourse, warm and grounded. Beneath the calm exterior, the currents never ceased. In the depth of night, Arthur sat cross-legged within the drapery of his four-poster bed. He was not practicing spells, merely engaging in the most fundamental meditation, striving to further solidify the framework of the Seraphim shield, soothing the restless energy stirred by the frequent use of spells during the day. However, as his mind sank into a state of clarity, a sudden anomaly arose. The perception brought forth by dimensional affinity burst forth like an uncontrollable gateway, suddenly cracked open. The hum, no longer mere indistinct whispers, but a tangible, icy tide that instantly engulfed his mental realm. The castle's breath, the ancient stone walls of Hogwarts no longer remained silent. He heard their heavy, slow pulsations, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. Magic flowed through the millennia-old patterns, echoing with the depth of an underground river. This sound was grand, ancient, imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression. The low growl of the forbidden forest. From the distant direction of the forbidden forest, the vague aura of danger transformed into something palpable. He distinctly sensed countless wild, greedy, and brutal life energies undulating and colliding in the darkness. The multifaceted eyes of the Acromantula gleamed coldly in the shadows. The nightmares swept past the treetops, bringing with them a chill, and even deeper, certain colossal, ancient entities, brimming with primal energy, stirred, the sound of their scales scraping against rocks resonating like distant thunder. The trajectory of the vibrant points. Within the castle, the once indistinct waves of magic now crystallized into a vivid tapestry. It was as though he had activated an invisible thermal imaging map, clearly perceiving the frigid silhouette of Felch, who staggered down the corridors below, lantern in hand. The faintly marked footsteps of Lady Loris silently traversing the walls, the chaotic, mischievous magical energy of the poltergeist swirling near the trophy room, and even the faint, oppressive mass of dark red energy, the remnants of Voldemort's soul, emanating from the direction of Chilo's office, pulsating with a barely perceptible wave of loathing akin to radiation. No longer mere nebulous concepts, they transformed into tangible streams of information, imbued with clarity and direction, forcefully flooding his senses. Ugh! Arthur stifled a groan. Abruptly jolting from his meditative state, his forehead slick with cold sweat, his temples pounding as if a multitude of needles had simultaneously pierced his brain. The azure glow of the seraphim shield flickered violently at a mental level, desperately filtering the tsunami-like surge of information that far exceeded his capacity for endurance. More terrifying still, amid this chaotic sensory onslaught, the whispers of the dimensional demon did not dissipate. Rather, they grew increasingly lucid and seductive, no longer mere fragmented syllables and distorted imagery. They resonated as if directly echoing within the depths of his soul. Open your arms to embrace this true world. You belong to chaos. Why resist? Power calls to tear asunder that fragile barrier and unleash the might of the abyss. Behold, those ants are laid bare before your gaze. You ought to be the overseer, not the captive. The cold, grandiose voice, imbued with a twisted allure, coiled around his will like countless slippery tendrils, attempting to pry open the seams of the seraphim shield. Arthur clenched his teeth, his nails digging deeply into his palms, using the searing pain to maintain his lucidity. He concentrated all his willpower, akin to a drowning man grasping for a final piece of driftwood, forcibly constraining the unruly dimensional perception, layer upon layer fortifying the mental barrier of the seraphim shield. Begone! He silently roared within his mind. The endeavor was arduous and excruciating, akin to struggling in a quagmire. Sweat soaked through his nightclothes. After what felt like an eternity, the tsunami-like torrent of information and the demon's beguiling whispers gradually receded like a tide, leaving an utterly exhausted Arthur, his head throbbing as if it might burst. He leaned against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Outside, the night over Hogwarts remained tranquil, the moonlight gently cascading upon the towers. Yet Arthur knew how fragile this serenity truly was. He had indeed grown stronger, his control over energy significantly enhanced. And he had even begun to master the perilous art of illusion spells. His daily studies had fallen into a rhythm, and his bond with Hermione deepened. However, the gifts bestowed by dimensional affinity resembled a double-edged sword. As his power burgeoned, the blade's edge sharpened, first wounding himself. The uncontrollable perception was akin to a ticking time bomb, the whispers of the demon like maggots entwined with his very bones, perpetually tempting him to slide into the abyss. Beneath the facade of a peaceful campus life, the underlying turbulence was becoming increasingly fierce and unpredictable. A storm perhaps awaited just around the next seemingly ordinary corner. He must accelerate his growth, discovering a genuine mastery over it all before being entirely consumed by this tempest. Chapter 35, The Halloween Transformation. 1,000 pumpkins, intricately carved with ghastly faces, floated beneath the ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall, their hollow eye sockets and gaping mouths flickering with warm orange candlelight, enveloping the entire hall in a peculiar yet joyous amber glow. The air was thick with a cloying sweetness, mingling with the roasted aroma of pumpkin pies, the sizzling scent of sausages, the spiced fragrance of hot apple cider, and the sugary, tangy essence emanating from towering piles of assorted candies. Long tables were draped in deep blue velvet cloths, the Ravenclaw table, laden with gleaming silver platters that held exquisite dishes, fish fillets adorned with edible gold leaf, roasted vegetable tarts infused with rosemary, and desserts shaped like books and quills. Ghosts flitted about, and as the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw glided by, she brought with her a refreshing breeze. Peeves tossed a biting wizard's hat towards the Slytherin table, eliciting a chorus of shrieks and Malfoy's furious growl. Dumbledore, clad in a bright purple robe embellished with stars and moons, jovially directed a troop of dancing jelly slugs with his wand. Arthur sat at the edge of the Ravenclaw table, his silver platter of food nearly untouched. He endeavored to immerse himself in the raucous festive atmosphere. Yet the nascent dimension energy within him grew increasingly sensitive and restless amidst this feast of intense emotions and magical illuminations. His dimensional sight was passively activated. Though he forcefully suppressed it to its lowest threshold, still, everything before him was veiled in a shifting, almost dazzling aura. The flickering candlelight of the jack-o'-lanterns manifested as countless tiny golden energy sprites. The students' exuberant magical fluctuations resembled vibrant soap bubbles, colliding and dispersing. The ghosts appeared as cold, emotionally tinted wisps of mist. A colossal stream of information constantly washed over his sensory barriers, the framework of the seraphim shield quivering slightly on a mental level, akin to a steadfast rock amidst turbulent waters, draining his mental energy. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the Gryffindor table. Hermione's seat was conspicuously empty. She had seemed rather glum all afternoon, seemingly incited by Ron's loud complaint after potions class, declaring her to be a nightmare. No wonder she had overheard it when she had no friends around. Arthur had been engaged in a discussion with Professor Flitwick regarding an ancient energy conduit issue and had not been able to approach her in time. An inexplicable unease, like a cold spider's thread, silently entwined itself around Arthur's heart. Hermione was not one to easily miss a feast, especially one brimming with academic intrigue for her. His dimensional perception involuntarily focused more intently, scanning every corner of the hall. Over at Gryffindor, Harry and Ron were animatedly debating something, while nearby, Seamus and Dean were roaring with laughter at Peeves' antics. In Slytherin, Malfoy was smugly showcasing a skull decoration that emitted green smoke. On the Ravenclaw side, Terry Boot was deep in discussion with Michael Corner about a particular magical theory, yet the Hufflepuff table was also full, and there was no sign of Hermione. Not a trace of her familiar, gentle magical presence could be detected. The sensation of emptiness, amidst the cacophony of vibrant energy, appeared strikingly pronounced. At that moment, Professor Quirrell burst through the grand entrance of the hall in a most disheveled manner. His complexion was as pale as freshly prepared parchment, his features contorted, and his signature purple turban askew, threatening to topple. His voluminous robes were sharply scraped by the doorframe, producing a faint tearing sound. He staggered a few steps, as if he had just clawed his way back from the brink of hell, enveloped in an aura of profound terror. "A troll is in the underground classroom," he shrieked, his voice cracking under the weight of his sheer fright, resembling a henchman with its throat grasped. "You must be aware." Upon uttering these words, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the cold marble floor, unconscious, with his body twitching slightly. Silence enveloped the hall. Just a moment prior, it had been alive with laughter, chatter, and debate. Now it was frozen in time. All sounds vanished, leaving only the faint crackling of the pumpkin lanterns. The smiles on the students' faces stiffened, forks suspended mid-air, mouths agape, their expressions filled with incredulity. Even Professor Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his sharp blue eyes narrowing behind his crescent glasses. Time seemed to stretch into a lengthy second. Then, like a powder keg igniting, panic erupted. The shrill screams of the girls pierced the air, akin to countless sharp icicles slicing through the atmosphere. Students leapt from their benches in terror, like a startled herd of beasts, shoving and trampling one another as they screamed and surged towards the exit, desperate to flee this suddenly perilous haven. Silver platters were overturned, exquisite food rolling upon the ground, trampled into mush by frantic feet. The deep blue tablecloth was askew, the Ravenclaw silver eagle emblem crushed beneath them. The floating pumpkin lanterns swayed violently, casting frantic shadows that illuminated faces twisted in terror, resembling demons returned from the abyss. The Grey Lady swiftly ascended, her transparent visage marked by concern. Peeves, in a frenzy of excitement, darted through the chaotic crowd, his raucous cackles ringing out. "Troll! Silly troll! Come to eat the little fools! Ha ha ha! Run, run! Silence!" Dumbledore's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with undeniable authority and formidable magical pressure, instantly quelling the most frenzied shrieks and turmoil. He rose, his wand aimed at the ceiling, from which erupted dazzling purple sparks, as conspicuous as flares. "All students, do not panic." His calm, powerful voice echoed throughout every corner. "Heads of houses, immediately assemble your students and lead them back to the common rooms in an orderly fashion. Execute this at once." Percy Weasley promptly sprang forth, his badge as head boy gleaming brightly. He shouted hoarsely, "Gryffindors, follow me. No shoving. Maintain order." The heads of other houses, awakening from their stupor, began to organize the evacuation. Under the direction of head of house Robert Hilliard, the Ravenclaw contingent began to move towards the exit. The crowd was in a state of overwhelming chaos, with a palpable sense of panic washing over everyone like a tangible tide. Arthur found himself caught among his classmates from Ravenclaw, being swept along with the throng. Yet his heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid hand, plummeting heavily into an abyss. Hermione was absent from the Great Hall. A troll lurked in the dungeons. These two pieces of information collided violently in his mind, echoing relentlessly. The Gryffindor common room was in the tower, as was Ravenclaw's, albeit in a different direction. The girls' lavatory near the dungeon classroom was close by. Given Hermione's disposition, when in a state of profound melancholy, it was likely she would seek refuge in a secluded spot. Fear, pure, unadulterated fear, overwhelmed everything in an instant. The hidden powers, the lurking dimensional monstrosities, Snape's suspicions, all became trivial at this moment. He could not allow Hermione to confront that stinking, destructive creature alone. Just as the Ravenclaw line was about to surge out of the Great Hall and merge into the larger vortex of the corridor, Arthur suddenly crouched low, utilizing his dimensional perception to navigate the crowd's gaps with precision. Like a nimble fish, he swam against the current, forcing his way through the narrow space between several Hufflepuff students and a suit of armor. "Arthur, where are you going?" Anthony Goldstein exclaimed in astonishment. Arthur did not look back, nor could he offer an explanation. He shot forward like an arrow, plunging into a narrow stone corridor leading to the basement. Now devoid of life. Behind him, the cacophony of fear roiled, while ahead lay a profound, icy darkness, reeking of unknown peril. He ran, his heart pounding in his chest, with a singular, crystal-clear thought resonating in his mind. Find Hermione. Protect her. Chapter 36, The Guardian in the Lavatory. The cold, damp scent of stone replaced the cloying sweetness of the great hall. Arthur sprinted through the narrow corridor, his footsteps echoing hollowly in the silent passage. Like the drumming of his own heart, he forcibly suppressed his dimensional perception to the bare minimum, maintaining only a vague outline of the path ahead and the increasingly nauseating stench. It was an odor reminiscent of decaying flesh, swamp gas, and some primal violence, wafting up from the depths below, each breath searing his throat. Fear coiled around his heart like a frigid vine, not for himself, but for Hermione. She was alone in such a perilous place. Images of Hermione's vacant seat, Ron's harsh words, and Quirrell's exaggerated fainting flashed repeatedly in his mind. An ominous premonition, cold and viscous, gripped him. He dashed down the final set of stairs, the stench nearly solidifying, almost suffocating him. The dim, flickering lights in the underground corridor cast distorted shadows on the walls, while a faint sound of cracking, heavy impacts, and stifled sobs emanated from a slightly ajar door ahead. It was the girls' lavatory. Arthur burst through the door, and the sight that met him froze his blood in an instant. Chaos reigned. Shattered tiles, toppled partition doors, and gushing streams of water resembling wounded silver serpents transformed the floor into a murky puddle. The air was thick with dust, moisture, and the suffocating stench of the monstrous creature. At the chaotic heart of this turmoil stood a nightmarish beast, resembling a moving hillock, its skin a filthy brown hue, riddled with boils and lumps. Its diminutive head was nearly buried in its shoulders, and its small eyes glimmered with a dull, malevolent light. Its trunk-like arms swung a massive wooden club, caked with unknown filth, an old doorpost it had wrenched from some unfortunate maintenance cabinet. Each swing produced a dull whoosh, crashing against walls, partitions, or the floor, inciting tremors and further destruction. Cowering in a corner, her back pressed against the damp, cracked wall, was Hermione Granger. Her complexion as pale as parchment, trembling violently. Her hair, dampened by the humidity, clung to her cheeks, her glasses askew, tears mingling with grime as they streamed down her face. She pressed her mouth tightly shut, attempting to stifle her terrified whimpers. But the overwhelming despair and the imminent threat of death nearly consumed her. Grasping her wand tightly, she found herself unable to raise it due to the paralyzing fear that gripped her. Hermione. Arthur's voice pierced through the cacophony of destruction within the washroom. Hermione jerked her head up, her tear-streaked vision catching sight of a familiar figure. A flicker of disbelief ignited momentarily in her desperate eyes, only to be swiftly engulfed by deeper terror. Arthur, don't come closer. Run. It's the giant. Her warning, strained and laced with cries, was akin to a stone cast into a tempest. The giant, too, was drawn to this new sound, sluggishly turning to fix its small eyes upon the doorway. This fresher target. It emitted a guttural roar, putrid saliva dripping from its crooked mouth as it raised the colossal club high, abandoning Hermione in the corner and lumbering heavily toward Arthur, intent on crushing all in its path. Each step sent tremors through the ground, splashing water everywhere. Obstacles lay ahead. Without hesitation, Arthur raised his wand, a crimson light shooting accurately toward the giantess' feet. An invisible barrier materialized in an instant. Thud! The giant's massive foot struck the barrier with force, its great bulk staggering momentarily. The club crashed down onto a nearby sink, shattering it instantly into fragments and sprays of water. Yet, this only caused a fleeting pause. The giant shook its head, emitting an enraged growl, seemingly irritated by the obstruction. But its immense strength and weight easily obliterated the low-level barrier spell, continuing its furious advance. Legs frozen in fear, Arthur cast another spell, the red light striking the giant's thick calf. The magic flickered briefly, akin to a stone tossed into a deep pool, only causing the creature's stride to stiffen for a fraction of a second before failing entirely. Its tough, resilient body possessed a natural immunity to such binding spells. The distance was rapidly closing. The nauseating odor of the giant assaulted Arthur, the wind created by the swinging club nearly tousling his hair. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Hermione's face, filled with sheer terror, futilely attempting to raise her wand, but unable to control her trembling arms. There was no escape. Hermione was right behind him. The cramped space afforded no room for retreat. Get away, Arthur! Hermione's scream was tinged with a sob. At the very moment when the colossal, filthy wooden club, capable of flattening iron armor, came hurtling down towards Arthur's head with tremendous force, survival instinct, the resolute urge to protect, and the restless dimensional energy within him erupted like a detonated powder keg. Seraphine's shield. Arthur did not wave his wand, nor did he utter any incantation from a known system. It was merely the wild roar of his will, the dimensional energy within him being forcibly shaped at the brink of life and death. He crossed his arms before him, his mind intensely focused. And the defense framework, composed of countless flowing strands of light, both supple and robust, was instantaneously ignited into existence. A humming sound filled the air. It was not a dazzling explosion, but rather a distortion of space itself, being forcibly shaped. A translucent, arc-shaped shield, composed of an intricate structure of flowing light in pale gold and amber hues, abruptly appeared before Arthur. The shield's surface was not solid. It resembled a dynamic interplay of energy ripples and subtle spatial undulations, emanating an ancient and steadfast aura. Boom! A thunderous impact resonated, surpassing any prior destruction. The entire washroom shook violently, with more dust and debris cascading from the ceiling, while the pipes emitted a piercing groan. The monstrous force of the creature struck the Seraphine's shield with tremendous impact. Contrary to expectations of shattered bones, the seemingly ethereal energy shield exhibited astonishing resilience upon contact. The surface of the shield, akin to the most pliable silk, buckled inward, absorbing and dispersing the cataclysmic force in layers. Countless pale golden streams of light swirled violently within the shield, colliding and dissipating the brute strength. The energy of the impact was not merely rebounded, but skillfully guided and transformed, manifesting as visible, translucent ripples that distorted the light, radiating outward in concentric circles. As the ripples swept across the surfaces, a bizarre scene unfolded. The already fractured tiles on the walls, rather than shattering further, appeared to be smoothed and crumpled by an invisible force. Their breakage took on an extraordinarily peculiar form, with edges resembling unnatural, torn layers of space before silently disintegrating into dust. The pooled water on the ground was swept by the ripples, instantaneously evaporating into vast expanses of exceptionally pure, softly glowing white mist. A large mirror was brushed by the ripples at its edge. Rather than cracking, it formed a massive void with smooth edges, taking on an irregular geometric shape. As if melting away, Arthur let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly. It felt as though a mountain had collided with his very soul. The forcible manifestation and maintenance of Seraphine's shield, particularly against such a terrifying physical force, drained far more than he could have imagined. The dimensional energy within him surged forth like a torrent unleashed, while simultaneously, that familiar, spine-chilling whisper echoed explosively within the depths of his mind, akin to countless cold serpents burrowing into his cochlea. Yielding to the embrace of the void, the power unleashed consumed her, obliterating all obstacles. The blasphemous thoughts intertwined with distorted fragments of illusion revealed Hermione's face, decaying amidst whispered echoes, while the luminous flow on the shield morphed into writhing tendrils. The excruciating agony at the mental plane blurred his vision, nearly rendering him incapacitated, as the light of the seraphim shield flickered violently, becoming erratic. Arthur! Hermione's scream resonated with profound terror and concern. She beheld the abruptly manifested energy shield, radiating an inhuman aura, and witnessed Arthur's face turn ashen in an instant, his body quaking in torment. This was far beyond her comprehension of magic. Yet, what shattered her heart was the realization that Arthur had taken the lethal blow meant for her. She struggled to rise, disregarding all else. The giant, too, was bewildered by this strange barrier. Its small eyes gazed in confusion at the wooden club it had struck, where the contact with the light shield revealed an eerie texture, as if the wood had instantaneously undergone centuries of decay. It could not fathom why the diminutive creature had not been crushed. With a roar of fury, it attempted to reclaim the club and launched another attack. Now was the moment. Arthur, enduring the mental anguish akin to being torn apart and the rampant drain of energy, felt a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He could not remain a passive defender. A counterattack was imperative. With a sudden surge of willpower and the untamed energy within him, forced into motion by the precipice of life and death, his wand erupted with an unprecedented blinding red light. No longer resembling the gentle beams described in spellbooks, but akin to a torrent of molten lava and lightning. This beam, accompanied by a deep hum and a piercing shriek that rent the air, accurately struck the giant's foolish little head. Boom! The red light detonated, akin to a small flashbang exploding upon the giant's visage. The tremendous impact, infused with extraordinary magical resonance, forcefully penetrated the giant's skull. It emitted a bone-chilling howl that reverberated through the air. Its enormous form staggered backward as if struck by an invisible hammer, its colossal feet slipping on the slick ground. With a thud, it clumsily lost its balance, the back of its head crashing against a shattered brass faucet that gushed water. The faucet twisted and contorted, emitting a lamenting groan of metal fracture. The giant's massive body swayed, its small eyes extinguished of their ferocity, replaced by a vacant and bewildered gaze. A muffled gurgle escaped its throat, and then, like a mountain collapsing, Its immense frame fell forward into the murky puddle, creating a tremendous splash. The wooden club slipped from its limp grasp, rolling aside, motionless. The entire washroom was abruptly engulfed in an eerie silence. Save for the sound of rushing water from the broken pipe and Hermione's uncontrollable, gasping breaths of relief and sobs from the corner. Arthur's body swayed, darkness encroaching upon his vision. In the moment his will faltered, the seraphim shield dissipated like a mirage, leaving only the faint, distorted light lingering in the air and the unique, otherworldly resonance of spatial fluctuations. The depletion of dimensional energy and the mental strain of resisting the whispers of the dark deity left him feeling utterly drained. His legs trembling as if they might give way beneath him. He gasped for breath, his wand drooping in his hand, sweat soaking through his back. Arthur! Hermione finally broke free from the shackles of fear, scrambling towards him without regard for the filth on the ground, and grasped him tightly as he teetered precariously. Her hands were icy and still trembling violently, yet her grip was fierce, as if clinging to a lifeline. Are you all right? Are you injured? What was that? Her voice quavered with a hint of tears, filled with shock and disbelief, her gaze fixed intently on Arthur's pale face. Though she could not help but glance at the fallen giant and the peculiar, fragmented tiles and mirrored voids on the walls, twisted by the ripples of space. All of this exceeded her comprehension. Arthur opened his mouth to explain, but found his throat parched and constricted. What could he say? That it was magic from another universe? That a dark deity was whispering in his mind? A wave of exhaustion and weakness washed over him, and he could only weakly shake his head, forcing a reassuring smile. I'm fine, as long as you're safe. Before he could finish, another wave of intense dizziness struck him. At that moment, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! The battered door of the washroom was flung open. Professor McGonagall rushed in first, her expression more severe than ever, her lips pressed into a pale, straight line. Wand raised, ready to confront any danger. Following closely was Professor Snape, his black robes billowing like a storm cloud, his face beneath the hawkish nose dark with ominous intensity. His deep black eyes, akin to searchlights, swiftly scanned the chaotic battlefield before finally honing in on Arthur and Hermione, lingering for a moment on Arthur. His gaze filled with cold scrutiny and unfathomable suspicion. Last to enter was Professor Quirrell, who still appeared shaken and on the verge of fainting, gripping the doorframe tightly. However, as his eyes swept over the fallen giant, the disarray around them, and the lingering, peculiar fluctuations in the air, a fleeting glint of greed and wariness flickered in the depths of his purple-scarved eyes. My goodness! Professor McGonagall gasped, taking in the collapsed partition, the gushing pipes, shattered tiles and mirrors, and the giant lying like a small hill. Her voice was laced with unmistakable shock and severity. What on earth are you doing here? Explain yourselves. Miss Granger, Mr. Cole. Her gaze darted between Hermione's tear-streaked face and Arthur's frail, pale visage, finally resting on Arthur's visibly exhausted state, nearly unable to stand. Her brow furrowing in concern. Hermione seemed on the verge of speaking, but the immense fright and the extraordinary power Arthur had just displayed left her mind in turmoil. Her lips trembling as she struggled to form coherent sentences. Snape glided silently towards the fallen giant, crouching down to cautiously inspect the wound at the back of its head and the twisted faucet with the tip of his wand. His movements were precise and frigid, akin to those of a surgeon performing an intricate dissection. Then, his gaze shifted to the wall where shards of tiles, distorted at the edges as if torn by space itself due to the ripples of Seraphine's shield, lay scattered. His pupils abruptly constricted. Then, with an expression of calm, he discreetly retrieved a small, seemingly empty potion vial from the inner pocket of his robe. With a flick of his wand, he gently touched the peculiar fragments. A few of the most extraordinary shards, displaying unnatural breakage, along with a small handful of mirrored dust, were drawn into the vial as if by an invisible thread. He swiftly capped the vial and returned it to his robe, his movements fluid and covert, with only the slight tightening of his lips betraying his inner turmoil. Rising to his feet, his icy gaze once more pierced Arthur, as if seeking to penetrate the flesh and unveil the secrets concealed within. Professor Chilo let out an exaggerated sob, pointing at the creature, stammering, by Merlin's beard. How terrifying! How did you manage this? His eyes darted rapidly over to Arthur, filled with a hidden inquiry. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept between Arthur and Hermione before finally settling on Hermione, her tone softening ever so slightly, yet still imbued with undeniable authority. Miss Granger, I require an explanation. And you, Mr. Cole, you look utterly dreadful. Madame Pomfrey will be here shortly. But before that, tell me, what on earth transpired here? Hermione took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart and tumultuous thoughts. She glanced at Arthur, who, though weakened, still stood resolutely beside her, recalling his selfless act of shielding her and the incredible light shield he conjured. Her expression transformed from one of fear and confusion to one of determination. Professor, Hermione's voice, though still trembling, was now markedly clearer as she straightened her back. It is my fault. I thought I could handle the troll. I've read numerous books and believed I knew how. She began to recount the events, attempting to shoulder the principal responsibility in order to protect Harry and Ron, who were conspicuously absent, and more importantly, to safeguard Arthur's inexplicable power. I ran here to hide, and then the troll came in, and I was terrified. She paused, her gaze involuntarily drifting back to Arthur, filled with profound gratitude and an ineffable complexity of emotions. It was Arthur Cole who found me. He tried to divert the troll to protect me. She avoided detailing the light shield, her voice thick with emotion. He used numerous spells, including the stunning spell and the leglocker curse, and then the troll tripped and struck its head against the tap. She gestured toward the twisted brass faucet, smeared with the troll's foul blood and brain matter. Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze shifted to Arthur. Mr. Cole, is this true? Arthur felt the weight of Professor McGonagall's sharp scrutiny, accompanied by Snape's cold, serpentine suspicion. Straining to maintain composure, he nodded, his voice hoarse. Why yes, Professor. I heard the commotion and came over. The troll is quite cumbersome and easy to topple on the slippery ground. He downplayed the situation, attributing the troll's demise solely to chance and circumstance, acknowledging only the efficacy of basic spells. He must conceal the seraphim shield, hiding the extraordinary spatial fluctuations it emanated. Yet, among the three professors present, none were easily deceived. Professor McGonagall surveyed the scene, which bore far greater destruction than what a mere fall could cause. The torn tiles resembling spatial rifts, steam rising with an unusual luminescence, and the almost imperceptible peculiar ripples in the air. Additionally, Arthur's evident state of extreme weakness, a result of immense energy expenditure, only served to deepen her furrowed brow, her gaze filled with scrutiny and profound doubt. This was no mere incident explainable by a few lower-year spells and an accidental tumble. She keenly sensed that among the traces of destruction lingered a rhythm akin to a disturbance of Transfiguration's very essence, yet distinctly different, powerful, and unfamiliar. Severus Snape emitted a barely audible scoff, his hand tightening around the vial containing the strange fragments. A coincidence? A fall? Nonsense. The residual aberrant energy of spatial properties in the air, coupled with the inexplicable patterns of destruction, pointed towards something deeper and more perilous. This Cole surely harbored a monumental secret. The anomaly of his invigorating potion was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Professor Quirrell, at that moment, let out a feeble groan, swaying as if on the verge of fainting, deftly masking the fleeting glimmer of greed and calculation in his eyes. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, and the tall figure of Headmaster Dumbledore appeared at the doorway, his cerulean eyes, tranquil behind half-moon spectacles, sweeping across the disarray of the washroom. The fallen giant, and the shaken Arthur and Hermione, who supported each other. His gaze lingered for a moment on the peculiar traces of spatial destruction, then flitted over Arthur's pale and weary visage, finally resting upon the three professors, each bearing a different expression. Dumbledore's voice, though still gentle, carried a soothing strength that instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere within the washroom. Our young Miss Granger and Mr. Cole have undergone an extraordinary adventure, displaying impressive courage and fortuitousness. He deliberately paused on the word fortuitousness, a glimmer of insight flashing in his blue eyes, as if penetrating Arthur's clumsy facade while encompassing Hermione's unvoiced protective intent. Madame Pomfrey is already on her way. Minerva, Severus, Quirinus, I leave the aftermath to you. As for these two young heroes, he said, glancing at Arthur and Hermione with a warm yet profound gaze, as if imbued with the essence of the cosmos. I believe what they most urgently require is a bed in the infirmary and a steaming cup of chocolate. Sometimes, the choice to protect others comes at a cost. Yet it reveals the true essence of a person. His final words, akin to a gentle riddle, fell upon Arthur's ears with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Arthur felt a shiver run through him. Sensing Dumbledore's gaze seemed to penetrate the facade he desperately maintained, glimpsing the fleeting glimmer of the light shield and the surging undercurrents beyond it. The price he would pay had only just begun. The ripples of the seraphim shield's exposure, much like stones cast into the depths of Hogwarts, would inevitably stir forth more secretive gazes and deadly scrutiny. The storm has merely commenced. Hermione tightly supported Arthur, sensing his frail body and slight tremors. She glanced at Dumbledore, then at the boy beside her who had displayed incredible strength to save her. A tumult of unprecedented emotions surged within her: shock, fear, profound gratitude, and a heavy resolve to understand and protect him. Arthur Cole's secrets ran deeper and were more perilous than she had imagined. She had already decided that regardless of what they were, she would stand by his side. Under Professor McGonagall's stern yet subtly complex gaze, perhaps a recognition of courage, and Professor Snape's cold, penetrating stare, Arthur and Hermione leaned on each other, unsteadily departing from the battlefield rife with destruction, stench, and countless mysteries, stepping toward an unknown yet undoubtedly turbulent future. The door to the washroom slowly closed behind them, sealing off the eerie shards of broken tiles and distorted mirrors. However, it could not contain the dangerous ripples that had already begun to spread. The facade of tranquility shattered, exposing the claws of the Guardian. Chapter 37. Aftermath and Scrutiny. The air in the hospital wing was imbued with the strong scent of disinfectant and the faint herbal aroma of calming potions, creating a stark contrast to the foulness and destruction of the washroom. Arthur lay on a hospital bed by the window, having just been administered a dose of a bizarrely colored, pungent, invigorating potion by Madame Pomfrey, who sternly warned him to remain in bed until at least the next morning, lest he be transformed into a sluggish slug in need of rest. At this moment, the potion's effects began to take hold. Although an overwhelming fatigue weighed heavily upon him like leaden blocks, the soul-rending dizziness and restless surge of energy were finally being forcibly subdued. Hermione sat on a stool beside him, also under Madame Pomfrey's orders to observe for at least an hour. Her tear-streaked face had been cleaned, and her hair neatly arranged, yet the brown eyes behind her glasses still bore traces of shock, mingled with a deeper, more complex emotion, a vortex of astonishment, gratitude, and countless questions. She cradled a cup of hot cocoa that Madame Pomfrey had thrust into her hands, the steam blurring her lenses and softening her gaze as she looked at Arthur. The ward was quiet, with only the occasional murmurs from distant beds breaking the stillness. This tranquility amplified the deafening crashes, the monstrous roars, and the vivid yet eerie spectacle of the luminous shield from the washroom, replaying vividly in their minds. Hermione's voice shattered the silence, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. That wasn't the shield charm, was it? Her eyes were locked onto Arthur's, devoid of accusation, filled instead with an urgent need for confirmation and undeniable shock. The shield charm that Professor Flitwick taught us is a deflection, a barrier. It does not absorb or transform like that. And those tiles and mirrors, she faltered, the bizarre image of that rift in space resurfacing in her mind. Arthur's heart sank. Indeed, he could not deceive Hermione. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the sharp scent of Madame Pomfrey's potion clearing his muddled thoughts slightly. The lingering echoes of whispered secrets still roamed the depths of his mind, akin to serpents lurking in shadowy corners, waiting for the opportune moment. He could not utter the name of Karmatai or the dimensional demon. Such revelations were too insane, too perilous, threatening to drag her into an abyss of irredeemable despair. Yet Hermione had witnessed everything. She needed to grasp a fragment of the truth, a truth that would enable her to comprehend and maintain silence. He opened his eyes to meet Hermione's inquisitive gaze, his voice rendered particularly husky and low by weakness. Hermione, can you guarantee that no matter what you hear, it will remain utterly confidential? Not to anyone, not to Harry, Ron, or even Professor Dumbledore. His expression was unusually grave, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, even tinged with a hint of pleading. Without a moment's hesitation, Hermione set down her hot cocoa, leaned slightly forward, and nodded emphatically, her gaze behind her glasses resolute as a rock. I swear. Arthur, I swear. You saved my life. Whatever it is, I will not speak of it. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable strength of commitment. Arthur felt a slight release of tension, yet his nerves remained taut. He began to weave a carefully crafted narrative, a tapestry of half-truths and deceptions. This is not magic taught at Hogwarts, he began, lowering his voice further, as if afraid to disturb the invisible ears in the air. It is my family's legacy, an ancient and perilous form of protective magic. It requires a special bloodline and a unique cost to awaken. He deliberately obscured the specifics of the lineage and the price. The cost? Hermione's keen mind seized upon that word, her heart tightening sharply. Yes, Arthur replied bitterly, his gaze drifting towards the overcast sky outside, as if recalling some painful memory. The immense expenditure of energy is merely the most basic aspect. It attracts the attention of certain undesirable entities, beings not of this world. He carefully chose his words, aiming to allude to the source of the threat without directly naming the demon. Each time it is employed, it is akin to illuminating a lamp in the darkness, drawing those monsters that lurk in the shadows. He paused, a genuine pain flickering across his features. Moreover, when using it, a voice whispers in your mind, attempting to warp your will. Hermione gasped, her complexion paling further. Entities not of this world, attracting monsters, twisting wills. This is far more terrifying than I had imagined. She recalled Arthur's ashen face and the tremors of his body when he summoned that shield of light. It was not merely a matter of energy expenditure, but also a mental torment. So those earlier incidents, the magical surges, were they all because of this? Hermione's voice trembled with residual fear. Partly, Arthur did not deny. The power of my bloodline awakened within me, yet I am unable to control it. Like a wild stallion that has broken free, I have been learning, striving to tame it, attempting to comprehend and encapsulate it within the framework of Hogwarts spells. Just as I integrated its concepts into the ironclad charm, he elucidated the source of the rhythmic sensations previously sensed by Flitwick and McGonagall. Those notes sparked a realization in Hermione. She recalled the parchment filled with strange symbols and theories that Arthur always carried with him. You've been researching this? Alone? Arthur nodded, a flicker of fatigue and solitude passing through his eyes. I must learn to control it. Otherwise, the next time I lose control, it may not only devastate the classroom, but also harm those around me. His gaze fell upon Hermione, filled with trepidation and concern. Hermione's heart was profoundly moved. She comprehended the heavy burden concealed behind Arthur's seemingly reclusive and anxious demeanor, which at times resembled the frantic brilliance of a genius. He was not boasting, rather. He was struggling to survive, striving to avoid inflicting harm on others. An overwhelming urge to protect and share his burden surged within her. You are not alone anymore, Arthur. Hermione's voice was remarkably clear and resolute as she extended her hand, gently resting it upon the back of Arthur's hand, which lay outside the blanket. Her fingertips were cool, yet the strength they conveyed was immeasurably warm. I am here. I will assist you. Do you need research materials? Experimental data? Do you require someone to remind you when those voices arise? Her tone bore the fearless spirit of Gryffindor, coupled with an unwavering dedication to the pursuit of knowledge. We can devise a safer method to control it. The Hogwarts library is vast, and Professor Flitwick seems quite interested in ancient magic. Arthur was momentarily taken aback. The sensation of Hermione's touch on his hand dispelled a hint of the lingering chill within him. He had not anticipated that Hermione's response would be one of unwavering support rather than fear and retreat, even proactively proposing to confront the unknown dangers together. A warm wave surged through his heart, alleviating his fatigue and anxiety. He gently clasped Hermione's hand in return, though weak, it was firm. Thank you, Hermione. His voice was somewhat choked. I truly appreciate it. This trust and commitment were more precious than he had imagined, serving as a spiritual anchor more potent than any potion. At that moment, a flurry of wings shattered the tranquility of the infirmary. An owl adorned with the Ministry of Magic's emblem fluttered through the window, deftly delivering a letter to Arthur's bedside table. The envelope was crafted from the Ministry's distinctive deep green parchment, sealed with the Shacklebolt family crest. Hermione quickly withdrew her hand, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Arthur picked up the letter and opened it, Kingsley Shacklebolt's steady and powerful handwriting coming into view. Arthur, I was alarmed to hear of the troll invasion at Hogwarts and am deeply concerned. While I know you are typically astute, this peril is no trifling matter. I have heard that you and Miss Granger were involved. Have you sustained any injuries? I hope for your safety. The department is extremely incensed by this incident and has initiated an urgent investigation. Headmaster Dumbledore has reported the details, mentioning your remarkable composure and formidable defensive skills during the event. This description is somewhat vague, but to receive such commendation from the headmaster suggests it is extraordinary. Remember, your safety is paramount. Should you perceive any potential threats at Hogwarts or require any form of assistance, including but not limited to protective items, specialized training, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Do not act recklessly. I await your reply with hope for your safety. Kingsley Shacklebolt P.S. As Christmas approaches, if you have any thoughts about holiday arrangements, do let me know. The tone of the letter was markedly more concerned than the previous customary greetings, imbued with the anxieties of an elder and the keen awareness of an official regarding the unusual. The formidable ironclad charm, in particular, was distinctly highlighted by Kingsley, revealing his skepticism towards Dumbledore's vague descriptions. After reading the letter, Arthur passed it to Hermione, who quickly scanned it, her brow furrowing. Is he testing? Indeed, Arthur whispered. Uncle Kingsley is quite perceptive. The ironclad charm was Dumbledore's way of providing cover for him, or rather, assisting us in reducing scrutiny. He recalled Dumbledore's profound remark upon leaving the washroom regarding luck and cost, taking out his quill and the parchment he carried. He pondered for a moment before beginning his reply. Dear Uncle Kingsley, I appreciate your concern. Miss Granger and I are both unharmed, merely shaken, and Madame Pomfrey has taken excellent care of us. The incident was sudden, with a troll appearing in the girls' washroom, trapping Miss Granger inside. I happened to pass by and, in a moment of urgency, only wished to rescue her. Concerning the defense, it was truly fortuitous. You are aware that my magical power can sometimes be unstable. In a critical moment, it seemed to trigger a protective response stemming from my bloodline instinct, akin to an automatic defense during a magical surge, but more focused. At that moment, I felt a surge of power manifest as a barrier, withstanding the troll's attack, after which it stumbled due to the wet floor. In retrospect, I am left with lingering apprehension. That force was immensely draining and difficult to control, not a skill worthy of boasting. The headmaster's remarks may carry a protective intent. Hogwarts is safeguarded by the headmaster and the professors, and I currently feel secure. Should the need arise, I will certainly seek your assistance. The Christmas arrangements remain uncertain and will be discussed later. Thank you once again for your concern. Arthur. The essence of the letter lies in attributing the emergence of the seraphic shield to a primal instinctive response in a life-or-death situation, emphasizing its fortuitous nature, immense drain, and uncontrollable aspect. while subtly suggesting that Dumbledore's evaluation is protective. This not only addresses Kingsley's concerns, but also lays the groundwork for potential anomalies in the future, unstable magic. Bloodline instinct, significantly diminishing its perceived value and threat as a skill, thus averting undue attention from the Ministry of Magic. He secured the letter to the owl's leg, watching it soar into the deepening twilight. Having addressed external concerns, the internal scrutiny was just beginning. The following morning, when Madame Pomfrey finally mercifully announced that Arthur could leave with a plethora of nutritional supplements, he had just stepped out of the hospital wing when a chilling voice called out to him. "Mr. Cole." Snape emerged like ink seeping from the shadows of the wall, silently materializing before him, his dark robe swirling, carrying with it an aroma of potion ingredients and a damp cellar. "Come with me." "The headmaster, Professor McGonagall, and I need you to clarify some questions." His gaze was like a frosty scalpel, slowly scraping across Arthur's face, pausing particularly on his still pale complexion, as if assessing the remnants of the anomaly within him. Arthur's heart sank suddenly. What was inevitable could not be avoided. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the restless dimensional energy within him that stirred once more at Snape's proximity, alongside the mocking whispers echoing in his mind. Casting a glance at the equally anxious Hermione beside him, he offered her a reassuring look, then silently trailed behind Snape towards the headmaster's office, an emblem of power and secrets. The aftershocks of the troll incident manifested as invisible scrutinizing gazes converging upon this boy, who concealed astonishing secrets. The storm had not subsided. Rather, it had merely shifted into deeper, more perilous waters. Arthur understood that under Dumbledore's seemingly all-seeing cerulean eyes and Snape's cold, scrutinizing gaze filled with doubt and inquiry, he had to summon every ounce of his spirit to safeguard his final bastion of secrets amidst the tumultuous aftermath. Hermione's trust was a warm harbor, yet the impending tempests could only be confronted by him alone. Chapter 38, Eyes in the Shadows. The spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office ascended slowly, carrying Arthur away from the antiseptic scent of the infirmary, yet ushering him into another form of intangible pressure. The oak doors opened silently, revealing a circular chamber. A long-legged table adorned with various marvelous silver artifacts emitted a subtle hum. Portraits of past headmasters feigned slumber on the walls, yet curious glimmers shone from the corners of their eyes. Fawkes, the phoenix, perched upon a gilded branch, its fiery tail feathers swaying gently, its brilliant golden eyes calmly observing the newcomer. Dumbledore sat behind a spacious desk. His blue eyes, softened by half-moon spectacles, retained their warmth, yet seemed to harbor the profundity of an entire starlit sky. Professor McGonagall stood to his right, her posture impeccably straight, lips pressed into a stern line, and her gaze behind the glasses sharp as a scalpel. Snape loomed like a solidified shadow, standing in the darkness to the left, hands clasped within the sleeves of his black robe, his gaze cold and sticky, akin to a malignant growth. The air hung heavy, punctuated only by the faint sounds of spinning silverware. "Please take a seat, Mr. Cole." Dumbledore gently gestured towards a hardback chair before the desk. His voice possessed an oddly soothing quality, yet it failed to dispel the tension coiling within Arthur. Following his cue, Arthur sat down, striving to regulate his breathing. He sensed the dimensional energy within him, which had only just settled, beginning to stir restlessly once again under the oppressive force of these three formidable and disparate auras, akin to stones cast into a tranquil pond. Deep within his mind, the whispers rippled, laden with distorted temptation and caution. They wished to know whether to instill fear or to entice us. He forcefully quelled these distractions, focusing his mind on maintaining the framework of the Seraphim shield, not as a physical manifestation, but as a stabilizing mental construct, akin to donning an invisible mental armor that insulated him from external probing and internal erosion. Regarding the events that transpired last night in the girls' restroom, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers upon the desk, addressing the matter directly, his tone serene yet unyielding. "We have a few details that we hope to confirm with you." Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape also wished to gain a clearer understanding of the circumstances at that time to ensure the proper handling of similar incidents and the safety assessment of students. He deliberately paused slightly on the mention of safety assessment. Professor McGonagall immediately interjected, her voice as grave as her expression. "Mr. Cole, you have described how you disrupted the troll with a conventional spell, resulting in its demise upon colliding with the faucet. This aligns with Miss Granger's testimony. However," she continued, her gaze sharpening, "the magical residue left at the scene, if I may be so bold, cannot merely be explained by a few lower-level jinxes or leg-locking curses. The fractured pattern of the tiles, the hollowed mirror, and even the residual energy fluctuations in the air all exhibit characteristics of an exceedingly rare and potent defensive magic, one I have never encountered in any records from Hogwarts." Her eyes fixed intently on Arthur. "Professor Flitwick has mentioned to me your unique rhythm and personal style with the shield charm. Was the defense employed last night an attempt to incorporate that distinctive style? Or was it, Perhaps an entirely different force? Her inquiry struck at the very essence of the matter. Snape remained silent, his icy gaze acting as a tangible probe, nearly piercing Arthur's skin as it scrutinized the flow of his blood and the trajectory of his magic. His silence bore a weight greater than any interrogation. Arthur felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He had anticipated such a question. Adhering to the framework he had explained to Hermione and Kingsley, he reiterated, "Professor, that was indeed not a spell I intentionally cast. The situation was dire. The Trolls Club was crashing down before me, and my sole thought was to protect Hermione. Then, akin to previous instances of unstable magic, a surge of power, my innate bloodline magic, erupted spontaneously, forming a shield to deflect the attack. However, that power was immensely taxing and exceedingly unstable, entirely beyond my control. I was nearly incapacitated afterward." He emphasized instinct, loss of control, and the immense consumption of energy, categorizing it once more as a reaction of bloodline magic rather than a manageable skill. Bloodline magic? Snape finally spoke, his voice resonating like something steeped in the depths of a cellar, slick with texture. Fascinating. Very intriguing. He took a deliberate step forward, the hem of his black robe gliding silently over the carpet. Is this bloodline magic in any way connected to that vial of elixir you had confiscated, which exhibited unusual spatial stability? He adroitly linked two seemingly unrelated points, akin to a spider weaving its web, suggesting a bloodline that could influence the spatial properties of potion matrices. Or is it possible that the potion itself was a product of your attempts to control this unstable power? His questions, like venomous barbs, pierced directly at the core of Arthur's secret. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. Snape's imagination was terrifying. He feigned calmness. I'm not certain, Professor. That vial of elixir. I merely attempted to incorporate some herbs for stabilizing energy, such as moonstone powder. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. As for the bloodline magic, it is shrouded in mystery, with scant family records. I am still exploring it. He categorized the potion as an experiment and the bloodline magic as unknown, attempting to blur the focus. Dumbledore listened intently, his cerulean eyes flitting between Arthur and the two professors, as if observing a silent chess match. He did not inquire about the specifics of the potion or the bloodline, but rather posed a seemingly gentle yet profoundly penetrating question. Mr. Cole, in such life and death moments, the choice to stand before a friend requires immense courage. This courage may sometimes awaken within us a strength we never anticipated. Strength itself is devoid of morality. The essence lies in the will that guides it. Do you sense that this strength, after safeguarding those you wish to protect, has become somewhat more submissive? Or does it demand a certain price from you? His gaze fell upon Arthur's still somewhat pale visage, as if he could see through to the fatigue of his spirit and the whispering shadows within. Price. Arthur's heart jolted. Dumbledore had once again pinpointed the crux of the matter with precision. He remained silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Yes, Headmaster. It is quite draining, not merely in terms of magical energy. Moreover, the experience of wielding it is rather unsettling and chaotic. He struggled to articulate the whispers of the dark power, only managing to convey a vague sense of unease. Dumbledore slightly inclined his head, refraining from further probing, and gently remarked, "Power comes with responsibility and risk, Arthur. Remember, Hogwarts will always have those willing to listen and offer assistance. Professor McGonagall and Severus, I believe Mr. Cole requires some rest." His explanation, though somewhat unclear in places, aligned with his previous condition and the stress response from the night before. Regarding the peculiar traces at the scene, he glanced at McGonagall and Snape, considering it might be a byproduct of the spatial disturbances caused by the eruption of that ancient bloodline power. I shall consult some ancient texts to see if there are similar accounts. For now, let us treat it as an unexpected incident. Dumbledore's authoritative tone left no room for dissent, providing Arthur with a reprieve. Though Professor McGonagall's brow remained furrowed, clearly not entirely satisfied with this explanation, she could only nod. Very well, Headmaster. But Mr. Cole, I must once again emphasize the importance of control, whether it be magical energy or this bloodline power. Exercise caution until you have complete mastery. Snape then emitted a barely audible scoff, casting a deep, scrutinizing glance at Arthur, as if to convey, "I am watching you," before slipping silently back into the shadows, departing the office. Arthur felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, his taut nerves relaxed slightly. Yet, Dumbledore's final words regarding the price and Snape's cold gaze as he left made him acutely aware that this was merely a temporary tranquility. The headmaster's protection was limited, and Snape's suspicion hung over him like a sword of Damocles. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Arthur sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of Hogwarts. In the corridors, the younger students regarded him with curiosity and a hint of awe, having heard he was the one who vanquished the troll, while the older ones were more inclined towards inquiry and speculation. Professor Flitwick had specifically retained him after Charms class, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. "My boy, I have heard some rumors regarding defensive magic." "Splendid. That stress response, that manner of channeling energy, is reminiscent of the guardians described in ancient ballads. Have you drawn any connections to the metaphor of the starlight barrier on page 37 of Defensive Magic in Medieval Ballads? We must discuss this in depth. He was exuberant, wholly immersed in the thrill of academia, temporarily neglecting to directly associate Arthur's bloodline power with the peculiarities of the lavatory. Hermione, however, became the sole refuge where he could fully unwind. She strictly adhered to her vow of secrecy, uttering not a word about the light shield or the whispers. Yet, within the library and the empty classrooms, she began to purposefully seek out tomes that might pertain to ancient protective magic, bloodline powers, mental defenses, and the theories of spatial stability, even delving into some obscure fundamentals of alchemy. The materials she unearthed were meticulously categorized, and when she presented her detailed notes to Arthur, her eyes brimmed with silent support and a shared resolve to confront their challenges together. This unspoken trust and the feeling of camaraderie alleviated much of the gloom that lingered in Arthur's heart. However, true peril often lurks in the most unexpected shadows. Days later, Arthur traversed a sunken stone corridor that connected the main castle to the greenhouse. This path was seldom trodden, shrouded in dimness, with flickering torches spaced far apart, casting a wavering glow. He instinctively maintained his dimensional awareness at a minimal alert state, akin to invisible tendrils, capturing the ebb and flow of magical currents and spatial fluctuations. This vigilance served both as a precaution against potential dangers and as a daily discipline to control his own energy. Suddenly, he halted. A profoundly subtle, utterly discordant magical disturbance, like a drop of viscous ink in calm waters, infiltrated his perception. This disturbance exuded a foul, cold, and greedy aura of darkness, as if it harbored centuries-old malevolence. It originated from around the corner ahead, moving slowly. It was Professor Quirrell. Yet, at that moment, the magical aura emanating from him starkly contrasted with the timid, stuttering, garlic-scented mediocrity he typically exhibited in class. That dark essence coiled around his own feeble magical field like a maggot, provoking an intensely uncomfortable distortion. What sent chills down Arthur's spine was the unmistakable sensation of a cold, inquisitive gaze, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, emanating from the very core of that malevolent presence. Locking firmly onto him, it was Voldemort. He was observing Arthur through Quirrell's eyes. In an instant, Arthur felt every hair on his body stand on end. The dimensional energy within him recoiled like a startled hedgehog, only to become restive again. The whispers in his mind sharpened abruptly. Behold that dark servant, a lowly parasite. He covets your power, your secrets. Will you join him, or crush him? Blasphemous thoughts flashed in his consciousness, accompanied by Voldemort's pale, noseless visage. He forcefully suppressed the roiling energy and whispers, compelling himself to maintain a normal gait, even slightly bowing his head, as if contemplating a challenging problem. He dared not use his dimensional perception to look directly, as that would be tantamount to revealing his own aberrant awareness. Instead, he could only passively endure that nauseating dark scrutiny, feeling that gaze slither across his nape like a cold slug. Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, seemed to make no further moves. He merely watched. Moments later, the dark aura of magical energy gradually dissipated as the footsteps faded away. Arthur leaned against the cold stone wall, panting heavily, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. That brief encounter had proven to be far more perilous than facing a giant. Indeed, Voldemort had taken notice of him, and that interest was anything but benevolent. Quirrell, the usually overlooked cowardly professor, had suddenly transformed into a most dangerous ticking time bomb. From that day forth, Arthur's vigilance escalated to its highest level. He began to consciously employ his dimensional perception, carefully scanning Quirrell's movements and magical fluctuations like a finely tuned radar, all while avoiding severe mental strain and the whispers of the dark deity. He discovered that Quirrell's range of activity was quite fixed: classrooms, offices, the library, where he perused obscure texts, some even pertaining to dark magic, yet well disguised, and the vicinity of the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Whenever Quirrell approached that corridor, Arthur's dimensional perception could distinctly capture the complex energy field radiating from within, interwoven with powerful protective enchantments. There was the stable glow of alchemy, perhaps a guardian of Nicodemus's philosopher's stone, the lively aura of transfiguration, perhaps McGonagall's chessboard, the sharp fluctuations of spells, perhaps Flitwick's key, and a chilling, cursed dark energy, perhaps set by Quirrell himself in allegiance to Voldemort. They intertwined like vibrant ribbons within his perception, colliding and forming a perilous web. Each probing carried its own risks. A deeper exploration of dimensional perception would intensify the allure of the dark whispers. The formidable energy fields of the protective spells acted like magnets, drawing forth the restless dimensional energy within him, and any misstep could provoke an energy resonance, leading to discovery. He had to tread with the utmost caution, as if dancing upon the edge of a blade. Simultaneously, His encounters with Dumbledore grew more frequent. Sometimes it was on the spiral staircase, at other times at the entrance to the restricted section of the library. Ah, Mr. Cole. Interested in the origins of advanced transfiguration theory? There are discussions within regarding energy form transformations that may offer you some unique insights. And occasionally, even on his way to the kitchen to fetch a cup of hot milk from the house elves, the resolve to protect others often serves as the most solid foundation for fortifying one's own strength. Would you not agree? Each conversation bore no coercion, no interrogation, only gentle guidance and keen observation. Yet, Arthur could sense that beneath the warmth of the headmaster's gaze lay an astute scrutiny. He resembled an experienced gardener, observing a peculiar sapling, granting it space to grow and the necessary protection, while remaining ever vigilant of the dangerous branches it might sprout. As Arthur traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, sunlight poured through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the stone walls. Yet he was acutely aware that at the juncture of light and shadow, beyond the corner of the spiral staircase, and within the shadows of the deserted corridor, countless gazes were fixated upon him. Dumbledore's scrutiny was akin to the warmth of sunlight, yet it bore a penetrating intensity. Snape's suspicion slithered like a cold serpent, ever watchful, while Quirrell, or rather Voldemort's, probing from the depths of darkness resembled a parasitic worm, emanating a lethal threat. He felt like a pawn thrust into a chess game, surrounded by unseen players, with the power he clutched in his hand serving as both his sole reliance and his gravest peril. Beneath the tranquil facade of castle life, turbulent currents surged, fraught with tension. Chapter 39, The Dance of Shadows. The twilight at Hogwarts always descended swiftly, the castle's shadows bleeding like ink, devouring corridors and corners alike. Arthur stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, gazing at the last golden glimmers dancing upon the distant Black Lake, inhaling deeply. Since the incident with the troll, everything had shifted. Quirrell, or Voldemort, now regarded him with a more frigid and sticky gaze, as if a serpent silently glided over the nape of his neck. Snape's suspicions festered like a malignant sore, every potions class transforming into a silent interrogation, and Dumbledore's encounters, always imbued with gentle yet unavoidable scrutiny, seemed to penetrate all his FA aides with those cerulean eyes. He could no longer rely solely on the shield of Seraphim. No matter how formidable his defenses, they could not thwart the machinations lurking in the shadows. He required a more agile weapon, an illusion capable of ensnaring, misleading, and creating opportunities. The illusion spells recorded in the Karmatai notes of the Achen form became his sole hope, yet also a new abyss. In the clearing at the edge of the forbidden forest, Arthur grasped tightly the resonator intricately carved from the roots of mandrake, while his other hand firmly clutched his wand, crafted from English oak, 14 inches in length, with a core of moonstone encasing a tail feather from a snidget. This wand had once been his most trustworthy companion, accommodating his magic, stabilizing his mind, and even subtly attuning to his dimensional affinity. Yet today, it felt subtly altered. He closed his eyes, striving to dispel the tumultuous whispers that surged within his mind, those blasphemous temptations from the dimensional demons, attempting to twist his illusions into grotesque forms. The art of weaving lies perfected their deception, forcing them to dance in fear. The whispers hissed like venomous serpents, entwining his consciousness. Arthur clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Hermione. He silently repeated her name in his mind, like a drowning man grasping for driftwood. Her image crystallized in an instant, her fingertips adjusting her glasses, the flicker of wisdom in her debating eyes, the unwavering tone in her voice as she pledged to face challenges together. This anchor of reality radiated a warm and steady glow, dispelling a portion of the chilling whispers, providing a foothold for his chaotic thoughts. Without Hermione's presence as an anchor, he feared he would have long been drawn into the maelstrom of madness by those whispers. Achen form. Concentrating his will, he directed the dimensional energy through his wand, infusing it into the resonator. A hum reverberated. The air trembled softly. The light distorted and folded in an eerie manner. A blurred silhouette began to materialize beside him, semi-transparent, its contours barely discernible, as if viewed through a shroud of mist. Move. Arthur gritted his teeth and concentrated all his willpower. The illusion stepped forward stiffly, then flickered violently, like a candle in the wind, and ultimately dissipated with a soft pop. Arthur staggered slightly, bracing himself on his knee as he gasped for breath. The whispers became even clearer after the illusion faded, laced with mockery. Poor attempt, you are far too weak to release more. Allow me to assist you in weaving a more perfect lie. Silence, he growled, shaking his head vigorously. Day after day of practice at the edge of the forbidden forest, in the abandoned classroom. In the dim corner of the Ravenclaw common room at midnight, Arthur seized every opportunity to try. Each spell cast was accompanied by immense mental fatigue and the insidious whispers of the dark. Yet Hermione's image, her voice, her promise became his sole anchor, steadying him on the brink of collapse. Finally, on the 5th day at dusk, he achieved a breakthrough. Icon form. Ahem. This time, the flow of energy was remarkably smooth. An astonishingly clear Arthur appeared instantly 5 paces away. His outline sharp, the blue and bronze tie of Ravenclaw distinctly visible. Even his hair seemed to mimic the gentle caress of the breeze. More astonishingly, under Arthur's mental command, the illusion moved fluidly forward, sidestepped, and even mimicked the motion of drawing a wand. Though the movements bore a slight mechanical quality, they were convincing enough in the dim light. Thanks to the subtle spatial affinity of the wand core, a tail feather of a snidget wrapped in moonstone, the illusion bore an elusive, flickering quality as it moved, adding a sense of vitality and mystique. The duration approached 20 seconds before the illusion gracefully dissipated like morning mist. I did it, Arthur nearly shouted, overwhelming joy washing away his fatigue. However, just as he instinctively leaned on his wand to stand upright, there was a faint crack. A sound so subtle, yet like thunder in his ears, emanated from the wand. He froze, his heart nearly stopping. Trembling, he raised the wand, and in the last remnants of twilight, he saw it. A hairline crack had silently emerged along the wand shaft. In the abandoned potions storeroom, dust floated quietly in the dim light. Arthur took a deep breath and looked at Hermione. Are you ready? Hermione nodded, her eyes behind her glasses sparkling with anticipation and anxiety. Icon form. Ahem. The clear illusion appeared instantaneously, moving fluidly, with the faint spatial flicker particularly pronounced. Merlin. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide behind her glasses. It was almost alive. Was that flickering a form of spatial magic? As the illusion faded, Arthur leaned exhaustedly against the wall. Yet excitement sparkled in his eyes. It was still not perfect. But at a critical moment, it could deceive the gaze, even. He paused, his voice low. Each time he cast it, the whispers grew clearer. Only by thinking of you, knowing you are here, can I hold steady and prevent them from succeeding. Hermione's heart trembled. She not only witnessed his power, but also understood his reliance on her in the face of darkness. That heavy trust warmed her chest. She stepped forward instantly, her eyes sparkling with the brilliance of intellect. This is incredibly useful, Arthur. Consider the tactics. She unfurled a piece of parchment, her quill gliding swiftly across its surface. Phantom bait. Create an illusion in the corridor to divert Chilo's attention while the true self infiltrates his office for reconnaissance. Mirror flower. Water moon. In the face of the 3-headed Cerberus, the illusion feigns an assault to attract attention while the true self maneuvers from behind for a clever advantage. Golden cicadas shedding. When cornered, instantaneously conjure an illusion to dash in the opposite direction, allowing the true self to evade and escape. During their discussion, her arm occasionally brushed against his sleeve, sending a faint current of electricity through him. Arthur gazed at her flushed cheeks, a result of her excitement, and listened to her well-structured analysis, the icy barriers around his heart quietly melting away. Hermione, he gently interrupted her, his tone soft. Without you as my anchor, I might. Hermione lifted her gaze, colliding with the depths of his eyes. This time, she did not adjust her glasses to mask her emotions, but instead placed her hand upon his. Her fingertips were cool, yet her palm radiated warmth. I told you, Arthur. Her voice unwavering. We are in this together. Your illusions will bewilder the enemy, and I will be here, helping you to steady yourself, no matter what lies ahead. The frigid air of the abandoned storage room was ignited by the warmth of their joined hands and their shared gaze. The dance of the Aiken form was already mastered. Yet what was more powerful than magic was the indomitable bond forged between them. Hermione was not merely his anchor. She was the light he was willing to protect with all his might. Chapter 40. Ominous signs. December at Hogwarts descended with a biting chill. The corridors of the castle infused with the fragrance of pine and cinnamon as students eagerly discussed the impending Christmas holiday. Yet, Arthur found himself unable to partake in this joy. His dimensional perception felt like an invisible net, ensnaring every abnormal surge of magical energy within the castle, and recently, these fluctuations had become increasingly frequent and restless, particularly in the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Whenever Arthur passed nearby, his senses were uncontrollably drawn toward it. The protective enchantments there resembled a finely tuned clock, gears interlocking and nesting upon one another. McGonagall's transfiguration chessboard shimmered with a cold, metallic sheen. Flitwick's cursed traps were as sharp as blades, and Sprout's devil's snare writhed in the shadows, while the dark magical residue left by Chilo lingered like a viscous stain, silently eroding the overall harmony. In the deepest recesses, an ancient and stable alchemical energy lay dormant, the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione had likewise sensed the anomaly. In a corner of the library, she closed a tome titled Masters of Modern Alchemy with a heavy thud, the parchment covered with her extensive notes nearly obscuring the entire table. Her fingertips lightly drummed against the spine of the book, her brow furrowed in concentration. Arthur. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. I've discovered information about Nicholas Flamel, an old friend of Dumbledore's, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. It can turn stone into gold, and also produce the elixir of life. Arthur's fingertips unconsciously traced the minute crack on his wand as he nodded. He had long sensed the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, but Hermione's deductions reinforced his belief that Voldemort's target was indeed it. Moreover, there is the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Hermione continued, her words tumbling forth with increasing urgency. Beneath the trapdoor it guards must lie the Philosopher's Stone. Yet I cannot fathom why Snape constantly lurks on the 4th floor. If he intends to steal the stone, why does he augment the protections? Arthur's fingers halted momentarily. Hermione's perceptiveness filled him with both admiration and trepidation. She was perilously close to the truth, a truth that harbored danger. It is not Snape, he murmured. Hermione's gaze snapped up, her brown eyes shimmering with astonishment. It is Quirrell. Arthur's voice was barely audible, imbued with a sense of foreboding. There is something dark and decayed about him. Each time I draw near, my senses are pricked as if by needles. Hermione's pupils contracted slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge of the parchment. She did not question or refute. She trusted Arthur's intuition as steadfastly as her own logic. So Quirrell is the one who seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Her voice trembled slightly. But why? He appears so cowardly. Arthur did not respond immediately. He recalled their encounter at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the discordant darkness that emanated from Quirrell, that cold, clammy gaze. Voldemort. The name detonated in his mind. Yet he dared not articulate it. Hermione was already close enough to peril. He could not push her further. I do not know his intentions, he finally said, but the protections surrounding the stone are being compromised. The frequency is escalating, akin to some countdown. Hermione's complexion paled slightly. Her fingertips traced an invisible trajectory across the table. As if sketching a plan. We need to inform Dumbledore, she asserted resolutely, or Professor McGonagall. If Quirrell truly intends to. There is no time, Arthur interrupted. His voice low and urgent. The professors would not heed the conjectures of 2 first-year students, especially without concrete evidence. He hesitated for a moment. I sense a breach in the protective magic left by Quirrell. He is biding his time. Hermione's breath quickened. She was astute enough to grasp Arthur's implication. Quirrell could act at any moment, and they might be the sole bearers of this knowledge amidst the brewing storm. What shall we do? She inquired, her tone taut yet composed. Arthur's fingertips gently tapped the wand, his thoughts racing. He could not stand idly by while Hermione and Harry were drawn into danger, especially Harry. The boy marked by fate who inexplicably found himself at the eye of the storm. He must intervene, even if it meant confronting the shadow of Voldemort alone. We need to monitor Quirrell, he concluded, to ascertain his movements. If he indeed takes action, we must alert the professors in advance, he paused. Or create a distraction to buy ourselves time. A sharp glimmer ignited in Hermione's eyes. She did not dissent. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a folded piece of parchment from her bag, the Marauder's map, a generous gift from the Weasley twins. It reveals the location of everyone within the castle. She explained in a hushed tone. We can use it to track Quirrell. A faint smile graced Arthur's lips. Hermione's preparations were always so thorough. He reached out to take the map, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against hers, a faint current of electricity passing between them. There is something else, Hermione suddenly spoke, her voice dropping to a whisper. Harry and Ron have been secretly discussing the Forbidden Forest in the 4th floor corridor. I fear they might interfere. Arthur sighed, particularly worried about Harry. A moment of silence enveloped them, both understanding the implications. If Harry chose to investigate, Ron would undoubtedly follow, and Hermione, despite her rational awareness of the danger, would likely be overwhelmed by her innate sense of responsibility and concern for her friends. A dull ache rose in Arthur's chest. He could not allow Hermione to jeopardize herself, nor could he let her regret his concealment. He inhaled deeply, reaching a resolution. Listen, Hermione, his voice was unusually firm. If things escalate to that point, let me handle it. I possess dimensional spells and illusions. I can create chaos to buy us time. And you? He gazed intently into her eyes. You must ensure that Harry and Ron do not act recklessly. Hermione's brow furrowed tightly, her lips pressed into a stubborn line. No, she replied resolutely. I will not let you face danger alone. We will devise a plan and act together. If your illusions require an anchor point, I will be by your side. Her tone brooked no argument, her eyes ablaze with Gryffindor courage. Arthur's heart trembled. He longed to embrace her tightly, yet simultaneously wished to push her far away from all peril. Ultimately, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. All right, he murmured. But promise me, if the situation spirals out of control, you will leave at once. Hermione did not respond verbally. Instead, she clasped his wrist. Her palm was warm and firm, a silent vow. In the ensuing days, ominous portents gathered like thick clouds. The Marauder's map indicated that Quirrell's movements increasingly approached the Forbidden Corridor. Arthur's senses detected an escalating disturbance in the protective enchantments, and Harry and Ron, as Hermione had anticipated, began to clandestinely formulate their exploration plan. On the final night before the Christmas holiday, Arthur stood alone before the window of Ravenclaw Tower. gazing at the distant dark contours of the forbidden forest. He twirled his wand lightly between his fingers, the subtle crack in it glimmering faintly in the moonlight. Soon, he thought, a storm was approaching, and he must be prepared to protect Hermione, to safeguard this castle, and even to defend the Philosopher's Stone, which he did not fully comprehend. Whispers echoed faintly in his mind, yet this time they were overshadowed by a clearer, more resolute voice, Hermione's voice, her promise, her presence. He was no longer alone. Chapter 41. The Night Raid on the Forbidden Corridor. The night enveloped Hogwarts like a heavy velvet curtain, the moonlight consumed by dark clouds, leaving only the flickering torches in the castle corridors to provide a dim light. Arthur pressed against the cold stone wall, each step carefully placed within the shadows. His dimensional perception unfurled completely, resembling an invisible web that enveloped every inch of the surrounding space. The murky magical fluctuations of Felch lingered on the eastern side of the third floor, while Mrs. Norris's keen magical mark resembled delicate silver needles. And Peeves' chaotic energy orb wandered near the trophy room. Wait another 30 seconds, Arthur whispered, his right hand gesturing for silence as Felch began to turn. Hermione held her breath behind him, her wand tightly gripped in her palm. Harry and Ron huddled at the corner, their three shadows merging into a blurred outline against the stone wall. 10 minutes prior, when Arthur intercepted them in the common room, Harry was donning the invisibility cloak, preparing to act alone. Are you sure it's tonight? Ron asked for the 5th time, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anxiety. I mean, what if Quirrell just went to the restroom? Arthur offered no reply. A prickling sensation coursed over his skin, a sign that the dimensional perception was detecting dark waves surging from the 4th floor, crashing against his nerves like decaying tides. 3 hours earlier, as he lay in bed, this disturbance had suddenly intensified, jolting him upright. Not the restroom, Hermione interjected, biting her lip. Didn't you notice? Quirrell didn't show up for dinner tonight. Her voice dropped even lower. This afternoon, I saw Snape hurriedly leaving the castle. His robe seemed to be singed at the back. Harry suddenly looked up, a sharp glint flashing in his green eyes. So Snape went to stop him? Then we must. No, Arthur interrupted, abruptly pressing down on the shoulders of the three and pushing them against the wall. In the next moment, the elegant figure of Mrs. Norris glided past the intersection, her yellow eyes gleaming with an eerie light in the darkness. Once the sound of her pause had completely faded, Arthur continued. It's not Snape. The dark aura I perceive emanates from Quirrell himself. A far older, more malevolent force is controlling him. A chill swept through the air among the four. Ron's throat bobbed, and Harry's fingers tightened unconsciously around his wand. Hermione suddenly grasped Arthur's wrist. Your hand is bleeding. Arthur then noticed that his nails had sunk deeply into his palm. He relaxed his fist and shook his head, signaling that he was fine. The whispers began to swirl once more within the confines of his skull, particularly clear tonight, as if countless tiny insects were crawling through the grooves of his mind. Only Hermione's breath, close at hand, kept him anchored to reality. Let us go, he stated succinctly, leading the trio like specters through the final stretch of the corridor. The wooden door to the 4th floor's restricted area stood slightly ajar, cold air seeping through the crack. Arthur reached out to stop Harry from advancing, closing his eyes to allow his perception to penetrate within. Countless interwoven magical patterns immediately unfolded within his consciousness, the greedy energy tendrils of the devil's snare, the flight trajectory of the key room, the scent of slaughter from the chest chamber, and deeper still, the loathsome darkness that clung to Quirrell. The infernal web enveloped the entire entrance. Arthur swiftly elucidated, yet it concealed an energy node. He grasped Hermione's wrist, guiding the direction of her wand. This way. The fire spell. Hermione's flames blazed forth, striking the core with impeccable precision, causing the tendrils to emit a silent scream as they recoiled. As the trapdoor revealed itself, Harry leapt down without hesitation. The descent seemed to stretch interminably. Arthur adjusted his posture in the darkness, cushioning his landing by bending his knees slightly. The damp scent of earth assailed his senses, mingled with the sickly sweetness of decaying vegetation. Harry illuminated their surroundings with a flickering lumos, the wand's glow casting a serious profile of his face. Listen, Ron suddenly interjected, there seems to be a sound from above. Arthur's awareness, sharper than mere auditory perception, detected the presence of someone following them down. He abruptly looked up, witnessing the trapdoor slam shut, sealing off the last vestige of light. Someone has sealed our retreat. Hermione's voice trembled. Is it Quirrell? Arthur shook his head, his dimensional awareness extending like tendrils upwards. No. His pupils constricted suddenly. It's Snape. The basement plunged into an eerie silence. The four exchanged glances, a dreadful understanding crystallizing in the stillness. Regardless of whether Snape was friend or foe, their only course was forward. The door to the key room slowly opened before them, revealing hundreds of flying keys swirling beneath the vaulted ceiling like a silver tempest. Just as Harry was about to rush in, Arthur seized his robe. Wait, he closed his eyes, merging his perception with the metallic whirlwind. Most keys flitted about in chaotic trajectories, yet one old-fashioned azure key, its right wing slightly bent, exhibited a subtle regularity in its movement as if marked by a higher form of magic. Towards 9 o'clock, Arthur pointed to the upper left corner of the room. The azure one with the damaged wing. It passes that stone pillar every 7 seconds. Harry mounted his broomstick, immediately altering his course. Ron and Hermione stood guard by the door, wands raised in readiness. However, Arthur's attention was drawn to another revelation. In the most densely populated area of keys, the space exhibited a subtle distortion, akin to an invisible lens. Harry, avoid the central area, he suddenly shouted. There is something concealed there. Before he could finish, the azure key abruptly altered its trajectory, soaring straight towards the area of distortion. Harry dove swiftly, relentlessly pursuing it, just as his fingers were about to graze the key. In an instant, the entire space collapsed. Countless keys were contorted and deformed by an unseen force, the metallic shrieks piercing the eardrums. Harry, along with his broom, was ensnared in a vortex, spiraling away like a leaf caught in a drain. Harry, Ron's scream intertwined with Hermione's explosive spell. Arthur's dimensional awareness blared warnings. He perceived not only the spatial trap, but also deeper within, the passageway connecting to the game room, twisting and reshaping. Quirrell had not only traversed this place before them, but had also distorted the structure of the challenge. The most alarming realization struck him. He sensed that the direction in which Harry was being transported was not leading to the next challenge, but rather the labyrinth has been rewritten. Arthur's voice was hoarse as Harry was abruptly transported to the final destination where Quirrell awaited him. Hermione's complexion instantly turned pale, and Ron's wand clattered to the ground. There was no time to hesitate. Arthur grasped Hermione's hand tightly, while his other hand seized Ron's. We must leave immediately. His words were cut short as the ground began to tremble, and stones from the walls cascaded down. A deep rumble echoed from afar, as if the entire castle was groaning under some immense force. The last message from his dimensional perception revealed that the darkness enveloping Quirrell was now violently expanding, like a boil on the verge of bursting. Voldemort could no longer wait. Run, Arthur bellowed, dragging the two towards the nearest stone pillar. I know another way, but it was too late. With a deafening crash, the ceiling of the entire key room collapsed. In the final second before darkness engulfed him, Arthur managed to shield Hermione with his body, allowing countless debris to rain upon his back. Before the world succumbed to darkness, he heard Hermione's agonized scream, felt Ron's desperate tugging, and the most chilling sound of all, the triumphant hiss of Voldemort, hauntingly close. Chapter 42, The Chessboard and the Potion. Darkness enveloped Arthur's consciousness like thick tar. He struggled to open his eyes, a sharp pain piercing the back of his head. Rubble and dust covered half of his body, and Hermione knelt beside him, the faint glow of her wand illuminating the tear-streaked and dust-laden visage. Arthur, thank goodness, her voice trembled, fingers quivering as she brushed the debris from his face. Ron has gone to find Harry. We must, no? Arthur abruptly seized her wrist, forcing himself to sit up despite the dizziness. His dimensional perception, once muddied, was slowly clarifying. He noticed Ron's energy wave moving swiftly ahead and further afield. Harry's familiar life force was entwined with an oppressive darkness. Yet, what alarmed him most was the distorted spatial structure they found themselves in. The path that should have led to the next challenge had transformed into a loop of futility. Ron went the wrong way. He gritted his teeth. Quirrell has altered the maze's structure. Ahead is not the chess room, but a trap. Hermione's pupils dilated in shock. Just as she prepared to rise and pursue Ron, the ground quaked violently. The distant stone wall collapsed, revealing a vast space they had never seen on the Marauder's map, a chess room the size of a great hall, where 32 towering chess piece statues were slowly awakening, their stone joints emitting a nauseating creak. Ron stood at the opposite end of the chessboard, looking back at them, his face a mix of fear and determination. We must win this game of chess to pass, he shouted. I saw the chess notation. It's Professor McGonagall's magic. Arthur's dimensional perception swept over the entire chessboard. Each piece was surging with potent transfiguration energy, while the board itself was a complex magical array. Any attempt to circumvent it would trigger even more terrifying defensive mechanisms. Hermione, he said urgently, can you calculate the best moves? Hermione's eyes were already fixed on the chessboard, her lips moving rapidly as her fingers traced imaginary paths in the air. Arthur could feel her mind working with the precision of finely tuned clockwork. Castle, she suddenly declared, then sacrifice the knight. No, wait. Her voice choked abruptly. Ron, don't move that knight. But it was too late. Ron had already mounted the white horse, and the piece moved automatically to its designated position. The opposing black queen glided across the board with astonishing speed, her stone sword slicing through the air with a whoosh. Ron, with a scream. Hermione watched as the white horse was cleaved in two, and Ron was hurled like a rag doll to the edge of the board. Arthur's blood ran cold. He rushed toward Ron but was repelled by an invisible barrier. The game had commenced, and outsiders were forbidden to intervene. Hermione knelt outside the barrier, her fingers digging into the cracks of the stone bricks, tears streaming down her face. "Keep going," Ron weakly called out, blood trickling down his forehead. "I'm fine, move 6. Hermione trembled all over, yet her voice remained eerily clear. "Queen to 8, checkmate." As the final move was made, the stone crown of the Black King crashed to the ground. The barrier on the chessboard flickered a few times before vanishing. Arthur and Hermione lunged toward Ron simultaneously, the latter managing a faint smile. "I knew you could figure it out. You idiot," Hermione cried as she examined his wounds. "Why did you?" "There's no time," Arthur abruptly interrupted, his face ashen. His dimensional perception was sounding unprecedented alarms. The dark energy in the room ahead was surging ominously, like a black sun on the verge of explosion. Voldemort could no longer wait. Hermione quickly bandaged Ron's head wound, propping him against the wall. "You stay here," she commanded. "Wait for us to bring Harry back." Ron nodded weakly, handing her his wand. "Take it. You need it more." As they passed through the archway at the back of the chess room, a pungent odor of potions assaulted them. Inside the cramped stone chamber stood 7 bottles of variously colored potions, with a piece of parchment floating in the center. Hermione dashed over to read the riddle, while Arthur remained at the doorway, his body tense. The energy fluctuations of Voldemort were alarmingly close, separated by merely a wall, and the malevolent pressure nearly suffocated him. Logical reasoning. Hermione quickly scanned the riddle. The 3rd and 5th bottles are safe. One forward, one back. Her voice trailed off as she looked up at Arthur. "There's only enough for one to advance." Arthur's fingertips dug deeply into his palm. His dimensional perception clearly indicated that a familiar wave had suddenly mingled with the dark energy behind the wall. Harry was alive, but in dire circumstances. "You go back," he stated firmly. "Take Ron to find the professors. I will go rescue Harry." Hermione's eyes flashed with intense conflict. "But the riddle says, no buts." Arthur nearly spat the words. "Voldemort is there, Hermione. I can sense his evil. You cannot approach." Hermione's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She parted her lips as if to retort, but ultimately thrust the potion for advancement into his hands, insisting he consume every last drop. Her fingers clutched his wrist with a grip so fierce it was painful. Arthur understood the unspoken words she longed to convey. "Be cautious. Return to me. I await your return." He raised the icy potion to his lips, feeling a peculiar power surge through his body. "Inform Ron," he uttered in the fleeting moment before the violet flames erupted. He played beautifully. As the flames engulfed his vision, he glimpsed Hermione standing resolutely, her wand firmly in hand, her eyes glistening with defiance and unshed tears. Then the world warped and spun, casting him into a reality more harrowing than any nightmare. In the circular stone chamber, before the mirror of Erist, Quirrell stood with his back to him. Yet Arthur's gaze penetrated the shell of flesh, revealing the writhing, decaying darkness that clung to the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort opened his blood-red eyes. Chapter 43, Confrontation Before the Mirror. The cold remnants of the potion left a bitter aftertaste upon his tongue, while the violet flames extinguished completely behind him. Arthur staggered, barely regaining his balance. As the perception of dimension struck him like a hammer upon entering the circular stone chamber, an acute pain piercing his mind. The air was thick and heavy, saturated with a potent scent of sulfur and a deeper, more putrid essence of darkness. The mirror of Erist loomed in the center of the room, its ancient runes glowing faintly, yet its surface remained chaotic, reflecting nothing tangible. Facing them, before the mirror, stood Professor Quirrell, or rather, the vessel inhabited by a fearsome presence. Quirrell's purple turban lay discarded on the ground, revealing a ghastly visage upon the back of his head, pallid as the waxen corpse in a tomb, with features grotesquely twisted, and 2 elongated slits serving as nostrils. Most suffocating were his eyes, devoid of eyelids, crimson like congealed blood. Voldemort. Arthur felt his blood freeze instantaneously. The dark energy coiling around Quirrell's head writhed like a living abyss, emanating pure and frigid malevolence, the intensity and wickedness surpassing any fluctuations he had previously sensed. This power manifested as a tangible pressure, constricting his chest and rendering him breathless. A small, raspy voice, cold and reminiscent of countless serpents rubbing together, emerged from the twisted mouth. The sound was intermittent, yet possessed of bone-chilling clarity. Voldemort's scarlet pupils slowly rotated, locking onto Arthur, who had just regained his footing. How intriguing. Quirrell's body turned with the stiffness of rusted hinges. His face was as pale as parchment, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his gaze vacant and soulless, like a puppet devoid of its spirit. Nearby, Harry Potter writhed in agony, clutching his hands tightly over the lightning scar on his forehead, his body convulsing from excruciating pain, cold sweat soaking his hair. "Harry!" Arthur instinctively yearned to rush forward, but an invisible, bone-chilling pressure struck him like a solid wall, forcefully pushing him back. He let out a muffled grunt as his back collided with the frigid stone wall, his wand slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground several paces away. The voice of Voldemort, laced with a nauseating amusement, slithered through the air, each syllable akin to the chilling flick of a serpent's tongue against the eardrum. Let us first become acquainted. Quirrell, with one hand devoid of a wand, the other hanging stiffly by his side, slowly raised his fingers, splayed wide, palm directed towards Arthur. No incantation was uttered, no brilliance illuminated the space. Yet Arthur's dimensional perception erupted in a frenzied shriek. A frigid, viscous darkness, teeming with an insatiable curiosity, surged forth like myriad tiny tendrils, instantly breaching his dimensional defenses and greedily entwining themselves around the very essence of the dimensional energy coursing within him. Ugh! Arthur felt as if struck by lightning, his body convulsing violently. This probing force was tyrannical, seeking to dissect the very core of his power. At the moment this intrusion grazed his core dimensional energy, Voldemort's contorted visage froze abruptly, subsequently bursting forth with a euphoric blend of extreme shock, disbelief, and ravenous delight. This power. Voldemort's voice escalated in pitch, becoming unnaturally clear and piercing, Quirrell's body trembling violently, as if unable to contain his master's excitement. Not belonging here. Not of this world. Such purity, such an ancient and alien essence. His crimson eyes were fixated on Arthur, akin to a dragon discovering a rare treasure. Tell me, boy, what are you? From whence did you pilfer this power that transcends the mundane? Arthur gritted his teeth, resisting the invasive darkness and the immense psychological pressure. He could distinctly sense Voldemort's magic, akin to countless greedy maggots, probing through his energy veins, attempting to comprehend and even seize the otherworldly dimensional force. This sacrilege was nearly enough to make him retch. He summoned the framework of the Seraphim shield, erecting a defense on a mental level, while striving to quell the turbulent energy within him stirred by the probing. I am merely a student of Hogwarts, he forced himself to speak, his voice hoarse from the strain and resistance, equally curious about the Philosopher's Stone. He needed to buy time for Hermione, Ron, and Dumbledore. Lies. Voldemort emitted a shrill, piercing hiss, rife with fury at being deceived. Quirrell's limp hand shot upward, the tip of his wand erupting with a blinding green light, though not a killing curse. It remained equally sinister and lethal. Cruciatus. Arthur barely had time to react before the sickly green light struck like a venomous snake upon his left shoulder. An indescribable pain detonated within him, as if countless red-hot needles simultaneously pierced his marrow and thrashed about. He let out an involuntary cry of agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground, his left arm abruptly losing sensation. Dimensional energy instinctively surged towards the wound, desperately attempting to mend the tissue ravaged by dark magic, a soft golden glow flickering at the edges of the injury. Behold! Voldemort's voice brimmed with a morbid ecstasy and deeper avarice. How exquisite, how marvelous the self-healing. Not a healing spell, nor a potion, but the very essence of this power reshaping itself, resisting my magic. Quirrell's head tilted at an unnaturally acute angle, his crimson gaze fixated upon the fleeting golden glimmer at Arthur's wound, akin to a famished vulture eyeing fresh flesh. Join me, boy, crawling beneath the feet of the great Dark Lord. I can bestow upon you knowledge that far surpasses that of the befuddled Dumbledore. I can teach you the true mastery of this divinely bestowed power. You shall rise above this ant-like magical realm. That temptation, akin to venom, corroded Arthur's will, accompanied by the agonizing remnants of the Cruciatus curse. A whisper surged through the depths of his mind, overwhelming the words of Voldemort. Accept the true power that will rend this fragile shell and embrace the void. Refusal? How foolish. Look how deep and alluring the darkness is. He is the one who comprehends the essence of power. Show him your wrath. Unleash me to crush him. Arthur's vision blurred from the agony and the whispers. He violently shook his head, his nails biting deep into his unblemished palm, using the sharp pain to keep himself alert. He beheld the unmasked desire in Voldemort's eyes, a yearning not merely for the Philosopher's Stone, but for the very essence of his dimensional energy. Voldemort sought to transform him into a new vessel of power, or worse, a specimen for experimentation. Just as you control Professor Quirrell? Arthur lifted his head, sweat mingling with blood, trickling down his brow, and met the gaze of those crimson serpent-like eyes, his voice laced with mockery and a hint of tremor. Quirrell's visage twisted in agony, a fleeting glimpse of his own fear and struggle flickering in his hollow eyes. This subtle shift ignited Voldemort's fury. Insolence. A roar imbued with dark magic reverberated through the stone chamber, Quirrell's body convulsing like a marionette, more black veins surfacing beneath his skin. Do you think you possess the right to choose? Refusing me only leads to eternal torment and annihilation. Just then, curled upon the ground, Harry let out a pained and furious groan, struggling to raise his head. His green eyes, bloodshot from the searing scar, fixed intently upon the magic mirror. Do not believe him, Arthur. Only one who truly desires the stone, not for selfish gain, can attain it. He managed to utter this crucial information with great difficulty. Silence, you filthy mudblood wretch. Voldemort's attention shifted to Harry. His enraged roar echoing as Quirrell's wand abruptly turned towards Harry, the tip gathering a more terrifying green radiance. This time, it bore true intent to kill. Arthur's dimensional perception strained to its limits under the immense pressure, catching a faint ripple on the mirror's surface as if stirred by Harry's words. Time. He needed just a little more time. You seek the Philosopher's Stone in pursuit of immortality. Arthur gritted through the excruciating pain in his left shoulder and the tumultuous whispers in his mind, his voice hoarse yet clear as he called out to Voldemort, attempting to redirect his focus. But the power within me does not lead to immortality. It leads to the abyss. Each time it is wielded, it is akin to igniting a beacon in the dark void, attracting those who fear even death. He gazed intently into Voldemort's crimson eyes, his words carrying a genuine warning. For they covet, they lie in wait. The consumption of souls is merely the beginning. For a fleeting moment, Voldemort's expression froze, as if touched by an ancient fear at the mention of those entities that even death fears. However, this dread was soon overshadowed by a more frenzied arrogance and avarice, a juvenile intimidation. I, Lord Voldemort, have long transcended death. I am the very essence of profound darkness. Quirrell's hand slowly rose, his wand once again pointed steadily at Arthur's heart. The concentrated green light of malevolence at its tip more refined and sinister than when it was aimed at Harry. The final opportunity. Submit, or taste the eternal obliteration now. The air within the stone chamber seemed frozen by that lethal green light. Shadows of death enveloped the space as though they were tangible. Arthur could feel the dimensional energy within him surging violently, ignited by Voldemort's deathly threat and the whispers of the dark deity, like a powder keg ready to explode. Nearly breaking through the confines of the Seraphim's shield, he desperately maintained. The wound on his left shoulder ruptured again under the tumult of energy, blood staining his robe sleeve. He cast a glance at Harry, curled in pain and fear, and seemed to pierce through the stone walls to see Hermione's anxious figure outside. He took a deep breath, filled with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of sulfur. A near-mad, bitter, and resolute curve formed at the corner of his mouth. His voice, though soft, resonated with remarkable clarity in the deathly silent chamber as he summoned all the remaining strength within him, bracing for the impending storm of annihilation. Chapter 44. The Shield of Dimensions, the Dark Lord. Battle. Arthur's roar erupted like a stone cast into stagnant waters, instantly igniting the frozen malice within the stone chamber. He chose not submission, but a complete declaration of war. Voldemort's crimson pupils abruptly constricted into two cold vertical slits, embodying a wrath far more intense than mere greed. Incited by the defiance of a lowly being, that hoarse, frigid voice echoed like the sigh of death itself. As a concentrated beam of ghastly green light tore through the air, aimed directly at Arthur's heart. In the moment he uttered the word battle, Arthur's body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. His aim was not to evade the tracking nature of the killing curse. He understood that all too well, but rather to reach the oak wand lying quietly on the ground just a few steps away. The excruciating pain twisted his movements grotesquely. His left arm hung limply at his side, yet his dwindling will and the violently surging dimensional energy propelled him onward. Boom. The killing curse grazed his rolling back, striking the stone wall behind him with a resounding blow. The hard rock was instantaneously blasted open, creating a charred crater, and fragments of stone rained down, some striking Arthur's back with a force that made him taste blood in his throat. Yet he succeeded. At the end of his roll, his right hand shot forward, grasping tightly onto the cold, familiar oak wand. The instant he grasped the wand, it was as if a signal had been sent. The dimensional energy within him, akin to boiling magma, found its outlet and surged madly towards the wand. Seraphim Shield. Arthur's roar, laced with agony and resolve, saw him nearly drive the wand into the ground before him. No longer was it a mere mental conjuration, no longer a cautious guidance. Instead, he poured forth all his restlessness, all his pain, and all his yearning for protection into it. A deafening buzz erupted, as if the very fabric of space was lamenting. At the heart of Arthur's wand, a myriad of resplendent orange and golden energy runes surged into existence. These manifestations were not mere traditional circular shields. Rather, they interwove, spun, and expanded instantaneously, forming a colossal and intricate geometric barrier, as if crafted from countless fragments of blazing stars. The runes pulsed with an ancient yet foreign power, exuding an aura distinct from the very magic of Hogwarts, a breath from a distant dimension. The surface of the barrier shimmered as energy flowed like liquid gold, illuminating the stone chamber as if it were the interior of a furnace. Bang! The second killing curse followed swiftly, crashing violently against this dazzling runic shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud that resonated with a heart-stopping intensity. The barrier quaked violently, concaving inwards, while the struck area of runes flickered erratically, like a candle flickering in the wind. The oak wand trembled fiercely in Arthur's grip, growing hot and emitting a groan of unbearable strain. The wand's surface was suddenly marred by a web of cracks, and tiny splinters began to burst forth. Arthur felt an overwhelming force of destruction surge through the wand, slamming into his body. His arms crackled with pain, a metallic taste filled his throat, and golden stars danced before his eyes. The cold, pure deathly will of Voldemort, imbued with a malicious intent capable of rending souls, seeped through the fissures of the barrier, eroding his spirit. Ugh! Arthur clenched his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he held his ground resolutely. He could sense the phoenix feather at the wand's core emitting a mournful cry, as the wooden structure rapidly disintegrated under the onslaught of dimensional energies and dark magic. No, this cannot be possible. Voldemort's roar was laden with disbelief and an even deeper fury. The body of Quirrell he inhabited trembled violently, as if unable to comprehend the defiance of magical logic before him. An inexperienced first-year student had managed to withstand the killing curse with an unprecedented spell. The aura emanating from the barrier, ancient and pure, imbued with an otherworldly sense of cold order, validated Arthur's prior warning. Yet at this moment, the miraculous display of power eclipsed Voldemort's fleeting fear with insatiable greed. Destroy it. Obliterate it for me. Quirrell's wand struck out like a venomous serpent, unleashing a tempest of lethal spells. No longer a singular killing curse, but a storm of deadly incantations. Violet-black curses, crimson slashing spells, and sickly green corrosive hexes, each capable of instantly vanquishing an adult wizard, poured down like a torrential rain upon the resplendent runic shield. Bang! Boom! Hiss! The seraphim shield trembled violently under the relentless bombardment, its brilliance flickering uncertainly, as though it might shatter at any moment. Arthur felt as though he were a solitary boat amidst a raging storm. Each impact churned his insides violently, sending waves of agony through his very soul. The whispers of the dark god found fertile ground amidst the clash of such extreme powers, rising in volume, akin to a swarm of venomous insects gnawing and screaming within his skull. Foolish, futile, behold how the barrier cries out. You cannot withstand it. Surrender to the darkness. Its power is the only truth. Release me, let me shatter this fragile barrier and crush that maggot feasting upon decaying flesh. Do you feel pain? Do you feel weakness? With but a thought, I can bestow upon you the power to annihilate all. Arthur's vision distorted and blurred with excruciating pain and whispers, as a mixture of sweat, blood, and tears streamed down his face. He fixed his gaze on the contorted serpent visage behind the barrier, harboring a singular thought. Hold on. By time for Hermione and the others. By time for Harry. At that moment, Harry, curled on the ground, let out a suppressed cry of agony, as the burning of his scar seemed to reach its zenith. This slight movement caught Voldemort's crimson gaze instantaneously, a glimmer of cruel intent flashing through him. He had to eliminate that irritating boy who still clung to life. Opportunity. Just as Voldemort's attention was drawn to Harry, a resolute light flickered in Arthur's eyes. He endured the soul-rending pain and the ominous warning of his wand about to shatter, forcing the last surge of chaotic dimensional energy within him, along with the maddening whispers of the dark spirit, into the wand. Aiken's form. He was not aiming at Voldemort, but rather at himself. Pop, 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 pop. For consecutive soft sounds erupted, akin to the bursting of bubbles. 4 phantoms, identical to Arthur, materialized in the 4 corners of the stone chamber. One in the shadows to the left of Quirrell, another clinging to the edge of the mirror of Eriste, one half kneeling near Harry, and the last even appearing not far behind Quirrell. The phantoms moved diversely, some feigned casting spells, others seemed poised to pounce on Quirrell, while some attempted to approach Harry. They were not corporeal, yet the magical fluctuations, expressions of agony, and even traces of blood at their mouths were strikingly lifelike, enough to deceive the eye in the dim light. What? Voldemort's crimson pupils narrowed sharply, his rhythm of attack instantly disrupted. This bizarre spell exceeded his comprehension. Which one is real? Which is maintaining that damned shield? Or are they all mere phantoms? This momentary hesitation, lasting less than half a second, was ample for Harry Potter. Amid the chaos of the apparitions, Harry, fighting through the excruciating pain threatening to explode from his forehead, summoned the instinctual courage bestowed by his mother's protective charm and the yearning for the Philosopher's Stone, propelling himself with all his might toward Professor Quirrell's shins. Quirrell's face erupted into a heart-wrenching, soul-rending scream that was wholly his own. It was not merely the pain of physical contact, but akin to a searing iron branding his very soul. Where Harry's hand made contact, Quirrell's skin instantly turned transparent, as if corroded by potent acid, emitting billowing white smoke. With muscles and veins laid bare, rapidly disintegrating and carbonizing. No, Voldemort's shriek was filled with utmost fury and a tinge of fear. Quirrell's body convulsed violently like a straw man set ablaze, twisting as the dark soul residing within sensed the terrifying power of that ancient protective magic. It was losing its temporary vessel. The serpent's crimson gaze fixated on Arthur's true form, which still struggled to maintain the faltering seraphim shield, with nothing left in those eyes but pure, unadulterated madness intent on annihilation. Quirrell's remaining active hand, wielding the last vestiges of his disintegrating body, suddenly aimed the wand at Arthur, or rather, at the target pulsating with the most overwhelming and authentic energy in his perception. Voldemort's roar coalesced into a maelstrom of hatred, greed, and frustration, transforming into an unprecedented beam of deathly light, as dense as a column of dark green crystal. The power encompassed within this incantation far surpassed all that had come before, imbued with an irrevocable intent to obliterate this anomaly along with its peculiar shield from existence. Death had never loomed so closely. Arthur's dimensional perception screamed in alarm, for the seraphim shield had already been pushed to its limits by the preceding onslaught. Faced with the culmination of Voldemort's final frenzy and full force in this lethal curse, he realized that merely sustaining the shield would lead to inevitable destruction. In a moment of dire urgency, a flicker of nearly mad resolve sparked in Arthur's eyes. He relinquished the thought of maintaining a broad shield, compressing all his will, all his energy, and every seraphim rune in an instant. No longer would he protect his entire being or shield the surrounding area. Instead, he would contract to the utmost limits. The brilliant orange and golden light cascaded like a waterfall in reverse, collapsing from the massive barrier into a miniature shield no larger than a book, yet solid as if forged from pure gold, barely intercepting the path of the annihilating dark green beam, safeguarding himself and Harry, who had temporarily lost his threat due to Chilo's dissolution. Hold firm. Arthur's roar accompanied the excruciating cracking sound of his wand under the immense strain. Boom. An indescribable horror erupted in the center of the stone chamber. At the moment of collision between the golden shield and the dark green beam, time seemed to freeze for an instant, followed by a frenzied release of destructive energy. Blinding light consumed all. A tempest of violent energy swept through the entire room, sending debris flying like cannonballs. The ancient runes on the magic mirror flickered violently, the surface rippling with intensity. Arthur's oak wand, under this overwhelming clash of energies, shattered like fragile glass, splintering from the tip. The lament of the phoenix feather ceased abruptly, even with the seraphim shield concentrated to its utmost. Absorbing the majority of the impact, the terrifying residual force of annihilation struck Arthur's chest like a sledgehammer. He felt as though his soul were gripped tightly by a colossal hand ablaze with infernal fire, searing him. This was not merely a physical blow, but the cumulative explosion of Voldemort's murderous intent and the whispers of the demonic energy at the moment of annihilation. Ah! Arthur let out a scream so piercing it seemed inhuman. His body hurled like a rag doll against the cold stone wall. The shattered wand fell from his charred, smoking hand, reduced to dust. He curled on the ground, his body writhing uncontrollably, each convulsion accompanied by excruciating pain as if his very soul were being torn asunder. The wound on his left shoulder ruptured entirely, blood staining the ground beneath him. Darkness enveloped his vision, where only Voldemort's menacing crimson gaze and the myriad whispers of the dimensional demon, filled with temptation and mockery, flickered madly, intertwining in his fragmented consciousness. The chamber filled with swirling dust and the cacophony of chaotic energy. Chilo's body accelerated its disintegration under Harry's touch, emitting a wretched wail. Before the fragmented soul of Voldemort departed from its crumbling vessel, it emitted a final, anguished wail that reverberated through the air thick with the stench of sulfur and devastation. Arthur Cole lay amidst blood and dust, consciousness sinking into an abyss of darkness, with only the searing pain of his soul and the incessant whispering proving his existence. The price had already been paid. Chapter 45, Rending. The cataclysmic energy storm gradually subsided, leaving chaos in its wake. The air was permeated with a pungent odor of sulfur, charred rock, and a heavy metallic scent of blood. As the dust slowly settled, it revealed a stone chamber ravaged as if by a colossal beast. Professor Quirrell's body, under Harry Potter's touch, was undergoing a terrifying disintegration. He emitted a sound that was less than human, a high-pitched, mournful shriek, as his skin began to dissolve from the point of contact, akin to paper ignited by an invisible flame, rapidly turning transparent, charring, and crumbling to ash. Billowing white smoke ascended, carrying the acrid stench of burnt flesh. He struggled, futilely attempting to shake off Harry, but the ancient protective magic born from Lily Potter's sacrifice, far exceeding his imagination, was relentlessly dismantling this vessel tainted by darkness. Voldemort's crimson serpent-like eyes flickered intensely in Quirrell's nape, brimming with ultimate malice, frustration, and a primal instinctive fear. He sensed his host crumbling at an astonishing pace. The power of the protective spell melting away his already feeble remnant of a soul, like snow under the sun. No, Voldemort's wail transcended Quirrell's throat. targeting the very essence of the soul, sharp and piercing, infused with rage over failure and an unwillingness to yield to that otherworldly energy. His scarlet gaze instantly fixed upon Arthur, huddled in the corner. That boy, the one who possessed a power not of this world, daring to defy him. Even thwarting the killing curse with that peculiar barrier. He was the variable that had led to this entire upheaval. He was the one who had forced the great Dark Lord to taste the humiliation of failure once more. And if that pure, boundless energy from another realm could not be attained, then let it all be utterly destroyed. Along with that accursed Potter, let it all perish together. In the fleeting moment before Quirrell's body disintegrated into fine ash, Voldemort concentrated all remaining power, extracting the last vestiges of dark magic from this temporary shell. Quirrell's arm, not yet wholly disintegrated and still grasping the wand, suddenly rose at a grotesquely contorted angle, directing the wand toward the corner where Arthur crouched and Harry, temporarily weakened by Quirrell's disintegration, knelt. No longer aimed at an individual, this was a spell that encapsulated Voldemort's boundless hatred, furious failures, an extreme dread of the otherworldly energy, an ultimate curse. The tip of the wand erupted not with the pure, sickly green of a killing curse, but with a profound, foul beam of ink-green light, seemingly amalgamating all the malice of the world, its core hinting at a chilling dark red. The beam was not straight, but rather twisted like a venomous serpent, accompanied by a shriek that tore through space, simultaneously enveloping both Arthur and Harry. Where it passed, the air appeared frozen, corroded, leaving behind a fleeting vacuum trail that emanated the foul odor of sulfur. The curse encompasses not merely physical annihilation, but also embodies Voldemort's most malevolent intent, an affront to the soul and a corrosion of the very essence of life. Arthur had just emerged, barely conscious, from the excruciating agony wrought by his shattered wand and grievous injuries, when a piercing scream of impending collapse resonated within his dimensional awareness. The shadow of death had never loomed so heavily. That dark green and crimson beam of light rapidly magnified in his blurred vision, exuding a malevolence that froze souls and obliterated all. There was no time for contemplation. Instinct transcended all. Shield. Arthur unleashed a silent roar from the depths of his consciousness. No wand, no medium, only the remnants of his will, a torn soul, and the chaotic, nearly uncontrollable dimensional energy surging within him due to his grievous wounds. He forcefully commanded the framework of the seraphim shield not to unfurl, but to compress to its utmost limits. He poured forth the last of his mental strength, the final vestiges of dimensional energy untainted by the whispers of the demonic god. And his instinct to protect. Buzz. A faint yet remarkably resilient hum resonated. A miniature shield, no larger than a palm, composed of exquisitely refined orange and golden energy runes, materialized before Arthur in an instant, slightly tilting to encompass Harry, who, too weary to move, was drawn within its protective embrace. The brilliance of this shield paled in comparison to its former splendor. The runes appeared dim and frantic, its edges somewhat blurred, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind. Yet it undeniably took shape, casting without a medium. The price became immediately evident. Arthur felt as though his brain were pierced and stirred by countless red-hot needles. A resounding tear echoed from the depths of his soul. The whispers of the dimensional demon transformed from mere background noise into millions of shrieking claws, frantically rending at his mental barriers, attempting to drag him into the abyss of madness and nothingness. Behold, how foolish, to use one's soul as fuel. The barrier is as fragile as paper. Surrender and embrace annihilation as the path for my arrival. Is it painful? Such is the cost of resistance. Submission grants you rebirth. Tear it apart. Sacrifice it along with that boy's soul to me. Boom. Voldemort's ultimate curse violently collided with the diminutive seraphim shield, powered purely by will and the essence of the soul. This time, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a muffled, suffocating roar, as if the barriers of two worlds were grinding against one another, shattering. The dark green and crimson light and the orange-golden radiance devoured and obliterated each other in a frenzied assault. That small shield trembled violently, oscillating, its light flickering uncertainly, as though it might dissipate entirely in the next moment. Yet, miraculously, it did not shatter immediately. It steadfastly withstood the corruption of the vile curse, granting a fleeting but crucial moment for Harry and Arthur. Blood seeped from every orifice of Arthur's face, as his body felt as though it were being mercilessly hammered by an invisible giant's mallet, convulsing violently. The backlash from casting without a medium, forcibly invoking dimensional energy, was 100-fold more terrifying than a wand's overload. He felt as if his soul were cast into a furnace, scorched by the dual flames of that cursed malevolence and the whispers of the demonic god. Every cell wailed in torment. At last, the diminutive shield, sustained by sheer will and spirit, crumbled silently, akin to shattered glass. After annihilating the majority of the curse's power, the residual curse, significantly weakened, surged forth like a relentless parasite, fiercely striking Arthur's body, inevitably affecting Harry behind him. With a gasp, Arthur recoiled as if struck by a great force. A torrent of scalding blood erupting from his mouth. He sensed that the aftershock of the curse did not merely assault his flesh, it felt as if countless icy, barbed hooks had penetrated his very being, viciously ensnaring his soul. A searing agony, beyond description, instantaneously engulfed all his senses. It was as though his soul were submerged in boiling acid, repeatedly seared by countless red-hot irons. The ultimate malice embedded in Voldemort's curse. A hatred for life and a twisted yearning for eternity surged into the depths of his soul like the most vile venom. Simultaneously, the whispers of the dimensional demons surged in, as if a dam had burst, flooding his wounded soul. Arthur's shriek transcended human limits. An expression of the ultimate torment of a soul being scorched, torn asunder, and defiled. His curled body convulsed violently like a boiled shrimp, hands clawing desperately at his chest and head, nails digging deep into flesh, blood gushing forth. As if he sought to excavate the filth and pain that had invaded his soul. His eyes widened to their utmost limit, but his pupils lost focus, reflecting only a shattered abyss of despair, mirroring the crimson serpent-esque gaze and the maddened shadow of dimensional demons. Beside him, Harry was also swept by the residual waves of the curse, letting out a muffled groan as the scar on his forehead felt as though it had been seared by a burning iron. The agonizing pain rendering him unconscious in an instant. Just as Arthur released that soul-piercing scream, the last remnant of Voldemort's essence, dwelling within Quirrell, let out a final wail, filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness. Remember this pain, Arthur Cole, your soul shall ultimately belong to me. Quirrell's body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, scattering across the ground. The crimson shadow of Voldemort's remnants dissipated like smoke swept away by a tempest, accompanied by a piercing shriek, rushing violently towards the chamber's ceiling, penetrating the stone, and vanishing without a trace. Within the chamber, only Arthur's chilling, intermittent wails echoed, accompanied by his body's involuntary, violent convulsions. He lay upon the cold ground, amidst a stain of mingled blood, sweat, and dust. The wound on his left shoulder had completely burst open, revealing bone, yet in that moment, the corporeal injury paled in comparison to the horrific searing he endured in the depths of his soul. His consciousness floated amidst the tumult of pain and whispers, fragmented. Voldemort's curse, akin to the most malevolent brand, was deeply seared into his soul, while the whispers of the dimensional demon seized this rare opportunity, relentlessly eroding his beleaguered will. Arthur Cole, sprawled amidst the dust and blood, resembled a shattered puppet. His body still twitched slightly, emitting incomprehensible, anguished whimpers. The searing sensation of the soul resembled an infernal fire that refused to extinguish, continuously roasting him, while the whispers of the demon wove an eternal nightmare of temptation and madness within his shattered psyche. At that moment, Arthur, Harry, a voice, tinged with a piercing cry and overwhelming terror, accompanied by hurried footsteps, heralded the abrupt entrance of Hermione Granger. Her hair was disheveled, her face smeared with dust, and her eyes brimmed with an unprecedented fear. Yet, when her gaze locked onto the corner where a crumpled figure writhed in anguish, that fear was instantly eclipsed by a heart-wrenching pain and an unyielding courage. Close behind her, panting and pale as a ghost, was Ron Weasley, along with the formidable presence of Albus Dumbledore, whose white hair and half-moon spectacles framed sharp blue eyes that glimmered with an eagle's acuity. Chapter 46, The Arrival of Dumbledore. Hermione's scream pierced the lingering echoes of death and madness within the stone chamber. She nearly dove inside, her eyes sweeping over the devastation, charred pits, scattered rubble, the acrid scent of sulfur and blood still hanging in the air, and the heart-wrenching figure in the corner. Arthur, she cried out, her voice filled with despair as she was about to rush forward. Wait, Hermione. Ron, breathless and as white as a sheet, seized her arm with a swift motion. His gaze was likewise transfixed on Arthur's plight, his stomach churning. The enigmatic, somewhat pale Arthur Cole, who was invariably reliable in critical moments, now lay like a rag doll at the mercy of invisible hands, bloodied and contorted in unconscious spasms, each convulsion accompanied by muffled groans of agony. Ron had never witnessed such a harrowing sight. Yet, what truly sent Ron's heart plummeting was the sight of Harry Potter lying motionless on the cold ground, the lightning scar on his forehead appearing grotesquely fierce in the dim light, as if still seeping blood. Harry, Ron's voice trembled with fear. In that suffocating moment, a figure silently passed them by, Albus Dumbledore. The tall silhouette of the headmaster stood amidst the chaos of the stone chamber, clad in deep purple robes adorned with stars and moons. His half-moon spectacles reflected the faint remnants of light from the magical mirror, and his keen blue eyes swiftly surveyed the battlefield, the scattered remnants of Quirrell's clothing and ashes, the charred marks before the mirror, gaping holes in the walls, the unconscious Harry, and finally, His gaze settled upon the nearly broken figure of Arthur Cole in the corner. Dumbledore's brow furrowed minutely. He perceived not merely the physical wounds, but felt an exceedingly chaotic and perilous energy radiating wildly from that frail body. It was a force of a nature he had never encountered before, cold and vast, imbued with an otherworldly sense of order, yet at this moment, it was tainted by the most sordid darkness, cursed by a nameless, insatiable wolf filled with thirst and madness, stirring. The air was thick with a disquieting hum and whispers that penetrated the very depths of the soul, emanating from Arthur. Dumbledore let out a faint, almost imperceptible murmur, his keen senses picking up on the frenzied whispers attempting to erode reality, as well as the curse mark on Arthur's soul, akin to a fresh brand, radiating the unique malevolence of Voldemort. Without a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore raised his elder wand. His movements were deliberate, exuding a calm authority that commanded respect. "Silence," he intoned, his voice low yet clear, resonating with an ancient rhythm that seemed to soothe the heart. A warm, pure light, as gentle yet immensely powerful as the first rays of spring sunshine, erupted from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, rippling outward like water, silently sweeping across the entire stone chamber. Wherever the light reached, miracles unfolded. The lingering dark energies, the sulphurous stench in the air, the chilling malice of Voldemort's residual curse, and the decay brought forth by Chilo's death, melted away like snow plunged into boiling water, instantly purifying the atmosphere. The air within the chamber became refreshingly clean. The chaotic dimensional magic, the uncontrollable surge of dimensional energy within Arthur, threatening to tear apart his very being, was subdued under the gentle yet formidable embrace of this white magic, akin to a wild beast calmed by a tranquilizer, instantly pacified, tamed, and forcibly repressed deep within his body. The piercing hum abruptly ceased. The whispers of the dark god, the myriad of frenzied shrieks attempting to tear apart Arthur's will, luring him into the abyss, were like shadows exposed to bright light, emitting silent, venomous squeals of malice and resentment, which were then violently repelled and dispersed by this potent force of white magic. Within Arthur's shattered mental realm, the endless mad murmurs and seductive illusions swiftly receded like the ebbing tide, leaving behind only the searing pain of burns and a desolate ruin. In the corner, Arthur's convulsing body suddenly stiffened. The agonizing curse that burned like maggots upon his soul, and the maddening whispers of the dark god that nearly drove him insane, were suppressed and isolated by the intervention of this warm and powerful force, like a branding iron plunged into ice water. Though the sensation of his soul's scorching still lingered, etched deeply like a brand, the torrent of maddening pain that could shatter reason was momentarily held back by a sturdy dam. His arched body relaxed abruptly, as if all bones had been removed, collapsing softly onto the ground, leaving only the violent rise and fall of his chest and the heavy, labored breaths of a survivor. In his fractured vision, only the warm white light remained, along with the reassuring figure at its center. Harry. After Dumbledore's white magic had purified most of the dangerous energies, Hermione and Ron finally broke free from the shackles of fear, rushing towards the unconscious Harry. Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on Arthur. His azure eyes were profoundly deep, as if capable of penetrating the very fabric of the soul. He distinctly perceived the residual traces of energy that lingered on Arthur. Those dim and fragmented yet persistently flickering orange and golden runes, remnants of the Seraphim's shield, and the foreign, abyss-like force that surged within him, incongruous with the ancient magic of Hogwarts. Forcefully suppressed, yet ever restless. He also noted the charred remnants of the wand, now reduced to ash in Arthur's grasp. The headmaster's gaze grew exceedingly complex, laying of shock, understanding, profound concern, and an ineffable weight of responsibility. He approached Arthur with measured steps, the gravel crunching softly beneath his feet. Hermione and Ron were frantically attending to Harry's condition when they heard the footsteps. Hermione's head snapped up, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with a silent plea. "Professor, Arthur." Dumbledore raised a hand, signaling her to remain calm. He paused beside Arthur, gazing down at the boy, sprawled amidst blood and dust, nearly unrecognizable. Arthur's dazed eyes struggled to focus, locking onto those cerulean orbs that seemed to see through all. "Professor Quirrell." Arthur's voice was as faint as a whisper, laden with a raspy tremor that betrayed the agony of his spirit. Each word seemed to tug at the very core of his being. "Voldemort. I understand, my child." Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet resonant, imbued with a comforting power that reached into Arthur's chaotic consciousness. "You have shown remarkable bravery." His gaze swept over Arthur's blood-soaked left shoulder, his trembling, charred hands, and the eyes that still reflected terror and the searing pain of the soul. "Rest now. You are safe." Dumbledore raised his wand, directing it at Arthur. This time, it was not a broad cleansing spell but a precise and potent healing magic. A soft golden light enveloped Arthur's form. He felt a soothing, Cool sensation washed over the grievous wound in his shoulder, as flesh began to visibly mend and close. Other minor abrasions and bruises swiftly vanished. However, when this warm luminescence encountered the cursed brand left by Voldemort deep within his soul, it met with stubborn resistance, merely soothing the surface pain without eradicating the root cause. While Arthur's physical injuries healed rapidly, the fatigue of his spirit, the tearing sensation, and the cold mark weighed upon him like a heavy shackle, rendering him utterly feeble. Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore turned to the two anxious students. Harry needs to be taken to the hospital wing immediately. Madame Pomfrey will take good care of him. His gaze finally landed on Arthur, still collapsed on the ground. Though his external wounds had healed, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his spirit utterly depleted. There was an undeniable decisiveness in his tone. As for Mr. Cole, he requires more specialized care. I shall personally escort him to St. Mungo's. Hermione suddenly turned to Arthur, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with unspeakable worry and reluctance. She saw the lingering pain and confusion in Arthur's gaze, a wound that even the formidable healing magic of Dumbledore could not fully soothe. Dumbledore uttered no further words. He gently waved his wand. A gentle yet irresistible force cradled Arthur's body, allowing him to hover in the air, thereby preventing further injury from contact. He felt as though he were lying upon a warm cloud. The physical pain alleviated, yet the weight and fatigue of his soul inundated him like a relentless tide. In the fleeting moment before succumbing to utter unconsciousness, his unfocused gaze seemed to capture Hermione's tear-filled and profoundly concerned brown eyes. Her look was akin to a faint yet resolute light piercing through the heavy darkness of his consciousness. Dumbledore, bearing the suspended Arthur, cast a final glance at Harry, who was tenderly supported by Ron and Hermione, before surveying the chaotic stone chamber and the subtly shimmering, erased mirror. Within the depths of his cerulean gaze lay an acute perception and profound contemplation. He turned, his robes trailing gracefully behind him, and, with the gravely injured Arthur in tow, departed silently from the battlefield that had just witnessed the clash of the Dark Lord and forces from another realm. Within the stone chamber remained only the three survivors of the ordeal, accompanied by the faint, chilling echoes of another dimension lingering in the air. Chapter 47. Conversations at St. Mungo's Hospital. Consciousness surfaced slowly and laboriously, like a diver emerging from the frigid depths of the sea. The first sense to return was olfactory. Gone were the scents of sulfur, blood, and char, replaced by a crisp air imbued with a hint of herbal fragrance and a faint trace of antiseptic. Next came auditory perception, as indistinct voices, gentle footsteps, and a rhythmic ticking reminiscent of water droplets falling on jade reached his ears. Finally, touch awakened, as his body sank into an astonishingly soft fabric, warm and dry. There was no excruciating pain, only a profound sense of exhaustion, as if his very essence had been hollowed out, accompanied by an indelible, chilling sensation of burn, like an unhealed wound etched deep within his soul. Arthur Cole slowly opened his eyes. The sight that greeted him was not the familiar emerald green drapes and four-poster bed of the Hogwarts hospital wing, but a more spacious and luminous room. The high arched ceiling was adorned with soft, milky white magical lights, resembling stars embedded above. The walls were a warm pale yellow, embellished with several magical paintings depicting serene forests and babbling brooks. He lay upon a wide, pristine bed, covered with a fluffy down comforter. Beside the bed stood a uniquely shaped silver device, its crystal orb pulsating gently with a soothing blue light, producing a reassuring ticking sound. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The name surfaced naturally in his muddled mind. He tilted his head slightly. The wound on his left shoulder, torn by Quirrell's curse, now bore only a faint, pink scar, a testament to the evident skill of St. Mungo's healers. However, when he attempted to move his fingers, a wave of weakness surged from the marrow of his bones, rendering even the act of raising his arm a strenuous endeavor. Deeper still, the curse mark left by Voldemort persisted, akin to frozen flames, continually radiating a chilling torment. Yet, what struck him most was the silence. Deep within his mind, the maddening whispers of a myriad of venomous creatures that had nearly driven him to insanity had vanished. No, not entirely vanished. He could sense their presence, as if separated by thick, frost-laden frosted glass, buzzing at the fringes of his consciousness, filled with discontent and yearning. Yet their voices were muted by a powerful yet gentle force, suppressed and unable to directly tear at his reason. It was the magic of Dumbledore. "You are awake, Mr. Cole." A gentle, familiar voice resonated beside the bed. Arthur turned abruptly, causing a brief darkness to cloud his vision. Seated in the armchair next to the bed was Albus Dumbledore, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with slowly moving silver, celestial patterns. A crescent-shaped pair of spectacles rested on his nose, and his azure eyes gazed at him with calm concern. The old headmaster appeared somewhat weary, yet those eyes remained sharp and profound, as if they could penetrate the depths of the soul. In his hands, He held a steaming cup that emitted the aroma of honey lemon tea. "Professor," Arthur's voice emerged hoarse and almost tuneless. Dumbledore gently waved his hand, and a delicate glass water jug floated up from the bedside table, pouring warm water into a porcelain cup that also levitated toward him. "Drink slowly, my child. You have been unconscious for 2 days." Dumbledore's voice carried a soothing power. The warm water quenched his parched throat, and Arthur felt a slight improvement. He leaned against the soft pillow, yet dared not meet Dumbledore's gaze fully, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. He understood that the moment for conversation had arrived, about the forces not belonging to this world, about that resplendent shield, and the maddening whispers, all laid bare before the greatest wizard. The infirmary fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of crystal instruments. Sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, casting long beams of light upon the polished floor. Finally, Dumbledore set down the teacup. He did not beat around the bush. His gaze was gentle yet direct, locking onto Arthur's eyes. "The magic you employed, Arthur," his voice was low and clear, each word seeming to carry weight, "those ancient and unfamiliar runes. That pure yet coldly ordered essence of cosmic power. They do not belong to the magical systems we know, nor, indeed, to this world, do they?" Arthur's body instantly tensed. The mark deep within his soul seemed to be stirred by those words, sending a sharp pang of pain coursing through him. His hand, resting beneath the covers, unconsciously clenched the sheets. Indeed, he could not conceal it. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to meet Dumbledore's gaze. In those azure depths, there was no judgment, only inquiry and profound concern. "Yes, Professor." Arthur's voice remained hoarse, but he endeavored to maintain steadiness. "They originate from very ancient knowledge. Concerning space and dimensions, records obtained unexpectedly. He chose the closest truth while avoiding the core of the transgression. He could not reveal himself as a traveler from another realm. Such a revelation could yield unpredictable consequences. I do not even know their true source, only that using them comes at a price," he added, the weight of truth evident in his words. Dumbledore listened intently, his fingers gently tapping the wooden edge of the armchair. He refrained from probing into the specific details of the unexpected revelation, as if he comprehended Arthur's reticence. He merely nodded slowly. "The cost, I have witnessed." Dumbledore's gaze swept over Arthur's still pallid face, as though he could penetrate flesh and bone to discern the frigid curse imprinted upon his soul and the crumbling barrier of his mind. "That shield. It safeguarded both you and Harry, repelling Voldemort's most malevolent curses." When he uttered that name, his voice bore no tremor, yet the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. That courage, that willingness to expose one's most profound secret for the sake of protecting others, to endure such immense suffering with a spirit of self-sacrifice, Arthur, is an extraordinarily precious quality. Dumbledore's voice brimmed with genuine admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence. This caught Arthur entirely off guard. He had anticipated skepticism, wariness, or even interrogation. This unadulterated affirmation surged through him like a warm tide, unexpectedly breaching the defenses of his weary, frozen heart. Nevertheless, Dumbledore's tone shifted to one of gravity, his gentle blue eyes now resembling a deep, frigid pool. "I must caution you. The power you wield harbors dangers far exceeding your imagination, Mr. Cole. It resembles a double-edged sword. One side leads to unimaginable possibilities, while the other connects to the abyss." He paused momentarily, seemingly weighing his words. "I sense that certain entities exist on the periphery of our world's perception, or even beyond it. They are drawn to your power, much like moths to a flame. Those whispers are not mere figments of your imagination, are they? They seek to erode you, tempt you, and draw you into their realm." Arthur's heart jolted. Dumbledore perceived this as well. His throat tightened as he nodded slowly. "Yes, Professor. They have always been there. The more I wield my power, the clearer and more frantic they become." Recalling the torrent of whispers that nearly engulfed him in the chamber, he still felt a shiver of dread. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, the only sound in the infirmary being the ticking of the crystal instruments. He seemed to be digesting this information, assessing its gravity. "Hogwarts," Dumbledore resumed, his voice regaining its gentleness yet imbued with a rock-solid resolve, "will protect her students. Especially one who, in the pursuit of safeguarding others, is willing to take risks, even at the cost of his own soul." His gaze bore into Arthur's, as though conveying a silent vow. "You are not alone, Arthur. In the future, we may need to confront these threats from beyond dimensions together. You need assistance in learning how to control and balance this power, and how to resist those prying eyes. Together?" Arthur's heart raced at the implication. Did Dumbledore mean acceptance? Protection? Perhaps even collaboration? The overwhelming hope, almost unimaginable, swiftly dissipated the heaviness that burdened his soul. "As for your wand," Dumbledore suddenly shifted the topic, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his features, contrasting with his usual demeanor and lightening the somber atmosphere of their earlier discussion. "Oak, pygmy pufftail feather, moonstone. 14 inches. Mr. Ollivander would undoubtedly feel heartbroken over its destruction. However, with a subtle blink, the blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled with a mysterious light. By the end of the academic year, there might be a delightful surprise awaiting. I believe it is time to seek a more suitable companion for you. One capable of truly accommodating your unique talents. A surprise? A more fitting companion? Arthur instantly thought of Nicodemus. Could it be that Dumbledore intends to? A wave of immense shock and disbelieving ecstasy washed over him. Alchemy, the legendary medium crafted by the master of the Philosopher's Stone. If he could truly possess a wand forged from alchemy, specifically attuned to the energies of the dimensions. Observing the sudden spark of astonishment and hope in Arthur's eyes, Dumbledore smiled knowingly, as if he understood his thoughts, yet chose not to voice them. Now, what you require is rest and recuperation. The finest healers at St. Mungo S will attend to your physical well-being, and he rose. His tall figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight, will ensure that those whispers do not disturb your peace for the time being. Have a good sleep, my child. You have earned it. Dumbledore said no more, merely offering Arthur a gentle smile before turning to leave the infirmary, his footsteps soft. The door closed quietly behind him. Alone, Arthur lay on the spacious, pristine bed, the burning agony of his spirit and the fatigue of his body still clinging to him like a shadow. Yet Dumbledore's words, akin to warm sunlight, dispelled the heavy gloom that had settled in his heart, fear of being ostracized, imprisoned, and deemed a monster. Sanctuary, acceptance, the possibility of facing challenges together, even the hope of an alchemical wand. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the chilling imprint deep within his soul. A reminder of the brutality of battle and the threat posed by Voldemort. But this time, despair no longer held sway. A profound, yet firmly rooted weariness enveloped him. He was no longer groping through the darkness alone. Hogwarts would protect its students. This promise, like a weighty yet immensely warm stone, fell into the icy lake of his heart, sending ripples of hope across its surface. His taut nerves finally relaxed, consciousness once again sinking into darkness, but this time, accompanied by a faint yet genuine sense of peace. Chapter 48, Hermione's Vigil. The tranquility of St. Mungo's private ward was abruptly shattered by a series of intentionally subdued, urgent knocks. Almost immediately, the door was cautiously pushed open a crack, and a fluffy brown head peeked in. Its pair of concerned brown eyes eagerly scanning the room before locking onto Arthur, who had just opened his eyes. Arthur. Hermione Granger's voice was laced with a hoarse, tearful tremor as she nearly burst through the door, stumbling slightly before stopping at the bedside. Arthur had just awakened from a brief slumber following his conversation with Dumbledore, his consciousness still somewhat adrift. Yet, the sight of Hermione's pale, haggard face, her bloodshot eyes brimming with alarm and concern, instantly drew him back to reality. 2 days? He had been unconscious for 2 days? Had she been? Hermione? Arthur wished to smile at her, to assure her that he was fine. But the mere act of moving his lips felt immensely laborious, his voice weak as a whisper. Hermione did not respond to his smile. Her gaze, akin to the most sophisticated of scanners, swiftly traversed his entire being. The faintly visible, healed but still pink scar on his left shoulder. A remnant of a grievous wound she recalled being inflicted by a piercing blow, his cheeks, pallid and devoid of any color, the deep, unyielding shadows beneath his eyes. And within the depths of his gaze, although no longer possessed by the earlier madness and fragmentation, there lingered a profound weariness and an indelible shadow of pain. This was not merely a physical frailty, but rather the smoldering remnants of a soul scorched by relentless torment. In an instant, the hellish scene from the stone chamber erupted in her mind. The radiant runic shield, luminous as shattered stars, quivered violently under Voldemort's relentless assault. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Arthur, drenched in blood, wielding a wand that crumbled to dust in his grasp, stood valiantly before Harry, only to be struck by the backlash of the ultimate curse, a manifestation of Voldemort's deepest hatred, unleashing a shriek that froze her very soul. He fell into a pool of blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably, as if seared from within by unseen flames. And there were the suffocating, maddening whispers that seemed to emanate from beyond the world itself, prior to Dumbledore's arrival. The impact of witnessing such horror was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more intense than any hearsay could convey. Those images were seared into her memory, tormenting her day and night. You. Hermione parted her lips. Her voice caught in her throat. She wished to inquire, how do you feel? Yet such a question seemed utterly impotent in the face of such harrowing reality. She yearned to ask, does it hurt? But gazing into the depths of his weariness, the answer was painfully evident. A multitude of words lodged within her chest ultimately transformed into searing tears, cascading forth without warning. She suddenly leaned down, her hands grasping Arthur's uninjured right hand, which lay outside the covers. Her touch was cold, trembling slightly. Yet when her warm tears fell upon the back of his hand, the sensation felt like a searing brand. You terrified me, Hermione's voice shattered, laden with a heavy nasal tone and an uncontrollable sob. How could you, she choked, unable to articulate further. Was it how could he fight so desperately? Or how could he injure himself so grievously? Perhaps it was both. It was a tumultuous blend of fear, heartache, helplessness, and overwhelming shock. Arthur's fingers twitched slightly, sensing the chill of her trembling fingertips and the warmth of her tears. This tangible connection, this unmasked concern and anguish, struck his cold, weary heart with greater intensity than Dumbledore's promises ever could. He wished to utter an apology, but the word felt too insubstantial. He longed to declare he was fine, yet that was clearly a falsehood. All he could manage was to slightly tighten his grip, mustering every ounce of strength he possessed at that moment to return her hold gently. This minuscule gesture seemed to drain him of all his energy. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Hermione felt his response. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. The depths of her brown irises swirling with an indescribable torrent of emotions. A sense of relief at having survived calamity, the lingering dread of witnessing horror, a profound empathy for the suffering he endured, and an admiration and bond that transcended all her previous understandings. She saw it, she witnessed him. With a force not of this world, unwaveringly standing before his friends. She recognized the excruciating price he paid to protect others, not merely in body, but in soul. That courage, that sacrifice, that indomitable will that erupted in the face of despair profoundly shook her and irrevocably reshaped his image in her heart. He was no longer merely the enigmatic classmate who needed her help with homework. He was a guardian, a hero willing to burn himself for those he held dear. Don't speak. Hermione's voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering resolve. With her other hand, she hastily wiped away her tears, her gaze turning earnestly serious. I know you don't want to speak, or cannot. Her eyes swept over the invisible scar etched deep within his soul, as if she could sense the weight of it. I want to ask. I only wish to know. She took a deep breath, gripping his hand tighter, as though through this touch she could convey all her strength. What do you need? Water? Or just to sit in silence? She required no explanations, no knowledge of the resplendent runes and the maddening whispers. She simply needed to affirm his presence, that he was healing, that within her sight, he was safe. This unconditional trust and support enveloped him like the warmest sunlight, penetrating the chill wrought by the cursed imprint upon Arthur's soul. Hermione. Arthur's voice remained faint, yet the persistent shadow of pain in his eyes seemed to dissipate slightly under her light. He struggled to move his lips, ultimately uttering but two words, thank you. Hermione shook her head vigorously, tears welling anew, but this time, the corners of her mouth fought to form a faint, tear-streaked smile. You fool, she murmured softly, her voice thick with emotion, yet devoid of reproach. She carefully settled onto the chair by the bed, still clutching his hand tightly, as if it were the sole tether connecting two worlds, the most direct support she could offer him. A peculiar silence enveloped them. No excessive chatter. Only the rhythmic ticking of the instruments, the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, and the faint warmth and steadfast strength exchanged through their palms. Hermione's gaze occasionally flickered over his pallid face, her brow furrowed in concern for his suffering, while Arthur closed his eyes, striving to regulate his breath, feeling the palpable anchoring sensation emanating from her hand. Dumbledore's magic had suppressed the whispers of the dark deity, yet the cold, prying gaze and temptation stemming from their soul contract lingered like an undercurrent beneath the ice, never truly vanishing. However, in this moment, as Hermione's hand clutched his tightly, as her care and concern flowed to him unreservedly, Arthur sensed that the dark currents beneath the surface were held at bay by an invisible dam. Her presence, her trust, and the unwavering vigil she maintained, transcending mere words, became a more powerful anchor to reality than any magic could ever be. The cold whispers and temptations, under the gaze of her warm and resolute eyes, dissipated like mist exposed to sunlight, momentarily losing their corrosive power. Time flowed in tranquil silence. Hermione spoke no further. She simply sat quietly, occasionally using her other hand to gently tuck the blankets around him or to tenderly wipe the perspiration from his brow with a damp cloth. Each subtle gesture was imbued with silent care. Arthur's weary consciousness began to sink once more. This time, it was not into the chilling abyss of darkness, but rather enveloped by a warm and reassuring presence. The searing pain of his soul still lingered, and the weight of his physical weakness remained heavy. Yet the crushing loneliness and the fear of being observed were significantly alleviated by Hermione's silent watchfulness. Just before he succumbed to a deep slumber, Arthur's unfocused gaze captured the sight of Hermione's brown eyes, still filled with concern but unwaveringly steadfast as they regarded him. Her gaze resembled a lighthouse, eternally shining, guiding him home along the shores of consciousness. As Hermione watched Arthur finally drift into a deep sleep, his breathing grew slightly steadier and the tension in his brow began to ease. Only then did she truly exhale in relief. She still held his hand. Leaning back into the chair with a relaxed posture, her gentle gaze resting upon the face of the sleeping boy. Fatigue washed over her like a tide, yet she persevered. She would remain here, ensuring that the first sight he beheld upon awakening would be her. In the ward, only the rhythmic ticking of instruments, the slowly shifting patches of sunlight, and a girl's silent yet resolute vigil remained. In the air, the cold echoes belonging to another dimension seemed to be quietly melted away by this warmth of emotion. Chapter 49, the conclusion of the academic year. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was adorned with unprecedented grandeur. Dazzling magical stars replaced the floating candles, while the enormous banners of Gryffindor's lion, Slytherin's serpent, Ravenclaw's eagle, and Hufflepuff's badger cascaded from the ceiling, rustling in an invisible breeze. The air was thick with the relaxed atmosphere of the term's end, anticipation for the holidays, and a subtle sense of survival after tribulations. The long tables were filled with students, the buzzing conversations more fervent than in previous years. At one corner of the Ravenclaw table, adorned in deep blue and bronze, Arthur Cole sat quietly, feeling somewhat out of place among classmates animatedly discussing summer plans or debating magical theories. Clad in a faded, worn robe, he endeavored to shrink into the periphery of the crowd. St. Mungo's finest healing magic had restored his physical wounds, but the chilling mark left by Voldemort deep within his soul, along with the mental exhaustion caused by overexertion, weighed upon him like an invisible burden, rendering his complexion pale and casting dark shadows beneath his eyes. He could distinctly feel some gazes intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over him. The gaze of Ravenclaw students towards him was imbued with a more intricate curiosity and inquiry. What could this classmate, who usually kept to himself and rarely spoke, only engaging with the ever-inquisitive Miss Hermione Granger of Gryffindor, have accomplished to stir the entire upper echelons of the school? The murmurs in the great hall flowed like background noise. Have you heard? Professor Quirrell, the back of his head. It's true. Potter, Weasley, Granger, and even our own Cole. Cole, the one who always reads alone, pale-faced? He was involved? The news from Slytherin is rampant. They say he employed some ancient defensive magic at the last moment. A golden runic shield. It blocked that person's lethal curse. By Merlin's beard. He's only a first year. Does Professor Flitwick know? Shoot, Dumbledore is standing up. The buzzing instantly ceased, all eyes converging on the central table of the faculty. Albus Dumbledore rose, his blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped glasses, sweeping across the assembly. Once again, we come to the conclusion of another academic year. Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly and powerfully before our farewell banquet. Let us first present the house cup. He paused, his gaze traversing the room before lingering for a moment on Arthur at the Ravenclaw table. His expression filled with approval and profound contemplation. The past year has been fraught with challenges. Yet, courage and wisdom, friendship and sacrifice, have shone with the most brilliant light at critical moments. Dumbledore commenced the announcement of points. Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor, has earned 10 points for his bravery. Harry Potter, Gryffindor, has garnered 50 points for his Quidditch honors. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, has received 50 points for her crucial reasoning. And Ron Weasley, Gryffindor, has earned 50 points for his chess skills and sacrifice. The Gryffindor table erupted in a chorus of cheers. Arthur listened quietly, pleased for his friends. Yet within the blue sea of Ravenclaw, this joy felt somewhat distant. Dumbledore's gaze then returned to the Ravenclaw table, precisely locating Arthur. The entire hall fell silent. Finally, Dumbledore's voice carried a particular weight. Mr. Arthur Cole. The students at the Ravenclaw table turned in unison to Arthur. Even those typically engrossed in their books raised their heads, eyes wide with astonishment. The attention of the other houses also shifted towards him. Mr. Cole, in the face of unimaginable darkness and threat, exhibited extraordinary courage and an unwavering resolve to protect his companions. He utilized unique and profound knowledge, along with unparalleled tenacity, to safeguard others at the most critical moment, and paid a significant personal price for it. Dumbledore's choice of words was exceedingly judicious, emphasizing knowledge, will, and the act of guardianship itself, perfectly aligning with Ravenclaw's pursuit of wisdom while deftly avoiding sensitive terminology. This profound understanding and application of knowledge, coupled with the loyalty and bravery displayed in times of peril, earned Ravenclaw 60 points. A brief silence ensued. Then, the Ravenclaw table erupted in a reaction entirely distinct, yet equally fervent from that of Gryffindor. Not a deafening roar of lions, but a chorus filled with awe, pride, and academic excitement in discussions and applause. 60 points. By Merlin. Unique knowledge? Profound? Does Professor Flitwick know? He protected Potter and his companions? With knowledge? How quintessentially Ravenclaw. Unbelievable. He is usually so quiet. The deep blue scarf was excitedly waved, and the bronze eagle ornament shimmered under the light. The Ravenclaw hourglass surged dramatically, with the number of rubies increasing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, the Slytherin long table erupted in louder jeers and murmurs of discontent. Malfoy's pale face was etched with jealousy and disbelief as he glared toward the direction of Ravenclaw, particularly at the quiet Arthur Cole. Professor McGonagall wore a look of satisfaction, while Professor Flitwick stood on his chair, clapping his small hands with excitement. His gaze toward Arthur brimming with unreserved admiration and curiosity, precisely the type of student he cherished. Ultimately, the Ravenclaw hourglass narrowly surpassed the previously leading Slytherin, thanks to Dumbledore's clever balancing of points, and the deep blue banner instantly enveloped the entire ceiling of the Great Hall. The cheers from Ravenclaw resonated with wisdom and pride. Arthur sat amidst the jubilant Ravenclaw students, feeling their gazes, a blend of admiration, curiosity, and reassessment. He remained the reclusive Arthur Cole, but in that moment, he had become the understated hero of Ravenclaw, a mystery safeguarded by his unique knowledge. This newfound attention made him somewhat uneasy, yet it also brought a peculiar sense of belonging. At least, he felt understood in the pursuit of wisdom. Upon returning to the common room of Ravenclaw Tower, the celebratory atmosphere continued to thrive. However, Arthur politely declined the curious inquiries of his classmates and retreated to his dormitory high in the tower. Outside, the Black Lake shimmered under the moonlight. A letter bearing the seal of the Ministry of Magic lay quietly on his bedside table. It was a correspondence from Kingsley Shacklebolt. Mr. Cole, I was alarmed to hear of the recent events at the end of the Hogwarts school year, and to learn of your involvement and your brave injury. I hope your health is now satisfactory. As the end of the academic year approaches, you must have experienced much. As your appointed guardian, I remain concerned for your well-being and safety. Hogwarts is a place of refuge, but should you feel any unease or require assistance during the holidays, regardless of its nature, do not hesitate to contact me at this address. Wishing you a pleasant holiday. Kingsley Shacklebolt. The tone of the letter maintained a sense of distance. Yet the concern was palpable. He had evidently gleaned some understanding of the situation through certain channels, likely from Dumbledore or internal briefings within the ministry, and had astutely recognized the specificity of Arthur's circumstances. The commitment to assist, regardless of the nature of the matter, hinted at his suspicions regarding Arthur's secrets and his willingness to provide a degree of refuge if necessary. Arthur set the letter down and approached the window, gazing at the tranquil lake's surface. The dimension energy within him flowed steadily, temporarily subdued, while the whispers of the demon echoed like background noise through a thick pane of glass. The runic framework of the seraphim shield required prolonged nurturing to restore, and the refinement of the icon form seemed a distant dream. Most critically, his wand, the essential tool for casting spells, had been reduced to dust. His true identity had become transparent before Dumbledore and Voldemort. The path ahead is destined to be fraught with even greater tempests, the vengeful wrath of Voldemort and his insatiable greed for knowledge from other realms. The Ministry of Magic's potential intensification of scrutiny and oversight, and the lurking dangers posed by his own burgeoning powers. He is no longer the obscure traveler merely seeking survival. The conclusion of the academic year heralds the onset of a far greater maelstrom. Chapter 50. A temporary farewell and anticipation of the unknown. The Hogwarts Express billowed forth thick clouds of white smoke, resembling a colossal crimson steel dragon coiled upon platform 9 3/4. The air was suffused with coal smoke, mingled with a poignant sense of parting and the eager anticipation of a lengthy holiday, alongside a peculiar lightness that accompanied the feeling of having emerged from a catastrophe. Students dragged their luggage, clamoring towards the carriages, embracing their families, or loudly arranging for owl correspondence. In a secluded spot near the edge of the platform, away from the most crowded throngs, Arthur Cole stood quietly. Clad in a faded, worn robe, he possessed only a lightweight, old leather suitcase containing his meager personal belongings and a few tomes on the fundamentals of spell theory. His complexion still bore the pallor of recovery, yet his gaze was considerably clearer than it had been at St. Mungo's, albeit shadowed by an inescapable weight. The imprint of his soul resembled a frozen, concealed wound. The whispers of the dark god were suppressed by Dumbledore's magic at the fringes of his consciousness, like a blurred noise muffled by thick, frosted glass. Yet that chilling sense of being watched had never truly dissipated. Harry Potter appeared somewhat restless, his green eyes frequently darting towards the entrance of the platform, clearly apprehensive about returning to the Dursleys. Ron Weasley animatedly recounted, albeit with considerable embellishments and omissions, tales of their adventures in the Forbidden Forest to his twin brothers, Fred and George, eliciting peals of laughter and exaggerated gasps from them. Hermione Granger stood beside Arthur, her luggage significantly more abundant than that of her peers, stacked high with several hefty volumes. Unlike her usual self, she did not urge everyone to board the train, nor did she speak of holiday plans. Instead, her gaze lingered on Arthur, her brown eyes brimming with complex, unspoken emotions, relief for her friend's safety, sorrow at the impending separation, and a profound, nearly overflowing sense of concern. She had witnessed the harrowing state of his soul being scorched, understanding the tempest concealed beneath his calm facade. Arthur, Hermione's voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the clamor of the platform. Please take care of yourself during the holiday. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. ultimately reverting to the simplest of admonitions. Remember to eat regularly, rest well, and don't push yourself too hard with your studies. She deliberately avoided mentioning dimensional magic and the dark goddess whispers, yet both were acutely aware of their significance. Arthur slightly turned his head to meet her gaze. Her look was like a warm beam of light piercing through his inner gloom, offering a glimmer of genuine solace. He nodded, struggling to form a subtle smile. I will. Hermione, you too. Don't forget to write. He knew she would indeed write, and abundantly so. Of course. Hermione promptly replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I will organize my notes on standard spells, level 2, and send them to you. She seemed to wish to express something further. Perhaps to remind him to heed Kingsley's letters, or to caution him about the surprise Dumbledore had mentioned. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she deemed them inappropriate, ultimately opting only to press her lips together firmly. At that moment, Ron's loud voice interjected. Hey, Arthur, don't just sit at home moldering during the holidays. If you come to the burrow, I'll have Scabbers teach you how to dig. He is an expert. He shook the lethargic mouse in his pocket. Harry also regained his composure, patting Arthur on the shoulder. His green eyes reflecting genuine gratitude and a flicker of shared understanding. They both bore burdens that few could fathom. Take care, Arthur. Thank you for everything you've done down there. He referred to the life and death struggle deep within the dungeons. Arthur nodded at both Harry and Ron, saying, take care. Enjoy your holidays. His response remained succinct, yet the camaraderie forged through their battles required no further elaboration. The whistle emitted a long, piercing sound, urging the remaining passengers to board. It's time to go. Hermione inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a resolution. She cast a lingering glance at Arthur, one imbued with unspoken worries, encouragement, trust, and a hint of vague emotions that she herself had yet to fully comprehend. Then, she abruptly turned and hastened toward the carriage door, dragging her luggage. Harry and Ron quickly followed, Ron still calling out something to Fred and George. Arthur stood rooted, watching Hermione's brown curls flicker through the crowd, disappearing at the entrance of the red carriage. Soon after, Harry and Ron squeezed in. The window was pulled down, and Hermione leaned out, waving vigorously at him, her lips moving silently, forming the words, right. The train emitted a heavy sigh as the wheels began to turn slowly. Arthur did not wave. He simply gazed quietly. He watched the familiar red carriage, which bore his only true friends in this strange world, those who partially understood his secrets and were willing to stand by his side, gradually accelerate, leaving the platform and eventually fading into the distant tracks. The bustling platform seemed to fall silent in an instant. Only he remained, along with his solitary old suitcase. He turned away but did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked to the stone pillar at the edge of the platform, leaning against the cold stone wall. His gaze directed toward the vanishing train and the blurred fields and mountains beyond. A school year had come to an end. From the desperate struggle upon his initial arrival in this realm, the chaotic dimensional energy within him had raged like a wild stallion, threatening to tear apart his frail body. Lingering on the precipice of despair, through the dusty tomes in the library, in the arduous meditations in forgotten corners, and under Hermione's relentless academic discussions, he gradually reclaimed the remnants of his notes, constructing the framework of the Seraphine shield, barely restraining the rampaging energy. Each minuscule grasp of control came with the peril of soul-rending risk and the mocking whispers of malevolent forces. The secret joy of attaining the Achen form was akin to discovering a rusty key in the dark, knowing full well it might unlock a far more dangerous door. At the edge of the forbidden forest, confronting the uncontrollable devil's snare and lurking shadows, he had resolutely summoned his dimensional powers for the first time to protect Hermione. At last, in the dire confines of that frigid stone chamber, he chose to unveil his deepest secrets to protect those behind him, transforming his soul and will into a final bastion against the frenzied curses of the Dark Lord and the chaotic whispers of the demonic entity. The price was the searing of his soul and the shattering of the wand that had once been his instrument of magic. What did he gain? The acknowledgement and promise of protection from Dumbledore, heavy yet genuine. The mark of Voldemort and his avarice loomed like a sword of Damocles. Hermione's brown eyes, tightly clasping his in the street Mungo ward, conveyed an unwavering trust and warmth, becoming his most cherished anchor in this tumultuous world. The energy within him lay dormant, restrained by Dumbledore's intervention and his own suppression, akin to a slumbering volcano. The runic framework of the Seraphim shield dimmed, requiring extensive nurturing and mental fortitude to regain its former brilliance. The form of Achen lacked a medium, rendering the pursuit of refinement futile. The most urgent concern was the means of casting spells. That ordinary oak wand had turned to ash, and he desperately needed a new vessel capable of containing the volatile essence of dimensional energy. Dumbledore's mysterious surprise at the end of the academic year pointed towards alchemy, towards Nicholas Flamel, the sole beacon of hope. His identity was no longer a secret. Under Dumbledore's wise and profound gaze, and before Voldemort's resentful and greedy scarlet eyes, he found no refuge. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, yet destined to be fraught with tumultuous waves. The remnants of Voldemort's soul had escaped. The curse imprinted upon his soul loomed like a dark lighthouse, ever ready to summon more frenzied retribution. His greed for the otherworldly energy within Arthur would not relent. And what of the Ministry of Magic? Kingsley's letter hinted that the authorities had taken notice of him. A first-year student embroiled in such significant events, displaying unique knowledge, would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny and attention of the ministry, likely leading to inquiries during the holidays or the next academic year. Yet the most fundamental peril remained within himself. The whispers of the dimensional demon clung to him like a parasite. As long as he wielded power, he would never be free. The destruction of the Seraphim shield signified that he would be even more vulnerable when the next crisis arose. Balancing the energy within, mending the wounds of his soul, and resisting the encroachment of the whispers were all precarious endeavors. Arthur. A gentle and familiar voice pierced through his heavy thoughts. Arthur turned his head. Albus Dumbledore stood beside him, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the light of the platform. He wore a deep gray traveling cloak, draped with a long, colorful woolen scarf, and held an old, bulging leather suitcase. His azure eyes, gleaming with warmth behind half-moon spectacles, extended a hand, wrinkled yet remarkably steady, devoid of the suitcase. The holidays have begun. Dumbledore's voice carried a subtle hint of anticipation. I believe it is time to introduce you to an old friend, and, while we are at it, resolve that little medium issue of yours. Are you ready? Arthur's gaze shifted from Dumbledore's outstretched hand to the vibrant scarf draped over his shoulder, and then to the bulging suitcase, which seemed to contain infinite possibilities. France. Alchemy. Nicholas Flamel. A wand that might truly belong to him. Capable of withstanding the forces of dimensions. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the air laced with coal smoke and the bittersweet scent of parting, momentarily suppressing the tumult of worry, longing for friends, and unease about the future that surged within him. He extended his hand, grasping the warm and reassuring palm of Dumbledore. The old leather trunk lifted, quietly hovering beside him. Indeed, Professor, Arthur's voice was calm, imbued with a steadiness born of irrevocable resolve. I am prepared. The clamor of the platform faded into the background. Dumbledore gently waved his other hand. Without a wand, it was simply a casual gesture, and an invisible ripple spread forth. The figures of the two men, along with the levitating trunk, blurred and twisted like reflections cast into water, before vanishing entirely at the edge of platform 9 3/4. Only the empty stone pillars remained, along with the last whisper of a train whistle dissipating into the distance. The bronze raven, the emblem of Ravenclaw, momentarily departed from its perch in the tower, soaring toward the unknown dawn of alchemy. Meanwhile, a storm was quietly gathering beyond the horizon. Chapter 51. The Iris Garden in the Fold of Time. The intense pressure and spatial tearing sensation brought on by the apparition suddenly vanished, as if stepping from a torrential waterfall into solid amber. Arthur Cole stumbled. The dimension's energy within him, momentarily agitated by the spatial transition, swiftly calmed, and the cold imprint left by Voldemort deep in his soul, which had caused him lingering pain, miraculously softened as if enveloped in warm water, leaving only a profound dullness. Dumbledore's warm and steady hand firmly supported his arm. Steady yourself, my child. We have arrived. Arthur took a deep breath, suppressing the dizziness, and opened his eyes. The sight before him took his breath away. They stood on a winding path paved with smooth, jade-like white pebbles. On either side of the path lay an endless sea of blooming irises, deep purple as midnight velvet, indigo like the profound ocean, and snow-white flowers, surpassing the first snow of the Alps in their layered splendor, swayed gracefully under a gentle, uniform glow that seemed not to originate from the sun. This light appeared to emanate from the very air, as if flowing from each petal, casting the entire space into a dreamlike radiance. The air was saturated with an exceptionally crisp and rich iris fragrance, possessing a peculiar penetrating quality that was refreshing to the core, as though it could cleanse the dust from the soul. Even the whispers of the magical entity, suppressed by Dumbledore's enchantment and akin to murmurs seen through frosted glass, seemed to grow more distant and indistinct. However, what struck Arthur with the utmost astonishment was not the breathtaking sea of flowers, but rather the peculiar traces left by time, or, more precisely, the cyclical anomalies of time that lingered in this place. His dimensional perception sharply captured the abnormality the moment he stepped into this realm. He distinctly observed that the nearest deep purple iris, with its plump petals, experienced in mere seconds the complete life cycle from budding emergence to full bloom, before the edges curled slightly and the color quietly faded. Immediately, the flower, along with a small cluster of its neighboring blooms, appeared as if gently erased by an invisible rubber eraser. In the next instant, it sprouted fresh green shoots from the damp earth, growing at a breathtakingly visible speed, producing plump buds that burst forth in vibrant bloom once more. The entire process was precise, mechanical, and cyclical, akin to a meticulously set clock. completing a cycle of life and death approximately every 60 seconds. Time folds, came the voice of Albus Dumbledore, resonating softly with a barely perceptible hint of nostalgia. He stood on the flower path, his silver hair flowing with a faint starlight in that extraordinary glow. This was one of the greatest masterpieces of Master Nicholas Flamel in his twilight years, and it represented his chosen final resting place. Each iris here was a miniature, independent hourglass, capturing the eternal moment within the fleeting instant. Arthur nodded with great difficulty, his heart overwhelmed. As a connoisseur of dimensional energy, he was acutely sensitive to spatial fluctuations, yet this was the first time he had witnessed the cyclical nature of time so vividly. This power, this mastery over the laws of the universe, surpassed his current imagination. He instinctively activated the framework of the Shield of Seraphim, not for defense, but in an attempt to comprehend and capture the rhythm within this temporal fold. The dull ache brought by the cold imprint seemed to diminish under the wash of this extraordinary temporal cadence. His gaze traversed the sea of blossoms, eternally resplendent in the cycle of life and death, and fell upon the end of the path. There, framed by the glow of the time folds and the perpetually resetting shadows of flowers, stood an ancient and unassuming stone fortress. Lacking the towering grandeur of Hogwarts, it exuded a weightiness and weariness born from countless years of history. The gray-white stone walls were adorned with deep green ivy, interspersed with deep red rosebuds that, like the irises, thrived in the cycle of time but appeared even more resilient. Most of the fortress's windows were narrow and elongated, resembling the half-closed eyelids of a wise elder, silently gazing upon this garden cherished yet forgotten by time. Atop the fortress, a uniquely shaped chimney released wisps of pale silver smoke that did not ascend in a straight line, but spiraled and intertwined in the air, subtly outlining intricate geometric patterns before quietly dissipating into the halo of time. This was Master Flamel's home, his sanctum of alchemy. Dumbledore's voice, imbued with reverence, inquired, "Are you ready, Arthur, to meet this traveler of time, the keeper of knowledge?" Arthur inhaled deeply the air rich with the essence of time and the fragrance of irises. Feeling the burden of his soul momentarily lifted by this wondrous place, he gazed at the silent stone fortress, his eyes reflecting not only awe for the unknown power, but also igniting a fervent hope for answers and control over his own destiny. He nodded emphatically, his voice, though soft, resonated with determination. "Yes, Professor, I am ready." He lifted the light, weathered leather suitcase at his feet and, following Dumbledore, treaded along the white pebble path towards the depths of a flower sea that blossomed in eternal cycles, advancing towards the stone fortress gate that bore 6 centuries of wisdom and secrets. The nascent form of the Heart of the Sky wand had yet to be born. Yet with this initial step within the folds of time, the journey had begun. Chapter 52, The First Cry of Material Metamorphosis. The heavy stone door of the fortress opened silently inward, devoid of the creaking of hinges, only a subtle hum signifying the gentle displacement of space. Contrary to expectations of a dimly lit hall, it revealed an arched corridor bathed in soft white light. The stone walls on either side were smooth as mirrors. They were not of natural stone, but resembled some form of polished jade, intricately etched with ever-flowing silver patterns, miniature star maps, molecular structures, alchemical symbols, and geometric figures that Arthur could not begin to comprehend, intertwining, separating, and recomposing as if they possessed life. A peculiar scent permeated the air, a blend of aged parchment, rare metals, unknown herbs, and an indescribable freshness akin to ozone. This aroma starkly contrasted with the fragrance of the irises outside. Imbued with a rational chill and the vitality of creation, Arthur felt his soul imprinted within this environment, as if immersed in a soothing elixir, the cold, dull ache further diminishing, and even the whispering noise from the depths of his mind seemed to recede, subdued by the orderliness of this space. Dumbledore gestured for Arthur to follow. Their footsteps echoed in the silent corridor, absorbed by the smooth jade walls, resonating with exceptional clarity. At the end of the corridor stood a grander archway, devoid of handles, constructed entirely of deep blue crystal. The door shimmered with a luminosity reminiscent of a flowing starry river. As the two approached, the crystal doors silently slid open, revealing a sight beyond imagination that flooded Arthur's vision. This was the alchemical sanctuary of Nicolim. The immense dome was not solid but a projection of a flowing, profound night sky. Real stars twinkled within, slowly traversing their arcane paths, not a magical illusion like the ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, but a true reflection of the heavens. The gentle light emanated from these stars, illuminating the entire space as if it were a clear moonlit night. The expanse of this realm far surpassed what the exterior of the fortress could contain, clearly employing exceptionally advanced spatial extension spells. Within the sanctuary, a symphony of reason and reverie unfolded. A colossal astrolabe, fashioned from brass gears and mithril pipes, occupied the central position, its complexity dizzying. Dozens of variously sized planetary models floated within, moving slowly along their respective orbits, emitting a deep, melodious hum. Scattered throughout were uniquely shaped crucibles, some bubbling with molten gold-like liquid, others exuding iridescent mist. The strange aromas wafting through the air originated from these vessels. A bookshelf, occupying an entire wall, is densely filled with heavy tomes. Curiously, these volumes do not remain still. They flutter like living birds, occasionally taking flight from the shelves, circling gracefully in the air before returning to their original places or landing upon a vast stone workbench cluttered with parchment scrolls and peculiar instruments. Behind this workbench stands an individual. He is slender, clad in a faded, ancient deep gray robe, devoid of any embellishments, marked only by the subtle traces of time. His hair and beard resemble strands of silver, meticulously groomed. Yet what captivates the attention most is his ethereal presence. His body exudes a peculiar translucence, as though composed of fine strands of light, with softly blurred edges, allowing glimpses of the celestial aura's contours behind him. Nevertheless, his eyes shine with extraordinary clarity, akin to two concentrated stars, profound, wise, and imbued with a discerning brilliance that now gently regards the arriving Dumbledore and Arthur. Time seems to lose its significance in his presence, revealing both the frailty of old age and a serene strength that transcends the passage of years. Albus, a gentle voice resonates, clear as a bell yet tinged with a hint of fragility, and our young friend, Arthur Cole. Welcome to my crucible of thought. Nicolame's voice does not traverse the air. Instead, it reverberates directly within Arthur's mind, carrying a soothing cadence. He raises a similarly translucent hand in a welcoming gesture. Nicole, Dumbledore steps forward, his tone imbued with sincere respect and a touch of barely perceptible melancholy. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Arthur, this is Master Nicolame, the pinnacle of alchemical wisdom and the interpreter of time. Arthur feels a tightness in his throat, faced with this legendary sage, who has lived for over 6 centuries. He is overwhelmed with reverence and an indescribable anxiety. He steps closer, striving to maintain steadiness in his voice. Master Nicolame, it is an honor to meet you. Thank you for your willingness to assist me. Nicolame's star-like gaze rests upon Arthur, seeming to penetrate his very essence, scrutinizing the tumultuous dimensional energies within him and the cold curse that brands his soul. Arthur feels as though he is an open book, utterly exposed beneath such scrutiny. Assist? Nicolame gently shakes his head, a near ethereal smile gracing his lips. Child, I am not a giver. Knowledge, like time, requires understanding, exchange, and resonance. He slowly approaches the enormous stone workbench, where an array of peculiar tools, minerals, botanical specimens, and parchment scrolls filled with intricate formulas lie scattered. Albus has informed me that you possess the power to rend the veil of reality. Nicolame does not turn around, instead lifting a fist-sized, dull lead block, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. His movements are fluid and precise, revealing no indication of the impact of his translucent state. Yes, Master, Arthur replies. Arthur candidly responded, instinctively reinforcing the framework of Seraphim's shield on a mental level, not as a means of defense, but rather as an involuntary reaction. Tear, LeMay repeated the word, savoring its connotations. How direct, yet perilous its description was. To the alchemist, magic, irrespective of its dimensional origin, was fundamentally a poetic expression of will upon reality. He turned and placed the lead block in the center of the workbench, nestled within a groove intricately etched with runes. A poetic expression of will upon reality? Arthur murmured, recognizing a resonance with his understanding of the Karmatic spell theory, energy manipulation, and rune construction, yet it felt more abstract and grandiose. Without further elaboration, LeMay extended his translucent hand, the fingertips devoid of any luminous glow, merely hovering gently inches above the lead block. His gaze sharpened with intense focus, akin to stars coalescing their radiance. The runic groove on the workbench suddenly ignited with a soft silver light. This luminescence did not radiate outward but rather converged inward, enveloping the lead block. Arthur's dimensional perception tightened instantaneously. He beheld, with stark clarity, as the runes within the groove appeared to awaken under LeMay's will, transforming into countless minuscule, intangible chisels that penetrated the foundational layers of the lead block, its indivisible particles. An ineffable force was at work, not in destruction, but in a precision of reconstruction to the utmost degree. The heavy, dull shell of the lead block seemed to be stripped away by an unseen force, as its inner structure was disassembled and reorganized in a manner that Arthur could not fully comprehend. Atomic cores were gently nudged, electron orbits rearranged. There were no violent energy fluctuations, no blinding lights, only a profound, spatial ripple brought forth by the metamorphosis of matter itself, akin to a stone cast upon the tranquil surface of a lake. Under Arthur's astonished gaze, the once somber and weighty lead block began to blossom from its center, akin to the melting of winter snow in spring, radiating a warm, pure, golden sheen. The gold spread rapidly, permeating the space, and within a few breaths, the heavy lead block had vanished. In its stead stood a rose crafted entirely of pure gold. The petals were vividly lifelike, layered and delicate, each one as thin as a gossamer wing, yet gleaming with a metallic resilience. At the heart of the flower, a tiny droplet of golden liquid coalesced, reminiscent of morning dew. The entire transformation unfolded fluidly, naturally, imbued with an indescribable beauty and sense of power. It was as though the lead block had inherently harbored this golden rose, and LeMay had merely accelerated time or rewritten the essence of matter itself. Arthur was utterly astounded. His mouth agape, momentarily rendered speechless. He had witnessed potent magic, devastating spells, yet this effortless transmutation, turning lead into gold, transforming decay into enchantment, profoundly upended his understanding of power. This was not about destructive force, but rather a profound comprehension and mastery of the underlying rules of existence. A poetic expression of will manifested into reality. Matter was not an immutable stone. LeMay's voice remained tranquil as he picked up the golden rose and extended it toward Arthur. The rose felt slightly heavy in his hand, carrying the characteristic chill of metal, yet the sharpness of its petal edges reminded him of its extraordinary genesis. Arthur cautiously accepted the object, perceiving it to possess a purity surpassing that of genuine gold, imbued with a peculiar, bestowed vitality. It resembled a clay form, awaiting the shaping of will. Alchemy, then, becomes the interpretation of the language of matter, orchestrating a new chapter through intent. He gazed at Arthur, his star-like eyes shimmering with anticipation. Now, young poet, allow me to witness the prologue of your verses. Do not confine yourself to form, nor chase after outcomes. Endeavor to sense the language of the stone before you. LeMay gestured towards the other side of the workbench, where a fist-sized, translucent quartz crystal lay, its interior seemingly shrouded in swirling mists. Arthur inhaled deeply, gently placing the golden rose aside. He approached the workbench, his gaze settling upon the quartz crystal. It resonated faintly with the tumultuous dimensional energy within him, its purity and stability subtly aligning with the energetic order sought by the seraphim's shield. Closing his eyes, he did not summon magic, but instead plunged his consciousness into a state of dimensional perception. The world before him faded in color, leaving only the pure flow of energy and the contours of material structures. He beheld the exceptionally stable, highly ordered silicon-oxygen tetrahedral lattice within the quartz crystal, resembling an indomitable microcosmic city composed of countless crystalline palaces. According to the theories of Karmatai, he ought to construct runes to guide energy for impact, defense, and deception. Yet LeMay's words echoed in his mind. The poetry of will upon reality is not destruction, but understanding and reconstruction. Arthur endeavored not to forge a defensive framework as robust as the seraphim's shield, but cautiously infused a thread of his will, like the most delicate probe, into the tendrils of dimensional perception, gently touching the most minute connection points within that crystalline microstructure. In that instant when his will grazed the structural node, an anomaly erupted. The dimensional energy within him, temporarily soothed by the stone fortress environment, ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, spiraling out of control. It was not his deliberate guidance, but this touch, imbued with his intent to comprehend, acted as a key, inadvertently prying open the cage that held a ferocious beast. The tumultuous, chaotic dimensional energy, instinctively tearing apart all order, surged like a black flood, recklessly rushing into the pristine quartz crystal through his probing thread of will. A piercing hum erupted, as if space itself were being forcibly torn asunder, under the watchful eyes of Dumbledore and LeMay. The once pristine quartz crystal surface was instantly adorned with a web of inky black cracks. There was no explosion, no shattering debris. It was as if an ice block had been plunged into strong acid, silently disintegrating in less than half a second. It was not physical destruction, but a more profound dissolution. It fragmented into a handful of exceedingly fine dust, glimmering with countless tiny azure light points, resembling stardust. This dust was not static. It hovered in the air, swirling gently as if animated, exuding a cold, hollow essence laced with an extraordinary spatial fluctuation. They were no longer quartz, but a form of matter that neither Arthur nor LeMay had ever encountered. The ethereal figure of LeMay revealed a profound shock upon his semi-transparent visage for the first time. His starry eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, fixating intently on the swirling black dust suspended in the air, glimmering with cerulean specks. Almost instinctively, he glided a step forward, extending a hand cautiously into the floating dust. As his fingertip made contact with a grain of sand, both Arthur and Dumbledore beheld the astonishing phenomenon. Around LeMay's translucent fingertip, space warped with an exquisite subtlety, akin to ripples on the surface of water. It was as if that tiny grain of dust harbored a faint power capable of rending the very fabric of space. This is impossible. LeMay's voice trembled with incredulous excitement as he withdrew his finger, and scathed, yet the delicate distortion in space had undeniably transpired. The metamorphosis of matter? No. This transcends metamorphosis. It is a rewriting of the very rules. Your power, Arthur Cole. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze, locking onto Arthur with a look that seemed to witness a miraculous upheaval of understanding. It was not merely tearing apart reality. It was engendering a new set of universal laws. At the most fundamental level of matter, it left an indelible mark of your will. Arthur himself was taken aback, gazing at his trembling hand, and then at the suspended void crystal sand that emanated a chilling wave of spatial energy, tumultuous waves of astonishment surging within him. His intention had been to comprehend, yet it had precipitated such terrifying chaos and unforeseen creation, rewriting the rules. This power was far more perilous and unfathomable than he had ever conceived. Beside the workbench, the golden rose forged from lead momentarily distorted at the edges of its petals under the influence of the peculiar force radiating from the void crystal sand, only to revert to its normal state thereafter. The celestial projections upon the temple's dome continued their languid procession, while the gear-driven astrolabe emitted a low, resonant hum. Before the imposing stone workbench, the 600-year-old alchemical master observed the floating product of rule rewriting, then turned his gaze to the pale-faced young boy whose eyes brimmed with a mixture of fear and a flicker of bewildered enlightenment, engulfed in profound silence. In the air, only the gentle hum of the void crystal sand's silent rotation remained, akin to the whispers of the cosmos. The first lesson unveiled, in a manner far surpassing all expectations, the true essence of Arthur Cole's power. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 53, The Weaver of Energy Veins. The void crystal sand hovered above the workbench, resembling a miniature dark nebula, slowly rotating and emanating a cold, hollow wave of spatial energy, silently recounting the miracle that had just defied the laws of alchemy. The stone fortress temple fell into an extraordinary silence, punctuated only by the deep hum of the gear-driven astrolabe and the distant, subtle bubbling of the cauldron's liquid. Lemaine's starry eyes remained magnetically drawn to the handful of void crystal sand inadvertently conjured by Arthur. The edges of his semi-transparent form shimmered slightly, betraying a tumult within that belied his tranquil exterior. The rule rewriter, Lemaine's voice was soft, like a dream whisper, yet exceptionally clear in the stillness. Albus, what you have brought is not a burden, but a key capable of reshaping understanding. He turned to Dumbledore, whose azure eyes were equally filled with shock and contemplation. Dumbledore slowly nodded, his gaze filled with complexity as he looked at the still pale-faced Arthur. The essence of power often transcends our initial understanding. Arthur, this is not a loss of control, but rather the most authentic manifestation of your innate talent. However, how to guide it, how to forge an appropriate sheath for it, is the challenge we must confront next. He emphasized the term sheath, his eyes gliding over the floating crystalline sand before returning to LeMay. LeMay took a deep breath. Despite the fact that his translucent chest showed no rise and fall, the starry depths of his eyes regained their profound wisdom. Dumbledore spoke the truth. Power itself is devoid of morality. The crux lies within its vessel and its wielder. Arthur, the dimensional energy surging within you is akin to a raging river bursting its banks, wild and chaotic. In contrast, the magic of Hogwarts flows like a meandering stream, adhering to its established course. The two are fundamentally different. Forcing them to merge will only result in mutual annihilation or, as witnessed moments ago, a tearing apart of existing rules. He glided closer to the workbench, shifting his focus from the crystalline sand to Arthur. The second lesson of alchemy pertains to the flow of magical energy through its vessel, the bridge of extended will. He raised his hand, not pointing at a physical object, but tracing the air with an ethereal gesture. As his fingertips moved, they left behind trails shimmering with soft silver light, swiftly outlining a rudimentary shape of a wand, within which a more intricate network, branching like tree roots, was depicted with finer beams of light. This is the wand you are familiar with. LeMay's voice resonated as though explaining the most intricate of blueprints. The core mystery lies within its internal magical pathways. Superior woods, such as holly and yew, possess natural grains that harbor the potential to channel magic. Meanwhile, wand cores, phoenix feathers, dragon heartstrings, and unicorn hair serve as the heart or nerve bundles of magic, significantly enhancing its affinity and conduction efficiency. Wizards channel their will to drive their magic into the wand, guided and shaped through these naturally or artificially inscribed pathways, ultimately unleashing specific magical effects. This is the art of channeling. The wand model, constructed of silver light, vividly illustrated the process by which magic, represented by blue points of light, flowed from the wand's handle, traversed the network of pathways, converged, and finally released a small spark of fire from the tip. However, your power, Arthur, LeMay pivoted his statement, his fingertip gently touched, causing the internal pathways of the wand model to become instantly chaotic. The blue magical light points erupted into a frenzy, now depicted in dark red, rampaging through the pathways, shaking the model violently until, With a sharp crack, the silver-lined wand model shattered in the middle and dissipated. It refused to be channeled. It was already in a state of tearing, creating, and rewriting. Forcing it into traditional pathways would only lead to the destruction of the vessel. Much like your unfortunate oak wand, Arthur felt a chill in his heart, recalling the moment his wand turned to dust under Voldemort's curse. LeMay's analysis was piercingly accurate. What you require is no longer a channel, Arthur. LeMay's gaze sharpened significantly. What you need is a symbiotic entity, a vessel that can resonate with your dimensional energy, dance alongside it, and even endure its tumultuous essence that rewrites the rules. It must possess sufficient resilience and inclusivity, while also serving as a conduit to guide this force rather than stifle its essence. He turned towards the side of the workbench. A delicate square box, seemingly carved from ice crystals, glided silently to the center of the table. The lid opened automatically, revealing the object within. It was a feather, approximately 7 inches in length, radiating a warm, pure hue reminiscent of the fiery essence of life, a resplendent golden color. The downy portion of the feather was as delicate as silk, while the shaft remained straight and sturdy, glimmering with a gentle luster. Merely gazing upon it, Arthur felt the tumultuous dimensional energy within him being soothed by a gentle yet potent force, imparting an unusual sense of tranquility. The icy curse etched deep within his soul seemed to be illuminated by this warm glow, its chill somewhat abated. Fox's tail feather. Dumbledore's voice carried a note of nostalgia and reverence, a gift willingly offered by the phoenix, Fox, after its most recent resurrection. It encapsulated the purest essence of rebirth, symbolizing new life after destruction, possessing unparalleled resilience and an accommodating nature towards extreme forces. This, perhaps, could become the heart of your symbiotic entity. Arthur held his breath, unable to divert his gaze from the phoenix tail feather. He could sense the powerful vitality and inclusivity embedded within the feather. Indeed, it was the core material he had long sought for his wand. Lamey nodded and gestured towards another opened container beside the small box. It held a viscous liquid, emanating a soft, rainbow-hued glow, with tiny, star-like sparkles intermittently shimmering on its surface. An exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear sensation of time's passage radiated from the liquid, as though countless dawns and dusks were intermingling within. The chrysalis liquid of the time sprite butterfly, Lamey introduced, explaining that these extraordinary creatures danced along the edges of temporal folds throughout their lives, and their cocoons contained the most delicate affinity for the rhythms of space and time. This chrysalis liquid could be attempted to weave new magical conduits, bestowing adaptability to the vessel in both space and time. His gaze shifted between the phoenix tail feather and the chrysalis liquid, ultimately resting on Arthur, imbued with the spirit of an inquisitive experimenter and anticipation. The unexpected emergence of void crystal sand revealed the influence of your power on the fundamental rules of materiality. And what of energy vessels? Arthur, attempt to merge your will with your dimensional perception, to touch this phoenix tail feather, not to destroy, nor to rewrite, but to endeavor to understand its song of life, to invite it to become part of your power. Lamey's intention was clear. He wanted Arthur to actively participate, to utilize his rule-altering power to weave new magical conduits. This was no longer mere observation, but a profound engagement in creation. Arthur's heartbeat quickened. He glanced at the warm, golden phoenix tail feather, then at the chrysalis liquid radiating a kaleidoscope of hues. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the earlier fear that had arisen from his loss of control, gathering his focus anew. This time, he was more cautious. Rather than directly harnessing the tumultuous dimensional energy, he first immersed his mind within the framework of the seraphim shield. The process of constructing runes, guiding energy, and pursuing order and stability provided him with a sense of security. He carefully established a slender thread of will, akin to a delicate tendril of spirit, infused with an intent of inquiry rather than intrusion, gradually intertwining with his unique dimensional perception. His awareness functioned like the most sophisticated scanner, once again focusing upon the phoenix's tail feather. This time, he perceived not merely the flow of energy. Under the distinctive perspective of dimensional awareness, the feather seemed to come alive. He discerned each fine fiber that composed the plume, realizing they were not mere inanimate objects, but miniature rivers coursing with a vibrant, golden life force. Countless minute specks of light danced and flowed within these rivulets, embodying potent vitality and the principles of rebirth. The energy's movement was not chaotic. Instead, it adhered to an intricate, natural pattern reminiscent of the tree of life. This pattern represented the phoenix's inherent conduit of magic. A profound understanding blossomed within Arthur. He endeavored to gently touch the convergence points of these natural pathways with his probing tendril of perception, as delicately as a feather gliding across the surface of water. Concurrently, he summoned a minuscule, restrained dimensional energy, no longer a tumultuous torrent, but a gentle stream guiding it. Cautiously merging with his tendril of will, his aim was not to disrupt these natural conduits, but to infuse them with his dimensionally transformative energy, inviting them to adapt and evolve. When that tendril, infused with the faint dimensional energy, lightly made contact with a convergence point within the internal network of the phoenix feather, a soft, melodious resonance echoed. Under the focused gazes of LeMay and Dumbledore, the surface of the golden phoenix tail feather suddenly illuminated with a warm, radiant glow. More astonishingly, within the feather, along its natural life thread network, an intricate tapestry of delicate, shimmering platinum lines began to emerge. These lines did not disrupt the existing pathways. Rather, they entwined like the most exquisite vines, adhering, and in some instances, cleverly integrating at certain nodes, forming a novel composite energy conduit that harmoniously fused the essence of the Phoenix's life force with the attributes of dimensional order. These platinum lines spread like living entities, growing and expanding, and within mere breaths, they constructed a network of golden veins inside the phoenix tail feather, far more intricate than before, exuding an aura of mystery and power. It was a triumph. Even with LeMay's 6 centuries of composure, he could not suppress a low gasp of astonishment. His star-like eyes igniting with brilliant light, he glided closer to the workbench, nearly pressing his face against it, intently observing the new flowing platinum veins within the feather. It was an exquisite masterpiece of creation. The natural phoenix pathways had integrated the characteristics of order and dimension, transforming it from a mere tail feather into the heart of the dimensional phoenix. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Arthur, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and excitement. Your will, your power, has not only comprehended the vessel, but has transcended it. Child, you are inherently a weaver of energy pathways. At that moment, within the sacred temple of Stone Fortress, a mechanical messenger, crafted from gears and brass and resembling a hummingbird, flitted its wings nimbly, deftly maneuvering around the colossal astrolabe, and precisely hovered before Arthur. Its slender beak opened, releasing a scroll of parchment that exuded a faint scent of violet. It was a letter from Hermione. Arthur's mind, having just emerged from a state of intense concentration, felt a mix of fatigue and triumph. He instinctively reached out to catch the scroll. As he unfurled the parchment, he was greeted by Hermione's familiar, neat, and robust handwriting. Filled with inquiries regarding the laws of magical conservation and her latest hypotheses, each line brimming with a rigorous academic spirit. Gazing at those recognizable letters, feeling the care and vibrant exchange of ideas conveyed across the distance, Arthur's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. He picked up a feather quill, often used by LeMay, and dipped in special magical ink, preparing to respond. His gaze swept across the workbench, landing on a phoenix tail feather, its interior flowing with veins of platinum. A thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the wonderful rhythm experienced while weaving the veins moments ago, a sensation where order and life intertwined. Almost instinctively, he summoned a thread of faint, entirely controlled dimensional energy and infused it into the quill's tip. Rather than writing, he began to sketch freely on the blank parchment. Drawing inspiration from the newly golden veins within the phoenix feather, the quill glided smoothly as dimensional energy mingled with the magical ink, leaving behind intricate, life-infused patterns that shimmered with a delicate platinum sheen on the parchment. As he completed the final stroke, a subtle flicker of platinum light emanated from the sketch before it receded. Strangely, the ink of Hermione's original writing seemed to grow clearer and more stable near this veined illustration, as if anchored by some unseen force. LeMay observed with keen interest as Arthur crafted his reply. Upon seeing the sketched vein pattern, a knowing smile briefly illuminated his starry eyes. When Arthur finished, and the subtle transformation on the parchment occurred, a spark of brilliance ignited in LeMay's gaze. Interesting resonance, LeMay remarked with playful intrigue. It appears that your Miss Granger, whether through her magical essence or her very existence, seems to have forged a remarkable connection with the newly woven veins. This sketch may be more than mere illustration. Though he did not elaborate, the implication was clear. The veins that Arthur had unwittingly drawn might harbor some unknown, stable power. Arthur paused, looking down at the faintly shimmering vein illustration on the parchment, then glancing at the phoenix feather radiating with the same glow. A peculiar sensation surged within him. The exploration of power, the transmission of knowledge, the maintenance of emotion, within this temple of time, they seemed to be interconnected by invisible threads. He carefully rolled the parchment and handed it to the gear hummingbird messenger. The messenger grasped the scroll and, with a flap of its wings, soared away, vanishing into the celestial map of the dome. On the workbench, the void crystal sand continued to spin silently, while the phoenix's tail feathers flowed with the vibrant patterns of newly birthed platinum veins. The cocoon liquid of the time sprite butterfly radiated a spectrum of colors. Nicolaim observed this enchanting scene and then turned his gaze towards Arthur, a profound smile gracing his translucent face. With the vessel now possessing a heart and the veins taking shape, it was time to seek a trunk for this symbiotic entity. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the stone fortress, reaching towards the distant north, where an ancient castle stood atop a cliff, sheltering countless young wizards. Chapter 54. The Revelation of Unity in Diversity. The gear hummingbird messenger vanished into the depths of the starry dome, carrying Arthur's letter and leaving behind a fleeting tranquility within the temple. The air was imbued with the cold breath of the silently spinning void crystal sand. The warm platinum sheen of the phoenix's newly birthed veins, the rainbow aura of the time sprite butterfly's cocoon liquid, and the subtle sounds of the liquid bubbling in the crucible, weaving together an extraordinary alchemical symphony. Nicolame's gaze shifted from the departing letter back to the workbench, resting upon the phoenix's tail feather, which flowed with fresh platinum veins. The profound smile on his translucent face gradually settled into a solemn contemplation. A powerful heart had begun to beat. LeMay's voice resonated with clarity in the silence as he pointed towards the phoenix's tail feather, revealing a new vein woven with order and dimension. What, then, should be the existence that carries this heart and supports these veins? He looked at Arthur, his star-like eyes shimmering with wisdom. It must possess sufficient resilience to withstand the tumultuous surges of your dimensional energy and the potential shocks of rewritten rules. It must embody ample inclusivity, serving as a bridge between the millennia of magic accumulated by Hogwarts and the otherworldly powers within you. It must also possess an innate, formidable affinity, capable of resonating perfectly with the heart of the dimensional phoenix. He paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating the fortress's thick stone walls, peering into the distant north, towards a land that, though not unfamiliar, held endless secrets. Albus, I believe it is time to summon that living legacy. A flicker of understanding passed through Dumbledore's azure eyes as he nodded slightly, a gentle yet solemn expression gracing his face. I comprehend, Nicolaim. It is indeed the most suitable choice. He turned to Arthur, elucidating. What Master LeMay speaks of is the oldest golden oak deep within the Forbidden Forest. Golden oak? Arthur found this name unfamiliar. He only knew of the Whomping Willow, centaurs, and unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, but had never heard of any golden oak. Indeed, LeMay continued, his voice echoing the ancient tales, it is not that its leaves are golden, my child, but rather its essence. It is a magical oak seedling planted by the four founders at the inception of Hogwarts Castle. It has rooted itself at the very core of Hogwarts' magical network, flourishing for 6 centuries under the protective magic of the castle, the residual magic of countless generations of young wizards, and the vibrant pulse of life within the Forbidden Forest itself. Every inch of its wood is imbued with the purest and most profound protective and wise magic accumulated over a millennium at Hogwarts. It is a living magical totem, an extension of the castle's will. Lamy's gaze deepened profoundly. The ordinary oak, while perhaps resilient and imbued with a certain charm, could never hope to bear the weight of your dimension-rending power. Only this golden oak, thriving in symbiosis with Hogwarts, possesses a wood imbued with formidable inclusiveness and a protective will, rendering it an exceptional conduit for energies connecting this realm to the otherworld. It stands as a miniature sanctuary, robust enough to serve as the very backbone of your strength. Arthur's heart raced uncontrollably. An ancient tree, coexisting with Hogwarts. The accumulated magic of a millennium. This sounded like material from the annals of myth. If Lamy's assertions hold true, this would indeed be an irreplaceable choice. However, Lamy's tone shifted. A hint of gravity crossing his translucent visage. Such sacred wood is intricately linked to the life force of the castle. And to recklessly fell, it would not only be a desecration of ancient life, but could also destabilize the magical network of Hogwarts itself. What we require is not to sever its branches, but to earn its recognition and blessing. His gaze settled upon Dumbledore. Albus, as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the voice of the castle's will, only you are qualified to petition it and guide it to willingly part with a branch imbued with its essence, without jeopardizing its core. Dumbledore, his expression solemn, nodded. Safeguarding all that Hogwarts represents is both my duty and my honor. I shall personally journey to the heart of the Forbidden Forest to commune with the ancient golden oak. He turned to Arthur, his gaze tender yet resolute. Arthur, your courage, your determination to protect your companions, and your quest for self-empowerment serve as the finest credentials. I believe the ancient golden oak will sense this intent. Meanwhile, Lamy's focus returned to the workbench, landing upon the floating, ethereal crystal sand emanating a chill of spatial fluctuations, alongside the resplendent astral gemstone nearby. With the trunk still en route, we have another crucial preparatory task for your symbiotic entity, to forge the foundation that will bear the weight of magical power. He glided closer to the astral gemstone, roughly the size of a man's fist, radiating a profound azure hue, as if it encapsulated a miniature cosmos. Countless tiny points of light, reminiscent of stars, slowly rotated and flickered within the gemstone, exuding a stable yet expansive wave of spatial magic. In contrast to the rending void crystal sand created by Arthur, The energy of the astral gemstone is more subdued and stable, akin to the bedrock of the universe. The astral gemstone, born from the primordial turbulence at the dawn of creation, encapsulates the most fundamental and stable principles of spatial law. Lamey extended a finger, hovering just above the gemstone without making direct contact. With his motion, a delicate, silver thread of pure will materialized, resembling the most precise of chisels. It shall serve as the foundation for your wand, bearing and amplifying the power you wield in constructing your spell runes. He cast a sidelong glance at the swirling black stardust nearby, which harbors your unique capacity to rewrite rules, ferocious and filled with vitality. Yet, it is perilously unstable. Better suited as a catalyst or enhancer to be integrated into future spellcraft rather than serving as the core of the wand itself. Lamey's fingertips deftly guided the silvery beam of light, carefully descending upon the surface of the celestial gem. We must extract several pristine fragments from this gem, destined to serve as the foundation for future enchantments inscribed with various spell runes upon your wand. This endeavor demands absolute precision and stability. Any violent surge of energy could disrupt the internal spatial equilibrium of the gem, leading to a cataclysmic release of its power. He turned to Arthur. Your defensive magic seeks the utmost order and stability of energy. Now, attempt to infuse your will into this spell framework. Not for the purpose of defense, but to stabilize my cutting process. Utilize your dimensional perception to lock onto the spatial structure surrounding my cutting point, and employ the orderly force of the Seraphim shield to smooth over any potential ripples in the space. Can you accomplish this? This is an entirely new challenge. No longer about destruction or defense, but the most delicate work of maintenance. Arthur felt the weight of the challenge. Yet the trust and expectation in Lamey's voice, combined with the limitless potential of the celestial gem before him, spurred him onward. I shall give it a try, master. Arthur took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with unwavering focus. He closed his eyes, instantly plunging into the realm of his mind. The intricate framework of the Seraphim shield materialized clearly within his consciousness, its orange-golden runes pulsating with the light of order. Rather than forming a solid shield, he blended this pursuit of order and stability into his dimensional perception like the finest of threads. He gazed once more at the celestial gem. This time, his perception delved deeper than mere energy flow, penetrating into the most minute layers of the gem's spatial structure. He perceived the interwoven spatial network, akin to cosmic strings, that maintained the gem's stability. Lamey's will, embodied in the silvery light, descended with unparalleled precision towards a predetermined node within the network. Arthur held his breath. He summoned the orderly force of the Seraphim shield, enveloping the impending point of incision with the gentlest of tides, silently smoothing over any potential disturbances in the spatial structure that might arise upon the knife's descent, ensuring that the cutting process would not trigger a chain reaction that could compromise the gem's overall spatial balance. Lamey's fingertips moved. The silvery beam, akin to the most precise scalpel, silently penetrated the surface of the celestial gem. There was no jarring friction, no explosive release of energy. Under Arthur's watchful dimensional perception, the silver light traversed the faintest connections within the gem's internal spatial network. At the moment of incision, Arthur's concentrated force of Seraphim order activated instantaneously, like an invisible hand. It gently yet firmly smoothed over the nearly imperceptible spatial ripples caused by the brief severance of the laws at the cutting point. A soft sound, akin to a droplet of dew falling, echoed. A fragment of the celestial gem, approximately the size of a thumbnail, perfectly shaped and resplendently blue with swirling starlight within, was fully severed from the main body, suspended in midair, emanating pure and stable spatial magic. Success. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lamey's eyes. Without hesitation, the silvery beam descended once more, precise and graceful. Arthur was wholly engrossed. With each incision, he channeled the order's will of the Seraphim to smooth the disturbances in space. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Ultimately, 5 flawless shards, each seemingly containing a miniature galaxy within their celestial gemstone essence, were meticulously extracted and suspended above the workstation, harmoniously reflecting against the intact primary gem. As the final shard was successfully liberated, Lamey retracted his will-carving tool. He exhaled deeply, though devoid of breath, his semi-transparent form shimmering with a more pronounced luminosity, revealing the toll this endeavor had taken. Perfect collaboration. Arthur, Lamey's voice bore a hint of weariness, yet predominantly conveyed satisfaction. Your mastery over the power of order is far more exquisite than I had anticipated. These 5 fundamental stars will serve as the impeccable foundation for the spells you will inscribe in the future. He gazed at the 5 floating shards, radiating pure starlight, then turned his gaze to the phoenix feather, flowing with platinum veins, his eyes finally seeming to penetrate the void and glimpse the ancient golden oak deep within the forbidden forest. The heart, the phoenix feather, the veins, the new life as patterns, and the foundation, the celestial shards, were all in place. LeMay's voice resonated with a ceremonial solemnity. Awaiting the arrival of the trunk, the golden oak, that would bear it all, the heart of the heavens, destined to be born. The starry projections on the temple's dome gradually shifted. The celestial orrery emitted a low hum. On the workstation, the celestial gemstone shards flickered with a ghostly blue starlight. The phoenix feather pulsed with gentle platinum, and the void crystal sand rotated soundlessly. Arthur stood before the table, acutely aware of the slight fatigue coursing through him due to his intense concentration, yet filled with hope for the magic that stirred within him. The revelation of unity was, under Nicodemus Lamay's guidance, steadily transitioning from conception to reality. All that remained was the branch of new life from the heart of Hogwarts to bestow the final form upon this magnificent symbiotic entity. Chapter 55, Forging the Heart of the Heavens. Within the stone fortress alchemical sanctuary, the air seemed to solidify. The brilliance of the starry dome appeared to dim slightly, yielding space to the alchemical array at the center of the workstation, which slowly rotated and emanated a heart-stirring resonance. Countless intricate runic lines, composed of pure silver-white energy, intertwined in the void, flowing to form a 3-meter diameter, three-dimensional sphere. At the core of the array, three distinctly different, yet soon-to-be forcibly merged sources of power hovered, operating along an arcane trajectory. To the left floated the phoenix feather, imbued with flowing platinum veins, the heart of the dimensional phoenix. It radiated a warm and resilient golden glow, while the platinum sheen of the new life's patterns coursed through the quill, exuding a formidable vitality and affinity for order and dimension. Each pulse resonated like the heartbeat of a mighty heart. To the right, 5 perfectly cut celestial gemstone shards resembled miniature stars, arranged in the trajectory of a pentagram. Gently rotating, they were entirely azure, with starry lights swirling within, emitting pure, vast, and stable waves of spatial magical energy, forming the cornerstone of future spell inscriptions. And at the very core of the array, quietly suspended above, was the gift brought back by Dumbledore, the branch of new life taken from the golden oak of Hogwarts. It is not the dazzling gold one might envision, but rather a gentle, restrained hue of pale gold, akin to the sunlight that breaks through at dawn. The wood's texture is delicate and clear, as if it flows with liquid gold. Most astonishingly, within Arthur's dimensional perception, this branch, merely the length of an arm, seems to encapsulate the immense magical power of the entire Hogwarts castle. He can distinctly sense the millennia-old protective will, the echoes of countless wisdoms, and the vibrant pulse of life from the forbidden forest, lying dormant like a slumbering dragon. It is resilient, encompassing, and weighty, the perfect vessel for bearing the heart of the dimensional phoenix and the foundation of the stars. Nicolas Lamay hovers before the alchemical array, his translucent form radiating an unprecedented brilliance, akin to a burning star. In his starry eyes, all weariness and weakness have vanished, leaving only a pure and fervent focus that transcends life and death. He stands as the core of this magnificent creation, the conductor guiding the symphony of 3 converging forces. Albus, maintain the spatial stability of the array's perimeter, isolating us from all external disturbances. Lamay's voice resonates directly in the minds of Dumbledore and Arthur, imbued with an undeniable authority. Dumbledore's expression turns solemn as he raises his elder wand. Powerful magic silently surges forth, forming an invisible and formidable barrier that envelopes the entire alchemical array. Arthur Cole, Lamay's gaze shifts to Arthur, penetrating as if seeking the very essence of his soul. The heart of the firmament requires the nurturing of its master's will and the imprint of his spirit. Now, with your blood as the catalyst and your protective will as the flame, ignite this crucible of fusion. Arthur's heart pounds fiercely within his chest. He feels the overwhelming pressure emanating from the 3 powers within the array and the resolute fervor of Lamay, burning like life itself. He takes a deep breath, suppressing the sharp pain of the soul's imprint and the whispering noise restrained deep within his mind. Without hesitation, he reaches for a ritual dagger crafted from mithril, its blade shimmering with a cold light, resting upon Lamay's workbench. The sharp tip of the dagger decisively grazes his left palm. A sharp gasp escapes him as searing pain radiates through, bright red blood flowing forth and dripping along the lines of his palm. Yet this agony pales in comparison to the burning of his soul. Arthur grits his teeth, his gaze resolute, devoid of any doubt, only a determination to forge ahead. He presses his bleeding palm against the lowest point of the alchemical array, a complex rune node shaped by silver flames, entwined like thorns around a heart. Boom. The instant Arthur's blood touches the array, the entire 3-dimensional spherical array ignites, as if infused with a frenzied engine, suddenly accelerating into a rapid spin. The silver runic lines explode with blinding brilliance. The 3 core forces, the crimson gold of the heart of the dimensional phoenix, the azure starlight of the fragments of the firmament, and the pale golden protective light of the oak branch, collide violently within the whirling array like three awakened dragons. An unimaginable tempest of energy, a fusion of creation and destruction, order and chaos, erupts at the heart of the array. The dazzling light illuminates the entire sanctuary as if it were midday. A colossal wave of energy violently crashed against the barrier erected by Dumbledore, producing a resounding thud. Arthur felt as though his very soul were ensnared by an invisible giant hand. The chill of its imprint seared through him like a branding iron cast into a furnace, instantly delivering excruciating agony. From the depths of his mind, the suppressed demon whispered, akin to a shark detecting blood, its presence magnified. Billions of venomous insects gnawing at the edges of his sanity, relentlessly assaulting his will. Stop it. Destroy that staff. It is the shackle that binds you. Embrace chaos. Tear apart this fragile creation. Release me. Does it hurt? Yield. I can bestow upon you the power to crush everything. No. Arthur let out a low growl. Veins bulging on his forehead, sweat instantly soaking his garments. Blood gushed from his palm, pressed firmly against the nodes of the magic circle, yet he did not falter. He summoned all his will, frantically channeling the framework of the shield of seraphim, not for the sake of defense, but to infuse the magic circle with his unwavering belief in the pursuit of order and the protection of his companions. Along with his fervent blood and the indomitable cries of his soul, by my blood as a guide, by my soul as a vow, to safeguard all that I hold dear, Hermione, Hogwarts, and this world that grants me sanctuary. Heart of the firmament, take shape. His will surged forth like the most fervent flame, flowing with his blood into the eye of the raging energy storm. A miracle unfolded. Under the infusion of his protective oath, the three cores of power, previously in chaotic conflict and on the brink of annihilation, responded as if imbued with a magical harmonizer. The platinum veins of the heart of the dimensional phoenix erupted with an unprecedented radiance, actively extending countless delicate threads that emanated a brilliance of order, gently yet resolutely wrapping around the violently trembling branch of golden oak, which seemed on the verge of shattering. The shards of the starry gem, akin to stars finding their home, instinctively soared towards the reserved nodes on the branch's surface, embedding themselves securely, and in an instant, the azure starlight unfurled, merging with the pale golden protective magic of the oak and the platinum light of order from the phoenix, beginning to blend slowly and steadily. The rotation of the alchemical circle began to decelerate, the tempestuous energy storm gradually subsiding, replaced by a profound, vast harmony reminiscent of the universe's inception. The silver runes transformed from blinding to warm and sacred. At the heart of the magic circle, the pale golden branch of the oak underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Its form adjusted and reshaped, becoming more ergonomically streamlined. The wooden surface, radiating a gentle golden hue as if infused with life, flowed with a deep, rich light. Internally, the platinum veins of the heart of the dimensional phoenix fully integrated, resembling a meticulously crafted energy neural network, coursing throughout the wand's body, emanating a warm and powerful wave of order. Near the handle, 5 shards of the starry gem nestled in the wood like celestial sentinels, intricately embedded and perfectly connected to the internal vein network, with azure starlight harmoniously circulating alongside the platinum and pale golden luminescence, establishing a stable and formidable energy cycle. The wand, whole and complete, emanates a warm, jade-like hue with a subtle golden sheen. Its body flows with elegant lines, embodying the profound depth and guardianship accumulated over a millennium at Hogwarts. The handle narrows slightly for ease of grip, revealing intricate, almost imperceptible patterns. One side displays the graceful silhouette of an iris in full bloom, symbolizing the temporal garden of Lamé and wisdom, while the other showcases a diminutive representation of the seraphim shield, a testament to Arthur's protective resolve, the two elements seamlessly intertwining to form a perfect loop. At the tip of the wand, a soft yet concentrated platinum light glimmers, akin to a nascent star, gradually illuminating the surroundings. In the very moment the wand reaches its final form, a resonant hum fills the air. A pillar of pure, unblemished platinum light erupts from the wand's tip, piercing the dome of the sanctuary with unexpected force. This beam does not carry destructive energy. Instead, it conveys an ineffable majesty, a sense of order, and an expansive inclusivity. Silently, it penetrates the starry projection of Lamé's dome, as if establishing a connection to the authentic cosmos. Even more astonishing, at the instant the platinum beam breaches the dome, the entire stone fortress, and even the iris garden ensconced within the folds of time, trembles ever so slightly. Immediately, at the pinnacle of the platinum column, within the profound celestial projection, a colossal illusion of a magical array, constructed purely from radiant light, materializes with striking clarity. This apparition is intricate and arcane, with ancient runes swirling within it, exuding a formidable will to suppress all malevolence and safeguard a realm of purity. It stands as the core projection of the millennia-old protective magical array of Hogwarts Castle. The golden oak, serving as one of the central nodes of the castle's magical network, gives birth to a wand forged from its nascent branches, directly resonating with the protective array of Hogwarts. This transcendent pillar of platinum light and the vast illusion of the protective array last for less than 3 seconds, as if completing a solemn proclamation, before gradually retracting and dissipating. The silvery glow of the alchemical array extinguishes entirely. Above the workbench, the tempest of energy has long since subsided, leaving only the wand. Suspended in the air, it hovers quietly, radiating a warm, jade-like golden glow. The platinum veins within its body pulse gently, akin to a breath, while the iris and shield patterns on the handle are distinctly visible. 5 shards of celestial gemstones, resembling stars, adorn it, emanating a steady, azure brilliance. The point of the wand, aglow with a gentle platinum light, is understated yet harbors an exhilarating power, a profound and vast magical resonance, reminiscent of Hogwarts yet infused with a unique dimensional order, unfurls like a serene and deep ocean, slowly emanating from the wand. The heart of the sky has been born. Arthur gazes in awe at the wand hovering before him, the searing pain of his palm and the burning sensation of his soul seemingly vanishing, leaving only a strange feeling of blood connection and soul resonance. He can distinctly sense the power coursing through the wand, a manifestation of Hogwarts guardianship, the Phoenix's rebirth, the Order of the Stars, and his own unwavering resolve to protect at all costs. It is no longer a mere cold instrument. It has become an extension of his power, a manifestation of his will, with a voice imbued with profound reverberation and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Dumbledore dispelled the barrier. Before the magical array, Niccolome floated, his already translucent form now even more ethereal, as if he might dissolve into the air at any moment. His star-like gaze was fixed upon the newly birthed wand, suffused with unparalleled contentment, satisfaction, and a sense of impending release as he approached the end of his journey. The voice of the gentle child, LeMay, was faint yet distinctly reached Arthur's ears, carrying the deepest of blessings. Embrace it. For henceforth it shall be the extension of your will, the sword of your guardianship, and the cornerstone of the heavens. His body began to emanate a soft, pure white luminescence, akin to countless tiny fireflies, gently drifting toward the suspended heart of the sky wand, ultimately merging within it. This infusion added a deeper, more profound brilliance to the wand's flowing platinum veins, as if it contained the wisdom of endless time. LeMay's gaze finally lingered on Arthur, his eyes seemingly transcending time and space to glimpse a distant future. A near ethereal smile graced his lips, one of profound satisfaction, the flame of continuity. As these final words dissipated into the air like a sigh, Niccolome's semi-transparent figure transformed into countless radiant specks of light, cascading like a river of stars, tenderly enveloping the freshly birthed heart of the sky wand. After a moment of circling, it fully integrated into the wand, vanishing from sight. Within the temple, only the levitating wand remained, pulsating with the formidable power infused with the guardianship of Hogwarts, the Phoenix's rebirth, the Order of the Stars, the wisdom of time, and Arthur's protective will. The celestial astrolabe emitted a deep hum, as if lamenting the passing of a legend and heralding the birth of another. Resonating with a final elegy and overture, Arthur stood transfixed, gazing at the suspended wand that radiated warmth, then at the place where LeMay had vanished, his heart brimming with immense shock, boundless sorrow, and a heavy sense of responsibility. Slowly, tremblingly, he extended his right hand toward the wand that belonged to him, a vessel of hope and legacy. Chapter 56. The stars transform into guiding lights. Within the alchemical sanctuary, time seemed to stand still. Niccolome's semi-transparent form had nearly completely dissipated, transformed into countless minute particles of light, swirling gently around the heart of the sky wand. His countenance was more serene than ever, his starry eyes reflecting the pure platinum glow emanating from the wand's tip, as if he beheld a glimpse of some distant future. Arthur remained rooted in place, his throat tight, the blood from his palms wound long frozen, yet a profound emptiness surged from the depths of his soul. This 600-year-old alchemical master, in his final moments of life, had poured all his wisdom into this wand, and now he was on the brink of complete dissolution. There was one final matter. LeMay's voice, now as faint as a whisper, still resonated clearly. He raised his almost transparent hand, his fingertip gently pointing toward the uncut deep blue gem of the celestial stone, infused with vast spatial magic. With his touch, the surface of the gem rippled like a gentle wave, and the starlight within surged forth, as if drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into countless intricate runes. These symbols were not of any known magical script, but rather the pure essence of alchemical truth, the distilled wisdom of LeMay's 6 centuries. They moved within the gem as if they were living entities, reconfiguring themselves until they manifested into a dizzyingly complex, three-dimensional alchemical array, the ultimate form of the eternal alchemical codex. Knowledge should not be extinguished with death. LeMay's voice bore a solemn finality, belonging to the future, belonging to you. With a gentle push of his fingertip, the celestial gem glided silently toward Arthur, hovering before him. Inside the gem, the alchemical array rotated slowly, emanating a profound blue light, as if it contained the very mysteries of the cosmos. Arthur extended his trembling hand to receive the gem. In that fleeting moment of contact, he was engulfed by a vast and ancient torrent of knowledge, not in the form of concrete words or images, but as an intuitive understanding of the essence of matter, energy, and the fabric of time and space. This was not the entirety of LeMay's memories, but rather the quintessence of alchemy he had distilled, a guiding beacon for Arthur's future path. Thank you, Master. Arthur's voice cracked, his eyes welling with warmth. LeMay smiled gently, a blend of relief and hope illuminating his expression. His form had nearly entirely transformed into motes of light, yet his starry eyes remained vivid, gazing at Arthur and the suspended celestial heart wand. This wand is merely the beginning. His voice grew softer, like a fading echo. True alchemy does not lie in the transmutation of metals, but in the transformation of destiny. The final motes of light swirled upward, drawn by an unseen force, tenderly encircling the celestial heart wand until they fully amalgamated with its shaft. As the light vanished, the 5 fragments of the celestial gem embedded in the wand's handle ignited simultaneously, revealing a miniature alchemical array in the azure starlight, resonating with the eternal alchemical codex within the gem's core. The platinum light at the wand's tip flickered gently, as if in acknowledgement of this gift. LeMay's voice dissipated into the air, leaving behind a final whisper that echoed in Arthur's mind like a sigh. Child, may the flame endure. The temple fell into silence. The hum of the celestial astrolabe had ceased, the liquid in the crucible no longer churned, and even the celestial projections above seemed to dim slightly. As if mourning the passing of this legendary alchemist, Arthur stood rooted in place, clutching the celestial gem, his gaze fixed on the hovering wand. It was no longer a mere cold instrument, but a vessel of LeMay's wisdom, the guardian of Hogwarts, the phoenix's rebirth, and a symbiotic embodiment of his own will. He inhaled deeply, slowly extending his hand toward the celestial heart. The moment his fingertips brushed against the wand's shaft, boom! An unprecedented sensation of resonance erupted from the depths of his soul. The wand transcended the realm of mere object, becoming an extension of his will, a manifestation of power. He could distinctly feel every pulse of magical energy flowing through the wand, the rhythmic heartbeat of the platinum veins. The vast cosmic force sealed within the fragments of the celestial gem, and the weighty wisdom and expectations left behind by LeMay's motes of light. There was no rejection, no loss of control, only a profound sense of harmony, as if this wand had always belonged to him, having waited a millennium merely to be grasped in his hand at this moment. The platinum-hued light at the tip of the wand flickered gently before stabilizing, warm and restrained, yet brimming with a heart-stirring power. The voice of Albus Dumbledore echoed from behind, gentle yet solemn. He stepped forward, his silver hair glimmering under the starlight, his deep blue eyes reflecting profound respect and a hint of imperceptible sorrow. Nicodemus chose you as his final heir. Are you prepared to bear this wand, this knowledge, this responsibility? Arthur tightened his grip on the heart of the sky, feeling the power and will flowing within. He lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's. His eyes no longer clouded, but imbued with unprecedented determination. I am ready, Professor. Outside the temple, the irises in the folds of time continued to bloom, wither, and be reborn in a 60-second cycle. Amidst this eternal rhythm, a new star had already risen, casting the light of the heart of the sky to illuminate the path to the future. Chapter 57. The Oath of the Starry Sky in the Lavender Fields. As the sun sank below the horizon, it painted the sky outside Paris in shades of crimson and violet. Arthur stood beside the lavender fields outside Nicodemus's stone fortress, firmly clutching the heart of the sky wand. A gentle breeze swept through, causing waves of purple blossoms to undulate, while the air was thick with a soothing, fragrant aroma. 3 days had passed since the dissolution of Nicodemus, yet his words reverberated in Arthur's mind, a flame that endures. He lowered his gaze to the wand. Its pale golden wood glimmered softly in the twilight, the platinum veins within pulsing like breath, while 5 shards of starry gemstones were embedded in the handle, occasionally flashing with a glimmer of azure light. This wand had perfectly conformed to him, yet he had yet to truly test its power. In the distance, a muggle taxi slowly approached, halting on the small road beside the field. The door swung open, and a familiar figure leapt out, brown curls dancing in the evening breeze. Cradling a few thick books in her arms, a satchel slung across her shoulder, her steps hurried yet resolute. Hermione Granger. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. She wore a simple light blue dress, a thin jacket draped over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed from the summer heat. The moment she spotted Arthur, her eyes lit up, and a radiant smile graced her lips as she waved vigorously. Arthur. Her voice was bright and vibrant, capable of dispelling any gloom. Arthur found himself stepping forward involuntarily, warmth surging within him. Since parting at St. Mungo's, their only connection had been through letters, and now, here she stood, real and vibrant. Hermione, how did you? The International Youth Alchemy Symposium. Hermione approached quickly, her eyes sparkling. I submitted a paper on ancient alchemical symbols and actually received an invitation. She lowered her voice slightly, her cheeks tinged with pink. I may have slightly exaggerated my practical experience. Arthur couldn't help but laugh. This was Hermione, forever adept at finding the most rational justifications for the most unreasonable pursuits. So, did your parents agree? Yes. Hermione nodded, believing this to be a formal academic event, accompanied throughout by professors, unaware that Professor Dumbledore had merely assisted me in fabricating the invitation. She stuck out her tongue, her gaze quickly falling upon the wand in Arthur's hand, her pupils slightly dilating. What is this? Arthur nodded, gently lifting the heart of the sky. The wand emanated a soft golden glow in the twilight, the fragments of the starry gem reflecting the last rays of the setting sun, creating a dreamlike azure halo. It is called the Heart of the Sky. Hermione held her breath, cautiously extending her hand, her fingertip halting just before making contact with the wand's surface. She looked up at Arthur, her eyes filled with inquiry. You may touch it, Arthur replied softly. It will not reject you. Hermione's fingertip delicately brushed against the wand's body. At the moment of contact, the iridescent patterns of the iris at the base of the wand glimmered faintly, the flow of the platinum veins seeming to quicken. It recognizes me? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Arthur nodded, feeling a slight warmth in his ears. Master LeMay said that wands remember significant individuals. Hermione's cheeks flushed deeper, yet she did not avert her gaze, instead examining every intricate detail of the wand with utmost seriousness. Is this starry gem the vessel of spatial magic? And are these patterns the conduits of energy? They are entirely different from the construction of traditional wands. Her insatiable curiosity surged forth, questions cascading one after another as her fingers traced the platinum veins along the wand's body. Arthur allowed her to explore, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was Hermione. Even in the face of wonder, her first instinct was always to comprehend it. As night fully descended, the lavender fields lay enveloped in silvery moonlight. The distant lights of the stone castle twinkled like stars, softly outlining the two figures. Shall we give it a try? Hermione suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I wish to see its power. Arthur took a deep breath and raised the heart of the sky. This was his first true attempt to wield magic consciously, no longer driven by survival instinct, but rather by deliberate control. He closed his eyes, feeling the power flowing within the wand. The platinum veins resonated with his magic, the fragments of the starry gem glowing softly, awaiting his command. The seraphim shield transformed from a hasty defense into a vow of protection. With a graceful flick of the wand, a brilliant platinum light streamed forth from its tip, akin to liquid starlight, swiftly coalescing in the air, extending into a semi-transparent rune barrier. Unlike before, this shield was not merely a flat surface. It took on an elegant arc, intricate iris patterns appearing on its surface, with edges shimmering with a celestial blue light. Remarkably, the area covered by the shield was not arbitrarily defined, but precisely enveloped a small patch of lavender, safeguarding it from the night breeze. Hermione held her breath, reaching out to touch the surface of the shield. When her fingertip passed through the barrier, the runes rippled gently, neither rejecting her nor pushing her away, but instead enveloping her fingers with a tender, wave-like caress. It allows me to pass? She asked, astonished. Arthur nodded, his heart racing. It recognizes your magic. It will not defend against you. Hermione's eyes sparkled under the moonlight. She gazed at the patch of lavender sheltered by the shield, then turned to Arthur and softly inquired. Do you know the language of lavender? Arthur shook his head. Patience and promise. Hermione's voice was soft, yet remarkably clear. The night breeze tousled her hair, and Arthur could discern the determination in her eyes, along with a hint of barely perceptible vulnerability. Before the hospital bed in St. Mungo's, within the encrypted letters. And during each crisis, she had always awaited him, believed in him, and protected him. An impulse surged within him. He stepped forward, wand still raised, the shimmering light of the shield reflecting upon their faces. Hermione. Before he could finish, Hermione suddenly rose onto her toes, cradled his face in her hands, and pressed her lips against his. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. Arthur's pupils dilated, the celestial heart wand in his hand trembled slightly, and the runes of the shield began to swirl with accelerated brilliance, emitting a radiant light devoid of aggression, resonating instead with joy. Hermione's lips were warm and soft, imbued with the scent of lavender. This kiss was brief, yet resolute, akin to a vow spoken without words. When she pulled away, her cheeks were flushed, but her gaze remained unwavering. This is my answer, she whispered. Whatever you face, Voldemort, the dimensional demon, or those damned whispers, I will stand by you. Arthur's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He grasped her hand, feeling the warmth of her fingertips. The celestial heart glimmered faintly between them, the iris design on the wand's handle and the shield's emblem blossoming with a soft light, as if bearing witness to this moment. In the name of magic? He inquired softly, recalling the vow from her letter. Hermione smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. In the name of magic. The night breeze rustled through the lavender fields, creating waves of purple. Starlight cascaded down, the radiance of the wand melding with the moonlight, and at the edge of this temporal crease, a vow of protection and love took root quietly. Chapter 58. The Withering Iris and the Return to the Castle. The fragrance of the lavender fields lingered in the air, mingling with the sweetness of Hermione's hair under the moonlight. Yet that flutter of emotion had been brutally shattered by the cold reality. Arthur stood in the empty courtyard of Lume Stone Castle, the morning light casting a deceptive golden hue upon the frigid stones, failing to dispel the gloom in his heart. Between his fingers, he unconsciously crushed a pure white iris petal, its juice staining his fingertips, cold and sticky, like congealed tears. Dumbledore stood quietly beside him, his blue eyes behind half-moon glasses deep as ancient wells, reflecting the boy's slender and tense profile. The old wizard did not speak immediately, allowing silence to flow and granting Arthur time to digest the vast emptiness within him. The castle had lost its master, and those once vibrant alchemical instruments now lay silent as a grave, the very particles of energy in the air becoming thin and sluggish. Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice soft yet piercingly clear, penetrating the stillness with an unusual soothing power. The years he had walked the earth far exceeding our imagination. 6 centuries of time had allowed him to peer through the veil of life and death countless times. He slightly turned, directing his gaze towards a corner of the courtyard where there once thrived a meticulously tended iris garden. Now, though the flowers remained, they seemed to have lost their soul's luster. He often said that death, to him, was not an end, but rather the final observation of a long, preordained experiment. His only concern was the failure to pass on the spark. Arthur's fingers clenched tightly, his fingertips digging deep into his palm, attempting to suppress the sharp pain that surged through his throat, along with the searing anguish that seemed to intensify with the violent fluctuations of his emotions. The light and shadows cast by LeMay in his final moments within the alchemical array, imbued with a sense of release and expectation, were etched into his mind like a brand. He recalled a past failed experiment from his youth, Dumbledore's voice tinged with distant nostalgia, not conveyed through the pensive, but articulated purely through spoken word, as if sharing an ancient tale by the hearth. That explosion had nearly obliterated half of his laboratory, turning precious materials to ash. And even a cherished early manuscript he valued immensely was consumed by the flames. He had isolated himself in the ruins for 3 days and nights without a drop to drink. We all believed he would succumb to despair. Arthur slightly lifted his gaze, his swollen eyes meeting those of the old headmaster. Yet on the morning of the 4th day, he emerged, holding a few charred fragments of parchment and a small handful of an unidentified metallic powder sifted from the ashes. A faint smile graced Dumbledore's lips as he remarked, "Albus, you see, destruction is not devoid of value. It clears the superfluous and reveals the most fundamental and resilient principles. This powder, these remnants, represent a new beginning." In time, that powder became a crucial catalyst for one of his significant alchemical achievements, while those few pages inspired a groundbreaking theory on the stability of energy carriers. The tale was not one of breathtaking drama, yet it flowed like a clear spring, quietly nourishing Arthur's parched and tumultuous heart. He grasped Dumbledore's intent. LeMay's spirit resided not in the duration of his life, but in his unwavering rationality and insatiable curiosity in the face of any devastating blow, be it a material loss or the very end of life itself. He could always find new embers amid the ashes. Thus, Arthur. Dumbledore's hand gently rested on the boy's somewhat frail shoulder, warm and strong. The best way to honor him is not to wallow in the sorrow of ashes, but to, like him, focus on the fragments and powders available before us, forging them into new strength, regardless of the tumult of energy, the whispers of dark forces, or even the shadow of death. This heart of the firmament is the most core and resilient remnant he leaves for you. Arthur instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. The wand was smooth as jade, its pale golden wood exuding a restrained luminescence in the morning light, the engraved iris shield pattern pressing against his palm, imparting a strange sense of reassurance derived from their shared bloodline. Deep within the wand, the heart of the dimensional phoenix seemed to resonate with his heartbeat, transmitting a gentle, orderly warmth that calmed the tumultuous energies within him, stirred by grief and the weight of the imprint. It was not merely a weapon, but the culmination of LeMay's life, a testament to his existence, an extension of his will, a perpetuation of the spark. A wave of salty warmth surged to his eyes, yet this time, Arthur did not allow it to fall. He inhaled deeply, the scent of lavender fields seemingly replaced by the familiar aroma of Hogwarts. Imbued with the essence of ancient stones and magical dust. He nodded slightly, his voice raspy yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. I understand, Headmaster. I shall not let him down. Excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as the guardianship of Hogwarts during the summer officially took effect. The ancient magic of the castle, especially the wisdom and tranquility emanating from the Ravenclaw Tower, will greatly aid in stabilizing your condition. The Ministry's agreement remains in force. He mentioned this with a calm demeanor, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority. However, as long as you remain within the walls of Hogwarts, any additional oversight must be sanctioned by me. This place shall serve as your sanctuary. Let us return, my child. Dumbledore extended his arm, guiding him back to his other home. Arthur cast one last glance at the silent stone fortress, the courtyard bathed in morning light, and the neglected irises. He gripped the heart of the sky tightly, the warmth emanating from the wand dispelling the chill of the petal's juice at his fingertips. As if infusing a supporting strength deep within his soul, he reached out, resting his hand in the crook of Dumbledore's arm. A familiar sensation of spatial compression enveloped him, more fleeting and smoother than any previous apparition. When his feet once again touched solid ground, a damp morning fog enveloped him, carrying the distinctive crisp scent of the Scottish Highlands. The majestic, familiar, and somewhat endearing silhouette of Hogwarts Castle pierced through the thin mist, standing resolutely across the lake. The towers cast long shadows in the rising sunlight, while the surface of the black lake shimmered with fragmented silver light. An ineffable presence, vast and gentle, emanating from the core of ancient magic, subtly embraced him like a silent hug. The minute currents of magic and spatial ripples within Arthur, ever attuned to the dimensional affinity, oddly calmed in this profound and protective field of ancient power. The searing pain within his soul persisted, yet it felt as if enveloped in an invisible buffer, becoming bearable. A long-forgotten sense of security quietly spread from his grasp upon the heart of the sky. The end of one journey marked the beginning of another. The withered irises transformed into an intangible imprint etched in his heart, as the silent castle before him opened its ancient embrace, awaiting the return of the wayward raven. Chapter 59. The Sanctuary Beneath the Foundation. The slight dizziness from the apparition had yet to fully dissipate when the distinctive atmosphere of Hogwarts, a blend of damp stone walls, ancient parchment, and magical dust, filled Arthur's lungs. He stood before the enormous oak doors of the castle's main building, gazing up at the towering spires and weathered walls. In contrast to the enclosed feeling of the French Le Mure's castle, which encapsulated centuries of alchemical wisdom, Hogwarts radiated a grander, more profound vitality, as if it breathed in harmony with the very mountains and land surrounding it. This essence flowed through the heart of the sky, transforming into a gentle yet steadfast warmth that gradually permeated his being, acting as an invisible anchor, momentarily stabilizing his restless soul and the surging dimensional energies within him to a tolerable threshold. The searing pain of his soul's imprint seemed to be diluted by this ancient field of power, lying dormant in the depths. Dumbledore gently pushed open the heavy wooden door, the hinges emitting a long and familiar creak that shattered the morning's tranquility. The foyer lay empty, save for the flickering shadows cast by the burning torches on the walls. Footsteps echoed in the vast stone corridor, their clarity accentuated by the silence. Welcome home, Arthur. Dumbledore's voice carried a subtle warmth. The core of the castle's magic, particularly the wisdom gathered within Ravenclaw Tower, plays an irreplaceable role in stabilizing your current state. Each stone here, every ancient protective charm, resonates with the will of guardianship, forming your natural barrier. He turned his head, the blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles sparkling with an all-seeing light. Of course, the Ministry's limited regulatory agreement remains in effect. But here, his tone shifted to one of unwavering steadiness, akin to granite. Any special accommodations beyond the agreement must first receive my consent. Within the walls of Hogwarts, its will surpasses the disturbances of the outside world. Remember this. They ascended the familiar spiral staircase, traversing the silent corridors. Most of the figures in the portraits still slumbered, with only a few curiously peeking out, only to retreat once they recognized Dumbledore. Eventually, they halted before the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, a door without a handle, adorned solely with a bronze, eagle-shaped knocker. Rather than knocking, Dumbledore gently tapped his wand against an inconspicuous, grayish stone brick beside the door. The brick silently slid inward, revealing a narrow spiral staircase that ascended for a single occupant. Considering your unique circumstances and the need for privacy during the summer, Professor Flitwick and I have concluded that the old astronomy classroom at the top of the tower is most suitable, Dumbledore explained, leading the way up the stone steps. This space offers a broad view, removed from the main areas of activity, with a relatively pure and independent magical environment, conducive to your focused study and adjustment. The staircase spiraled upward, the air cool against their skin. Pushing open a heavy oak door at the top, a narrow yet tidy and bright room unfolded before Arthur. The room was arched in shape, one side dominated by a tall, arched window facing east, capturing the rising sun and the lush greenery of the forbidden forest beyond. Ample light illuminated the motes of dust dancing in the air. The furnishings were simple: a four-poster bed draped in deep blue, a spacious oak writing desk and chair, a wall-mounted bookshelf, currently empty, and a small washroom with a brass faucet. A faint aroma of sun-warmed old wood and books permeated the air. Most striking was the wall on the inside of the window, where intricate silver magical lines traced a complex, slowly rotating alchemical diagram, at the center of which lay a small shard of a shimmering starlit gemstone, clearly a temporary stabilizing array. The foundational protections and silencing charms have been reinforced, Dumbledore remarked. This stabilizing array utilizes the shard of the starlit gemstone, which shares a core with your wand, and should assist you in suppressing energy surges and information overload. Should you feel any discomfort or require assistance, you may contact the house elf Dobby using the silver bell on the desk. He will relay your concerns directly to me. He gestured towards a delicate little silver bell adorned with a raven motif nestled in the corner of the desk. At that moment, a brisk and somewhat hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Professor Minerva McGonagall appeared at the threshold, clad in her neatly pressed emerald green robes. Her hair meticulously arranged into a bun. Her expression remained as serious as ever, yet in the depths of her gaze directed at Arthur, there was a subtle hint of concern. Albus, she nodded at Dumbledore, before her attention shifted to Arthur, scrutinizing his pallid complexion and the tightly clenched wand in his hand. Welcome back, Mr. Cole. Her voice was clear, imbued with a sense of official efficiency. Regarding your tutoring arrangements, Filius and Severus and I have had preliminary discussions. She approached the desk, tapping her wand lightly, causing a sheet of parchment, an inkpot, and a quill to materialize. Considering the courses you have missed primarily during the latter half of your first year, along with the impact of your unique circumstances on your academic performance. She chose her words with care, deliberately avoiding any direct mention of the energy outburst or soul imprint. We have decided to adopt a focused one-on-one tutoring approach. Charms will be overseen by Professor Flitwick, potions by Professor Snape, and transfiguration by myself. She slid the parchment towards Arthur. This is the preliminary timetable. Charms in the morning, followed by potions or transfiguration in the afternoon, alternating each day. The intensity will be considerable, Mr. Cole. You must prepare yourself mentally. Hogwarts offers shelter, yet the academic demands will not diminish. Her gaze sharpened, carrying a sense of urgency. The precise control required for the transformations in transfiguration, the material handling in potions, and the willpower guiding the spells and charms are all crucial for you to master your own abilities. I hope you will regard this tutoring as a rare opportunity for systematic training, rather than merely a means to recover lost credits. Arthur accepted the timetable, observing the dense schedule and time slots with a sense of resignation. Professor McGonagall was correct. Control was indeed his most pressing need at this moment. He nodded solemnly. I understand, Professor McGonagall. I will do my utmost. Excellent. A hint of warmth softened McGonagall's expression. Your textbooks and basic supplies will be delivered by Poppy, Madame Pomfrey, shortly. As for the potion ingredients, she paused, seemingly recalling something. Professor Snape emphasized that you need to prepare double the quantity of Sneezeword essence, along with additional foundational materials for stabilizers. He will provide you with a detailed list during the first class. The mention of Snape's name brought a note of formality to her tone, clearly indicating her awareness of certain attitudes held by that colleague. Dumbledore interjected at an opportune moment. Well then, Arthur, please settle in and familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Lunch will be delivered directly to your room. This afternoon, Professor McGonagall will return to conduct your first transfiguration lesson. He turned to McGonagall. Minerva. Regarding some additional safety measures, the two professors engaged in a hushed conversation as they exited the room, carefully closing the door behind them. As the oak door closed, a faint blue magical aura, reminiscent of rippling water, flickered across its surface before fading away, signifying the activation of reinforced protection and silencing spells. At last, the room was left with Arthur alone. The weariness induced by a long journey and the tumult of emotions surged within him. He approached the window and inhaled deeply. The high winds carried the refreshing essence of the forbidden forest, brushing against his face, while the distant black lake mirrored the cerulean sky and fluffy clouds. The heart of the sky in his hand radiated a gentle warmth, its iris shield pattern glimmering softly under the sunlight. The orderly warmth emanating from the dimensional phoenix heart within the wand resonated subtly with the castle's magnificent, yet gentle protective magical field, creating a wondrous harmony. The searing pain of his soul's imprint and the occasional whispering fragments from the dimensional rift were forcefully suppressed to the fringes of his consciousness under this dual protection. On the desk lay a lesson schedule with wet ink, quietly resting. The bed was neatly made, and the bookshelf stood empty, awaiting to be filled. The stable starry array on the wall rotated slowly, emitting a reassuring dim light. Here, there was no arcane mystery of the Lamestone Fortress's alchemical laboratory, nor the romance of the French lavender fields, but rather the solid tranquility accumulated over a millennium at Hogwarts. It spread beneath him like a vast, warm foundation, providing a temporary harbor for his small vessel, which swayed uncertainly amidst the energy storms and the watchful gaze of dark deities, allowing him to rest and mend. The sanctuary had indeed been opened, yet the harsh trials were on the horizon. Arthur tightened his grip on the wand, feeling its substantial warmth, his gaze drifting toward the feather quill poised to be dipped in ink. Chapter 60, The Invitation to Diagon Alley. Time in the small room at the top of the tower was meticulously divided into blocks of study. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lessons were as rigorous as a ruler, with the repeated practice of transforming matches into needles honing Arthur's imagination for form alteration and the precision of his magical output. In contrast, Flitwick's charm class was somewhat more relaxed, as the foundational practice of the repairing charm allowed him to reacquaint himself with the rhythmic flow of magic during wand movements. The most excruciating moments, however, were spent in the cold potions classroom with Snape during the afternoons, as he sliced through Sneezewort's roots. The faint purifying fluctuations inherent in the material clashed peculiarly with the chaotic dimensional energy within him. Each precise cut was accompanied by a painful rebound of magical flow within his body, while Snape's cold, piercing gaze felt like an invisible scalpel, as if he intended to excavate the searing mark left by Voldemort deep within his soul for examination. Control your trembling, Cole. Snape's voice pierced through the bitter mist rising from the cauldron, like a chilling wind from a cellar. Or perhaps that special energy within you cannot even handle basic potion preparation. The slug slime requires 27 clockwise stirs, not abstract art. He sharply rapped the edge of the copper cauldron before Arthur, producing a jarring buzz. Arthur gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He forced himself to disregard the waves of heat radiating from the soul's imprint in his arm, concentrating his thoughts, and channeled his alchemical experience in precise energy manipulation into his fingertips. The rune structure of the Shield of Seraphine flashed through his mind, instilling a fleeting sense of order and stability. He tightened his grip on the silver knife, inhaled deeply, and with a steady wrist, sliced the last root of the Sneezewort into nearly uniform thin pieces, casting them into the boiling potion. Instantly, the liquid transformed from a murky dark green to a clear pale gold, a sign of the stabilizer's success. Severus Snape's thin lips pressed together more tightly, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his dark eyes, soon replaced by a deeper scrutiny. He refrained from further sarcasm, merely grunting coldly before turning to inspect the operations of the other students, though Arthur was the sole occupant of the classroom. Upon returning to his tower room, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Arthur slumped at his desk, massaging his throbbing temples. The desk was cluttered with transfiguration theory notes from McGonagall, a borrowed copy of the Will to Guide Basic Charms from Flitwick, and that excessively lengthy and demanding list of potion ingredients provided by Snape, with the requirement for double the essence of Sneezewort glaringly prominent. The searing pain of the soul imprint had not lessened upon leaving the cellar. Rather, in the quietude, it became even more pronounced. He instinctively tightened his grip on the celestial heart resting beside him. The wand's smooth texture was reassuring, the embossed iris shield pressing against his palm, while the warm current of order flowing from the dimensional phoenix heart within the core seeped into his being, barely suppressing the burning of the imprint and the restless energy within him. Yet, this warmth felt like an invisible thread, the other end firmly tethered to the lost core of his spell notes, which contained the foundational theories of Karmatai spells and countless unknown annotations. The energy upheaval triggered by the loss of the notes and the prying eyes of the dimensional demon still loomed above him like a sword. Only by retrieving it and mastering the knowledge within could he truly harness this power and escape the fate of being consumed or exploited. The celestial heart and the notes shared a common origin. The starry gemstone-based perception of spatial magic was his anchor. He had to go to Diagon Alley. A thought rapidly crystallized in his mind. He unfurled a fresh sheet of parchment and grasped a quill. The ink spread across the paper, forming clear letters. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I am immensely grateful for the sanctuary and remedial arrangements that you and Hogwarts have provided me. The guidance from the professors has been invaluable in helping me manage my condition. I have noticed that the first-year student grant of 50 galleons from the Ministry of Magic remains unused. In light of the selfless assistance and care I have received from the professors, including Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, I wish to utilize this grant to procure some small, practical tokens of appreciation for them, such as a rare music score bookmark that Professor Flitwick might enjoy or a sample of harmless, interesting magical plant fertilizer that Professor Sprout could find useful. Additionally, I require the necessary second-year foundational textbooks, such as Standard Spells, Level 2, to prepare in advance. I kindly request your approval for a visit to Diagon Alley in the near future. I assure you I will adhere strictly to the schedule, prioritize safety, and keep you informed of my itinerary. Yours sincerely, Arthur Cole. The letter was composed with great restraint, and the reasoning provided was sufficiently sound to express gratitude towards his mentors, purchase essential study materials, and the source of funding was legitimate, a grant from the Ministry of Magic. Arthur meticulously scrutinized the wording to ensure that no phrase could potentially arouse undue suspicion. He rolled the parchment and gently shook the small silver bell, adorned with a raven motif. Moments later, a faint pop resonated in the air, and the house elf Dobby appeared before the desk, his large, tennis ball-like eyes wide with anticipation, clad in a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Dear Mr. Cole, Dobby is at your service, he squeaked, bowing deeply, his nose nearly brushing the surface of the table. Please, Dobby, deliver this letter to Professor Dumbledore at your earliest convenience. Arthur said, handing over the letter. Right away, Dobby will go instantly. With that, Dobby snatched the parchment and vanished with another soft pop. The wait for a response felt interminably long. Arthur forced himself to open the book lent to him by Flitwick, his gaze skimming the lines about the will of spellcasting. Yet his thoughts drifted to the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. Could he sense the notes amidst the myriad of magical fluctuations? As his fingers unconsciously stroked the heart of the sky, the starry fragment at the tip of his wand seemed to glimmer with a barely perceptible light. As evening descended, casting a warm golden hue over the tower's arched windows in the dying light of the sun, Dobby reappeared. He carried a delicate silver tray, upon which rested a small, phoenix-shaped scarlet gold badge and a folded piece of parchment. Professor has asked Dobby to bring this to Mr. Cole, Dobby announced, placing the tray on the desk and bowing deeply once more. Arthur picked up the badge, feeling its smooth warmth and the peculiar magical aura it exuded. He unfolded the parchment, revealing Dumbledore's elegant script. Arthur, your sentiment is commendable. Gratitude is a noble quality. Your request has been granted. Tomorrow, July 24th at 9 a.m. You may proceed to Diagon Alley in the company of Hagrid. Please take note. 1. You must remain with Hagrid at all times and return to the castle by 2 p.m. 2. The Ministry of Magic's limited supervision agreement remains in effect. While you are at Hogwarts, any additional oversight requires my consent, but once you leave the castle grounds, the terms of the agreement automatically apply. The Auror office has received your itinerary. Maintain a low profile and avoid areas explicitly restricted by the agreement, especially Knockturn Alley. Any entry into Knockturn Alley could be interpreted as a serious violation, providing unnecessary grounds for Minister Fudge. 3. Keep this contact badge on your person. Should you encounter any emergencies, including but not limited to feeling unwell, being excessively scrutinized or pursued by unknown individuals, or discovering unusual magical disturbances, press the center of the badge firmly for 3 seconds. It will emit a signal perceptible only to specific members and provide brief location guidance. Wishing you a successful and fruitful journey tomorrow. I look forward to seeing the gifts you select for the professors. Albus Dumbledore. Arthur's heart quickened slightly. He had succeeded. He pinned the small phoenix badge to the lining of his pocket, the cool metal against his skin offering a discreet sense of security. Dumbledore's admonition was clear and grave, particularly regarding the warning about Knockturn Alley, dousing any lingering impulses of adventure like a bucket of cold water. He was aware that the remnants of the notes pointed in that direction, yet to venture into Knockturn Alley now would be tantamount to courting his own demise. He carefully tucked away the parchment, his gaze drifting to the sunset outside. Tomorrow, he would once again tread upon that bizarre magical thoroughfare, ostensibly to procure gifts for his mentors and purchase textbooks. However, deep within, an invisible thread, extending from the heart of the sky's celestial gem pedestal, was taut and pointed towards some enigmatic corner deep within Diagon Alley. The sensing notes awaited him on the morrow. Hope and peril intertwined before him like the shadows cast by the setting sun. Chapter 61. The resonance of the sealed display the morning at Hogsmeade Station was desolate and silent, save for a few early rising owls preening their feathers atop the shelter. Beneath the sprawling beech tree, Hagrid's massive frame resembled a moving hill as he clumsily attempted to stuff a wriggling baby blast-ended scrut into the unfathomable depths of his moleskin coat pocket. Good morning, Hagrid. Arthur approached, striving to keep his voice steady. He was clad in a plain muggle shirt and trousers, topped with Hogwarts' black travel cloak. The phoenix badge nestled against his skin, providing a refreshing sense of security. The heart of the sky was secured within the sleeve of his left arm by a nondescript black leather strap. The warmth of the wand's iris shield pattern seeping through the fabric, while the tip of the celestial gem pedestal radiated a gentle heat, as if a slumbering heart was stirred by the impending purpose. Arthur, good lad. Hagrid finally subdued the blast-ended scrut, exhaling in relief. He turned, his furry visage beaming with joy, though a hint of barely perceptible tension lingered in his beetle-like black eyes. Ready? Dumbledore has given his word. Fear not. Hagrid will keep an eye on you. He thumped his chest heartily, causing the scrut in his pocket to emit a disgruntled hiss. We'll take the night bus. It's quite swift. Hold on tight. With a thunderous bang and a jarring screech of brakes, the triple-decker purple behemoth of the night bus came to a halt before them, as if intent on dislodging the passengers' spines. The conductor, Stan Shunpike, peered sleepily from the door. Hogsmeade to Diagon Alley? 11 sickles for the ride, including a bed and 2 seats. 2 people, entrance to Diagon Alley, regular seats. Hagrid bellowed, nearly pushing Arthur onto the swaying bus. The cramped interior was crammed with early rising wizards and an assortment of peculiar parcels. The air thick with the mingled scents of cheap perfume, owl feathers, and some ancient potions residue. Arthur was jostled about in his seat, his stomach churning. He gripped the armrest tightly, closing his eyes, striving to channel his thoughts into the wand nestled against his inner arm. The celestial pedestal of the heart of the sky trembled slightly, attempting to capture the flow of magic in the surrounding space. However, the night bus's tumultuous spatial leaps felt akin to a chaotic storm of magic. With each leap, it felt as though he were hurled into a rapidly spinning kaleidoscope, where countless fragmented shards of space and distorted trails of magic violently assaulted his perception of dimensions. The searing pain of his soul's imprint intensified amidst this chaos, as if he had been cast into boiling oil. In his mind, the fragmented whispers of the dimensional demon pierced through like icy needles, attempting to breach the fragile barriers of his consciousness, weakened by dizziness. Hold on, child. We're almost there. Hagrid's voice intermittently broke through the tumult, his massive form striving to shield Arthur from a rolling, shrieking gnome plush toy. When the vehicle finally came to a jarring halt before the unassuming black door of the leaky cauldron, Arthur's complexion was ashen, and he staggered out, nearly needing to lean against the wall for support. He fought against the urge to retch. The searing sensation emanating from the wand nestled in his arm felt like a burning brand, an uncomfortable warning of overexertion rather than a soothing warmth. Are you all right, Arthur? You look like you've just brewed a potion gone awry. Hagrid inquired with concern, bending down, his enormous hand poised to pat Arthur's back, wary of inadvertently disassembling him. I'm fine, Hagrid, just a bit car-sick. Arthur inhaled deeply the relatively stable air at the entrance to Diagon Alley, mustering a strained smile. He needed to adapt swiftly. His perception required focus. He surreptitiously summoned the thought of the Seraphim shield, and a few minuscule order runes flickered through his mind, forcing a semblance of clarity upon the tangled nerves disrupted by the night bus, temporarily suppressing the demon's whispers and the burning imprints. The searing sensation of the celestial heart eased slightly, yet the directional yearning intensified, pulsing like a heartbeat, urging him onward. The leaky cauldron remained as dim and raucous as ever, with old Tom polishing glasses behind the bar and a few early patrons conversing in hushed tones. Arthur and Hagrid hurried through the bar's backyard, arriving at the familiar brick wall. When Hagrid tapped the archway leading to Diagon Alley with his pink umbrella, Arthur nearly held his breath. The familiar cacophony, colors, and torrents of magic rushed toward him in an instant. The dazzling sunlight spilled across the cobblestone street, illuminating the shop windows flanking either side. The whimsical joke shop exhaling colorful smoke from its animated toys, the gilt-edged tome flipping pages in the window of flourish and blots. The ethereal models in Madame Malkin's robe shop, the air thick with the scent of fresh cauldrons, the sweet aroma wafting from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Alongside a myriad of mixed and varying magical energy fluctuations, Arthur felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Within the confines of Hogwarts towers and its relatively homogeneous environment, he had managed to navigate his dimensional perception. However, now, engulfed in the highly active magic of Diagon Alley, where space rippled subtly due to the presence of countless wizards and magical items, the celestial heart's core felt as though it had been cast into a boiling furnace. Countless chaotic magical signals, spatial folds, and the faint energy fields emitted by objects assailed his hypersensitive nerves like a barrage of sharp steel needles. Information overload. It was more overwhelming than his experience on the night bus. He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, and his vision swam into darkness. The searing pain of the soul's imprint sharpened once more under the stimulus, akin to a branding iron searing through bone. In his mind, the fragmented whispers of the demon grew clearer and more enticing. Chaos, delectable release, find it. Arthur? Hagrid's massive figure loomed over him, his voice imbued with genuine concern. Are you sure you're all right? Should we stop by Florence for a moment? Perhaps have an ice cream to ease your mind? No, I mustn't, Hagrid. Arthur replied through clenched teeth, his voice trembling slightly. He forced himself to concentrate, pouring all his thoughts into the wand nestled against the inner side of his arm. Deep within the core of the celestial heart wand, the power of the dimensional phoenix was fully unleashed, a warm current of order, imbued with the essence of rebirth, surged forth, forcefully untangling and filtering the chaotic influx of information. Simultaneously, the core function of the starry base was activated. It no longer passively absorbed everything but began to consciously scan, seeking that one familiar, Unique spatial imprint belonging to the spell notes amidst the tumultuous magic and spatial fluctuations, a peculiar ripple arising from the fusion of the fundamental theories of Karmatai and the alchemy of Lamy. This process proved exceedingly arduous, akin to straining to hear the sound of a needle dropping amidst the deafening din of a rock concert. With each step, it felt as though he were trudging through mud under immense mental pressure. His complexion paled, his steps grew unsteady, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Hagrid remained faithfully by his side, a moving wall of flesh shielding him from the throngs of people, casting concerned glances his way. Yet, Arthur could only muster a few strained responses, most of his energy devoted to maintaining that fragile balance of perception. They passed by the leaky cauldron, the scent of fresh textbooks, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, the faint protective charm lingering on the fabric, and the bouncing joke shop, a cacophony of chaotic magical energy emanating from a plethora of prank items. With each encounter at these magic-rich points, Arthur felt as though his head might explode. The directional yearning of the starry base fluctuated, seemingly adjusting its course repeatedly. Time ticked away relentlessly. Despair began to creep in. Was the notebook not here? Or perhaps concealed by formidable shielding magic? Just as he neared the brink of mental exhaustion, ready to temporarily abandon the search in favor of purchasing gifts for the professors, they passed a remarkably inconspicuous little shop nestled between the bouncing joke shop and a store selling secondhand cauldrons. The shop's sign hung askew, its paint peeling, rendering the words nearly illegible. Ollivander's Miscellanea reclaimed. The window was thick with dust, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of old items, a three-legged cauldron, a rusted scale, several tattered tomes with obscured covers, and a pile of unidentifiable metal parts, the magical fluctuations weak and disordered, laden with the scent of age. However, just as Arthur's gaze swept across the dust-laden corner of the window, the celestial heart within his arm erupted with an unprecedented, nearly scalding tremor. A hum. It was not the searing pain warning of a direction towards the upside-down alley, but rather a fierce, resonant call. The power of the starry base penetrated through the thick dust and glass of the window, firmly locking onto a corner at the very bottom, partially obscured by a pile of discarded copper telescope parts and a tattered dragonhide glove. There, a corner of an unassuming hardcover notebook peeked out. The deep brown cover, heavily worn at the edges, was unmistakably the cover of the spell notes Arthur had lost. The notebook was carelessly stuffed into a dusty compartment, pressed beneath a rusted spyglass. Its magical aura was exceedingly faint, nearly obscured by the dust and the chaotic atmosphere of surrounding debris. Yet the fundamental laws of space and dimension inscribed within resonated profoundly with the celestial heart of the starry foundation. This resonance transcended ordinary magical perception. It was an attraction at the level of rules. Eureka! A tremendous euphoria instantly dissipated all fatigue and discomfort. Arthur abruptly halted, his heart racing, his breath quickening. He suppressed the impulsive urge to rush in, feigning distraction by a strangely shaped copper kettle in the window display, pointing towards the cluttered corner. He strove to maintain a steady voice as he spoke to Hagrid. Hagrid, do look at that old notebook. It seems rather intriguing. I wonder what it contains. Hagrid leaned closer to the dusty window, squinting as he strained to see. Oh, that. It appears to be just an unwanted old notebook. Old Ollivander sometimes collects discarded items, piling them in the shop for those with discerning tastes. Do you want it? Just ask inside. It shouldn't be expensive. He evidently failed to notice anything unusual. Arthur took a deep breath and pushed open the creaking wooden door, which seemed on the verge of collapsing. A wave of musty dust and metallic rust wafted over him. The interior of the shop was even more dim and cluttered than the window display. Light filtered through the grimy high windows, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. An elderly wizard, hair grizzled and hunched over, wearing thick glasses, was dozing behind a pile of old scales. Only upon hearing the door chime did he slowly raise his head. Browse as you wish, young man, he rasped, clearly unrelated to the wand shop's Ollivander. Though I cannot conjure a more fitting name in English, Angela would hardly suffice. Take what you fancy, prices are negotiable. He yawned, seemingly indifferent to commerce. Arthur's heart raced to his throat. He strode directly to the window display, crouching down to carefully sift through the brass telescope parts and tattered dragonhide gloves. Upon touching the deep brown hardcover notebook, the resonance from the celestial heart nearly sent tingles down his arm. He stifled his excitement and pulled it free. The notebook appeared older than he remembered. Its cover was marred with scratches and heavily worn at the edges, clearly having endured extraordinary experiences. He swiftly flipped through a few pages. Familiar Karmatai runes and drafts of Lamy's alchemical formulas greeted his gaze, some pages stained, yet the main content remained distinct. Euphoria nearly overwhelmed him. How much for this, sir? Arthur approached the counter with the notebook in hand, striving to keep his voice steady. Old Ollivander adjusted his thick glasses, his murky eyes glancing at the tattered notebook. TSK, I wonder which fool discarded this rubbish here. Looks like something a muggle would toss aside. 2 silver sickles. It's taking up space. Arthur immediately counted out 2 gleaming silver sickles from his pouch and placed them on the counter. His movements swift as if fearing the other might change his mind. Thank you, sir. He clasped the notebook tightly to his chest, as if cradling a precious treasure regained. The weighty sensation of the notebook, coupled with the continuous warmth resonating from the heart of the cosmos, finally allowed his taut nerves to relax, if only slightly. Success. Despite the arduous journey, the paramount objective had been achieved. Yet, just as he turned to leave the dust-laden shop with Hagrid, a faint, almost imperceptible aura, chilling his very blood, quietly seeped from the pages of the notebook. A barely discernible scent of sulfur lingered in the air. Chapter 62, The Lost Blood Pact and the Shadows of Nocturne Alley. Stepping out from the musty, metallic-scented Ollivander's miscellany into the bright sunlight and bustling crowds of Diagon Alley, Arthur felt as though he had resurfaced from murky depths. Clutching the deep brown hardcover notebook, the once strong resonance from the heart of the cosmos within him had diminished, replaced by a gentle warmth, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, softly permeating his aching nerves, which had been overwhelmed by the previous influx of information. The tangible heft of the notebook served as an anchor of hope. He had finally recovered the keys to power and control, the alchemical formulas of LeMay, the foundational theories of Karmatai. The searing pain of the soul's imprint seemed to momentarily recede in the face of such overwhelming joy. Did you manage to get it? That is wonderful. Hagrid's immense figure loomed over him, his furry face adorned with a simple smile, clearly pleased that Arthur had acquired such intriguing antiquities. He patted his bulging pocket, from which the disgruntled hissing of a blast-ended screw and the chirping of some small creature could be heard. I still need to visit the magical menagerie to procure some alchemy eggshells and see if any new Bowtruckle hatchlings have arrived. Why don't you find a spot to wait for me? The ice cream at Florence is splendid. Hagrid gestured towards the nearby shop, its air filled with a sweet, enticing aroma. This was precisely what Arthur desired. He was eager to find a quiet corner to examine the notebook. All right, Hagrid. I'll wait for you outside Florence. He indicated a table beneath a sunshade at the entrance of the ice cream parlor. Right. I shall return shortly. Hagrid lumbered away, parting the throngs of people like a great vessel navigating through the sea. Arthur swiftly seated himself at a side table outside Florence, placing his heavy bag, filled with the foundational textbooks he had acquired earlier, at his feet. The afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, the air infused with the delightful scents of chocolate nuts and strawberry cream. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and cautiously placed the recovered spell notebook upon the red and white checkered tablecloth. The notebook appeared even more weathered than he remembered. Its deep brown cover was marred by scratches and stains, the corners worn to the point of exposing the cardboard beneath. Gently brushing away the thick layer of dust from the cover, he could feel the paper's resilience and the roughness wrought by the passage of time beneath his fingertips. With a sense of almost reverent anticipation, he slowly opened the cover. Familiar handwriting greeted his eyes, his own notes on the foundational theories of Karmatai, encompassing the intricate formulas and meditative diagrams concerning dimensional spatial structures, energy absorption, and transformation. The following pages contain Li Qing's draft, a complex and intricate energy conversion circuit. Arthur's heartbeat quickened, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. Most of the content remained intact, although some pages bore water stains that blurred the ink and others were marred by unknown grime. The primary framework and essential knowledge were still discernible. With these, he could systematically study and truly master the power within him, resist the whispers of the dark deity, and even attempt to analyze and suppress Voldemort's soul imprint. He eagerly and meticulously flipped through the pages, greedily absorbing the sense of security that the familiar symbols and words provided. However, when he reached the middle of the notes, his fingers suddenly froze. A profound sense of dissonance washed over him. The binding here appeared unusually loose and rough, as if it had been violently torn apart. Between the pages, remnants of thin, charred parchment fibers lingered. Arthur's heart sank. Cautiously, he pinched the scorched edge and brought it closer to his nose. A faint yet distinctly pungent scent of sulfur invaded his nostrils, cold, acrid, imbued with an instinctual sense of malevolence and filth. It was here, the torn page. He held his breath and quickly flipped through the preceding and following pages. The ripped area left behind a vast expanse of haunting blankness. Judging by the coherent content surrounding it, the missing section was crucial. It followed several pages discussing interdimensional energy contracts and evasion of backlash, and marked the beginning of an independent chapter highlighted in vibrant red ink by Li Qing. On the edge of the last page before the tear, Li Qing had scrawled a warning in a hasty yet penetrating script. Yet this method is exceedingly perilous, involving the powers of an outer evil deity. Using blood as a guide and souls as collateral, a moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable ruin. Take heed, Li Qing. The title of the torn page, though mostly ripped away, left behind a lingering fragment of a word that seared Arthur's eyes like a red-hot brand. Zysorn Blood Pact. The majority of the title and content had been violently torn away. The Zysorn Blood Pact. Arthur's blood seemed to freeze in an instant. Even though his understanding of the magical system of this world was still rudimentary, terms like Blood Pact, the power of evil deities, and souls as collateral, combined with Lamy's unprecedented stern warning, conveyed everything. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly dangerous and costly dark contract spell. Why was it recorded in his notes? Was it a taboo that Lamy had researched but ultimately abandoned? Or had this page been discovered and torn away by someone after the notes were lost? A chill crept up his spine. He recalled the state of the notes when he found them hidden among clutter in the shop window. Who had torn away this page of the Blood Pact? What was their intent? Was it to prevent others from obtaining it? Or did someone wish to exploit it? Just as his mind was reeling, a sudden, intense burning pain erupted from the heart of the sky, pressed tightly against his forearm. It was no longer the warm resonance he had felt before, but rather like being seared by a scalding iron. Ugh! Arthur let out a muffled groan, instinctively clutching his forearm with his left hand. The wand's iridescent shield became searingly hot, even through his clothing, while the tip of the wand, set upon a starry gemstone base, radiated a sharp, stinging sensation, compellingly directing his attention not to the notebook itself, but rather to the shadowy depths of a narrow alleyway at an oblique angle, the entrance to Nocturne Alley. The starry gemstone base's acute perception of spatial magic unmistakably informed him that the missing, sulfur-scented page of the blood contract resided in the direction of Nocturne Alley. The distance seemed manageable, yet the magical environment there was chaotic and tainted, rife with malice and distorted spatial folds, akin to a writhing mire exuding poisonous vapors. To venture forth? To charge into that abyss now? The moment this thought surfaced, Arthur forcefully suppressed it. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Dumbledore's warning echoed ominously in his ears. Any act of entering Nocturne Alley could be construed as a grave transgression. The Ministry of Magic's regulatory decree bound him like invisible chains. Fudge was already troubled, seeking an excuse to impose harsher measures against him. Moreover, his current state, only recently stabilized due to the retrieval of the main notebook, bore the agonizing brand of his soul, which would be magnified 100-fold in such a place. Not to mention the enigmatic figure who had torn out the blood contract page. Their ability to locate and rip away that page within Diagon Alley spoke of formidable malevolence, likely lurking in Nocturne Alley. With his present capabilities, a rash intrusion would be akin to a lamb entering a lion's den, endangering not only the recovery of the blood contract page, but also the main notebook he had just reclaimed, and perhaps even his own life. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, using the pain to force himself to regain composure. Swiftly, he closed the notebook and tucked it away at the very bottom of his bag, as if the lingering scent of sulfur could summon some dreadful entity. Grabbing a complimentary glass of lemonade from the table, he gulped it down, the icy liquid momentarily soothing his parched throat and anxious heart. The searing sensation from the heart of the sky did not dissipate. It was like a persistent low-grade fever, stubbornly directing him toward Nocturne Alley. A constant reminder of the perilous goal that lay tantalizingly close, yet achingly out of reach. He raised his gaze toward the entrance of that shadowy alley, as if he could sense the chilling malice and sulphurous aroma emanating from within. The objective was clear. The blood contract page was in Nocturne Alley. The reality was harsh. He was utterly powerless at this moment. He must endure. He must grow stronger. He must bide his time. Arthur's expression, initially marked by shock and dread, gradually solidified into a cold, resolute determination, imbued with the will of steel. He brushed his fingers over the phoenix emblem in his inner pocket, feeling the wand's searing warning on his forearm. The shadow of Nocturne Alley loomed like a tangible threat, enveloping his mind. Yet he, Arthur Cole, would not be deterred. He would reclaim the blood contract page, in his own manner, when the time was right. Chapter 63. A Tribute of Gratitude and the Watchful Eyes. The chilling, sulfur-scented thread at the entrance of Nocturne Alley coiled around Arthur's thoughts like a maggot, tightly entwining itself around his psyche. The notebook, now recovered and resting at the bottom of his bag, felt like a searing brand, constantly reminding him of the dangerous page that remained elusive. He forced himself to divert his gaze from the dimly lit fork in the road, pulling his attention back to the warm sunlight before him and the untouched chocolate nut ice cream atop the red and white checkered tablecloth outside the Florin ice cream parlor. Patience, he must endure, he repeatedly reminded himself, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the heart of the sky tied to the inner side of his left arm. The soothing warmth emanating from the staff sought to calm his inner turmoil, and the texture of the iris shield provided a semblance of stability. The searing sensation directed towards the alley remained vivid, yet it had transformed from a frantic alert into a persistent, cautionary background noise. "Arthur, look, I've got it." Hagrid's booming voice rang out like a clarion call, dispelling a portion of the gloom that hung over Arthur's heart. The massive figure of Hagrid pushed through the crowd, his face aglow with excitement, one arm cradling a large, thickly wrapped parcel exuding the rich aroma of rock cakes, while the other gingerly held a delicate woven willow cage, inside which two tiny creatures, resembling tender twigs, blinked their bright green eyes, curiously surveying their surroundings. They're tree frog hatchlings. Aren't they adorable? Hagrid beamed as he presented the cage to Arthur, proclaiming them the new residents of the greenhouse. Professor Sprout will be absolutely delighted. Gazing at Hagrid's pure and content smile, Arthur inhaled deeply, striving to muster a somewhat natural smile. They are indeed charming, Hagrid. The professors will surely appreciate them. Rising from his seat, he pushed aside the nearly untouched ice cream. Shall we hasten to purchase the gifts? It might be cumbersome for you to carry them. Why not stow them away first? I'll wait for you at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Excellent idea, Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead. It's quite inconvenient to shop with them. You wait for me at the leaky cauldron's entrance, and don't wander off, he cautioned, tenderly cradling the cage as he turned towards the corner where large items and magical creatures could be stored. As Arthur watched Hagrid retreat, he promptly slung his backpack over his shoulder and merged into the throng of people. He needed to seize this fleeting moment of solitude to execute his plan. His objectives were clear: gifts for Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and Professor McGonagall, along with second-year textbooks. He first approached a quaint little shop adjacent to the leaky cauldron, specializing in magical musical instruments and quirky collectibles, called Tremors and Curiosities. The interior was bathed in soft light, and the air was filled with the gentle melodies reminiscent of a crystal harp. Arthur's eyes swiftly scanned the shelves, ultimately settling upon a glass case displaying exquisite bookmarks. He was drawn to a slender bookmark crafted from mithril, its top adorned with a small, note-shaped piece of moonstone that shimmered a soft blue in response to ambient sounds, with a deep blue tassel tied to its end. It was both elegant and sophisticated, imbued with the musical magic elements that Professor Flitwick would surely adore. This one, please. Arthur indicated the bookmark to an elderly wizard behind the counter, whose long white beard flowed like a cascade. Excellent taste, young man. This is an echo bookmark, capable of recording snippets of the text you last read, which can be replayed with a gentle tap of your wand. A splendid aid for revising your studies. 7 silver sickles. The old wizard smiled as he carefully retrieved a bookmark, wrapping it in a velvety cloth. Arthur paid for it and tucked the petite package into the side pocket of his backpack. Subsequently, he turned into a shop diagonally opposite. A treasure trove for magical plant fertilizers and gardening tools, known as the Green Thumb's Emporium. The store was infused with the earthy aromas of soil, humus, and an assortment of curious fertilizers. Arthur made his way directly to a shelf labeled Fun Gardening Samples, where he soon discovered a sparkling, golden-hued powder contained in a transparent glass vial. The label read, Dragon Ember Fertilizer, extremely low dosage. Safe and odorless. Enhances the vitality of magical plants such as dragon beard grass and venomous kale, yielding remarkable and delightful results. Beware of unexpected sprouting. This certainly met the criteria of being both harmless and entertaining. He purchased 2 small vials. Finally, he sought a gift for Professor McGonagall, requiring a touch of thoughtfulness. He crossed half a street to a quaint shop specializing in precision mechanics and clocks, named Gears in Time. This establishment bore a distinctly Muggle aesthetic, with its window display showcasing intricately constructed brass globes, automaton birds, and finely crafted pocket watch movements. Arthur's gaze was drawn to a palm-sized mechanical robin made of brass and mahogany displayed in the counter. Its form was graceful, with exquisite details, and most intriguingly, the shopkeeper explained that with just a hint of extremely faint magic, even a novice wizard could manage it. It could elegantly stroll across a tabletop, nod its head, and even preen its feathers with its delicate beak, all with fluid and lifelike movements, exuding a cold, geometric beauty. It perfectly aligned with Professor McGonagall's pursuit of precision and order while retaining the craftsmanship of Muggle ingenuity. How much is this? Arthur inquired, pointing at the mechanical bird. Oh, a discerning young gentleman. The ticker's elegant walker, handcrafted and infused with magic to operate for a quarter of an hour, a true testament to Muggle ingenuity. The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced 2 galleons. Despite the hefty price, Arthur paid without hesitation, carefully placing the packaged mechanical bird box into his backpack. Just as he emerged from Gears in Time, clutching the boxed mechanical bird, and prepared to return to the entrance of Flourish and Blots to meet Hagrid, an exceedingly subtle sensation gripped him, causing his hair to stand on end. It was not the searing warning from Nocturne Alley, nor the chaotic whispers of dimensional demons. Rather, it was a chilling gaze, imbued with scrutiny, akin to an invisible probe attempting to pierce through the bustling crowd, firmly locking onto him. Arthur's steps did not falter. Yet every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously. He maintained a natural pace, and while bending to adjust the side pocket of his backpack, his peripheral vision swiftly scanned the direction from which the sensation emanated, near the intersection leading to Nocturne Alley. In the shadow of a newsstand bearing the sign of the Daily Prophet, There stood a man cloaked in a deep gray travel cape. The hood of the cloak was drawn low, obscuring most of his face, leaving only a sharply defined jawline and tightly pressed lips visible. He held a newspaper, seemingly reading. But Arthur's keen dimensional perception distinctly captured that the man's attention was far removed from the paper. A faint yet profoundly penetrating magical resonance, adorned with the official emblem of the Ministry of Magic, emanated from the individual, akin to invisible spider silk ensnaring him. The Ministry's surveillance. The limited monitoring agreement that Dumbledore had cautioned about. Arthur's heart plummeted. Indeed, it had arrived, and notably near the vicinity of Knockturn Alley. The warning was unmistakable. He promptly lowered his gaze, ceasing to glance in that direction, feigning ignorance as he hurried towards Flourish and Blots, clutching his satchel. He could feel that frigid gaze trailing him like a shadow, persisting until he reached the bright entrance of the bookstore, merging with the throng of customers awaiting checkout. At which point the gaze seemed to shift slightly, though it did not vanish, lurking in the distance like a venomous serpent. Arthur, over here. Hagrid's towering figure appeared around the corner. He had deposited his packages and the tree guardian, looking considerably more at ease. Have you purchased the gifts? Yes, I have. Arthur nodded, striving to maintain a calm tone despite the slight perspiration on his palms. He gestured towards Flourish and Blots. I still need to procure the second-year textbooks. All right. I shall accompany you inside. Hagrid pushed open the heavy glass door of the bookstore with great enthusiasm. Inside, the bookstore buzzed with activity. Parents jostling with their soon-to-be enrolled young witches and wizards at the counter. Arthur swiftly located the foundational textbooks, including Standard Spells, Year 2, Magical Theory, and Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and also picked up a copy of Professor Flitwick's recommended Basic Charms and Willpower Training Manual. As he approached the checkout, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure cloaked in deep gray nonchalantly entering the bookstore, pausing before the shelves in the History of Magic section. Yet, that chilling sense of scrutiny continued to linger around Arthur, indistinct yet palpable. That will be 3 galleons and 12 sickles, the clerk efficiently calculated. Arthur counted out the remaining funds from his allowance to settle the bill, cramming the hefty new tomes into his already bulging satchel. The weight of knowledge bore down upon his shoulders, yet it did nothing to dispel the cold sensation of being watched or alleviate his anxiety over the incomplete page of the blood pact nestled at the bottom of his bag. Exiting the bookstore, the sun continued to shine brightly, and Diagon Alley remained as lively as ever. Hagrid animatedly discussed the new ingredients he had procured for feeding the young blast-ended Scroots that evening. Arthur walked alongside his massive figure, feeling that gaze from the shadows of the newsstand still glued to his back, like an inescapable shadow. The gifts for the teachers were ready, and the textbooks had been acquired. The superficial tasks were completed, yet the alarm within him escalated to its highest level, fueled by that icy watchful eye and the missing page of the blood packed at the depths of his satchel. Hogwarts Sanctuary lay ahead, yet the journey home felt even heavier than before. Chapter 64. The Energy Taming in the Potions Classroom. The formidable stone walls of Hogwarts Castle insulated him from the clamor and sunlight of Diagon Alley, effectively blocking out that ever-present, frigid gaze. The moment Arthur stepped into the uppermost chamber of Ravenclaw Tower, his taut nerves finally relaxed, if only slightly. The ancient castle, enveloped by a profound protective magical aura, embraced him like a warm tide. The warm currents of order emanating from the heart of the firmament harmoniously mingled with this environment, suppressing the searing warnings from Knockturn Alley and the stinging imprints on his soul to a mere low hum. He locked the door behind him and immediately emptied the contents of his backpack. Several pristine second-year textbooks lay before him, the scent of ink from Standard Spells. Level 2 still palpable. Gifts for the professors were carefully placed in a corner of the desk, a shimmering mithril bookmark. A small glass vial containing dragonfire embers quietly stood beside it, and a brass mechanical bird's box exuded an intricate, austere charm. Lastly, he solemnly retrieved a deep brown hardcover notebook, his fingertips brushing against the dust and scratches on its cover. Feeling the weight of its recovery and the sharp regret of a missing page, he delicately positioned the notebook at the center of the desk, refraining from opening it immediately. The lingering scent of sulfur and the charred edges of torn pages pricked at him like a thorn, constantly reminding him of the looming threat deep within Knockturn Alley. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the urge to delve into the notebook. The immediate priority was to complete the afternoon's potions remedial class. Severus Snape's scrutiny allowed for no missteps. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the atmosphere in the potions classroom felt heavier than elsewhere. The unique chill and dampness of the underground classroom intermingled with the peculiar sense of various aged potion ingredients, invading his nostrils. The massive stone workbench was cold and unyielding, with only a solitary set of standard potion apparatus laid out before Arthur. In the cauldron, a pale lavender potion of basic stabilizer bubbled gently, emitting a fragrance that mingled mint with bitter roots. Professor Snape materialized like a specter drawn from the shadows, silently appearing across from the workbench. Clad in his ever-constant black robes, his waxen visage appeared even more somber beneath the dim candlelight, and his deeply set black eyes, like cold probes, instantly locked onto Arthur, as if seeking to penetrate his skin and gaze into the restless imprints and chaotic energy streams within his soul. "Good afternoon, Mr. Cole." Snape's voice was low and smooth, bearing the habitual, unsettlingly sticky tone. "I trust your shopping expedition in Diagon Alley did not leave your mind entirely stuffed with sweets and trinkets, to the extent that you forgot the fundamental requirement of precision in potion making." With a flick of his wand, a parchment filled with densely packed writing glided silently before Arthur. A double dose of sneeze-word essence. A list of materials for the basic stabilizer. His gaze swept over Arthur's somewhat pale visage, the corners of his mouth curling into a near sardonic smile. "Given the peculiar energy swirling within you seems particularly active, I would recommend you prepare an additional 3 ounces of moonstone powder as a stabilizing base unless you wish to blow up the cauldron while stirring, and consequently ruin that relatively decent face of yours." The quantity and requirements listed on the parchment were suffocatingly stringent. Arthur nodded in silence, refraining from any attempt at justification. He retrieved the materials he had brought, first pulling out several fresh sneezewort plants. Beneath the deep green, velvety leaves lies a robust, grayish-white rhizome, exuding a faint, refreshing aroma reminiscent of earth after rain. However, within Arthur's dimensional perception, these rhizomes harbor a unique, purifying energy field, pure and stable like rippling water. This is the key to the stabilizer's ability to suppress the tumultuous energy within him. He grasped a silver knife, feeling its cold touch. "Let us begin, Cole." Severus Snape's voice resonated like a decree. "Show me whether your beleaguered mind, still reeling from chaotic energies after your holiday escapades, retains any semblance of precision." Arthur inhaled deeply, centering his focus. With his left hand, he gently pressed against a sturdy root of the sneeze word, while his right hand gripped the knife firmly. At the moment the blade was poised to touch the surface of the rhizome, an unexpected transformation occurred. The dimensional energy within him, previously subdued under the dual pressure of the castle and wand, surged wildly upon sensing the purifying vibrations emanating from the sneezewort's interior, akin to an enraged beast awakening. A torrent of chaotic, tearing energy surged uncontrollably along his arm toward his fingertips, causing the knife's tip to tremble imperceptibly. With a soft hiss, the first cut was made. Rather than a smooth incision, a small, irregular barb emerged. Humph! Came a frigid sound from across the way, like a whip cracking in the air. "It appears that the clamor of Diagon Alley has not only cluttered your mind, but also marred your hand. Proceed." Arthur clenched his jaw, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The searing pain of the soul's imprint intensified, exacerbated by the tumult of energy within him. As if embers were smoldering in the crevices of his bones, he forced himself to disregard Snape's derision, channeling all his intent into his right hand. Precision energy manipulation. The feeling of intense concentration, akin to when he had cut the celestial gem under LeMay's tutelage, surged back to him. Simultaneously, the runic structure of the seraphim shield materialized vividly in his mind. Its golden lines of order not unfurling for defense, but rather forming an invisible grid that instantaneously enveloped the turbulent energy within him, compelling it to be restrained and organized. The trembling at his fingertips miraculously ceased. The chaotic energy was forcibly aligned by the runes, transforming into a manageable stream. He brought the blade down once more. This time, the cut was precise, stable, and smooth. A slice of sneezewort rhizome, as delicate as gossamer and nearly transparent, silently settled on the cutting board, its edge gleaming like a mirror. The purifying vibrations contained within the rhizome gently dispersed, not inciting further violent resistance from the energy within him, but instead beginning to soothe those subtle rippling disturbances. A surge of determination coursed through Arthur, and he continued his task. In his hands, the silver knife seemed to possess a life of its own, each descent executed with near mechanical precision. Perfect slices were crafted, meticulously arranged beside him. Snape's frigid gaze fell upon the slices, which could only be deemed works of art. A barely perceptible ripple passed through his dark eyes, quickly replaced by deeper shadows. He uttered not a word, embodying a silent black statue, continuing his watchful vigilance. The preparation has been completed, and the process of brewing begins. Arthur meticulously adds the processed essence of sneeze root and other ingredients into the cauldron in a strict order and precise measurements. The pale purple liquid starts to bubble, gradually transforming into a clearer silver-violet hue. Next comes the crucial stirring phase, 27 clockwise rotations at a steady pace and moderate strength, as even the slightest deviation could result in unstable effects or complete failure. Arthur grasps the silver stirring rod and plunges it into the slightly warm potion. In that instant of contact, the searing pain of the soul's imprint erupts without warning, akin to a heated needle piercing his temple. Darkness envelopes his vision, and the stirring rod nearly slips from his grasp. The energy flow within him, which had just been smoothed out, shows signs of turmoil once more. Is your hand merely a decoration, Cole? Snape's cold voice hissed like a striking serpent, yanking him back from the brink of anguish. Or perhaps that grotesque mark within you is already eager to savor your brain. This almost malicious, core-targeting taunt splashed over him like a bucket of icy water, igniting a fierce will within Arthur amid the pain. He let out a suppressed roar, a sound trapped in his throat, as the heart of the sky within his left arm suddenly erupted with a powerful flow of order. The contours of the iris shield glowed fervently beneath his skin. The runic lattice of the seraphim shield instantaneously reinforced on a mental level, forcibly locking in the excruciating agony of the soul's imprint and the encroaching dark energy. Simultaneously, his will to control the energy with precision was pushed to its utmost limit. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped the stirring rod. Yet his movements remained as steady as a rock. The rod traced perfect arcs in the potion, turning one circle, two circles, with a consistency akin to clockwork. The chaotic energy within him was forcibly restrained by the runes of order, unable to interfere with the motions of his arm. The searing pain of the soul's imprint felt as if filtered through thick frosted glass. Though still present, it had lost the sharpness that could disrupt his actions. 27 circles completed. A marvelous transformation occurred in the cauldron. The bubbling subsided, and the liquid transitioned from silver violet to a translucent, delicate golden hue, reminiscent of melted moonlight. A pure, stable, and soothing aura permeated the air, surpassing the perfection of any stabilizer he had brewed before. It was a success, and of remarkably high quality. Arthur gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his face pale, yet his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of having transcended his limits. He set down the stirring rod, his fingers trembling slightly from exertion. Snape approached slowly, the hem of his dark robe sweeping silently across the cold floor. He gazed down at the flawless golden potion in the cauldron, then lifted his unfathomable black eyes to fixate on Arthur's pale face and damp hair. His gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, as if intent on dissecting his skull to unveil the secrets of the forcibly restrained imprint and chaotic energy within. What astonishing control under such circumstances! Snape's voice, low and ominous, dripped with a chilling tone. It seems that some external disturbances have indeed become the whetstone for your will. How ironic. He straightened up, looking down upon Arthur, his gaze as frigid as frost. Yet, this cannot alter the essence, Cole. His voice dripped like icy venom, each word a drop that resonated with the lingering dark energy within you, that sordid brand, akin to a spark buried within a powder keg. No matter how refined your control, it merely delays the inevitable explosion. Remember my words today. Those who toy with flames shall inevitably be consumed by them, especially when the fire you engage with emerges from the abyss. He abruptly flicked his robe and turned towards the door, leaving behind a chilling command. Prepare the potions. Clear the workstation. Tomorrow, at the same time, double the dosage. Chapter 65. Runes of the Tower's Pinnacle and the Spell of Iron Armor. The chill of the potion classroom and Snape's relentless warnings seemed to linger upon his skin. Arthur returned to the summit of the tower and immediately took a substantial gulp of the perfectly brewed, pale golden stabilizer. The potion, infused with a refreshing mintiness and an ethereal tranquility reminiscent of moonlight, slid down his throat, transforming instantly into a gentle flow of warmth that radiated throughout his limbs. The dimensional energy within him, stirred by Snape's provocations and the brand of his soul, calmed as if caressed by a tender stream of water, diminishing the searing pain of the brand significantly. The orderly runes of the seraphim shield flowed slowly on a mental plane, reinforcing this hard-won tranquility. He sat before his desk, his gaze fixed upon the open spell notes. LeMay's discourse on the stability of energy carriers corroborated with the foundational rune theories of Karmatai, and wisdom seemed to flow through the lines. However, the violently torn, sulfur-scented blank pages were like an unavoidable scar, constantly pricking at his nerves. Forcing himself to look away, he picked up the Fundamentals of Spell training manual lent to him by Professor Flitwick. The immediate task was to complete the spell revision from the morning. High in the Ravenclaw Tower, a small spell practice room existed solely for Professor Flitwick's private research and advanced instruction. The view was magnificent, with enormous arched windows that nearly covered an entire wall, capturing the splendid panorama of Hogwarts Castle and the lush expanse of the Forbidden Forest in the distance. Sunlight streamed through the pristine glass, casting bright spots of light on the floor, while the air was infused with the faint scent of parchment, ink, and a pure, vibrant magical essence, starkly contrasting with Snape's dreary dungeon. Good morning, Arthur. Professor Flitwick stood behind a podium cluttered with books and scrolls, his voice as lively and spirited as ever. His diminutive figure was nearly obscured by the podium, yet his bright eyes sparkled with a pure love for magic and a thirst for exploration. Let us begin reviewing the last few practical spells from the first year, particularly the foundational applications of mending, as good as new. He waggled his eyebrows mischievously. And if you have the energy, I would be most delighted to observe how your unique ancient magic talent operates. That orderly rune structure is simply fascinating. Arthur stood in the center of the practice room, grasping the heart of the firmament. The wand shimmered with a gentle golden hue under the sunlight, the embossed iridescent shield pattern fitting snugly against his palm, imparting a sense of stability as if tied by blood. Deep within the wand's core, the warm currents of order from the dimensional phoenix's heart gently nourished his body, now calmed by the stabilizer. Under the guidance of Flivy, he initially cast the restoration spell upon several deliberately shattered pottery shards. The brilliance of the incantation shimmered as the fragments swiftly coalesced, reconstituting into a complete ceramic vessel, albeit with faint traces of seams on the surface, a hallmark of fundamental mastery, yet lacking in depth. Excellent. Your intent is remarkably clear, Flivy exclaimed, perched atop an elevated wooden box, clapping his tiny hands in encouragement. Remember, the essence of the restoration spell lies in the will to restore. You must vividly imagine its original, unblemished form. As the practice session drew to a close, Flivy rubbed his hands together, his bright little eyes sparkling as he turned to Arthur. Now, Arthur, if you are willing, could you show me that, protective magic with the special runic structure? Of course, just the most basic application, Arthur replied. For instance, attempting to incorporate some of its concepts into the simplest iron armor spell framework? I am quite curious about the potential of this fusion. His tone brimmed with scholarly enthusiasm, devoid of any skepticism, only a pure thirst for knowledge. Arthur felt a stirring in his heart. Flivy's suggestion resonated with a notion he had recently contemplated while poring over his notes. The Seraphim Shield of Karmatai essentially constructs a rune barrier of order, while the iron armor spell instantaneously unleashes magical energy to form a protective shield. The two indeed share a commonality at the core of their defensive concepts. I can certainly attempt it, Professor. Taking a deep breath, Arthur concentrated his mind. He sank his thoughts into the heart of the firmament, sensing the ordered essence contained within the dimensional phoenix heart at the core of his wand. Simultaneously, the intricate, spherical structure of the Seraphim Shield, composed of countless tiny golden runes, vividly materialized in his mind. He did not attempt to fully summon the corporeal Seraphim Shield, which would be exhausting and overly conspicuous. Rather, he endeavored to extract its most fundamental principles: order, stability, and energy channeling, like distilling its essence. As he quietly recited the iron armor spell, the infused intent was altogether different. No longer merely a barrier against attacks, but an infusion of the core concept of constructing a stable order barrier from the Seraphim Shield, forcefully instilled into the magical framework of the incantation through the wand of the heart of the firmament. With a flourish of his wand, a hum resonated as a barrier instantly unfurled before Arthur. However, what emerged was not the typical translucent, silvery veil of the iron armor spell, akin to rippling water or glass. Instead, it manifested as an exceedingly thin, nearly transparent grid composed of countless fine, barely discernible, light golden lines reminiscent of circuit board patterns. These lines were not static. They pulsed and flowed across the surface of the barrier like a breath, emanating an incredibly subtle, yet distinctly perceivable aura of order and stability. The entire form of the barrier appeared more cohesive, with sharply defined edges, unlike the slightly dispersed energy of a conventional iron armor spell. Professor Flivy gasped in astonishment, his small eyes widening to the point of nearly popping out of his spectacles. By Merlin's beard, he exclaimed, nearly toppling from his wooden perch. This is utterly marvelous. A completely different energy structure, more stable, more orderly. Although the defensive strength does not seem significantly enhanced, the stability is nothing short of extraordinary. He approached the delicate, pale golden lattice barrier as if he had discovered a rare treasure, his fingers trembling, yet he dared not make contact, striving to discern the flowing patterns within. This structure must possess a remarkable resilience against sustained impacts and energy penetration. Such a brilliant concept. Arthur, how did you conceive the idea of integrating those ancient runic philosophies so flawlessly into the foundational spell framework? Just as Professor Flitwick was enraptured, marveling at the peculiar pale golden lattice barrier, Arthur furrowed his brow slightly. Without warning, a sharp, piercing pain emanated from the location of the soul imprint. It felt as if a cold spike had struck him. Simultaneously, fragments of whispers from the dimensional demon surged into clarity. Laced with malice, the feudal order will inevitably collapse into chaos. This sudden internal and external onslaught caused Arthur's will to maintain the spell to waver, if only imperceptibly. In that fleeting moment of disturbance, crack! A small cluster of shimmering golden sparks erupted from the edge of the lattice barrier, composed of countless pale, golden lines of order. It emitted a faint explosive sound, reminiscent of an overloaded circuit. Although the barrier itself remained intact, the previously flawless structure exhibited a barely perceptible ripple of disarray. Oh, Professor Flitwick was momentarily startled by the unexpected sparks, but soon his excitement intensified. Energy dispersion? No. It is a self-adjusting response of the structure under pressure. How fascinating. This proves it is alive. Arthur, concentrate. Try again. Control it. Arthur gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of the soul imprint and the interference of the demon's whispers. He summoned all his will to manipulate the intricate energies, while the orderly warm flow from the heart of the sky wand surged forth, forcefully smoothing the chaotic ripples on the barrier. The pale golden lattice stabilized once more, flowing as before, and the explosive sparks swiftly extinguished. Excellent. Very well. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands, exhilarated like a child. Although there was a minor energy dispersion, your control salvaged it. This attests to the feasibility and immense potential of the integration. Arthur, you possess a remarkable talent for reshaping the possibilities of spell frameworks. His gaze towards Arthur was filled with unabashed admiration and anticipation. However, immersed in his excitement, Professor Flitwick failed to notice the tall, slender figure cloaked in black, standing like a frozen statue in the shadows of a dimly lit corridor adjacent to the spell practice room, just outside the rain-streaked, arched window. Severus Snape's pale visage was obscured by the shadow of the stone wall. His deep-set black eyes glinted like poisoned daggers, fixated unwaveringly through the dust-laden, water-streaked ancient glass upon the practice room within. He clearly observed that extraordinary barrier, composed of pale golden lines of order, witnessed the explosive, otherworldly golden sparks erupting from its edge, and perceived Arthur's momentary, imperceptibly subtle, yet undeniable fluctuation of will, influenced by the soul imprint and unknown disturbances. Snape's thin lips pressed into a frigid line, the malevolence and vigilance in his dark eyes resembling tangible ice, nearly freezing the air around him. He silently retreated a step, completely merging into the shadows of the corridor, as though he had never been there, leaving behind only a faint breeze carrying the dampness of the forbidden forest, gently brushing against the dust-laden window frame. Chapter 66. The precise control of transfiguration. The peculiar pale golden grid barrier of the spell practice room and Professor Flitwick's unabashed astonishment seemed to linger in the air. Yet Arthur's footsteps had already entered the distinctly different realm of the transfiguration classroom. Here, there was no bright sunlight of the tower or the vibrant aura of magic. Instead, an atmosphere reminiscent of a library prevailed, marked by solemnity, tidiness, and meticulous order. The air was infused with the sense of wood, chalk dust, and a peculiar, almost vacuum-like purity of magical energy belonging to pure transfiguration magic. The expansive blackboard gleamed, still displaying the geometric transformation examples from the previous lesson. Professor McGonagall stood at the lectern, her posture erect as a pine, her silvery hair impeccably arranged, and her sharp, calm gaze behind square glasses resembling the most precise of rulers. She regarded Arthur as he entered, nodding slightly without any unnecessary pleasantries. "Good afternoon, Mr. Cole. Time is of the essence. Let us begin." Her voice was clear and commanding, infused with an undeniable authority. Today's supplementary lesson focused on the foundational core of transfiguration, the transformation of material forms. The emphasis was on the conversion of a matchstick into a needle and a beetle into a button. Though these exercises appeared simple, they epitomized the essence of transfiguration: precise imagination, absolute concentration of will, and, her gaze lingering momentarily on Arthur's tightly grasped wand, a flawless control of magical output. This is particularly crucial for your current situation. With a flick of her wand, a small box of matches and a black beetle, restlessly crawling within a glass jar, appeared on Arthur's desk. Begin. Transform the matchstick into a needle. The standard form requires the needle to be sharp, the shaft straight, and the metallic sheen uniform. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated like a command in the quiet classroom. Arthur took a deep breath, grasping an ordinary matchstick. The cold wooden texture was palpable. He raised his wand, aiming its tip at the match. Focusing intently, he vividly envisioned the form of a standard sewing needle, the silvery metallic sheen, the sharp tip, the straight shaft, and the minuscule eye at the end. The incantation was uttered, and magic surged forth. With a pop, a small tuft of silver metal sprouted from the tip of the match, yet the shaft twisted grotesquely like a worm, the end contorting into an unsightly mass of metal. Failure. The clarity of imagination was lacking. The will was scattered. Professor McGonagall's voice pierced through his fleeting hope like an icicle. Transfiguration is not a coarse overlay. It is an essential transformation. You must see every detail of the target form clearly and, with your will, forcibly transmute the concept of wood into a metallic needle. Start again. Heat crept to Arthur's face, and he promptly dismissed all distractions. He plunged his thoughts deep into his mind, meticulously sketching the needle, the chilling sensation, the smooth surface reflecting light, the sharpness concentrated at the tip. Simultaneously, he summoned the precise control of magical energy honed during potion classes while cutting Sneezewort and, under LeMay's guidance, carving astral gemstones. Imagine, Control. This time, as the magic surged forth from the heart of the firmament, he no longer poured it forth with grand gestures. Instead, he became akin to the most meticulous sculptor, condensing the magic into countless delicate chisels, meticulously applying it to every molecular structure of the matchstick according to the flawless blueprint of the needle in his mind. The brilliance at the tip of the wand was stable and concentrated. The matchsticks on the table swiftly stretched, deformed, and hardened in the luminous glow. A straight, sharp sewing needle, adorned with a clearly defined small hole, lay quietly on the table, its surface cloaked in a silvery metallic sheen. Although the metallic luster was somewhat dim and the needle tip was not absolutely perfect, its form approached the standard. Professor McGonagall's keen gaze swept over the needle. Her expression unchanged, merely nodding slightly. Progress has been made. Control is key. Continue. 10 times, ensuring stability of form. Arthur did not pause. He immediately commenced the next one. He was immersed in that state of precise control. Each incantation resembled a high-precision alchemical operation. The magic was no longer a crude torrent, but a tool finely sculpted by his will. The shape of the needle in his mind grew increasingly clear and stable. The searing pain of the soul imprint and the fleeting whispers of the demonic fragments were forcibly suppressed during this intense focus. As if isolated beyond the barriers constructed by his concentration, 10 twisted matchsticks ultimately transformed into 10 stable forms, increasingly approaching perfection, neatly arranged upon the table. Excellent. Professor McGonagall's voice remained calm, yet Arthur discerned a subtle glimmer of acknowledgement deep within her eyes. Now, the beetle transforms into a button. Requirements: black resin material, circular. Smooth edges, for buttonholes evenly symmetrical. The challenge lies in transforming the shape of a living being and addressing the residual life energy. Focus your will and envision it as a button. Arthur gazed at the black beetle in the glass jar, incessantly crawling and attempting to scale the smooth glass wall. The transformation of a living entity presented a steep challenge. He opened the jar lid, guiding the beetle onto a piece of black velvet before him with his wand. The beetle's tiny legs moved rapidly, its antennae twitching anxiously, emanating a faint breath of life. Arthur raised his wand once more, aiming at the beetle. This time, he exercised greater caution. The output of magic was controlled with utmost precision. In his imagination, the form of the black resin button was deconstructed into finer steps. The shell hardened, legs retracted and fused, antennae vanished, and the shape rounded. Simultaneously, he attempted to soothe the faint flow of life energy within the beetle, using his will of precise energy control, guiding it to merge into the new, lifeless structural form. A flash of magic occurred. The beetle's body suddenly stiffened, curled inward, and darkened, ultimately transforming into an ugly black lump that barely resembled a circle, with an uneven surface, rough edges, crooked buttonholes, and even faint traces of tiny legs. A complete failure. The disturbance of life form transformation. Professor McGonagall astutely remarked that while your imagination of the target form is sufficiently detailed, your handling of the interference factors related to the source form, the living entity, is inadequate. Its life force and inherent form instinctively resist your will. You require a more formidable determination to overshadow it, while employing a more refined magical manipulation to soothe the energy conflicts during the transformation process. Start over. Arthur, undeterred, fixated on the beetle that had resumed its movement on the velvet surface, its earlier failure seemingly unsettling it. His gaze sharpened with extraordinary focus. The will for precise energy manipulation was elevated to its zenith, akin to an invisible pair of tweezers attempting to capture and untangle the faint yet stubborn flow of life energy within the beetle. Simultaneously, the order runes of the Seraphim shield subtly emerged in the mental realm, not for defense, but to provide a framework of order, forcibly restraining the chaotic energy dissipation that might arise during the transformation. The brilliance of magic ignited once more concentrated and stable than before. The beetle's body swiftly morphed in the radiance, contracting and reshaping. This time, the process appeared significantly smoother. The uneven surface was forcibly smoothed by the magic, the rough edges becoming sleek, and the remnants of legs vanished. Ultimately, a nearly perfect round black resin button materialized on the velvet. The 4 buttonholes were symmetrically aligned, the surface smooth, emanating a gentle matte sheen. Success. Though it had taken a tremendous toll, it was indeed a success. Professor McGonagall approached, picking up the button for a meticulous examination. Her fingertips glided over the smooth surface, scrutinizing the uniformity of the buttonholes against the light. After a while, she set down the button, her gaze returning to Arthur's slightly pale face, a result of his intense mental focus. Impressive control, Mr. Cole, she remarked, her voice steady yet laced with an imperceptible curiosity. Your delicate manipulation of magical output and the technique to soothe energy conflicts during transformation exhibit a unique, almost alchemical precision. This is not the conventional path taught in Hogwarts Transfiguration. She adjusted her square glasses, her sharp gaze assessing Arthur. However, the foundation of transfiguration lies in the understanding of the essence of forms and the absolute mastery of imagination. Your method serves as a powerful auxiliary tool, significantly enhancing your success rate and concealing any subtle deficiencies in your imaginative constructs. She paused, her tone becoming more emphatic. While tools are beneficial, do not grow overly reliant on them. A truly powerful transfiguration master wields their will as the most precise of chisels. Continue practicing until you can achieve perfect transformation without additional tools. That is the essence. Within her stern critique lay profound insights and elevated expectations. Arthur felt a deep respect. Professor McGonagall had discerned his reliance on alchemical precision to compensate for the lack of fluidity in his core imaginative constructs in transfiguration. Yes, Professor, I understand, he replied earnestly. Excellent. Continue transforming the beetle into a button 20 times. The shape must remain stable throughout. Professor McGonagall retreated to the podium, resembling a strict proctor. Arthur grasped his wand anew, turning his attention to the next beetle. This time, he no longer relied solely on the intricate art of energy manipulation. Instead, he meticulously and vividly envisioned the presence of that black resin button within his mind, contemplating its weight, the warmth of its touch, and the way light refracted upon its smooth surface, bringing it to life in his imagination as a singular, indisputable reality. Subsequently, he summoned forth his formidable willpower, akin to the most devoted artisan, to meticulously imprint this vivid reality upon the tangible world. A magical light shimmered, precise and unwavering. A living beetle, under the dual influence of order and intention, silently transformed into a flawless black button.